Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 4 of the series. Chapter 203, Unexpected Interference. Chapter 203, Unexpected Interference. Everyone was dumbfounded. A second-level spirit condensation realm and half-step crystal formation realms match. The result was actually both suffering a loss. What the hell? How can Yuan be so strong? Suyubai is a veteran half-step crystal formation realm expert. He actually had an arm chopped off directly. Yeah. A second-level spirit condensation realm junior could actually defeat a half-step crystal formation realm in a few rounds. Is this a joke? Is this really that trashy Yuan? He clearly did not even have a penny to his name not long ago, and now, he can actually already stand on the same level together with us, the older generation. Everyone was speechless with shock. At Yuan's age, he should be forming ties with their sons and nephews in the same generation. But now, they had to admit that Yuan was already on an entirely different level from their sons and nephews. Yuan already possessed the strength to threaten, even kill some of them, the senior generation experts. To think that a 15-year-old youth was already on the same level as them. These people felt rather peculiar, but even more so, their inadequacy. What a fine son Yiheng gave birth to. Many people sighed emotionally in their hearts. After Yuan hit the ground, with a poo work, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He forcefully took a hit from the palm wind. All of his organs were currently in turmoil, all of them shifted places. Luckily, Suyubai scattered the palm's strength in order to hit him. Otherwise, the full power attack from a half-step crystal formation realm, even if it was the palm wind, was also not something that the current Yuan could withstand. Without the slightest hesitation, after hitting the ground, Yuan fished out a medicinal pill to swallow and started healing his injuries. However, he did not dare to meditate to recuperate. This was a battlefield right now. If somebody were to seize the opportunity to give him a blow, he would be screwed. I'm going to kill you, Yuan. Suyubai's roar shook until the roof nearly collapsed. It was evident just how furious he was at the moment. Suyubai temporarily used essence energy to seal the wound and directly charged towards Yuan. Suyubai was only missing an arm which did not affect his movement. But Yuan was presently heavily wounded. It was impossible for the circulation of essence energy to be as smooth as before. However, at this time, he could not be bothered with his injuries. He could only forcefully revolve essence energy to deal with Suyubai's pursuit. The one-armed Suyubai pounced over with immense speed, so fast that when he arrived in front of Yuan, his figure vanished once again. Tranquil soul step. This footwork was fleeting and ephemeral, it was extremely hard to determine the person's location. Yuan gritted his teeth and displayed spirit void shattering space to the maximum, wanting to avoid this attack from Suyubai. However, he suffered too heavy an injury in the end. His movement was not as agile as before. I'm going to tear you to shreds, Yuan. An angry howl sounded beside Yuan's ear. This fellow ran behind Yuan again. Under everybody's astounded eyes, a figure flew out. Not Yuan, but Suyubai. Everyone only felt their eyes blur. A black-clothed martial artist blocked in front of Yuan and looked indifferently at Suyubai who had just flown out. All right. Still okay. Won't die. Luckily, you made it in time. I truly did not expect that you achieved those lofty aspirations you said the other day so quickly. Truly remarkable. Give me another month, and I wouldn't look so miserable. I think so too. But, there's no need to waste time on this sort of people. You're someone destined to do great things. Haha, if he doesn't die, I don't have the mood to do great things. Oh right, I haven't congratulated Teacher Huyen for breaking through to the crystal formation realm yet. Isn't it all thanks to you? Exercise your powers to recover. I'll stand guard for you. This black-clothed martial artist was none other than Huyen Yong, who broke through to the crystal formation realm after consuming the crystal formation pill. Back then, Huyen Yong was heavily wounded until he was coughing up blood after one hit from Suyubai. But today, Huyen Yong sent Suyubai flying with one blow. It could also be considered a greatly satisfying retribution. After obtaining Yi Yuan's crystal formation pill, Huyen Yong had been in closed seclusion without exiting these few days to break through to the crystal formation realm at full force. He finally broke through the bottleneck yesterday and became a crystal formation realm powerhouse. Huyen Yong spent an entire day to consolidate his realm and went to find Jiang Yunhe directly after leaving seclusion. Jiang Yunhe's eyes nearly fell out after he saw Huyen Yong. Huyen Yong only said that he was entering seclusion, but he actually broke through to the crystal formation realm directly after completing seclusion. Jiang Yunhe could not help but be surprised. Before Huyen Yong entered seclusion, he was only at the peak 9th level spirit condensation realm. According to common sense, wanting to cross this threshold needed at least over 10 years, to first experience half-step crystal formation realm before he could improve a step further and cross this heavenly chasm. But now, Huyen Yong virtually broke through overnight. This was too unbelievable. However, Huyen Yong did not explain much to Jiang Yunhe. He told Jiang Yunhe that he wanted to go to the pill grading assembly. Jiang Yunhe hesitated slightly before agreeing. In reality, he wanted to go too. But due to his identity and sect rules, it was not convenient for him to show up. When Huyen Yong rushed over to the Drunken Star Manor, he just happened to see the scene of Yi Yuan and Su Yubai both heavily wounded, and his pupils involuntarily constricted. He could not have imagined that Yi Yuan had actually matured to such an extent. Crystal Formation Realm Powerhouse. Another Crystal Formation Realm Powerhouse actually came. Who's this person? I've no recollection of him. Father, he's our academy's instructor, Huyen Yong. However, before I returned to the capital this time, he was still at the peak 9th level spirit condensation realm. How did he already broke through to the crystal formation realm after not seeing him for several days? What? You said that he was still at the peak 9th level spirit condensation realm a few days ago. Not half-step crystal formation realm. This. How is this possible? Absolutely not mistaken. Huyen Yong's appearance thoroughly shattered the present situation. The forces over on the Su family's side had thoughts of withdrawing after seeing Huyen Yong send Su Yubai flying with one palm. Su Yubai was sent flying with one palm by Huyen Yong, aggravating his existing injuries. However, what he was more shocked by was that Huyen Yong actually broke through to the crystal formation realm. This fact intensified the shock. To Suishan, Huyen Yong was only a junior from the younger generation. Now, this junior actually overtook him. Such utmost mockery. Huyen Yong. Why you actually broke through? This is not possible. Thanks to Elder Su's blessings, Huyen Yong broke through by luck, Huyen Yong said coolly. Huyen Yong. What audacity you have. As the academy's instructor, you actually intervened in secular affairs. This is violating the academy's rules. I'll highlight this to the dean and make him punish you severely. As the disciplinary hall's first elder, Elder Su's status and position are much more illustrious than mine. I wonder why you're present here and even brutally exchanging blows with my student. Humph. I'm here today as a member of the Su family. There has nothing to do with the academy. Is that so? This excuse of Elder Su's is so forced. However, I'm only here today to protect my student. As the academy's instructor, protecting the academy's genius students, this is still acceptable, right? Furthermore, Yi Yuan's identity is different from others. He's about to enter the sect right away. If he suffers any mishap here, who dares to shoulder the responsibility? Su Yubai was so angered that his face turned green. He knew that these words were just excuses eked out by everyone. If the sect were to really investigate into this, nobody could shoulder it. Chapter 204, I'll also disclose a revelation. Chapter 204, I'll also disclose a revelation. With Huyen Yong guarding, Yi Yuan could rest at ease and circulate his powers to boldly refine the medicinal strength. As for Su Yubai and Huyen Yong's crossing of verbal swords, he could not be bothered with it. In the martial artist world, it was never about talking. What it depended on was power. Huyen Yong broke through to the crystal formation realm now. No matter how much Su Yubai mouthed off, it was also useless. Even to the sect, crystal formation realm martial artists were absolutely not chess pieces that could be randomly abandoned. Even if the Su family lodged a complaint to the sect, it was also impossible for the sect to do anything to Huyen Yong just because of a word from the Su family. In the Tranquil Cloud sect, Crystal Formation Realm martial artists might not be considered much, but they were the core strength of the sect. Casually casting away Crystal Formation Realm martial artists was undeniably actions to cripple themselves. If it was not the most heinous of crimes, it was impossible for the Tranquil Cloud sect to do this sort of thing. Furthermore, Huyen Yong's age was even younger than Wan Donghai and Yi Hang. To step into the Crystal Formation realm at this age, his future was undoubtedly very bright. The sect could not overlook this point. As for the strife for imperial authority in the secular world, it was essentially a trifling matter to the sect. No matter who became emperor, their portion of taxes would not diminish. Halt! Su Yulin forced back Yi Hang with a palm and shouted. Huyen Yong's unexpected appearance made this entire situation become delicate. Su Yulin could not be bothered to tussle with Yi Hang anymore. Yi Hang was worried about Yi Yuan's safety and naturally did not wish to tangle with him either. With a leap, he arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan currently mediating to recover and his complexion gradually turning from pale white to rosy, a large rock in his heart was put down. Su Yulin's expression was not good. He fixed his eyes at Huyen Yong and said icily, "You said just now that you're only here to protect your student, Yi Yuan." "That's right." Huyen Yong did not deny that. "Does that mean that if we don't make a move on Yi Yuan, you won't intervene in today's matters?" Su Yulin stared with Huyen Yong with burning eyes. "That's the case," Huyen Yong said after thinking about it for a bit. "Then fine. You can bring Yi Yuan away now. Yi Hang, if you don't mingle with today's affairs, you can also leave. In the future, you can continue to operate your fragrant medicine pavilion in the capital. I absolutely won't make things difficult for you." Su Yulin said something which gave everyone a huge shock. Wan Donghai's face changed greatly when he heard that and he hurriedly said, "Brother Yulin." He was about to speak when Su Yulin stopped him. "Brother Donghai. Now are extraordinary times, so we have to use extraordinary means. As long as we take down the Nanfeng family, can he, Yi Hang, even fight off us teaming up?" Su Yulin transmitted. Although Wan Donghai still had some misgivings after hearing it, he still gave in. Yi Hang did not say anything, but Nanfeng Ruoqing and Nanfeng Lu could not stay still. "Don't fall for Su Yulin's trick, Pavilion Lord Yi. This is a tactic to delay under pretext. If the Nanfeng family falls from power, they definitely won't let you go." Nanfeng Ruoqing said urgently. "Old brother Yi Hang, we've had dealings for so many years already. Don't fall for this kind of low-level fomenting." Nanfeng Lu also said. Su Yulin gave a cold laugh and said, "Is that so? How much effort has old brother Yi Hang put in for your Nanfeng family? But what have you all repaid him with? What can you give him in return?" "Pavilion Lord Yi, don't listen to Su Yulin's nonsense. He thinks that victory is in his hands, but does not know that Imperial Brother already made preparations. Imperial Brother has already gone to get reinforcements currently. Once reinforcements arrive, Su Yulin will definitely die without a burial place." Nanfeng Ruoqing said. "Ha ha ha. Eldest princess, the reinforcements you're talking about isn't the great Qin dragon guards, right?" Su Yulin laughed wildly. Nanfeng Ruoqing's face changed when she heard that. The great Qin dragon guards were top secret. How did Su Yulin know? Is eldest princess very perplexed by how come I know about the great Qin dragon guards? In order to deal with me, Nanfeng Yi secretly trained a division. This unit consists of 200 people, each of them possessing spirit condensation realm cultivation. Truly a force so great that it makes others despair. Su Yulin's admiration was filled with ridicule. Nanfeng Ruoqing's heart immediately sunk like a rock. A team formed by 200 spirit condensation realm martial artists was enough to instantly kill Su Yulin. But, this secret weapon was known by Su Yulin beforehand. Then what would be the outcome? "You. How do you know so clearly?" Nanfeng Ruoqing asked with an ashen face. How hard is that? This team only has 200 people. Is it strange for there to be one or two of my people inside?" Su Yulin said, proud of himself. Nanfeng Ruoqing's face was the color of dirt as she asked, You can't have." "That's right. The 200 Great Qin Dragon Guards are already the Great Qin Dead Guards now. Just yesterday, my Su family's death sworn surrounded the Dragon Mountain tightly to do a shooting fish in a barrel. They used 5 7-stringed mighty crossbows to block the great Qin dragon guards. Do you think that they still have any chances of survival? Su Yulin said. When Nanfeng Lu and Nanfeng Ruoqing heard that, they sunk into hopelessness. That was their final trump card. If even this final trump card was completely sunk, the Nanfeng family was truly finished. Moreover, they did not feel that Su Yulin was lying to deceive them. The great Qin dragon guards were top secret in the imperial family. Even Nanfeng Jiro did not know about this. The so-called trump card was a trump card because others did not know about them. But now, Su Yulin knew about it. How could he let the great Qin dragon guards go? Things have already reached this extent, might as well let your despair be more thorough. Su Yulin's words were filled with satisfaction. Nanfeng Lu and Nanfeng Ruoqing exchanged glances. Their faces were pale because they thought about what these words from Su Yulin meant. Nanfeng Yi. Since Su Yulin knew about the existence of the great Qin dragon guards, how could he possibly not target Nanfeng Yi? Impossible. Imperial Brother is a crystal formation realm powerhouse, and you're also here. Who can you send to kill him? Heh, that's why I said to let you two despair more thoroughly. These few years, the Su family had always been second brother and me managing things. Has it already been far too long since you guys heard news about my big brother? Su Yulin said with a cold sneer. Nanfeng Ruoqing did not have much of a reaction, but Nanfeng Lu trembled and asked in disbelief, Su Yusen. How is that possible? Didn't he die long ago? That's right, he did indeed die. However, he died for your Nanfeng family to see. Before my big brother faked his death. He already broke through to second-level crystal formation realm. It's just that nobody knew about it. Now that over a decade has passed, he already broke through to the third-level crystal formation realm. He went to kill Nanfeng Yi. Do you guys feel that he has any possibility of survival? Ha ha ha. The more Su Yulin talked, the more pleased with himself he was, and he could not resist chortling. When Nanfeng Ruoqing heard this kind of bad news, she staggered and nearly fell down, but was embraced by somebody. Careful, teacher, it still isn't time to despair yet. Yi Yuan gave Nanfeng Ruoqing a faint smile. He actually recovered already. Finishing, Yi Yuan looked at Su Yulin with a smile and said, since family head Su talked until you're so happy, I'll also disclose a revelation. At the Endless Forest, Su Yishan was indeed killed by me personally. I wonder if having heard this news, does family head Su still wish to let me leave? Chapter 205, Fight for Myself. Chapter 205, Fight for Myself. Su Yulin's face suddenly changed. The pair of eyes looking at Yi Yuan seemed like they were about to spew fire. Speculation was one thing, but Yi Yuan confessing with his own mouth was another. Although all signs indicated that the possibility of Su Yishan returning alive was already very minute, as a father, he still hoped that his son could return safely. Or perhaps the few of them really did not bump into Yi Yuan in the Endless Forest or were tangled with some demonic beasts. But those fleeting words from Yi Yuan shattered that final trace of hope. No way. Turns out that the Su family and Yi family's enmity has already reached such a degree. Then didn't Su Yulin's soliciting earlier become a joke? Yeah. No wonder such an important occasion today, but Su Yulin did not bring along his son. Turns out that he was already killed by Yi Yuan. Sigh, this Yi Yuan is still young and rash in the end. The Nanfeng family is already finished. Yi Yuan admitting that he killed Su Yishan at this time, Su Yulin will likely pursue this to the ends of hell. Even though the Yi family temporarily took the upper hand over here, when Su Yusen rushes over, all of them will probably still have to die. If it were earlier, everybody naturally would not say that. But the Su family still had a third-level crystal formation realm Su Yusen. Furthermore, Nanfeng Yi was clearly doomed. The Nanfeng family can be considered to be thoroughly finished. Yi Yuan coming out to provoke Su Yulin at this time was no different from seeking death. Good. Excellent. Yi Yuan, I really underestimated you. For today's important matter, I was originally prepared to put aside Su Yishan's vengeance first. Now, since you admitted to it, then let's fight it out to the death today. Anyone could tell the thunderous rage in Su Yulin's words. Haha, looks like this spice of mine is a little intense. Family head Su is somewhat bewildered already. However, you aren't naive enough to think that my father and I will really leave this place, right? I think you're a little mistaken. My father and I standing here today are not to protect the sovereignty of the imperial family, but because of the irreconcilable feud of my Yi family with your Wan family and Su family. Yi Yuan's words grew increasingly icier as he spoke and actually made everyone feel a chill without being cold. Curiously enough, he was clearly just a second-level spirit condensation realm, but the words spoken by Yi Yuan made everyone feel pressure. Yi Yuan's words, no matter how one heard it, seemed to be somewhat treasonous and outrageous, with a subtle tone of slighting the imperial family. But when everyone thought of Yi Yuan's sect core disciple identity, they understood. They originally thought that the imperial family and Yi family were like ants on the same thread. Now, to them, the Yi family were simply just fighting for themselves, and nothing to do with the imperial family. Preposterous. Your Yi family members didn't even lose a hair, but Su Yishan already died in your hands. And now, you're talking big about some irreconcilable feud. Aren't you afraid of other people's ridicule? Su Yulin said with a cold smile. I can stand here because I'm sufficiently powerful. Su Yishan dying in my hands is also him taking the road to ruin. Don't tell me that you didn't send people and Su Yishan together to kill me. It's just that your son was useless and was killed by me instead. Also, Su Yubai, you ambushing me, a 6th-level Essence Chi realm with your half-step crystal formation realm cultivation, has that old face of yours been eaten by dogs? Of course, this kind of things had no lack of your involvement, Wan Donghai, and your precious son, Wan Yuan. Back then, you set a trap for this little lord and nearly sent me to the netherworld. But you didn't expect right that this little lord would profit from misfortune and have today instead. Hence, it's time for us to settle this debt. Yi Yuan detailed the crimes committed against him by the Wan and Su families. Wan Donghai's face changed when he heard that. He only knew today that it was actually related to the poisoning previously that Yi Yuan could rise up so rapidly. Although he did not know what transpired in between, without question, Yi Yuan obtained an extremely heaven-defying lucky chance. In just a few short months, Yi Yuan actually grew to an extent where he could threaten Su Yubai already. Such a lucky encounter, just thinking about it made people jealous. No way, right? The Su family and the Wan family are too shameless. They actually use so many despicable and insidious means just to deal with a junior. Heh, Pavilion Lord Ye's character is without question. He would never do this sort of despicable and shameless things. But with Su family and Wan family's style, these sort of things are of no concern at all. I really did not expect that this pill-grading assembly would actually evolve to such a situation. Initially, I thought that it would be the contention between the Su family and Nanfeng family, but in the end, it became Yi Yuan's battle for vengeance. Although Yi Yuan's words were said casually, those present were all old veterans. They knew deeply just how much danger and scheming Yi Yuan experienced behind the scenes. If these methods were targeted at Yi Hang, it was still fine. But to use them to deal with a junior, it was seriously too shameless. Humph. Even with your blandishments, you can forget about leaving here alive today. Counting the time, it's about there. You all just wait to die. Su Yulin said with a cold snort. As the leader of the rebels, Su Yulin obviously not would acknowledge Yi Yuan's words. However, he also knew that the more he tried to deny it, the worse it would seem. Therefore, he just lightly skated over it. History had always been written by the victor. As long as he secured the throne, he could naturally whitewash everything, sweeping away today's events under the rug. However, Yi Yuan revealed a mocking smile on his face, making Su Yulin feel very displeased. Yeah, counting the time, it's almost ready. It's just I wonder who will the one arriving. Yi Yuan said with a beam. Slightly earlier, on the path linking the capital and the Dragon Mountain, a group of people was currently rushing towards the Dragon Mountain with hasty footsteps. In a center was a sedan chair with a yellow roof, carried by 8 Essence Chi realm martial artists. Your Majesty, Dragon Mountain is right ahead. A general-looking martial artist said to the sedan. Got it. Nanfeng Yi inside the sedan said nonchalantly. Ah. What happened? That general suddenly cried out and started stammering. Pulling aside the sedan's curtain, Nanfeng Yi walked out from the sedan, only to see the corpse-strewn land. These were great Qin dragon guard corpses. Nanfeng Yi knitted his brows, and his facial expression did not look too good. Those familiar with him knew that he must be in deep pain currently. These great Qin dragon guards were nurtured by Nanfeng Yi after expending immeasurable effort. But now, they were completely annihilated. How could this not make his heart ache? Who's there? Protect His Majesty, the general bellowed. An elderly man came from the front with both hands behind his back, looking very composed. When Nanfeng Yi saw the arrival, his brows furrowed together again. He stretched his hand out to stop his subordinate's actions. You are not his match. Everyone, leave. Don't cast away your lives, Nanfeng Yi instructed. No way. Your subordinate will protect your majesty to the death. The general refused to leave no matter what. Nanfeng Yi grabbed hold of his collar with one hand and threw backward. That general flew out several hundred feet. All get lost for me, Nanfeng Yi said angrily. After his subordinates all left, Nanfeng Yi recovered his calm expression and said, didn't expect it to be you. Didn't think that you're still a kind ruler. I thought that you would use your subordinates' lives to exchange for a chance to escape, the old man said with a faint smile. Chapter 206, Deep Bow. Chapter 206, Deep Bow. Why do I have to escape? Nanfeng Yi asked calmly. Of course, it's because I'm stronger than you. Haha, already at this time, are you still unwilling to let go of your emperor's majesty? The old man asked with a smile. Didn't think that the three of you brothers have already been planning today's revolt over a decade ago. Su Yusen, you guys really plotted very well. This old man was shockingly Su Yulin's big brother, Su Yusen, a third-level crystal formation realm powerhouse. Haha, your majesty flatters me. If I didn't fake my death, how can your majesty let the Su family develop in peace? Su Yusen had a look like everything was within his control. Nanfeng Yi nodded and said, speaking of it, ever since Su Yuting married into the Ouyang family, it virtually ordained this situation today already. However, even if you all calculated everything, you probably couldn't have calculated today's variable, right? Nanfeng Yi still had a calm and composed appearance, but his words were filled with derision. But Su Yusen did not mind. He smiled and said, isn't your majesty too immature to want to use such words to scare this elderly self? Enough. Although I have lots of things I want to catch up with your majesty, I'm still quite uneasy about the situation over at the pill grading assembly. Is your majesty going to end yourself, or are you going to make old me do it personally? Nanfeng Yi chuckled, laughing very happily. What are you laughing about? Not knowing why, Su Yusen suddenly had a bad premonition. I'm laughing because we've lived to ripe old age and schemed for half our lives, but in the end, we're both not the main casts in this battle for imperial authority. However, what I'm more fortunate than you guys in, is that I got acquainted with Yi Hang, Nanfeng Yi said with a grin. Yi Hang. You're talking about the chess piece you've been using to suppress the Su family, the owner of the fragrant medicine pavilion. You mean to say that he's the protagonist for this fight for imperial authority? What a joke. Su Yusen wondered if Nanfeng Yi went insane. You're wrong. Yi Hang has never been my chess piece. It's just that I happened to save both him and his wife back then. He only remained in the state of Qin's capital to repay that favor. I just never expected that my unintentional action back then would actually become the linchpin to saving the Nanfeng family today. Talking about past events, Nanfeng Yi also sighed. 15 years ago, Nanfeng Yi was merely still the state of Qin's crown prince back then and had not broken through to the crystal formation realm either. He traveled the world to broaden his horizons, and as chance would have it, he encountered the Yi husband and wife who were being hunted down in the neighboring state of Yan. At that time, Ren Hongling was in labor. Yi Hang, who needed to protect his beloved wife and also needed to fight the enemies, had already fallen into a hopeless situation. Nanfeng Yi came forward bravely at that time together with his accompanying guards and saved the Yi husband and wife. Because of this, that half-step crystal formation realm guard of Nanfeng Yi's even died in the state of Yan. Afterward, Yi Hang followed Nanfeng Yi to the state of Qin and settled down in the capital. Then, later on, the Su family pushed Wan Donghai onto the stage. At this time, Yi Hang already broke through to the crystal formation realm and became an alchemy grandmaster. Yi Hang resolutely stood up in order to repay that debt of gratitude and kept Wan Donghai in check. All of this was Yi Hang's own accord. Or else, with his personality, how could he willingly slog for the Nanfeng family for so many years? Except, Nanfeng Yi would never have thought that his unintentional actions back then not only exchanged for Yi Hang's many years of spring-like repayment, it even obtained a feeble thread of hope for the Nanfeng family today. Yi Hang is merely just an alchemy grandmaster. Even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, he also can't save the Nanfeng family's decline. Furthermore, as long as you die, why does it matter even if the Nanfeng family took the upper hand over at the pill grading assembly? Could it be that Yi Hang can still rush over to save you now? Su Yusen felt rather bewildered by Nanfeng Yi. You're mistaken. The protagonist I said is not Yi Hang, but his son, Yi Yuan. If not for him, I'd most likely not be able to escape death today. Yi Yuan. Su Yusen stared at Nanfeng Yi. He was confident that Nanfeng Yi was already scared out of his wits. Heh, a brat still wet behind his ears, and you actually treat him as your savior. Nobody can save you today. Finishing, Su Yusen's 3rd-level crystal formation realm aura was released completely as he shot towards Nanfeng Yi. Prepare to die, Nanfeng Yi. Right then, a white figure charged out from the forest and clashed directly with Su Yusen. Su Yusen fell back over a dozen steps before managing to barely stabilize himself. Looking carefully, he saw a white-colored ape blocking in front of Nanfeng Yi. Su Yusen's face changed drastically. Peak early stage tier 3 long-arm stone ape. How is this possible? Su Yusen's eyes were full of disbelief. Just as Su Yusen was having doubts, several more dozen white silhouettes popped out. 49 tier 2 long-arm stone apes encircled him. Su Yusen, lost in his astonishment, had yet to know that he had already completely fallen into the 7-star ephemeris grand array. When I saw Yuan Fei, my reaction was exactly the same as yours. Now, you should understand why Yi Yuan is the protagonist, right? Yuan Fei is Yi Yuan's servant. Looking at Yuan Fei, Nanfeng Yi was still secretly quite terrified. How can a tier 3 demonic beast possibly acknowledge a human as its master? This is absolutely impossible. Su Yusen said in shock. This is how the truth is. Moreover, Yi Yuan possesses an entire clan of long-armed stone apes. He essentially doesn't need my Nanfeng family to make a move to eradicate the Su family. Su Yusen fell silent. He never thought that having concealed himself for over a decade, what he traded for would be this outcome today. Humph. So what? It's just a tier 3 demonic beast. I'm also 3rd-level crystal formation realm. I might not lose to him. After the silence, intense unwillingness made Su Yusen explode. He rushed towards Yuan Fei without caring about anything. His reply was Yuan Fei's heaven-quaking blow. The capital. There was suddenly a commotion in the Drunken Star Manor. Quickly look. Someone's coming. Isn't that His Majesty? He actually appeared here. Doesn't that mean? Shoo. Softer. Do you want to die? I initially thought that the Su family had victory in their grasp. Didn't think that there would be a turnaround and the Nanfeng family would actually gain a complete victory. Looks like time is not yet up for the Nanfeng family. The Su family plotted for over a decade, and it was actually such an outcome that was exchanged. Su Yulin is probably going to go insane, right? Under everyone's gaze, Nanfeng Yi slowly walked into the Drunken Star Manor. Seeing Nanfeng Yi, Su Yulin's facial expression was as ugly as it could get. Imperial brother. It's great that you're fine. Nanfeng Ruoqing could not help tearing from joy when she saw Nanfeng Yi. Haha, thanks to little brother's blessings, I escaped death from this great calamity, Nanfeng Yi said smilingly. Finishing, Nanfeng Yi came in front of Yi Yuan, cupped his hands, and gave a deep bow in front of everyone's astounded eyes. Thank you very much for little brother saving my Nanfeng family. Please accept this bow from Nanfeng Yi. Nanfeng Yi's actions nearly made everyone's eyes pop out. What kind of person was Nanfeng Yi? He was the emperor of the great state of Qin, a supreme existence. He actually performed such a solemn salute to a youth. Su Yulin clearly said just now that not only did his big brother not die, he even broke through to the 3rd-level crystal formation realm successfully. Just what on earth did Yi Yuan do to actually bring Nanfeng Yi back without losing a hair? Chapter 207, Looks Can't Kill People. Chapter 207, Looks Can't Kill People. Is there a mistake? His Majesty actually paid such great respect to Yi Yuan. Even though Yi Yuan is a monstrous existence, he's only second-level spirit condensation realm after all. Just what did he do? In our state of Qin, third-level crystal formation realm is an invincible existence. What kind of trump card does Yi Yuan have to actually bring His Majesty back safely? More importantly, His Majesty returned, but Su Yusen. That's a third-level crystal formation realm. He couldn't have. I really don't dare to imagine just what kind of existence can kill a third-level crystal formation realm martial artist. Even if Yi Yuan had a fourth-level crystal formation realm martial artist on his side, Su Yusen could at least run away if he can't beat him, right? Unless. These people already dare not to picture it. To not even give a third-level crystal formation realm any chance to escape, what kind of existence was needed for that? But if there was such an existence over on Yi Yuan's side, he completely did not need to fight so laboriously. The more they thought about it, the more they could not understand. But one thing was clear, they certainly could not treat Yi Yuan as a child anymore. He was already lording over everyone here. You got to be kidding. Even Nanfeng Yi gave him a solemn salute and called him as little brother Yi respectfully. If they still treated Yi Yuan like a child, then it was simply forgetting to bring their brain along when they left the house. Your Majesty, addressing my son like that is killing him. Yi Heng was speechless. Nanfeng Yi called Yi Yuan as little brother. Then what would he call him? Nanfeng Yi hooted and said, to each his own. With little brother Ye's talent, we'll definitely have to call him Your Excellency in the future. Yi Yuan smiled and said, it's good that Your Majesty is okay. Since Your Majesty came, isn't it time for us to find the Su and Wan family to settle the accounts? Nanfeng Yi nodded and said, yes. The past dozen years, I've been really aggrieved as the Emperor. Today, having obtained little brother Ye's help, we should really find them to settle this debt. He surveyed the surroundings and said authoritatively, I know that many among you went over to the Su family. It's fine. As long as you all draw a clear line with the Su family today, past matters will be written off. If there are any stubborn fools, their entire clan will be put to death. Absolutely zero tolerance. Yi Yuan looked at Nanfeng Yi's back view and silently praised in his heart. As the Emperor, Nanfeng Yi was somewhat soft, but he was not a soft persimmon. His weakness was only relative to the Su family. Now that the Su family forced him to an impasse, he finally decided not to run away. This move was rather brilliant. Stick plus carrot, Nanfeng Yi was well versed in the Emperor's path. The forces present were not solitary without anyone. This sort of matter like exterminating the whole clan was no joke. It was not even sparing fowls and dogs. Regardless of which influence they were from, they would measure the weight of these words. Of course, it was also the Yi father and son who created such an atmosphere. Otherwise, him saying something like this would be a joke. Everyone, don't believe Nanfeng Yi's bullshit. He is delaying things under a pretext. After this matter is over, there will definitely be a reckoning. We still don't know who will emerge victorious for today's affair. Su Yulin, you aren't still hoping for Su Yusen to appear, right? Since I showed up here, you should also have guessed his outcome, Nanfeng Yi said with a sneer. Recalling that attack from Yuan Fei, Nanfeng Yi was still filled with trepidation right now. Too strong. The third-level crystal formation realm Su Yusen actually exploded in one punch by Yuan Fei. Back then, his eyeballs nearly popped out. Yuan Fei's realm was similar to Su Yusen's. How could he possibly unleash such a shocking attack? When he saw those Tier 2 long-arm stone apes, he suddenly understood some things. Those Tier 2 long-arm stone apes' actions were rather profound. It actually secretly incorporated an array Dao. Nanfeng Yi did not know array Dao, but he simply could not think of just what kind of array formation could let an early-stage Tier 3 demonic beast possess such a powerful attack. Su Yulin's heart plummeted. An incomparably humiliated feeling surged. Things already progressed until now and Nanfeng Yi's side did not even lose a hair. But over at his side, his son was killed by Yi Yuan. Second brother had an arm chopped off by Yi Yuan. Big brother's life and death were unknown, although looking at the present situation, he was most probably dead. The most hateful thing was that Big Brother Su Yusan's death also seemed to have deep connections with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan. All Yi Yuan. Su Yulin looked at Yi Yuan without concealing his killing intent. Yi Hang involuntarily went on alert when he saw the situation. Family head Su, don't look at me with this sort of expression, I'm scared. However, looks can't kill people. Want to kill me? Make a move. Yi Yuan put up a frightened appearance, but his words were filled with ridicule. Su Yulin could not hold back his rage anymore. Courting death. Su Yulin and Yi Hang fought once again. At the same time, Hu Yong and Nanfeng Yi also made a move. 3 mighty crystal formation realm martial artists dealing with Su Yulin alone at the same time. Wan Donghai wanted to come over to help but was intercepted by Nanfeng Lu. A great battle erupted between the crystal formation realm martial artists once more. Except that this time, the situation turned around. Yi Hang's side occupied a huge advantage. Among the crowd, there was Su Yubai and Yi Yuan left all of a sudden. Yi Yuan stared at Su Yubai and said with a grin, Elder Su, they're so busy. Let's not idle either, okay? What I've said before, I need to fulfill them eventually so that I can clear my thoughts. Su Yubai's face turned green. He lost an arm and was heavily wounded by Hu Yong. He was simply unable to utilize much strength at the moment. Although he also consumed healing medicinal pills, how could his medicinal pills compare to Yi Yuan's? The current Yi Yuan already had his injuries healed. 70% to 80%, while Su Yubai's injuries definitely would not recover without 10 days to half a month. Yi Yuan did not wait for Su Yubai's acknowledgement. The Tsanghua sword already swung out. 9 streaks of sword beams flew out chaotically without any patterns. Su Yubai's pupils constricted. This move again. Su Yubai wanted to display the tranquil soul step to avoid this attack, but his current strength was not even 50% of his heyday. He simply could not display the tranquil soul step. All stop for me. Right then, an aged voice sounded. At the same time, several beams of light flashed past, directly eradicating Yi Yuan's 9 streaks of sword light. An elderly person stood in midair. With another wave of his sleeves, he swept Yi Hang and the other 2 to one side. An immensely powerful aura spread out, making all those present felt suffocated. Flying through the air. See Transformation Realm Powerhouse. Yi Hang, together with Nanfeng Yi, and the rest were all greatly alarmed. From the situation earlier, this Sea Transformation Realm Powerhouse evidently leaned towards Su Yulin's side. This was not some good news for them. Yi Yuan was not surprised by this person's appearance. On the contrary, it would be abnormal if he did not show up all along. Elder Yao, your elderly self is already so advanced in age. Looks like you still can't stay still. Yi Yuan looked at Yao Qian in midair and jeered with sarcastic remarks. When Yi Yuan said that, Yi Hang and the others were all taken by surprise. His guts are a little too big to actually dare go to Sea Transformation Realm Powerhouse. Chapter 208, Killing to His Face. Chapter 208, Killing to His Face. To people in the secular world, Sea Transformation Realm Powerhouses were godlike existences. Because in the mortal nations, unless one had a heaven-defying lucky encounter, it would be impossible to break through to the Sea Transformation Realm. Back then, it was because Black Crow Oldman accidentally acquired the Black Crow in fire that he finally broke through to the Sea Transformation Realm. However, this was just an example. There were too few. And now, Yi Yuan actually spoke this way to a Sea Transformation Realm Powerhouse. This was seriously not giving up until he shocked people to death with words. Yao Qian shot Yi Yuan a cold glance, then floated down from the air. When he saw that sword in Yi Yuan's hand, his gaze involuntarily froze. Tsanghua sword has already been lost for 100 years. Why is it in your hands? Hee, I'm a disciple from the Dan Wu Academy. Why do you think it's in my hands? Yao Qian contemplated for a moment and thought of a certain possibility. He asked in amazement, can it be that you obtained it on the 9 Heavens Road? Yi Yuan smiled but did not say anything. He had sworn a heavenly Tao oath, so he obviously would not answer Yao Qian's question. Yao Qian's face turned ugly. If Yi Yuan had really gotten the Tsanghua sword on the 9 Heavens Road, then things were not going to be easy to handle. Lu Yen went missing for 100 years. He actually came to the state of Qin's Nine Heavens Road to take up the role of guardian. The even more dreadful thing was that he actually passed the Tsanghua sword to Yi Yuan. Ever since the founding of the Tranquil Cloud sect, there was no small number who made it past the Nine Heavens Road. But there were overwhelmingly few people who could obtain the guardian's inheritance. Yi Yuan acquiring the Tsanghua sword represented Lu Yan's recognition. Nobody knew about Yi Yuan's performance in the Nine Heavens Road. But Lu Yan's approval was stark clear for everyone to see. Lu Yan had already gone missing for 100 years. There was basically nobody who would care whether or not a dead person approved of Yi Yuan. But Lu Yan had another identity, which was the present Marshall Hall's hall head, Xiao Jian's master. This layer of relation was already not known among the Tranquil Cloud sects. Younger generation. But Yao Qian and Xiao Jian were from the same era. Of course, he knew. If Xiao Jian knew that Yi Yuan possessed the Tsanghua sword, he would definitely pay special regard to him. Marshall Hall head, even Ouyang Ming could not afford to provoke him, let alone him, Yao Qian. Thinking of this, Yao Qian no longer bothered with Yi Yuan. Instead, he opened his mouth to say, "This seat is the Tranquil Cloud sect's Pill Hall elder, Yao Qian. I'll be a mediator today and hope to bury the hatchet between the Nanfeng family and Su family. I wonder what everyone's opinion is." This, when Nanfeng Yi heard Yao Qian's words, he revealed a difficult expression. What? Don't tell me that this seat's words are ineffective. Yao Qian's face fell as he looked displeased. Everyone's heart jolted as they hurriedly said, "Dare not. Good that you dare not. While the sect doesn't bother with secular affairs, we also don't hope for this sort of fratricidal strife to happen. You all are the elites in the secular world, so you should unite your efforts to work together for the sect. How can you do this sort of self-crippling thing?" Yao Qian said coldly. Even though he knew that Yao Qian had the intention of vindicating the Su family, Nanfeng Yi could not do anything about it even if he had all kinds of unwillingness in his heart. Putting aside Yao Qian's exalted identity, just based on his seed transformation realm strength, it was also plentiful to wipe out all the people present. What could he do? Nanfeng Yi also guessed that Yao Qian definitely had deep ties with Ouyang Ming, which was why he would help the Su family out. What he had always been wary of was this. To think that it became a reality after all. This time, not killing the snake after beating it, it would cause no end of trouble in the future. Nanfeng Yi gritted his teeth and was about to answer when Yi Yuan beat him to it. He secretly felt that things were not good, but was already too late to stop it. Elder Yao is really eloquent. Hiding your selfish motives under the righteous cause of the sect. Do you feel that everyone is blind or deaf? Yi Yuan said with a sneer. Yao Qian snorted coldly when he heard that and said, "You, Junior, are exceedingly rude. Do you think that I really can't do anything to you? You stole the sect's pill formulas and leaked them out to the secular world. Do you believe that I'll put you to death right now?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "All right then. Quickly put me to death, Elder Yao. Father, after I'm dead, bring the Tsanghua sword to the Tranquil Cloud sect and let the lords of the sect judge who is right or wrong. I believe that there are reasonable places in this world." You. Yao Qian nearly choked to death. He could kill Yi Yuan, but he could not kill Yi Hang and Nanfeng Yi too. If he really did that, it would cause the sect's prestige to plummet drastically in the secular world. He would not be able to shoulder this. And as long as the Tsanghua sword showed up at the sect, Xiao Jian would surely ask about it. If he knew that he killed his master's last successor, how could Xiao Jian let him off? When he saw the Tsanghua sword earlier, he was just surprised for a moment and asked casually. But to think that this brat is so astute to immediately know that the Tsanghua sword was extraordinary. Yi Yuan's face turned icy and said, "The secular world has secular world rules. The Su family went against their superiors and plotted to rebel. If even such an offense can be wiped clean off the slate, who would even dare to sit in the position of an emperor? Humph. Does this elder still need you to teach me how to do things?" Yao Qian said with a cold smile. "Elder Yao is mistaken. I'm not teaching you how to do things, but I'm just stating something to you. The Wan family father and son and the Su family brothers are dead for sure. Even if the King Jade Emperor descended today, he also can't save the Wan family father and son and the Su family brothers." Yi Yuan said icily. Once these words came out, the crowd burst into an uproar. A second-level spirit condensation realm saying such words in front of a sea transformation realm, wasn't this a joke? Of course, if they were to know that Yi Yuan killed a sea transformation realm powerhouse before, they most likely would not think that way. Yi Hang and Nanfeng Yi sucked in a cold breath. Yi Yuan actually treated a sea transformation realm powerhouse any way he pleased. Yi Hang opened his mouth wanting to say something but finally did not speak. Rather, it was Nanfeng Yi who could not resist speaking up. Little brother Yi, Elder Yao is a high sect elder, a sea transformation realm powerhouse. Don't be rash. Yi Yuan ignored him. Haha. Ignorant child. I want to see just how you'll kill them in front of this elder. If you can harm even a hair on their bodies, this seat will immediately dust myself and leave. Yao Qian felt that this had to be the funniest joke he had ever heard in his life. Fine, you were the one who said it. Then prepare to get lost. 9-sword stance. Yi Yuan unleashed his attack once more. The target was straight at Suyubai. Humph. This move again. Although this move isn't bad, your strength too poor. Yao Qian said with a cold smile. Only to see him casually wave his hand and the 9 streaks of sword light were instantly extinguished. Everyone could not help sucking in a cold breath when they saw this scene. This was the might of a sea transformation realm powerhouse. But a tragic cry suddenly sounded before the crowd's shock had passed. They followed the sound only to see a large hole exposed in front of Suyubai's chest with blood cascading down without stop. The light in Suyubai's eyes vanished swiftly. Even till death, he did not dare to believe everything that happened before his eyes. He was actually killed under a sea transformation realm powerhouse's protection. Everyone suddenly looked towards Suyubai's back. Yi Yuan stood proudly while wielding his sword. Yao Qian's expression suddenly changed. He lightly smacked a palm towards Yi Yuan. The latter's body was exterminated without the slightest bit of resistance. Avatar body. I truly underestimated you. Yao Qian said while gnashing his teeth in hatred. Chapter 209, Utter Loss of Face. Chapter 209, Utter Loss of Face. Second brother. When Su Yulin saw Suyubai's tragic state, he exploded in anger. Yi Yuan. If I, Su Yulin, don't kill you, I'm lesser than human. Su Yulin thoroughly went berserk. The 3 closest people in the Su family all died in Yi Yuan's hands. The killing intent in Su Yulin's chest was about to punch through the skies. Yi Yuan. Die. Tranquil Profound Ice Palm. The full power attack from a second-level crystal formation realm caused the Great Hall's temperature to drop in an instant. Yi Yuan, who was bearing the brunt of it, felt a limitless cold attack coming, virtually freezing his entire body. Yi Hang's face fell and immediately unleashed violent blaze transforming dragon. But Yao Qian's hands moved slightly, and a boundless essence energy ball gathered in the palm of his hand. The fire dragon collided with the essence energy ball in midair. A massive recoil sent Yi Hang flying out, crashing heavily onto the wall. This was the true disparity between Sea Transformation Realm and Crystal Formation Realm. Yao Qian's actions were relaxed without any effort at all, but Yi Hang could not even withstand this blow. If anyone else intervenes, it wouldn't be so simple next time. Yao Qian said coldly. Due to his identity as envoy, Yao Qian could not attack Yi Yuan. But if Su Yulin killed Yi Yuan, others naturally could not complain. Seeing Yi Hang injured, Yi Yuan's face darkened. He was truly infuriated. Su Yulin's tranquil profound ice palm had already approached, but Yi Yuan did not have the slightest intention of dodging. Go and die, Yi Yuan. Su Yulin's had a ferocious expression as a palm landed on Yi Yuan's body. Careful. Yao Qian's face changed as he warned. Humph. Too late. Yi Yuan, who was frozen, suddenly transformed into a bundle of yellow flame and Su Yulin's palm started burning. Essence fire. Su Yulin clearly recognized what this was as well and could not help faltering. He hurriedly pulled back his palm, but it was already too late. The essence fire crept upwards from his palm instantly. A horrifying flame promptly burned his palm into ashes. But it was not over yet. The cleansing sandal sacred flame gradually burned Su Yulin's entire body like bone-infesting maggots. Virtually in an instant, Su Yulin became a burnt person. How could Su Yulin withstand the might of a Tier 4 essence fire? A pin drop could be heard in the entire Great Hall. Only Su Yulin's miserable cry echoed. Yi Yuan used the cleansing sandal flame lotus's true body to create an avatar body just now and did not release the flame through his meridians. This was the strongest state of the cleansing sandal sacred flame. Su Yulin's palm landed, but he himself jumped into a fire pit. After several dozen breaths of time, the charcoal-like Su Yulin collapsed onto the ground and stayed down. He was already charred beyond recognition. One could only see the shape of a person. Those present exchanged glances, their eyes revealing complicated feelings. They were utterly unsure of what to say. Today, the shock Yi Yuan gave them was overly intense. He overturned the Su family virtually all by himself. And he was merely second-level spirit condensation realm. What was that just now? Su Yulin is second-level crystal formation realm. He's gone just like that. Too scary. That was essence fire. And from the looks of it, it's at least a Tier 3 essence fire. No, possibly even higher. But Yi Yuan is only at the second-level spirit condensation realm. How did he subdue such a high-ranking essence fire? Are you daft? Can Yi Yuan's performance be measured using common sense? Have you seen before a second-level spirit condensation realm killing a half-step crystal formation realm? Have you seen before the emperor pay such solemn respects to a youth? Have you seen before anyone who could kill in front of a sea transformation realm powerhouse? Many people were discussing Yi Yuan softly. Before they came to this pill-grading assembly, they thought of numerous possibilities, but they would never have thought that it was evolved to this sort of situation. The situation in front of them already completely broke out of control. There was no longer anyone who could control the current situation. Most likely, even that sea transformation realm powerhouse could not control it either. Because the Su family was thoroughly finished. Cleansing Sandal Flame Lotus. Cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame. You actually had such a level of lucky encounter. Yao Qian stared at Yi Yuan with a dull look in his eyes. His brain could not quite wrap itself around it for a moment. However, the eyes he looked at Yi Yuan with quickly transformed from astonishment into greed. Cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame. This was a Tier 4 essence fire. If he acquired it, perhaps there was still hope of him advancing into the Alchemy King realm in this life. But it was just a thought. He did not dare to kill Yi Yuan in front of so many people. The sect attached much importance to disciples who made it past the Nine Heavens Road. Otherwise, they also would not directly bequeath core disciple status. Although Yi Yuan had not entered the sect currently. But in reality, he was already registered by the sect. The Tranquil Cloud sect's rules were that no internecine was allowed between fellow members. This was an ironclad rule. He, an elder, had no authority to privately punish disciples. But Yi Yuan did not answer Yao Qian's question. Instead, he said coldly, "Yao Qian, you're very good. Today's matter of injuring my father, I've noted it down." Not knowing why, hearing Yi Yuan's threat and seeing that ice-cold gaze of his, Yao Qian could not stop himself from trembling. Could it be that I'm afraid? What kind of joke is this? The other party is only a second-level spirit condensation realm little bastard. Yao Qian felt baffled by his own reaction. Perhaps to other people, Yi Yuan's threat to Yao Qian appeared so pale and hilarious, but Hu Yong found this scene rather familiar. Back then, when Yi Yuan was nearly killed by Su Yubai's sneak attack, he also used this kind of hilarious words to threaten him. Most probably, even Su Yubai could not have imagined that Yi Yuan could actually realize those seemingly hilarious, threatening words so quickly. Hu Yong felt that Yao Qian attacking Yi Hang today was the most foolish thing he had ever done in his entire life. Yi Yuan went to Yi Hang's side and helped Yi Hang inspect his body. His brows could not help furrowing. Yi Hang's injuries were not light. It was evident that the blow from Yao Qian earlier was not held back. This intensified the killing intent in Yi Yuan's heart. But Yi Yuan knew that it was impossible to kill Yao Qian today. He could kill Black Crow Oldman the other time because of favorable timing, geographical, and human conditions. Not a single one could be omitted. It simply could not be replicated again. Even if Yi Yuan could sense that there was also essence fire in Yao Qian's body, it was also impossible to display flame explosion to blow the other party up. While Yao Qian might be an alchemist, he was also a genuine sea transformation realm powerhouse. Even if his combat power was lacking, it was also not something that the people present here could rival. Teacher Huyan, can you please bring my father away from here first, Yi Yuan said. Okay. Huyan Yong did not hesitate and directly agreed. Humph. You killed the Su family trio brothers and want to leave just like this? Aren't you looking down on me too much? Yao Qian said with a cold snort when he saw the situation. The aura of a sea transformation realm was released once again, crushing everyone until they were suffocating. What? Does Elder Yao Qian want to kill all of us to take revenge for those three brothers? I recall that a certain someone said that if somebody could harm a hair of the Su family brothers in front of him, he would immediately get lost. Looks like sect elder's words is just like farting. Yi Yuan said with a sneer. Yao Qian could not help freezing when he heard that. He still thought about skating over it just now, but he did not imagine that Yi Yuan did not forget it and brought this matter up again. This time, the face of him, a sect elder, was utterly lost. Chapter 210. Chapter 210, Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword Art, 1000 Flowing Petals. Humph. Even if I don't bother about the Su family affairs, there will naturally be people who will care about it. Stinking brat, just wait to receive the flames of wrath from the Ouyang family. Yao Qian found a way for him to step off the stage. This won't need to trouble Elder Yao. Even if the sky falls, there's me, Yi Yuan, catching it. If it were before today, Yao Qian would definitely snort in derision at these words. But today, Yi Yuan's methods came in endless streams. He clearly only had second-level spirit condensation realm strength, but that could make Yao Qian, a sea transformation realm powerhouse, felt like Yi Yuan was a hard nut to crack. Though his words were rampant, Yi Yuan truly had the capital to be unbridled. However, he did not plan on letting Yi Yuan off just like this. Or else, where would he put the face of him, this elder? Since the matter over here is done, then let's deal with the sect's internal affairs. Yi Yuan. You secretly stole sect pill formulas and circulated them into the secular world. This sin is unforgivable. Initially, I came to welcome you into the sect. But now, as a sect elder, I have no choice but to escort you into the sect to wait for the sect's decision. Are you going to surrender or do you want me to make a move? Yao Qian recovered to that insufferably arrogant sect elder at this moment again. The Su family's matters were already a foregone conclusion. Even he was helpless about it. But if he let Yi Yuan swagger his way into the sect, putting aside other things, he could not give an account over at Ouyang Ming's side. Only by marching Yi Yuan into the sect could he look a bit better on the surface. When Yao Qian's words fell, the temperature in the Great Hall dropped drastically. Everyone understood that this was Yao Qian killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. On the one hand, he was striking the imperial family. On the other hand, he was hammering Yi Yuan. Killing two birds with one stone. Furthermore, if he entered the sect with this criminal charge, Yi Yuan would probably find it hard to retreat unscathed. When Yi Yuan heard that, he suddenly grinned and said, "Then I'll have to seek advice from Elder Yao's brilliant moves. Everyone leave this place first. Once Elder Yao makes his move, most likely not a living being will survive. Your Majesty, I'll hand Wan Donghai and his son over to you. Don't let me down." The crowd felt touched when they heard it. This was Yi Yuan not wanting to harm the innocent. The might of a sea transformation realm attacking was extraordinary. That bout with Yihang just now was already considered showing mercy. Even though Yi Yuan's performance was very monstrous, they all knew that there were elements of gaining advantage through trickery. Genuinely facing a sea transformation realm powerhouse like Yao Qian, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to be his match. Yuan. Yuaner. Yihang doted on Yi Yuan the most and was naturally unwillingly to leave alone. Yi Yuan flashed father a smile and said, "Don't worry, he won't dare to kill me. If I can't beat him, at most, it's just suffering a little. Leave this place first, father, I know what I'm doing." Seeing those firm eyes of Yi Yuan's, Yihang nodded and said, "You be careful." The crowd left the drunken star manor. The originally packed Great Hall only had Yi Yuan and Yao Qian left at present. Yao Qian did not stop the others from leaving and also did not bother about Wan Donghai's life or death. He just wanted Yi Yuan to crawl out from here. Use the cleansing sandal sacred flame as well. If I guess correctly, your trump cards should be all used up, right? What method do you planning on using to deal with me? Yao Qian said nonchalantly. TCH, don't you feel too immature for trying to goad me like this? Or is Elder Yao scared? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. What a joke. Do you feel that a sea transformation realm would fear you, a spirit condensation realm martial artist? Although he flatly denied it, not knowing why, Yao Qian had a feeling like anger from having his thoughts read. Yi Yuan's means were endless. To say that Yao Qian was as steady as Mount Tai, even he himself did not quite believe it. After all, Tier 4 Essence Fire was an existence which was already sufficient to threaten him. Haha, enough crap. Bring it on. Finishing, Yi Yuan did not wait for Yao Qian to attack. He walked out from his own body. One Yi Yuan became two Yi Yuans just like this. Yao Qian's pupils involuntarily shrunk when he saw this. He still thought that Yi Yuan would play hide-and-seek with him using the avatar body. Who knew that Yi Yuan would actually showcase his avatar body so openly? What was he planning on doing? Yao Qian did not dare to delay. Putting his hands together, he began to gather essence energy. The ace in the hole for sea transformation realm martial artists. Right then, Yi Yuan's avatar body moved. He would not stand there stupidly and watch Yao Qian gather essence energy. If he let a sea transformation realm gather essence energy, what did he need to fight for? There was only the outcome of a one-shot kill. The timing of the avatar body making its move was grasped perfectly. It just happened to disrupt the rhythm of Yao Qian gathering essence energy. Yi Yuan arrived in front of Yao Qian. Yao Qian did not dare to delay. An essence energy ball was fired out. The essence energy ball exploded in midair along with Yi Yuan, raising a bundle of flames. Right at this moment, Yao Qian's expression suddenly changed dramatically. Purple-colored petal rain. As a sea transformation realm powerhouse, his sensitivity towards essence energy was far beyond what crystal formation realms could compare to. This purple petal rain was actually agglomerated and formed from heaven and earth essence energy. How was this possible? Yi Yuan was only second-level spirit condensation realm. He could actually mobilize heaven and earth essence energy. Yao Qian was an alchemist in the end. He was simply inept at combat. At this time, he actually had the time to stand there in a daze. An intense sense of danger welled up inside him. Yao Qian's hair was standing on its ends. This move by Yi Yuan was likely to be extraordinarily powerful. Tumultuous violent wave. Yao Qian hurried revolved his power and started to gather essence energy again. Only this time, he did not have such ample time to accumulate it. However, there was more than enough to use this amount of essence energy to deal with a second-level spirit condensation realm martial artist. Yao Qian pushed out both palms. Essence energy actually roiled over towards Yi Yuan like a violent, turbulent wave. Azure Dipper floating zero sword art, second stance, 1,000 flowing petals. Yi Yuan gave a low cry. The sword tip danced, and the boundless flying petals actually assaulted Yao Qian. Gigantic waves billowed with a majestic aura, surging forward like a torrential tide. Falling petals adrift noiselessly where the source was distant and the stream long. Those countless falling petals were like moths flying toward a blazing fire, continuously whittling down the aura of that tumultuous violent wave. Finally, those countless falling petals punched a gap in the gigantic wave and swept towards Yao Qian. Although the essence energy sea was greatly diminished by the falling petals, it still carried enormous attack power as it surged towards Yi Yuan. Both parties received the attack at the same time. Yi Yuan was sent flying out, directly smashing through the wall and flew outside. Yao Qian was no better. Those falling petals were like individual knife blades, wrapping his entire body and slicing him. The clothes on Yao Qian were shredded into countless ribbons, his flesh a bloody blur. However, the essence energy protection of a sea transformation realm was much more powerful. The wounds on Yao Qian's body appeared terrifying, but it was actually not that serious. Rather, it was Yi Yuan who became unconscious after being hit outside. Even so, this was an unprecedented humiliation for Yao Qian. A frontal clash between a sea transformation realm martial artist and a second-level spirit condensation realm martial artist, and he was actually injured to such an extent. Yi Yuan. I'm going to kill you. Yao Qian had already lost his mind in his rage. He directly rushed out of the drunken star manor and unleashed a palm towards Yuan. The people outside had not dispersed yet. When they say this scene, they could not help being greatly startled. Chapter 211, Mo Yuntian. Chapter 211, Mo Yuntian. Yi Yuan. Yuaner. Yi Yuan facing off with a sea transformation realm powerhouse, Yi Hang, and the rest naturally would not really leave in peace. Seeing Yao Qian, who was drenched in blood, everyone was flabbergasted. And at this moment, Yi Yuan was lying unconscious on the ground. Yi Hang and Hu Yong wanted to head over to rescue him, but it was already too late. An essence energy ball reached Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye, and he was already incapable of resisting at this moment. Yi Hang shut his eyes painfully, not daring to witness the scene of his son being killed. Right then, a silhouette appeared in front of Yi Yuan like a phantom and reached out to lightly tap the essence energy ball. It instantly vanished into nothingness. Everyone was unbelievably shocked. A 28-29-year-old youth in azure clothing faced Yao Qian calmly and saved Yi Yuan. This unexpected change caught everyone off guard. Who was this youth? Hu Yong's pupils constricted when he saw that youth and was immediately overjoyed. With this person around, Yi Yuan should be safe and sound. The azure-clothed youth gave Yao Qian a slight salute and said with a faint smile, "Please calm your anger, Martial Uncle Yao. You vented what you needed to vent, so don't kill, all right?" In spite of everything, Yi Yuan is still a sect disciple. Yao Qian had already calmed down currently too. But he gave a cold snort when he saw this youth and said, "What did you come for?" The youth smiled and said, "Master heard that there are 2 junior apprentice brothers with peerless talent and feel that it's more appropriate for them to join my martial hall. Hence, he explained to the sect master and ordered me to fetch the 2 junior apprentice brothers into the sect." Humph. Using sect master to suppress me. I don't care about the 2 of them entering your martial hall, but Yi Yuan stole sect pill formulas and circulated them in the secular world. His crime is unforgivable and must be brought to the pill hall to be punished severely. Yao Qian refused to give in at all. This matter is all conjectures by martial uncle. Yi Yuan has never left the state of Qin before since birth till now and has never been to the sect. How could he steal the pill formulas? I think that junior apprentice brother you must have had some other fortuitous encounter, that's how he obtained the pill formulas. How about this, martial uncle, I'll bring junior apprentice brother Yi and Long Tang back to the martial hall first. The pill formulas involve the rise and fall of the sect. Master will definitely take it up personally. After inquiring into the cause, he will naturally give an explanation to the pill hall. The azure-clothed youth said neither humbly nor haughtily. No way. Yi Yuan is guilty and must be detained back to the sect. Since that's the case, then this disciple will have to offend you, the youth said calmly. You dare to attack me. This disciple dare not. But master's orders are hard to go against. What a fine Mo Yuntian. To actually dare go against your superiors. I'll remember today's matters. I'll report this incident to the hall head and sect master. I want to see just what kind of accounting you all can give. Let's go. Yao Qian said furiously. Finishing, Yao Qian brought along Yang Hao and left without even turning back. Senior apprentice brother Mo, after Yao Qian left, Hu Yong shouted rather agitatedly. This Mo Yuntian was precisely that peerless genius who passed through the 9 heavens rode a decade ago in the state of Qin's Danwu Academy and also Hu Yong's fellow sect senior apprentice brother. 10 years without meeting. The disparity between the two became greater and greater. Mo Yuntian looked towards Hu Yong. An astonished look flashed past his eyes. Haven't met for a few years, to think that junior apprentice brother Hu Yan actually broke through to the crystal formation realm too. Felicitations. In his impression, Hu Yong's natural endowments were not bad, but he should not have broken through to the crystal formation realm so quickly. Hu Yong's breakthrough speed was at least 10 years ahead of what he imagined. Just good fortune. Many thanks for senior apprentice brother Mo helping to save Yi Yuan. If not for you, Yi Yuan would most likely be killed by that dog fart elder. Already. As for his breakthrough, Hu Yong did not wish to say too much. But thinking of Yao Qian, he was full of hatred. That fellow concerned himself with the individual and not the matter. Causing a total upheaval to the situation in the state of Qin and almost killing Yi Yuan. How could he not hate? Mo Yuntian waved his hands and said smilingly, Yi Yuan is also my junior apprentice brother in future. I'm here under Master's order. Saving him is expected. This isn't the place to talk. Let's head back to the academy first before continuing. Finishing, Mo Yuntian looked at the unconscious Yi Yuan, his gaze revealing deep shock. Mo Yuntian completely took in with his eyes the move Yi Yuan that used to deal with Yao Qian just now. It truly left him tremendously shocked. A second-level spirit condensation realm martial artist could actually communicate with heaven and earth essence energy to use such a powerful move. Such talent could no longer be described using monstrous. Although the heaven and earth essence energy that Yi Yuan could communicate with was very limited and not even worth mentioning to see transformation realm powerhouses, one must know that Yi Yuan was only second-level spirit condensation realm. If he broke through to the crystal formation realm in the future, just based on this move, it was sufficient to sweep away those martial artists in the same rank. Even now, the average crystal formation realm martial artist would absolutely not dare to let Yi Yuan complete this sort of move. Or else, they could only flee for their lives. Earlier, Yao Qian suffered a loss in Yi Yuan's hands was still because his combat experience was too little, giving Yi Yuan the opportunity to complete his move. If another martial artist were swapped in to do battle, they would definitely not give Yi Yuan this kind of chance. The flaw of this move was that it consumed too much time. Even so, the might of this move should not even appear on a spirit condensation realm martial artist. Also, Mo Yuntian clearly saw a shadow of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art amidst the 1,000 flowing petals, but the sword intent of the 1,000 flowing petals was stronger than the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art. After this child enters the sect, he would surely become the number one among the younger generation in the not-too-distant future. A group of people came to the Danwu Academy and settled down. Mo Yuntian took out 2 medicinal pills to give Yi Yuan and Yi Hang to eat. Yi Hang's injuries regained control very rapidly. While Yi Yuan remained unconscious, his complexion gradually turned for the better. Yao Qian's attack was initially executed in haste and was also greatly exhausted by Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals. Hence, while Yi Yuan's injuries were severe, there was no danger to his life. Afterward, Mo Yuntian went together with Hu Yanyong to Jiang Yunhe's residence to pay respects. When Mo Yuntian saw Jiang Yunhe, he gave a bow and said, Yuntian pays respects to Lord Dean. Has Dean been well recently? Ha. Well. Very well. Don't be too courteous, Yuntian. Your Hall head Zhao's direct disciple now with a status that is much higher than mine. No need to pay such solemn respects. Seeing Mo Yuntian, Jiang Yunhe was clearly also beside himself with joy. He had already been in position for over a dozen years and only nurtured this one talent. He would naturally regard him importantly. Mo Yuntian smiled and said, if not for the Dean's nurturing, how can Yuntian have today? In this life, no matter where I go to, Dean Jiang will always be Yuntian's Lord Dean. Haha, this Dean is already satisfied that you have such sentiments. You coming to the state of Qin this time is under Hall head Zhao's orders. That's right. It's also fortunate that Master instructed Yuntian to come. Otherwise, our Tranquil Cloud sect's losses this time would be too massive. Junior apprentice brother Ye's talent supersedes Yuntian's 10 times, 100 times over. If such a genius were to be ruined in Yao Qian's hands, it would undoubtedly be a catastrophe for the sect. After seeing Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals, Mo Yuntian also felt lingering fear in his herd. Such a matchless genius, once the sect lost him, they might not even find another one for 100 years. Chapter 212, Talk of Destiny. Chapter 212, Talk of Destiny. Yi Yuan's talent is indeed monstrous, but to say that the sect losing him will be equivalent to a catastrophe. I'm afraid that it's a little exaggerated, right? Hearing Mo Yuntian had such high appraisal of Yi Yuan, Jiang Yunhe was surprised. Mo Yuntian shook his head and said, that's because Dean didn't see the confrontation between him and Yao Qian. Just now, when he was facing off with Yao Qian, he used a sword move. This sword move was released through communicating with heaven and earth essence energy. Jiang Yunhe was greatly alarmed as he said, what did you say? Communicating with heaven and earth essence energy. Did you see wrongly? Hu Yanyong did not see what happened inside either. He was also dumbstruck hearing what Mo Yuntian said currently. Mo Yuntian shook his head and said, how can I? In reality, I initially wanted to intervene earlier, but when I saw junior apprentice brother Yi use that move, I had the thought of observing the result. Also, junior apprentice brother Yi's fighting talent is extremely outstanding. He could grasp the flaws of his opponent accurately and unleash his strength to the limits. That battle looked like junior apprentice brother Yi lost, but the way I saw it, junior apprentice brother Yi was the victor. If junior apprentice brother Yi possessed crystal formation realm strength, the one lying on the ground might just be Yao Qian. Jiang Yunhe exchanged a glance with Hu Yong and read the astonishment in the other person's eyes. What concept was Mo Yuntian saying? Sea transformation realm was an invincible existence above the crystal formation realm. Even if Yao Qian was the crummiest type of sea transformation realm, he could absolutely sweep through crystal formation realm powerhouses as well when facing them. But Mo Yuntian said that as long as Yi Yuan had crystal formation realm strength, he could defeat Yao Qian. Wasn't this sort of leaping ranks to battle too exaggerated? Also, if I saw correctly, junior apprentice brother Yi must have obtained the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art complete inheritance on the Nine Heavens Road. However, his sword intent is not the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art, but is even higher rank than the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art. He should have completed a type of sword intent fusion. Such talent is likely no worse than founding father Yu Wuya. Mo Yuntian continued. Jiang Yunhe and Hu Yong were horrifyingly shocked. If it was really as Mo Yuntian said, then doesn't Yi Yuan already possess the potential to shatter the void and ascend to the divine realm? To a sect like the Tranquil Cloud sect, this was absolutely a tremendous lucky chance. Everyone understood the logic of when a man attained the Tao, even his hen and dog became immortals too. If Yi Yuan could rise up, the Tranquil Cloud sect would become one of the strongest sects in the entire endless world. Jiang Yunhe's expression suddenly became grave as he said, Yuntian, if Yi Yuan truly has such talent, it might not be a good thing to the sect. Mo Yuntian was stunned when he heard that and could not help asking, why does Dean say so? Talk of destiny is fleeting and ephemeral. But regardless whether it's to sects or martial artists themselves, destiny really exists. Whether a martial artist can have great accomplishments, first, we have to look at talent. But destiny is also very important. Back then, ancestral father Yu Wuya was said to have obtained a certain ancient inheritance, that's why he could rise against the heavens and become a legend of the endless world. Jiang Yunhe paused for a moment and continued. It's the same thing for sects. A heaven-defying genius might be able to bring the sect to rise up powerfully, but the growth of a genius will surely incur many, many powerful foes. And these foes might not be something that the sect can withstand. A single misstep and it could very well be a cataclysmic disaster. This is the sect's destiny being insufficient to support the rise of this genius. Mo Yuntian kept silent and did not speak when he heard that. He nodded a short while later and said, listening to Dean saying this, it's true. Ever since Yi Yuan's sudden powerful rise, all he provoked were foes much more powerful than him. At present, he had just broken through to the spirit condensation realm not long ago and actually provoked such a powerful figure like Yao Qian. Truly can't tell what kind of terrifying adversary he will incur in the future. Even so, the sect can't abandon this chance. Everything is foreordained by the heaven. I believe that when Ancestor passed junior apprentice brother Yi that Songhua sword, he also did not imagine that this sword would actually save his life, right? Or perhaps, this is Yi Yuan's destiny, and also the fate of the Tranquil Cloud sect. Mo Yuntian said firmly. How so? Jiang Yunhe asked in puzzlement. Mo Yuntian smiled and said, do you know why Master sent me to the state of Qin? Isn't it because Hall Head Shao heard that Yi Yuan has astonishing talent, that's why he sent you here? Jiang Yunhe said perplexedly. Haha, Master is the dignified martial hall head. There are many matters he needs to attend to every day, and he also has to cultivate. How would he have the energy to bother with the affairs of two geniuses from the secular world? Junior apprentice brother Yi is extraordinarily talented, so the sect sent Yao Qian over. But why would he make an unnecessary move like sending over Mo Yuntian? Yeah. Putting it this way, it's indeed a little strange. Do you all know the history of that spirit artifact in Yi Yuan's hands? Jiang Yunhe and Hu Yong shook their heads at the same time. How would they know? That sword is called Songhua sword. It's the lifeblood spirit artifact of the previous generation martial hall head, Lu Yan. And ancestor Lu Yan is Master's master. Tell me, How can he maintain his composure upon hearing the news of the Tsanghua sword coming into being? Mo Yuntian explained. The pair came to a realization. Turns out that the sword in Yi Yuan's hands had such an origin. Then how did Hall Head Xiao know that Yi Yuan has the Tsanghua sword? Jiang Yunhe asked in confusion. Xiao Jian did not even pay attention to secular world geniuses, so how could he pay attention to what kind of weapon was wielded by a state of Qin's genius? Mo Yuntian gave a meaningful smile and said, speaking of that, it's all thanks to the Su family. Su family? What's it got to do with them? If my guess is correct, the Su family members must have coveted the spirit artifact in Yi Yuan's hands. That's why they would inquire about the source of this sword. And Master just happened to find out about this matter and asked in detail, confirming that the spirit artifact in Yi Yuan's hands is the Tsanghua sword. After Master knew about this news, he was unbelievably agitated. Hence, he sent me here to the state of Qin. As Ancestor Lu Yan's successor, Master naturally would not let him enter the pill hall. But he also didn't think that so many things would actually happen in the state of Qin. Su Yubai. Haha. The Su family really lifted a stone to smash onto their own feet. It's clear that Yi Yuan is indeed somebody with a great destiny. Nobody can stop his rising momentum. Jiang Yunhe shook his head and said with a laugh. He truly did not think that there was actually such an intricate story in between. Su Yubai's greed saved Yi Yuan instead. It was evident that everything was foreordained by heaven. Yi Yuan was not meant to die. Mo Yuntian nodded and said, regardless where destiny and fate really exists, the sect has no reason to reject such a genius. Martial Uncle Sect Master, as well as many sect upper echelons, have not given up on their desire to return to the northern domain. Now that we can see hope for the sect, we naturally have to foster junior apprentice Brother Yi with all our power. I think that this ambition might not have been absent when Ancestor Lu Yan passed the Tsanghua sword to junior apprentice Brother Yi. Chapter 213, Might of a Single Finger. Chapter 213, Might of a Single Finger. Several days later. Barely any student was seen around the Danwu Academy, almost all of the students gathered at the plaza. Yi Yuan had already recovered. This also represented that he and Long Tang were going to leave the Danwu Academy and officially enter the sect. Yi Yuan initially wanted to leave low-key, but Jiang Yunhe suggested to organize a grand sending-off assembly. After all, this was the greatest event in the state of Qin's Danwu Academy in the past 10 years. As the academy's dean, he naturally felt honored because of this. Yi Yuan did not wish to put a damper on Jiang Yunhe's enthusiasm, so he agreed. I've long known that Yi Yuan was going to leave, but I didn't think that this day would arrive so quickly. Yeah, this fellow is too terrifying. Simply in a different world from the rest of us. Only a larger stage can better showcase his talent. Yi Yuan entering the sect is something within expectations. But did you notice a strange phenomenon? Virtually all those who walked close with Yi Yuan remolded themselves completely. Hearing you say this, it's really true. Teacher Feng, should be Teacher Nanfeng has already broken through to the Alchemy Grandmaster realm. Senior Apprentice Sister Nanfeng has already broken through to the 5th level Spirit Condensation realm and became the number 1 on the martial roll. Although Senior Apprentice Brother Long isn't that close with Yi Yuan, he himself also acknowledged that he could only make it through the 9 Heavens Road because of Yi Yuan. The most frightening is still Elder Huyen Yong. He actually broke through to the Crystal Formation realm directly. Simply mind-blowing. You missed out 2 other people. One is the rising new genius figure among the Earth rank students called Tang Yu. These few months, this Tang Yu advanced by leaps and bounds, breaking through from 5th level Essence Qi realm all the way to 9th level Essence Qi realm. I heard that he's going to take part in the Earth rank advancement test very soon to become a Heaven rank student. And he is the person who got to know Yi Yuan earliest. Another is Yi Yuan's father, Pavilion Lord Yi. Not only did Pavilion Lord Yi break through to the 2nd level Crystal Formation realm, he even broke through to middle rank Alchemy Grandmaster. Could it be that Yi Yuan's body has some magic? Hearing you say this, I really regret it to death. If I knew it would be like this, I should have hugged Yi Yuan's thigh tightly. For all we know, I might also be able to become a Heaven rank student now, or maybe even become a martial role expert. Keep dreaming. Yi Yuan's rise could already be said to be a legend in the Danwu Academy. Especially for those aristocrat students. Many of them knew that Yi Yuan went on a massacre in the capital and confronted a sea transformation realm powerhouse face-on. This courage and vigor, this strength, they could only look up to it in their lifetime. Additionally, Huyen Yong had already succeeded Suyubai's position at this time and became the disciplinary hall's first elder. Initially, with Huyen Yong's age, he had the opportunity to enter the sect. But he still chose to stay in the academy to assist the dean all the way until the dean returned to the sect. Yi Yuan knew that Huyen Yong was brought up by Jiang Yunhe, so did not say anything. But he secretly made a resolution to help Jiang Yunhe get the Purple Center Soul incantation as soon as possible. One had to say, Jiang Yunhe had been completely absorbed in being the dean. Throughout the entire process, each and every one of the students was like on stimulants. They treated Long Tang and Yi Yuan as idols and were determined to become a sect disciple. The power of a role model was boundless, especially the role models by the side of the students. The sending-off assembly was coming to a close. Jiang Yunhe was about to announce the conclusion when Long Tang, who had kept silent the whole time, opened his mouth to speak at this time. He went in front of Yi Yuan and said seriously, "Yi Yuan, I knew that you would eventually surpass me one day. But I didn't think that this day would come so quickly. Although I know that I'm not your match right now, I still wish to issue a challenge to you. I wonder if the agreed-upon battle we had before is still counted." Towards Long Tang's actions, Yi Yuan was also somewhat surprised. Indeed, Long Tang's current strength was already inadequate to threaten him. However, fighting with Long Tang was just exchanging pointers. Yi Yuan obviously could not bring out all of his cards like dealing with Su Yubai and Su Yulin. However, regarding Long Tang's fixed match, Yi Yuan naturally had no reason to reject. Hence, he nodded and said, "It naturally counts. I've also been looking forward to this match with senior apprentice brother Long." "Haha, now it should be me who's calling you senior apprentice brother," Long Tang said with a loud laugh. "Haha, senior apprentice brother is indeed magnanimous. You actually gave away this #1 seat so happily." Facing Long Tang's forthrightness, Yi Yuan was also affected by it. Long Tang shook his hands and said, "Before this, I didn't understand. But ever since watching you clear the Nine Heavens Road, I suddenly understood. This #1 of the martial role is actually the main culprit that was holding me back. The #1 in the Danwu Academy, it's not about feeling cold or lonely from reaching an extremely high realm, but merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Only by continuously surpassing myself, chasing after the paramount martial Tao, that's what martial artists should do." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Senior apprentice brother Long's comprehension is exceedingly high. Just based on this aspect, it's already far surpassed most people. Come then, before heading for the sect, let us determine the #1 on this martial roll." "Haha, come." The two of them were about to make a move when a silhouette shot up and stood in the middle of them. Yi Yuan and Long Tang were stunned when they saw who it was. This person was none other than Wu Luochen. Wu Luochen currently also broke through to the 3rd level spirit condensation realm and was officially ranked in the top 5 of the martial roll. In the Danwu Academy, that was an absolutely domineering existence. "This isn't right, senior apprentice brother Long. Yi Yuan and my arranged battle comes first, how can you cut the queue? This fight, let me go first," Wu Luochen said with a displeased face. Yi Yuan was stupefied when he heard Wu Luochen. Such a long time without meeting him, Yi Yuan forgot that he still had an arranged battle with him. It was just that with his current strength, Wu Luochen probably could not even receive a single move. Did this fellow really not even have this bit of self-awareness? "Yi Yuan, don't look at me with this sort of expression. I know that I already don't have the qualifications to be your opponent. Even senior apprentice brother Long most likely doesn't have this qualification either. I just want to see how great the gap between us is. Then, I'll head down that direction and continuously break through realms," Wu Luochen said. Towards Wu Luochen's words, Long Tang did not refute anything. He had also heard about the great battle in the capital. Yi Yuan's foe was a sea transformation realm powerhouse. How could he rival a spirit condensation realm who could cause a sea transformation realm powerhouse to be injured? When Yi Yuan heard that, he snickered in his heart. This Wu Luochen was really a martial fanatic. But this person was obsessed until it was adorable. Speaking of which, back then when dealing with Su Yishan, he owed him a favor. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan smiled serenely and said, "Fine, under these circumstances, I'll only unleash one finger. If you can receive it, consider it my loss." "For real?" Wu Luochen asked disbelievingly. Although he knew that Yi Yuan was very strong now, but to only use one finger to defeat him, wasn't this a little arrogant? "Okay. I'll let you see my, Wu Luochen's, power." Finishing, Wu Luochen figure burst forth, shooting towards Yi Yuan with extreme speed. Yi Yuan smiled calmly. Using his finger as a sword, an abnormally horrifying sword intent was released from his fingertip. Chapter 214, Leaving Without Saying Goodbye. Chapter 214, Leaving Without Saying Goodbye. Sensing that horrifying sword intent, Wu Luochen's face changed abruptly. By the side, Long Tang's expression also changed. Wu Luochen instinctively wanted to dodge this attack, but it was futile. Wu Luochen only felt his eyes blur and Yi Yuan already arrived in front of him while he did not react at all. He only saw a sharp sword continuously becoming bigger and bigger in his eyes. Yi Yuan's sword finger stopped at Wu Luochen's glabella. The sword intent which was originally surging till it was suffocating vanished with a trace all of a sudden as if it had never appeared before. A drop of sweat flowed down Wu Luochen's forehead and dripped on the floor. I lost," Wu Luochen said dryly. "No way. Yi Yuan is already powerful to such an extent. Did you see how he made his move just now?" "I completely didn't see it. It was like he teleported in front of Wu Luochen and then Wu Luochen admitted defeat. Is this really the strength of a spirit condensation realm martial artist? We are on completely different levels than he is. This is simply incomprehensible. Yi Yuan is clearly only second-level spirit condensation realm, while Wu Luochen is third-level spirit condensation realm. Even if Wu Luochen isn't his match, then disparity should be this great, right?" Wu Luochen basically couldn't fight back at all. If that were a life and death match just now, Wu Luochen would be killed instantly. This non-human being simply cannot be measured using common sense. That attack just now, the students did not even see how Yi Yuan made his move. They were the same as Wu Luochen. They only felt a blur in front of their eyes, and Wu Luochen was defeated. Mo Yuntian watched this scene and nodded to himself. He said to Jiang Yunhe, "Junior apprentice brother Ye's attainments in sword Dao is far above mine." That finger just now was wielded freely as he wished. When he unleashed his finger, sword chi billowed to the skies. When he kept away his finger, the clouds were thin and the breeze gentle. This kind of wielding heavy as if it were light is not something that a young man should have. If not for junior apprentice brother Ye's bone age is only around 15 years old, I might even suspect whether or not he's an old monster who has been developing sword Dao for hundreds of years. Haha, yes. Yi Yuan is already like a crane among chickens in the academy. Even the number one on the martial roll, Long Tang, cannot even withstand a single blow in front of him. Even if he doesn't enter the sect, being in the academy has lost all meaning, Jiang Yunhe said smilingly. Yi Yuan looked at Wu Luochen and said with a beam, "Senior apprentice brother Wu's Dao heart is firm. Truly praiseworthy. That finger just now, just take it as a parting gift that I give senior apprentice brother Wu." Yi Yuan's finger earlier did not use full strength. He was only demonstrating to Wu Luochen what was called concept. Yi Yuan's realm was beyond Wu Luochen's wildest imaginations. He incorporated his own understanding towards heavenly Dao in a very shallow manner into this finger. As for how much Wu Luochen could comprehend, it would depend on his fortune. Even though it was only a very tiny portion, it was enough for Wu Luochen to use his entire life. Wu Luochen's entire body trembled when he heard this. His mind involuntarily recalled Yi Yuan's finger just now, as if faintly grasping something, yet like not grabbing anything, akin to the moon's reflection in the water. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and did not interrupt Wu Luochen. Instead, he turned to Long Tang and said, "Senior apprentice brother Long, our turn." Who knew that Long Tang would shake his head instead and said, "No need to compete, I already know the distance between us. That finger just now, I simply have no way of cracking it. Also, I know that you did not use full strength. However, that finger just now is even more powerful than the concept I comprehended on the Nine Heavens Road. I also received no little benefits." The students were initially still looking forward to a great battle but did not think that it would actually conclude in such a manner. From start to end, only Yi Yuan executed a finger, and the dust settled. However, after the students dispersed, Wu Luochen remained at the plaza still, unmoving like a statue. Every day, when people walked by this place, they would use curious eyes to size up Wu Luochen. But Dean instructed that no one was allowed to disturb him. Naturally, there would not be anybody who would go up and speak to him. Just like that, Wu Luochen stood in the plaza for 7 days. After 7 days, Wu Luochen suddenly lifted his head to the skies and gave a long howl. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a punch, and it actually gave off the sound of dragons and tigers roaring. Only to hear a boom, a stone lion in the plaza was disintegrated into dust by this punch of his through the air. The students passing by suddenly saw this scene and were amazed by this. Starting from that day forth, Wu Luochen would surpass Wu Bugui without contest and became number 1 on the martial roll. Of course, this was the afterward. After the sending-off assembly, Yi Yuan returned to the capital and prepared to bid his parents farewell. But after heading back to the capital, Yi Yuan did not see Yi Hang and wife. Instead, manager Feng Sen gave him a letter. The letter was written in Yi Hang's handwriting. Yi Yuan opened the letter dubiously and started reading. Yuan, forgive us for leaving without saying goodbye. In truth, father did not tell you this whole time, but your mother and I are not people of the southern domain, but from the northern domain. These few years, father has always been worried about your growth, so I suppressed the thoughts of returning to the northern domain. To think that you'd profit from the misfortune of being poisoned the previous time and could already grow to be a man that can take charge of a front within a few short months, father is very gratified. Now that you've already entered the sect and the state of Qin's affairs has concluded, father is already completely reassured to return to the northern domain. Your mother and I have to return to the northern domain because of some things. I've already handed the fragrant medicine pavilion over to the imperial family to manage. 60% of all the income will be under your name. In addition, if you have any needs, you can raise it up to His Majesty. He will handle it. You just cultivate in peace in the tranquil cloud sect. In the future, after your mother and I finished our matters, we'll naturally come and look for you. After reading Yi Hang's letter, Yi Yuan's brows knitted together. Although Yi Hang did not mention in the letter what he was going to the northern domain to do, Yi Yuan could sense that the thing he was going to do was probably not so simple. Otherwise, father and mother would not use this sort of method to say goodbye to him. Linking it to some news he heard from Nanfeng Yi Hang and Ren Hongling were being hunted down in the state of Yen back then. From this, it could be seen that they could very well have a powerful enemy. Or else, they would not have come to the southern domain from the distant northern domain. Young master, something happened to owner. When can he come back? Seeing Yi Yuan remain silent, Feng Sen could not help opening his mouth to ask. It's fine. They have something and need to go on a long trip. They probably can't return within a short period of time. In the future, there will be nobody from our Yi family in the fragrant medicine pavilion. We'll have to trouble manager Feng to take care of it, Yi Yuan said with a smile. What are you saying, young master? Fragrant medicine pavilion is just like my home to me, old Feng. After owner comes back, I'll definitely give him back a proper and intact fragrant medicine pavilion. Feng Sen said. Haha, then thank you very much, manager Feng. Since father and mother have already left, I won't stay either. I'll set off for the tranquil cloud sect right away. Till we meet again, manager Feng. Yi Yuan waved goodbye to Feng Sen. Feng Sen watched Yi Yuan's distant back view, tears flowing from his aged eyes. In a blink of an eye, the Yi family household became empty. Celiphoda_Regius Professor. Look at this sentence, a drop of sweat flowed down Wu Luochen's forehead. Initially it was translated as Wu Luochen's glabella. By definition, that is the part right between the eyebrows. Not above, not below, but right between. Just a small coin-size area. Maybe readers prefer that term, maybe the author, the translator, or the editor. But myself, I'll go for forehead. So forehead it is. Chapter 215, Sect Protecting Grand Array. Chapter 215, Sect Protecting Grand Array. Outside the capital, when Yi Yuan saw Nanfeng Ruoqing and Nanfeng Jiro, he could not help being stupefied. Yi Yuan, you're really cold-blooded and heartless. You didn't even come and inform us before leaving. Nanfeng Jiro said huffily. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly when he saw the situation and said, Teacher Nanfeng, senior apprentice sister, I was just afraid of not doing things properly, causing grief and pain from bidding farewell. That's why I left without telling the two of you. I didn't think that you two would actually come to send me off. Humph. Who came to send you off? We're here to see senior apprentice brother Mo off. Nanfeng Jiro said. Yi Yuan gave a faint smile. This lass really wanted to save face. To actually use this sort of method to deal with it. Didn't it seem too childish? Like that, huh? I wonder what senior apprentice sister is looking for senior apprentice brother Mo for. Yi Yuan asked. TCH, seeing your look of disbelief, you go and ask senior apprentice brother Mo. Yi Yuan was stupefied. Looking at this lass's confident appearance, could it be that they really came to look for Mo Yuntian? Nanfeng Ruoqing smiled and said, You little girl, you really like to keep people guessing. Yi Yuan, we're actually preparing to go with you to the Tranquil Cloud sect. With junior apprentice sister Nanfeng's alchemy Dao standards, she could have actually entered the sect long ago. But she chose to stay in the academy for the state of Qin's imperial family. Now that the state of Qin's matters has concluded, she can also leave in peace. As for Nanfeng Jiro, she's entering the sect under a retainer identity, Mo Yuntian explained. Yi Yuan came to a realization after hearing this. Thinking about it, Nanfeng Ruoqing's alchemy Dao standards were not inferior to Yang Hao's. Since Yang Hao could become a core disciple, then she naturally had this qualification too. Furthermore, under Yi Yuan's guidance, Nanfeng Ruoqing's yin-yang separation flow technique was already at the entry-level stage. In terms of alchemy, she likely tossed Yang Hao far behind her already. Yi Yuan knew that every core disciple could bring 5 retainers into the sect. Lu Er was also brought along under the retainer status. Speaking of Lu Er, the frost poison in her body was already temporarily suppressed by the essence Yang pill. But with Yi Yuan's present strength, he was still unable to completely remove the root of the frost poison. Hence, Lu Er still could not cultivate for the time being. So that's the case. Then didn't teacher Nanfeng become senior apprentice sister Nanfeng? Well, this way, I have an additional martial niece. Thinking about it, it's not too bad, Yi Yuan said smilingly. Hee hee. Elder sister Nanfeng became a generation younger instantly. How pitiful. Lu Er could not resist covering her mouth to giggle. Nanfeng Jiro was so angry that she glared with round eyes and said furiously, Who's your martial niece? I'm going to fight it out with you, Yi Yuan. Nanfeng Jiro drew her sword and stabbed. Yi Yuan lightly dodged it. Now, forget about Nanfeng Jiro joking around, even if she used her full strength, she also could not stab Yi Yuan. Nanfeng Ruoqing smiled and said, All right, Jiro. Senior apprentice brother Mo is still here, don't make a fool of yourself. Moreover, what Yi Yuan said is right. According to seniority, you're indeed his martial niece now. Nanfeng Jiro also knew that she could not beat Yi Yuan and said angrily, Humph. I don't want to be his martial niece. After a round of quarreling, Nanfeng Jiro refused to call Yi Yuan as martial uncle no matter what. Mo Yuntian opened his mouth to say, All right, it's getting late. Let's be on our way. Finishing, Mo Yuntian casually waved. A small-scale flying boat appeared in front of everyone. This was a flying spirit artifact which could accommodate around 10 people. The group boarded the flying vessel and set off for the Tranquil Cloud sect. After 2 days, the flying boat landed at a mountain with abundant spiritual qi. This place was endowed with natural spirits and had multiple ranges of mountains, just like a mortal world paradise. The flying boat landed directly at the foot of the mountain. Mo Yuntian put away the flying boat and said to everyone, This place is the Spirit Blessing Mountain, and also the location of the sect. Sect disciples are not to fly through the air in the sect without permission. Therefore, we can only land here and walk on foot up the mountain. Southwest this place is Spirit Blessing Mountain. I've been looking forward to this place since young, this is the first time I've come here. The heaven and earth essence energy in this place is so abundant, much stronger than at the Danwu Academy. Nanfeng Jiro exclaimed in surprise after sensing it. The sect has a sect protecting Grand Array. Within the Grand Array, there's a spirit gathering formation. The essence energy here is naturally much richer than other places, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Mo Yuntian revealed a surprised look. Junior apprentice brother Yi even knows array formations. To actually see through the illusion at a glance. Know a little bit. I can sense the power of array formations. But as for what formations, I can't tell, Yi Yuan said. In reality, Yi Yuan saw through it with one look. This array formation was called Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array, a quasi-tier 5 array formation. It was just that it wasn't that good to behave overly monstrous in front of Mo Yuntian, which was why he pretended he did not know. When Mo Yuntian heard Yi Yuan say this, his surprise lessened a little. This junior apprentice brother Ye's talent in the martial Dao was astonishing while his attainments in alchemy Dao were extremely high. If he even knew array formations, then it was too monstrous. This is my tranquil cloud sec protecting grand array, Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array, a quasi-tier 5 array formation. Its power is extremely great. The average Soul Sea realm powerhouse is unable to break this formation. Speaking of the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array, Mo Yuntian was also rather proud. Hearing Mo Yuntian's introduction, Nanfeng Ruoqing and Nice revealed astonished looks. Soul Sea realm powerhouse was something of the legends to them. But such a powerhouse was actually unable to break the tranquil cloud sec protecting grand array. The might of this grand array could be seen. But Yi Yuan remained calm and composed and did not say anything. But he was somewhat disapproving of Mo Yuntian's words in his heart. No idea which idiot laid out this array formation, simply full of loopholes. After Yi Yuan's slight observation, he discovered at least 7 or 8 places where the grand array was slightly weaker. If he had seen transformation realm strength, breaking this array formation would be like playing around. Why would there be the need for a Soul Seal realm powerhouse to break the formation? The so-called quasi-tier 5 array formation basically represented the pinnacle power of tier 4 array formations. That was also to say, even if the person breaking the array had peak Soul Sea realm strength, they could forget about forcefully breaking this array formation. But Yi Yuan reckoned that for the current sec protecting array, as long as the person breaking the array had middle stage Soul Seal realm strength, they could completely break it apart forcefully. Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array belonged to the peak existences among quasi-tier 5 array formations. A fine and proper sec protecting array was laid out in such a manner, one could only say that the level of the person who set up the formation was too low. This array at present, as long as the opposing party brought along a tier 4 array formation master, it could be broken very easily. If Yi Yuan laid out this grand array, forget about peak Soul Seal realm powerhouses, even half-step divine traversing realm powerhouses could only return defeated. However, Yi Yuan naturally would not say these things to Mo Yuntian so as to avoid being overly shocking. The Tranquil Cloud sect had already set up their sect here for 1,000 years already, and it had been safe and sound the entire time. Though this array formation was slightly inferior, it did not seem to be too much of an issue. Furthermore, it could be seen from this Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array that the Tranquil Cloud sect's foundation was profoundly deep. All right, you guys follow me up the mountain. Mo Yuntian brought the few people and headed up the mountain. Good day, senior apprentice brother Mo, the disciple on duty guarding the gate took the initiative to go up and salute when he saw Mo Yuntian. Mo Yuntian nodded and said, I'm under master's orders to fetch junior apprentice brother and sisters from the secular world up the mountain. This is the permit. The gatekeeping disciple took over the permit, used divine sense to sweep over it before returning to Mo Yuntian and opening up the path, saying, if you please, senior apprentice brother Mo. Chapter 216, put up with it a little. Chapter 216, put up with it a little. Who's that young man? A second-level spirit condensation realm actually have to trouble senior apprentice brother Mo to personally fetch him from the secular world. Yeah. A second-level spirit condensation realm, even being an outer sect disciple is enough for him to choke on. Senior apprentice brother Mo actually went to receive him personally. Most likely, it's due to ties from higher-ups, right? Heh, for sure. But entering the sect with this bit of strength, he will probably be eliminated very soon, right? These nobility children from the secular world probably don't know the cruelty in the sects and even believe that this place is like those mediocre talents in the secular world. However, those two ladies are really like celestial fairies. If I can get close to them, ask me to die and I'll also be willing. It's just, I wonder if they are going to enter the pill hall or martial hall. Yeah, really too beautiful. Just now, I stared until I couldn't pull my eyes away. But such ravishing beauties, it wouldn't be our turn no matter what. You'd better not think too much. When the two disciples on duty saw Yi Yuan's realm, belittling mentality was naturally born. In the Dan Wu Academy, second-level spirit condensation realm was already a very powerful existence. But in the sect, it was not even fit to carry shoes for others. They naturally felt that Yi Yuan only got in through some sect upper echelon relations. Yi Yuan and co walked for roughly 2 hours along the mountain path before finally seeing the dense architectural complexes. Other than Yi Yuan, the rest were filled with curiosity towards sect life and could not resist looking around. Right at this moment, a disciple-looking young man walked over and gave Mo Yuntian a salute, saying, "Senior apprentice brother Mo. Zhang Jinghe, perfect. These few people are junior apprentice brothers and sister from the state of Qin's Danwu Academy. Come and get to know each other," Mo Yuntian said. Mo Yuntian introduced both parties to each other. Yi Yuan and the others also greeted Zhang Jing. This Zhang Jing had 9th-level spirit condensation realm strength. His ranking among core disciples was even quite near the front. When Zhang Jing heard Mo Yuntian's introduction, he said in surprise, "Junior apprentice sister Nanfeng is already a high-rank alchemy master at such a young age. Even among the Pill Hall's core disciples, your strength is rather uncommon. Why did you only enter the sect today?" He directly neglected Long Tang and Yi Yuan. Not that he was enamored by Nanfeng Ruoqing's beauty, but because Long Tang and Yi Yuan's realms were too low. Such meager strength, they were basically existences at the bottom level in the sect. And Yi Yuan's strength was most likely scraping the bottom of the barrel among outer sect disciples. Hence, as he saw it, Mo Yuntian naturally went to personally fetch this beautiful junior apprentice sister. Sect disciples were not very concerned with secular world matters. Regarding the matter of Yi Yuan and Long Tang clearing the Nine Heavens Road, there were scarcely any people who knew in the sect. Zhang Jing obviously did not know either. Yang Hao only knew because Yao Qian played the role as envoy this time. He ran into a stone wall in the secular world. After returning, he naturally would not go spreading it around. Nanfeng Ruoqing smiled and said, "Because there were still some matters to deal with in the secular world, that's why I delayed for some time." "So that's the case. But junior apprentice sister, don't have to worry, with your strength, you'll be able to stand firm in the Pill Hall very soon. By then, all of us senior apprentice brothers will probably have to rely on you, junior apprentice sister," Zhang Jiang said with a grin. As a matter of fact, within the Tranquil Cloud sect, the number of people in the Pill Hall was much lesser compared to the Martial Hall, but their position supersedes the Martial Hall. Everyone could become a martial artist, but not everyone could become an alchemist. Especially in the Tranquil Cloud sect, which was established with medicinal pills, the position of alchemists was even higher. The reason was none other than martial artists could not steer clear from medicinal pills. The Martial Hall naturally could not separate from the Pill Hall either as well. Even today's Martial Hall head, Xiao Jian, also does not dare to say he's not reliant on the Pill Hall. Therefore, Zhang Jing befriending Nanfeng Ruoqing here was not only because she was pretty, but because she was a high-rank alchemy master with huge potential. With Nanfeng Ruoqing's age, to be able to cultivate to such a realm in the secular world, her future accomplishments would definitely be extraordinary. Building good relations with her now was obviously not a bad thing. However, while Zhang Jing was flattering Nanfeng Ruoqing's gaze would dart towards Yi Yuan either intentionally or unintentionally. If not for Yao Qian offending Yi Yuan, he would probably sweep through those so-called geniuses if he went to the Pill Hall, right? Senior apprentice brother is too kind, Ruoqing doesn't deserve it. Nanfeng Ruoqing smiled faintly and expressed humility in an impeccable manner. Mo Yuntian saw that Zhang Jing made an error in judgment but did not expose it. Strength had to be proven by oneself. Other people's oral narrative might not be convincing. With the strength of Yi Yuan's talent, he would naturally not fall and die among the masses. In future, Zhang Jing will see it for himself. "Zhang Jing, I still have to report back to Master. You arrange a place for the new junior apprentice brothers and sister on my behalf then," Mo Yuntian said. "All right. Just go ahead senior apprentice brother, I'll settle it." Place junior apprentice sister Nanfeng in the Pill barracks, Long Tang in the human barracks. As for junior apprentice brother Yi, speaking until here, Mo Yuntian fell silent for a moment, appearing to be considering how to place Yi Yuan. Don't worry, senior apprentice brother, I'll help junior apprentice brother Yi arrange for a nice place in the outer sect. Zhang Jing followed up. The way Zhang Jing saw it, Yi Yuan's age was too young. This cultivation realm was definitely piled up using medicinal pills, and his strength must be very appalling. It was impossible for him to be a core disciple. Hence, the way Zhang Jing saw Yi Yuan was around the same as the disciples on duty at the gate. He thought that Mo Yintian was contemplating how to consider Yi Yuan's face so as not make him look too bad. Unexpectedly, Mo Yintian waved his hand and said, "You're mistaken. Junior apprentice brother Yi is a core disciple. How can he be placed in the outer sect? How about this, junior apprentice brother Yi will have to put up with it a little and be placed in the earth barracks for the time being." Zhang Jing was frozen in place when he heard that and did not react for a long time. Put up with it a little. Earth barracks. Senior apprentice brother Mo was not having a fever, was he? Placing a second-level spirit condensation realm little rookie in the earth barracks was even making him suffer. The residences of the Tranquil Cloud sect's core disciples were separated into 3 levels: Heaven Barracks, Earth Barracks, and Human Barracks. The movements in the Human Barracks residences was the greatest because there were frequently people who were eliminated to the outer sect among them. The Earth Barracks was relatively stable. The strength of these people was around the middle among the core disciples. Zhang Jing was staying in the Earth Barracks. The Heaven Barracks was the preparatory camp for elite disciples. Every one of the students here had the qualifications to aim for elite disciple. Of course, it was just qualifications. Becoming an elite disciple was too difficult. Even if there were elite disciples who were eliminated and entered core disciple, they could charge back very quickly. This was the gap between elite disciples and core disciples. And within the Heaven Barracks, other than a few very monstrous peak 9th level spirit condensation realm, virtually all of them were half-step crystal formation realm existences. This Yi Yuan was only 2nd level spirit condensation realm and was going to stay in the same camp as him. You got to joking. Junior apprentice brother Yi, you don't have any complaint about me placing you so, right? Mo Yuntian asked. All according to senior apprentice brother Mo's arrangements, Yi Yuan said. Since that's the case, then I'll make a move first. Goodbye, senior apprentice brother. Mo Yuntian left leisurely, leaving Zhang Jing who was in an utter state of confusion. Chapter 217, The Terrifying Purple Center Soul Incantation. Chapter 217, The Terrifying Purple Center Soul Incantation. Senior apprentice brother Zhang, shouldn't we go? Yi Yuan reminded when he saw Zhang Jing still in a daze. Only now did Zhang Jing startle like waking from a dream as he repeatedly nodded, saying, "Oh, okay, I'll bring you all to collect your identity tokens first." Zhang Jing swept a glance over the few people's faces and could not help being secretly dejected. Could it be that these people did not know the difference between the Human Barracks and Earth Barracks? Or else, why would there be no reaction at all? Ignoring Long Tang, even Nanfeng Ruoqing's niece was already 5th level spirit condensation realm. Yi Yuan being assigned to the Earth camp by senior apprentice brother Mo, did they not have any thoughts about it at all? Musing over it, Zhang Jing could only place this sort of abnormal reaction on their ignorance. He even wondered if Yi Yuan had intentionally offended senior apprentice brother Mo, which was why senior apprentice brother Mo would use this kind of method to screw him over. No matter what, since senior apprentice brother Mo said so, he just has to do it. Zhang Jing brought everyone to retrieve their respective tokens before sending Nanfeng Ruoqing into the Human Barracks first. You guys store the identity tokens well. Not only do they show your identities, but they are also an indispensable item when doing things in the sect. Not only are there detailed information about you on it, but there are also even sect contribution points belonging to you. In the Tranquil Cloud sect, secular world wealth is utterly useless. All of your actions are closely linked to contribution points. Cultivation venue, medicinal pills, medicinal herbs, cultivation techniques, weapons, and so on, all require contribution points to exchange. In other words, without points, you'll find it hard to even move an inch forward. Zhang Jing expounded. Yi Yuan inserted his divine sense into the identity token, and as expected, he saw his personal particulars and points. There are 100 points in my token. Could this be the original points? Yi Yuan inquired. Nanfeng Ruoqing and Long Tang also inserted their divine sense into the token and as expected, so that they also had 100 points. Zhang Jing nodded and said, "That's right. No matter what rank of disciple one is, as long as you enter the sect, you'll have 100 points. But honestly speaking, these 100 points are only a little better than nothing." "Oh. Why is that so?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. Zhang Jing smiled and said, "Take cultivation sites for example. The cultivation venues in the sect are divided into A grade, B grade, C grade, and D grade tiers. The lowest tier, D grade cultivation room, requires the consumption of 10 points per day's use. C grade cultivation rooms are 50 points per day, B grade cultivation rooms are 100 points per day, while the highest A grade cultivation rooms are 200 points per day. 100 points are only enough to cultivate in B grade cultivation rooms for one day." Everyone came to a realization. Only now did they know that these 100 points were simply just to dismiss beggars. It seemed like the first thing after entering the sect was not to cultivate, but to earn points. Or else, without points equals no cultivation resources. No cultivation resources mean falling behind others. Falling behind others means being eliminated. This was a vicious cycle. "May I ask senior apprentice brother Zhang, how do we get points?" Long Tang, who remained silent the entire time, asked a question. "After all of you settle down, you can go to the support star pavilion to take a look. There are detailed lists of how to obtain points. One look and you'll know. All in all, if you want to obtain points, then you have to perform a certain level of contribution to the sect and use your contribution to exchange for points. To us, Martial Hall disciples, the way the majority of the people get points is to receive sect missions. After completing the mission, there will be a certain point reward." Zhang Jing did not get annoyed but explained patiently. Nanfeng Ruoqing asked with a smile, "I wonder how many points senior apprentice brother Zhang has." Zhang Jing had a faint smile as he said, "My points aren't considered much among core disciples, just barely 10,000 points only." Even though Zhang Jing said it very modestly, anyone could sense that pride. Although Yi Yuan did not know if 10,000 points was a lot or not, he could tell from Zhang Jing's tone that this was already quite a number. Points was a consumable, meant to be spent. For Zhang Jing to be able to save so many points, it was already evident that he was very amazing. Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked Zhang Jing, "Senior apprentice brother Zhang, I wonder how many points are needed to exchange for the Purple Center Soul incantation?" Zhang Jing was stunned, but he still answered. "The Purple Center Soul incantation and the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art, these two sets of cultivation skills are the supreme treasures of the sect. The points required are extremely terrifying. The Purple Center Soul incantation is split into upper and lower volumes. In total, it requires 2 million points." Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Even if they did not have much of a general idea towards points right now, they also knew that these 2 million points were a horrifying number. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed and asked again, "Does it mean that the lower volume of the Purple Center Soul incantation requires 1 million points?" Zhang Jing shook his head and said, "Not 1 million, but 1.4 million. The second half of the Purple Center Soul incantation is extremely profound, therefore, the points to exchange for it is even more." Yi Yuan finally understood why Jiang Yunhe stayed in that sort of place like the state of Qin for over a decade. "Many thanks to senior apprentice brother Zhang for resolving my doubts. No need to be courteous." Even though he did not show anything on the surface, Zhang Jing was still rather critical towards Yi Yuan's questions. This young man was reaching way beyond his grasp. Only at the second-level spirit condensation realm and he was already thinking about exchanging for the lower half of the Purple Center Soul incantation. One had to know that it was because there were many alchemy grandmasters in the sect who were unable to come up with the points, that was why they remained stuck in that realm. Furthermore, as a Martial Hall disciple, shouldn't he exchange for the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art? Could it be that this Yi Yuan was even thinking about becoming an alchemist? Typical case of ignoring one's proper occupation. He obviously did not know that Yi Yuan had long integrated the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art into his own sword intent. In a blink, they arrived at the pill barracks. Zhang Jing brought Nanfeng Ruoqing and Nanfeng Jiro to settle the relevant matters, and the group got up and left. Then after, they sent Long Tang to the human barracks. Zhang Jing, Yi Yuan, and Lu Er, the trio reached the Earth Barracks at last. But once they entered the Earth Barracks, many curious eyes started to size up Yi Yuan. Junior apprentice brother Yi, that southeast room will be your residence in the future. The Earth Barracks have always been more tensed. The location of that house is not great, but you just make do with it first. Zhang Jing pointed to a courtyard in the southeastern direction and said. No worries. It's been tough on you along the way, senior apprentice brother Zhang. Thank you very much, Yi Yuan said. While Yi Yuan knew that this Zhang Jing was kind of looking down on him, he would not mind other people's looks. After all, he worked hard the entire time, giving thanks was still necessary. Bidding farewell to Zhang Jing, Yi Yuan brought Lu Er along and was about to enter the house when several people blocked the path. I heard that our Earth Barracks has a newcomer. Looks like it's you. The one speaking was an 18 or 19-year-old youth, peak 6th level spirit condensation realm. This was already an exceedingly monstrously existence in the state of Qin. However, Yi Yuan reckoned that his strength was likely at the bottom in this Earth Barracks. Move aside. The other party clearly did not approach with good intentions, so he obviously did not need to be polite either. Ha ha ha. He's telling me to move aside. A brat that is even inferior to an outer sect disciple actually told me to make way. Ha ha ha. Several people burst into laughter as they clearly felt that Yi Yuan's joke was hilarious to the max. Chapter 218, Sent Flying. Chapter 218, Sent Flying. Ha ha ha, could it be that nobody told you the first thing to do when you enter the Earth Barracks is to pay respects to our senior apprentice brother Tseng? Want to enter? Pay respects to our senior apprentice brother Tseng first before talking, somebody said by the side. This senior apprentice brother Tseng was called Tseng Yu, a local tyrant in the Earth Barracks. Of course, his overbearingness was only targeted towards those disciples weaker than him, or those disciples that had just entered the Earth Barracks. For disciples like Zhang Jing, he would obviously keep a respectful distance away. Tseng Yu looked at Yi Yuan placidly and said mockingly, "Want to tell me to move aside?" Sure. That will have to depend on whether or not you have the capabilities to tell me to move aside. If you don't have the abilities, then you'll stay in that house over there. That's the place you should be staying in. Yi Yuan followed the direction he pointed to and looked over, but it was a hut. With any surprise, it should be the place for firewood and such. Zhang Jing had not walked far away yet and naturally saw this scene. But he did not plan on going over to help Yi Yuan. He also really wanted to see just what areas he surpassed others in, to actually make senior apprentice brother Mo send him directly to the Earth Barracks. If things really became out of hand, he would naturally come forward to help Yi Yuan sweep away these flies. However, if Yi Yuan was purely just a loser, then whether or not he came forward was another matter altogether. That would mean that senior apprentice brother Mo was only just screwing with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed lightly. He said with a helpless face, "Is there no third path that I can choose?" Tseng Yu chortled with laughter and said, "Yes. Of course, there is. I'm the most reasonable." Yi Yuan did not speak but waited for Tseng Yu to continue talking. Looking at your appearance, you should have just entered, right? As long as you hand over 100 points, you can stay here tonight for one night. How's that? This price is still very reasonable, yeah. Not only today. It will be like this in the future too. Every 100 points, one night. If you don't hand it over, also not an issue. Stay in the hut. Tseng Yu had a sincere face and looked as if he was a philanthropist. Truthfully, students who just entered the Earth Barracks being bullied by this group of people was a recurring event. Relying on extorting newcomers, Tseng Yu's and his gang's points had always been decent. Their lives in the Earth Barracks were rather pleasant. Of course, only this sort of people like him that was the classical case of not desiring to move up and did not have much room for improvement would do this kind of things. It was because Tseng Yu could not advance and could not move down that he would choose such a method. On this aspect, the sex management was not much different from the Danwu Academy. As long as one did not violate sect rules and did not cause death, nobody would bother with you being a little tyrannical. The martial artist world had always been about talking with strength. Yi Yuan did not get angry. On the contrary, Tseng Yu's words made his eyes light up as he asked curiously, "Points can be transferred privately?" Of course. As long as you're willing, you can use soul force to transfer the points in your identity token to my token. Such actions are one way and must be out of your own willingness. How about it? Let's begin. Tsengyu did not think too much and just explained away. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Okay, let's start." Tsengyu smirked and fished out his own identity token. He said with a smile, "A man who can recognize the present situation is a great man. I admire you very much, boy. On the account that you're so forthright, I'll give you a 20% discount in the future. One night, 80 points. Tsengyu initially thought that he would need to expend some effort, but who knew that this punk was a loser who directly conceded. But thinking about it, second-level spirit condensation realm matching up with him, one fight was enough for him to lie in bed for half a month. It was naturally not more worthwhile than just directly giving the points. Protecting one's interest and staying away from harm was the move of a wise man. However, Yi Yuan did not take out his identity card. Instead, he said with a grin, "Senior apprentice brother Tseng, right? I think you're mistaken. What I meant was that you guys transfer me the points. Well, I'm a very fair person. One night, 200 points are enough." Tsengyu's face changed. He only knew now that he was being fooled by Yi Yuan. He said icily, "You're very daring, punk. To actually dare make a mockery out of me, Tsengyu. Punk, you're the one courting death. Don't blame senior apprentice brother Tseng for not giving you a chance. Turns out that it's a tough bone. Really misjudged. Senior apprentice brother Tseng, I'll teach this punk a good lesson for you. To actually dare to trick senior apprentice brother Tseng, heh, I think you won't even get to stay in the woodshed." The few people by the side also reacted at this time. Each one of them was taking delight in others' misfortune and even rubbing their hands together, itching for a go. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I also didn't say to begin transferring to you. It was your own wishful thinking that you thought that way. From today onwards, you guys can sleep in the woodshed for 100 points per night." The group of people looked at Yi Yuan like they were staring at a fool. Could this punk have lost his mind? But at this juncture, everyone could also tell that today's matter would not end well. Especially Zhang Jing. He initially also thought that Yi Yuan was a loser, laying down his arms and surrendering right away. But he did not think that this matter would have a 180-degree turn. Yi Yuan actually dared to ask protection fee from Tsengyu. Zhang Jing had no idea whether Yi Yuan really had some capabilities or was he simply soft in the head. If not, he was a spoiled young master. Heh, really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Since you want to sleep out in the open, then I'll help you. Wind Thunder Palm. Tsengyu put away his token and attacked Yi Yuan with a lightning speed palm. He was quick, but Yi Yuan was even faster than him. Spirit Void Shattering Space was suddenly unleashed. Yi Yuan's sword finger arrived in front of Tsengyu in a blink of an eye. He actually arrived first even though he moved later. Tsengyu's palm hit nothing while Yi Yuan's sword finger was in contact with his chest. Seeing this scene, everyone's pupils shrunk. This was precisely deliberate in counsel, prompt in action. A moment earlier, Yi Yuan was still frail like a tiny blade of grass swaying in the wind. The next instant, his entire being transformed into a sharp sword. It looked as if Yi Yuan's sword finger only lightly tapped on Tsengyu's chest and did not seem to have used much strength. But Tsengyu's body directly flew out like he collided with a spring, only stopping after rolling on the floor for over 100 feet. Yi Yuan looked at his sword finger and started frowning. He muttered to himself, "Got to make good use of my time to cultivate." This finger actually failed to even break the protective essence energy. Everyone collectively turned into stone when they heard this sentence from Yi Yuan. A second-level spirit condensation realm sent the peak 6th-level spirit condensation realm Tsengyu flying with one finger and was actually disgruntled with such a battle result. Although Tsengyu was kind of an ass, his strength was not considered weak. If not, he also would not be able to stay securely in the Earth Barracks. In the Earth Barracks, even if one wanted to become a local tyrant, they also need some skills. Those sect disciples who had just obtained the qualifications to stay in the Earth Barracks were not soft persimmon that anyone could squeeze. Without some capabilities, they might get their faces smacked by them instead. But Tsengyu had never failed to bully new disciples before. He would not bully anyone who comes. Before bullying people, he would look at the other person's performance first. If the other party were a fierce character, he would give up decisively. He did not think that he would actually be sent flying by a second-level spirit condensation realm with one finger today. Hey, crawl up if you're not dead. All of you, come together. Yi Yuan said to Tsingyu, who was pretending to be dead on the ground. Chapter 219. Chapter 219, There's someone delivering a pillow when taking a nap. Tsingyu struggled to crawl up from the ground. He rubbed his faintly aching chest, and the gaze he had toward Yi Yuan with was filled with hatred and rage. He originally thought that a second-level spirit condensation realm brat was easy to bully, but he did not imagine that he would fail right after coming up. This time, he lost a great deal of face. Truly a major setback due to carelessness. He did not think that this punk's speed was so fast. Luckily, Yi Yuan was only second-level spirit condensation realm. Otherwise, that blow just now would be him lying in bed for half a month. The way he saw it, it was naturally a moment of carelessness for him earlier. He did not think that he would be taken in because Yi Yuan's speed was fast. Stinking brat, you're the one who said it. Brothers, there's no need to be courteous. Give him a proper greeting. Although Tsingyu felt that it was him being careless just now, he did not dare to be negligent, so he directly called the others to attack together. Tsingyu and his gang were only 5 men. To Yi Yuan, it was no different from one person. Under everyone's eyes, Yi Yuan became 9 people just like that. 9 swords stance. A faint voice sounded. 9 streaks of force vanished after a flash. Following which, heart-rending cries sounded out here and there. 5 people were struck at the same time. Of course, the most miserable one was still Tsingyu. He sustained 5 streaks of force alone. While this force could not kill, he was currently badly battered, contorting his face in agonizing pain. Can you begin now, senior apprentice brother Tsing? Yi Yuan took 2 steps in front of asked lightly. Tsingyu was startled by Yi Yuan's actions. He quickly scrambled backward and hurriedly said, Can. I'll give you 200 points right now. Don't attack anymore, junior apprentice brother. Tsingyu speedily fished out his token and swiped 200 points into Yi Yuan's token. Yi Yuan's points instantly became 300. At this point, if he still thought that Yi Yuan was a soft persimmon, then he would really be a fool. How was this a soft persimmon? This was clearly a metal plate. He really kicked a metal plate today. Tsingyu was currently regretting until his intestines were green. He heard just now that the newcomer was only second-level spirit condensation realm, so he brought people over to collect protection fees without even thinking about it. Who knew that he would fail to collect protection fees but had protection fees collected instead? How black-hearted. Collecting 200 points a night, that was the same price as an A-grade cultivation room. He only had 2,000 points in his token. If this brat were to collect protection fees every day onwards, didn't that mean that his points would be finished in 10 days? This was the type of situation where whatever a person feared, it would happen. After Yi Yuan finished collecting the other people's points, he opened his mouth again to say, in future, report here every day. Remember to bring points. You can still choose to stay in the woodshed. It's very cheap, only 100 points a night. Well, if you don't come, bear the consequences yourself. Have to come every day? Tsingyu inquired with a bitter face. What? Need me to repeat again? Yi Yuan looked at Tsingyu and asked with a grin. No, definitely come. I will definitely come. This. Junior apprentice brother Yi, can we leave now? Tsingyu asked weakly. Of course, you can. Don't tell me you still want me to keep you guys here to have a meal. Yi Yuan said coolly. Tsingyu and the rest felt immediate relief from heavy pressure and hurriedly rolled and crawled away. Afterward, under silence, Yi Yuan brought Luer into his little court. With a bang, the door was shut, startling everyone awake. Where did this junior apprentice brother come from? Is he really second-level spirit condensation realm? Isn't that nonsense? Don't you have eyes? From the start till end, his essence energy undulations has always been second-level spirit condensation realm. But isn't this too sick? A second-level spirit condensation realm can defeat Tsingyu. Isn't this sort of leaping ranks to battle a little too exaggerated? It's not a little exaggerated. I've never heard of crossing 4 minor realms to do battle within the sect before. This sort of situation only happens in the secular world, right? However, this junior apprentice brother is still too rash. He beat Tsengyu until this manner and even snatched their points. Tsengyu definitely won't let this matter go. Yeah. Senior apprentice brother Tsengcheng is estimated to return to the sect soon, yeah. Once he returns, there will be a good show to watch. I wonder if this junior apprentice brother will remain so bold when facing senior apprentice brother Tsengcheng. These people were discussing Yi Yuan but did not know how great the shock Yi Yuan gave Zhang Jing was. He was dead sure that Yi Yuan absolutely showed mercy just now. Among the people present, Zhang Jing's cultivation was the highest. Furthermore, he was the same as Mo Yuntian, they both cultivated in the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art. While Zhang Jing's attainments in sword Dao could not compare to Mo Yuntian, it was still quite profound. Just now, that force appeared to have been struck out with finger skills by Yi Yuan. But Zhang Jing clearly sensed a familiar sword intent. It looked like, yet was not really the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent. An absurd idea suddenly flashed past Zhang Jing's mind. Although Yi Yuan's Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent seemed to appear correct, yet was wrong, it was even stronger than it. It was just that Yi Yuan was limited by his strength and could not unleash the true might of this sword intent. Even so, this was plenty for him to leap ranks and battle. If Yi Yuan was holding a sword in his hand just now, even the most ordinary sword, wanting to kill Tsengyu was as easy as turning his hand. While finger skills could imitate sword intent, compared to a real sword, it was lacking in some parts of killing chi and sharp intent. The attack power would naturally be much lousier. Also, Tsengyu's realm was much higher than Yi Yuan's. Hence, it was quite taxing for Yi Yuan to want to break his protective essence energy. This was the source of why Yi Yuan was lamenting about his realm being too low. He finally understood now why senior apprentice brother Mo would hesitate on where to place Yi Yuan. He was not undecided on whether to place Yi Yuan in the earth barracks or human barracks, but uncertain on whether or not to put Yi Yuan in the heaven barracks. Yi Yuan's talent was not the slightest bit inferior to those freaks in the heaven barracks. Incorrect, it should be even higher. Among those freaks in the heaven barracks, which one of them could crush fellow disciples 4 minor realms higher than them when they were at second-level spirit condensation realm? With Yi Yuan's talent, challenging those freaks in the heaven barracks was only a matter of time. At this current moment, Zhang Jing felt that everything that was illogical become rational. Mo Yuntian's hesitation, Long Tang's indifference, Nanfeng Ruoqing's calmness. Before this, Zhang Jing thought that it was very abnormal. Only now did he know that they simply felt that it was natural and right. Yi Yuan obviously could not be bothered with other people's astonishment. He was currently feeling quite satisfied. He was still worrying that getting points would be very troublesome and very taxing on time. He did not think that there would be someone delivering a pillow when he wanted to take a nap. Right after entering the sect and someone delivered 1,000 points. Adding the original points, he already had 1,100 points in this short work. Nice one. Now, he could train in the A-grade cultivation room for 5 whole days. To Yi Yuan, the most pressing issue on hand was raising cultivation realm. Ever since the breakthrough when battling with Black Crow Oldman the previous time, a month's time had already passed. During this 1 month, he experienced several major life and death fights and had consolidated his realm long ago. Presently, his breakthrough in cultivation realm was already at hand. It was only waiting for him. After settling down in his lodging, Yi Yuan prepared to go to the A-grade cultivation room to cultivate. He planned on breaking through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm in a single go. Chapter 220, Vying for an A-grade cultivation room. Chapter 220, Vying for an A-grade cultivation room. The next day, Yi Yuan arrived at the cultivation venues early in the morning. The disciple on duty looked sideways at Yi Yuan and said indifferently, "Swipe your identity token at the green-colored light column over there and find the room yourself. There are still many D-grade rooms. Pick anyone you like. I want an A-grade cultivation room." Yi Yuan could not be bothered to explain and said directly. That disciple thought that he heard wrongly and asked, "What did you say?" "I said I want an A-grade cultivation room." Yi Yuan repeated again. That disciple could not help resizing up Yuan before asking curiously, "Do you have so many points?" This disciple could not be blamed for looking down on Yuan. Second-level spirit condensation realm strength was at most the standards of an outer sect disciple. To outer sect disciples, points were a very luxurious item. Basically, the points they could get were only that 100 points given by the sect right from the start. They simply could not acquire a source for points. Even if they went to do sect mission, they could only choose those missions that had very low point rewards, at most several hundred points. And to these outer sect disciples, the difficulty was not an ordinary kind of great. Many people would lose their lives during the missions. Even if they obtained several hundred points after completing the mission, it was also impossible for them to bear to use them on A-grade cultivation rooms. It was too extravagant. Therefore, when this disciple on duty first laid eyes on Yuan, he determined that he could not afford to use cultivation rooms above C-grade. Cultivation rooms were all supported by spirit-gathering formations. The richness of essence energy was much greater than the outside world. The weakest D-grade cultivation room was twice of the outside world. C-grade was thrice, B-grade was 6 times, while A-grade was 10 times. In terms of price, A-grade cultivation rooms were 20 times of D-grade rooms, but the effect was only 10 times. Logically speaking, D-grade cultivation rooms were more worth it. But for martial artists, the price was not calculated like this. What they pursued was speed. 10 times the cultivation speed could save far too much time. Once a martial artist's age reach a certain level, and their potential was exhausted, then no matter how much they strived, it would also be of no avail. To martial artists, time was cultivation. Time was power. Time was status. Towards such discrimination, Yuan had long grown accustomed to it and was disinclined to fuss over it. He directly swiped his identity token on the red-colored light column 5 times. The light columns were divided into red, orange, yellow and green, these 4 colors. They represented A, B, C, D, the 4 types of cultivation rooms respectively. This swiping from Yuan directly deducted 1,000 points. He returned back to an era of extreme poverty. Yuan's actions stunned that disciple on duty in his place. This was the first time he had witnessed such a nouveau riche outer sect disciple. "I want to use 5 days of A-grade cultivation room. Senior apprentice brother, please arrange for it." That disciple on duty was dazed for some time before coming around and said, just right. There's one last A-grade cultivation room left. This is the secret key to the cultivation room." This time, it was Yuan's turn to be stunned. He did not think that the A-grade cultivation rooms were so popular. There was actually only one left. Didn't people say that points were very precious? Why were there so many rich people? However, Yuan was not in the mood to be concerned about it. He took over the secret key and was about to enter to cultivate. Right then, a burly man barged inside with much haste and said to the disciple on duty, "I want an A-grade cultivation room, 10 days. The disciple on duty looked at Yuan and looked at the burly man before saying awkwardly, "Say senior apprentice brother Dai, sorry about this, but the last A-grade cultivation room has already been rented by this junior apprentice brother." The burly man brass bell-like eyes went wide open, and he said angrily, "N. What did you say?" The disciple on duty jumped in fright and hurriedly said, "Senior apprentice brother Dai, and none of my business. This junior apprentice brother arrived a little before you and already charged his points. According to the rules." "What rules?" "This father of yours makes the rules." "What the hell is he, a second-level spirit condensation realm, using the A-grade cultivation room for?" "Hey, boy, give me the secret key, I'll pass you the points you spent." Senior apprentice brother Dao bellowed at Yuan. It did not sound like a discussing tone no matter how one listened to it. "This junior apprentice brother is a newcomer, right? Senior apprentice brother Dai Zichin is one of the hottest rising star in the pill barracks. Give him the place. Befriending him will bring huge benefits to you in the future." The disciple on duty also tried to chime in. Dai Zichin was also delighted when he heard that and said with a smile, "Haha, what he said is right. Boy, give the place to me. In future, if you have any problems, come directly to the pill barracks to find me. I'll cover you." Yuan originally could not be bothered to deal with this senior apprentice brother Dao. But seeing that he was so arrogant, he smiled and said, "Fine. 2,000 points and I'll sell it to you." "What did you say?" 2,000 points. "Why don't you go and rob?" Daizichin froze before becoming enraged. This change of hands directly doubled the points. Wasn't this messing with him? "Not buying." "If you're not buying, then I'm going in to cultivate already." Finishing, Yi Yuan turned around straight away and prepared to head for the cultivation room. "Halt. I'm telling you to halt." Yi Yuan ignored him and continued walking there. Daizichin was infuriated. With a flash, he grabbed at Yi Yuan. "Heh, this boy still doesn't know Senior Apprentice Brother Dai's prowess yet, right? Senior Apprentice Brother Dai is not only amazing at alchemy, but he's also extremely powerful in the martial path, one of the few alchemy and martial dual prodigies in the sect. A second-level spirit condensation realm dare to be disrespectful to Senior Apprentice Brother Dai. Isn't this courting death?" The disciple on duty took delight in others' misfortune secretly. Daizichin's figure was clearly very burly, but the movements when he made his move was extremely nimble. In a blink of an eye, he reached Yi Yuan's back. But right then, the view in front of Daizichin blurred. 9 yuans appeared in front of his eyes instantly. This grab actually missed. Being taken by surprise, Daizichin staggered and nearly tumbled to the ground. By the time he stabilized his body and wanted to look for Yi Yuan again, Yi Yuan already disappeared. Where's that punk?" Daizichin asked the disciple on duty rather bewilderedly. The expression on the disciple on duty was very interesting. He was very excited about seeing Yi Yuan make a fool of himself, but in the end, it was Daizichin who was played by Yi Yuan. That excited expression directly froze in place. Daizichin was 9th-level spirit condensation realm. He actually failed to catch a 2nd-level spirit condensation realm. Hearing Daizichin posed a question, the disciple on duty abruptly woke up and stuttered, he already went in. Four eyes met and remained silent for a long time. "Hey, what's that kid's background? A 2nd-level spirit condensation realm actually have such strength?" Daizichin inquired curiously. Let me check." Yi Yuan swiped his identity token, so his information was naturally also recorded by the light column. The disciple on duty could easily find it. The disciple on duty inserted his soul force into the red-colored light column and started to search for Yi Yuan's information. Yi Yuan, age 15, 2nd-level spirit condensation realm, status. The disciple on duty read out as he retrieved the information, but paused at the end. "What about the status? Say it." Daizichin asked anxiously by the side. The disciple on duty stared at Daizichin and said somewhat uncertainly, "Status is Marshall Hall's Earth Barracks disciple." Could it be that the identity token has an error? How can a 2nd-level spirit condensation realm be an Earth Barracks disciple? Daizichin's eyes rolled, and he said with a chuckle, "How can it be wrong? If he's not an Earth Barracks student, how could he possibly evade this grab of mine?" Chapter 221, Yi Yuan is under my protection. Chapter 221, Yi Yuan is under my protection. But even if a 2nd-level spirit condensation realm were very heaven-defying, being in the human barracks was already at the limits, right? Isn't being in the Earth Barracks too exaggerated? The disciple on duty still did not dare to quite believe it. "What the hell do you know?" "Heh, looks like a very interesting fellow has arrived at the Marshall Hall. I want 10 days of A-grade cultivation room. Once a room is available, notify me." Finishing, Daizichin directly swiped 2,000 points on the red-colored light column. Although A-grade cultivation rooms were expensive, because there were few in number, it would frequently be in a saturated state. This swipe from Daizichin was equivalent to waiting in the queue. Daizichin was just about to wait in the rest area when 5 disciples entered the door all at once. "I want B-grade cultivation room, 10 days. The person at the front said to the disciple on duty. "Me too, 10 days. Also me. D*MN, I also want 10 days. Even if your father spends finish all the points, I won't give these points Yi Yuan, that stinking brat either." "That's right. After Senior Apprentice Brother Tsingching returns, we'll definitely give that stinking brat a good one." These few people were Tsingyu and his gang who were beaten up mercilessly by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan made them report to hand over points every day. This was seriously wretched. Ignoring that it was humiliating, they even had to hand over their hard-earned points with both hands. The few people put their heads together and thought of a plan, which was to hide in the cultivation rooms. The cultivation rooms forbid other people from disturbing. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan was, he also would not dare to enter the cultivation rooms to drag them out, right? Tseng Yu's elder brother, Tseng Cheng, was going to return very soon. As long as they endured until he came back, would they need to be scared of one Yi Yuan? Dai Zichen was originally disinclined to bother with these people. When he suddenly heard Yi Yuan's name, he could not help becoming curious. Could it be that the Yi Yuan in their conversation was the same person as that boy he encountered just now? Hey, you people. Who is this Yi Yuan you guys were just talking about? Dai Zichen asked right in their faces. Ah, so it's senior apprentice brother Dai. I pay respects to senior apprentice brother Dai. Last time, I even heard from big brother that senior apprentice brother Dai is an alchemy and martial duel prodigy. Even he admires very much. Tseng Yu clearly recognized Dai Zichen. The Pill Hall disciples were all in great demand. In order to get closer to him, Tseng Yu even pulled out Tseng Cheng. Dai Zichen waved his hands in irritation and said, "Answer my question." Recalling Yi Yuan, the expression on Tseng Yu's face instantly became embarrassed. Ha. Ha ha, he's just a mere nobody. How is it worth senior apprentice brother Dai's attention? Tseng Yu gave a chuckle and tried to smoke things over. Ain't nobody. What's with the injury on your face? How can Dai Zichen be so easy to hoodwink? Seeing the expression on Tseng Yu's face, he knew that there must have been some unpleasant incident that happened between them. Furthermore, these few people were clearly injured. It was evident that they were the ones who suffered a loss. This, Tseng Yu stammered and could not speak. Dai Zichen's face darkened as he said, "I am asking you again, is this Yi Yuan from your conversation is the second-level spirit condensation realm who had just entered the sect?" Ah. Yes. Could it be that senior apprentice brother Dai has met him before? Tseng Yu did not know how Dai Zichen knew Yi Yuan. Dai Zichen nodded and said, "Not only did we meet, we even exchanged blows." Exchanged blows. Tseng Yu was stunned when he heard it at first and immediately be overjoyed as he said, "Haha, that punk is really unbridled, to actually dare provoke senior apprentice brother Dai. He must have had the crap beaten out of him by senior apprentice brother Dai, right?" Dai Zichen snickered and said, "Nothing like that. I failed." What? Senior apprentice brother Dai attacked and actually failed. How's this possible? Disbelief was written all over Tseng Yu's face. Enough crap. Failed means failed. Don't tell me I'll even deceive you. Hearing your intentions just now, are you planning on making Tseng Cheng find him to settle the scores? Dai Zichen asked threateningly. Tseng Yu's brain could not quite process it. Didn't Dai Zichen say that he exchanged blows with Yi Yuan earlier? Why was he protecting him now? This was all rather baffling. What? I asked if you heard me. Dai Zichen said with a glare. H heard it. We won't find any trouble with him. Tseng Yu said weakly. Speaking of which, Tseng Cheng's strength was around the same as Dai Zichen. But he could not compete because he was a Pill Hall disciple. Pill Hall core disciples, which one of them were not flourishing with each passing day? Not for anything else, but because they could affect the Martial Hall disciples' monthly salary. The so-called monthly salary was the medicinal pills that disciples collect from the sect every month. It was given away for free by the sect for disciples' cultivation use. However, these medicinal pills were only the most basic medicinal pills. Furthermore, there wasn't much of it. If they wanted to use better medicinal pills, they still needed to use points to exchange. But which martial artist would mind having more medicinal pills for cultivation purposes? This was also the reason why Pill Hall disciples were arrogant. If you heard it, then good. Now, scram inside and cultivate. If you let me find out that you dare to cause trouble behind the scenes, you know the consequences. Dai Zichen returned to the rest area. Tseng Yu and Co. exchanged glances. The originally unbridled arrogance instantly vanished with a trace. They were still hoping to regain face after Tseng Cheng returns, but now Ignoring all other things, Tsingqing definitely would not offend Dai Zichen just for a Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not know that the burly man just now actually helped him block a wave of trouble. Of course, even if he knew, it did not matter. After entering the cultivation room, Yi Yuan directly started to impact the third-level spirit condensation realm. After experiencing several major battles, Yi Yuan's realm was also incomparably solid. It was just that he always did not have time to break through. Presently, Yi Yuan just lightly prodded and broke through this layer of window paper straight away. A wild essence energy tempest formed inside the cultivation room. After being refined via the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art, it finally formed 9 spirit liquid drops inside Yi Yuan's dantian. The third-level spirit condensation realm Yi Yuan currently already possessed 27 spirit liquid drops inside his dantian. While the fifth-level spirit condensation realm Long Tang currently only had 25 spirit liquid drops. Following the rise in realm, the gap between Yi Yuan and other spirit condensation realm martial artists would become increasingly greater. This spirit gathering formation is pretty good. It can actually withstand my consumption. These 1,000 points were not wasted. Yi Yuan, who had a breakthrough in cultivation realm, was rather pleased with this A-grade cultivation room. The heaven and earth essence energy he expended when breaking through realms was more than double of the average person. Yet, this spirit gathering formation could provide essence energy unceasingly. These 1,000 points were naturally well spent. Of course, even if it was not worth it, he did not feel any heartache either. It was given by other people anyway, no big deal. Just like that, Yi Yuan spent an entire day to consolidate the third-level spirit condensation realm. The second day, he took out a medicinal pill from the storage ring and directly swallowed it into his abdomen. This was the transcendent grade essence spirit pill that Yi Yuan refined before coming to the sect. He planned on breaking through to the fourth-level spirit condensation realm in one go. Chapter 222, Sect Decree. Chapter 222, Sect Decree. While Yi Yuan was in retreat, Nanfeng Ruoqing, Nanfeng Jiro, and Long Tang came together as a group. They were originally thinking of inviting Yi Yuan to take a look at the support star pavilion together to see if there were any ways to get points as soon as possible. But they heard from Luer that Yi Yuan went into a closed seclusion. The trio could not help being dumbfounded. After clarifying the whereabouts of where Yi Yuan's points came from, the few people exchanged glances again. This fellow's cultivation realm is too deceptive. He doesn't even need to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. Just standing there and there are people giving points. Nanfeng Jiro was the first one who could not resist laughing. Hearing Nanfeng Jiro's words, the group also could not hold back their laughter. What she said was right. Yi Yuan's second-level spirit condensation realm strength was indeed too deceptive. His true strength far surpassed this. Since Yi Yuan was in such a rush to enter a retreat, looks like his realm had reached a bottleneck long ago. After he exits seclusion, he'll probably have broken through to the third-level spirit condensation realm already, Long Tang said. With Yi Yuan's cultivation speed, he should have indeed broken through long ago, Nanfeng Ruoqing said in agreement. Since that's the case, we don't have the need to stay anymore. Senior apprentice Sister Nanfeng, let's go down to the support star pavilion. Long Tang also changed his form of address to Nanfeng. All right. Nanfeng Ruoqing naturally did not have any objections. Right then, a voice sounded out from outside. Is junior apprentice brother Yi present? I'm Mo Yuntian. Luer opened the door and invited Mo Yuntian in, saying, How are you, senior apprentice brother Mo? Young master went to the cultivation room to undergo a retreat. He said it will probably take 5 days. Mo Yuntian was also speechless when he heard that. Went to the cultivation rooms. Haha, that's really diligent. But him going to the cultivation rooms now isn't appropriate, right? With his talent, going to the D-grade cultivation rooms is a waste of time. Luer smiled and recounted the incident that happened yesterday once more to Mo Yuntian. Mo Yuntian involuntarily shook his head when he heard that and said, Junior apprentice brother Yi is really an extraordinary person. He did something like robbing points right after entering the sect. But those fellows also deserved it. It's just. Master finally squeezed some time out today and wanted to summon Yi Yuan. Didn't think that he entered a retreat instead. I'm afraid. Senior apprentice brother Mo is worried about the Ouyang family. Nanfeng Ruoqing clearly knew the inside information and followed up. Mo Yuntian nodded and said, "That's right. With the Ouyang family's influence, the news of junior apprentice brother Yi entering the sect definitely can't be concealed. They have most likely been waiting for this day for a long time. Originally, Master wanted to see Yuan first to think of a countermeasure after understanding the situation. After 5 days, probably won't make it. Then what to do?" Luer asked worriedly. Mo Yuntian remained silent. Right then, another voice sounded from outside the door. "Sect decree is here." Yi Yuan, receive the decree. Everyone's brows knitted together, thinking to themselves that it came so quickly. The group went out and saw a youth around the same age as Mo Yuntian with an imposing manner. "Xin Lai, you guys really can't wait." Mo Yuntian said coolly, his words carrying derision. "Mo Yuntian, you don't have to be so sarcastic. This sect decree is also not issued by me. I'm only here under orders. Ask Yi Yuan to come out." The sect commands Yi Yuan to immediately leave for the main peak to undergo the tri-hall joint hearing. Xin Lai said icily. Mo Yuntian's complexion changed, but he said, "You came one step late. Yi Yuan has already entered the cultivation room. He will only exit seclusion 5 days later." Xin Lai was confused when he heard that. Wasn't that Yi Yuan a newcomer? Why would he have points to enter the cultivation rooms? Could it be that he entered the D-grade cultivation rooms in order to hide from the sect decree? However, one may get off today, but not tomorrow. He had to receive this sect decree eventually. Furthermore, didn't the more he tried to hide, the more it showed his guilt? Seemed like the matter of this boy stealing pill formulas was almost certainly true. Since that's the case, goodbye. Finishing, Xin Lai left without even turning back. Who was that person? What a powerful heir. Long Tang asked. He's from the disciplinary hall, the hall head's direct disciple, Xin Lai. His cultivation is not beneath mine. This Xin Lai is also someone who cleared the 9 Heavens Road. Mo Yuntian said. No wonder he was so powerful. It's just, he left just like that. Mo Yuntian shook his head and said, the sect decree is personally issued by the sect master. The command is extremely powerful and must be passed on to Yi Yuan. And after Yi Yuan receives the sect decree, he must carry it out right away. Since Xin Lai knows that Yi Yuan went to the cultivation rooms, he'll surely search there first. After confirming it, he will return to report it and go back to the cultivation rooms to wait for Yi Yuan to exit seclusion. Ah. Doesn't that mean that we won't even get to see Yi Yuan? Nanfeng Ruoqing said worriedly. Mo Yuntian nodded and did not say anything. Senior apprentice brother Mo, what's the tri-hall joint hearing that Xin Lai was talking about? Long Tang asked. Apart from the martial hall and pill hall, the Tranquil Cloud sect still has an independent disciplinary hall. The tri-hall joint hearing is combining these 3 halls together to commence a ruling towards Yi Yuan's actions. If the ruling is guilty. Mo Yuntian did not continue talking. Everyone could guess the result. Then doesn't that mean that us coming to the sect is like sheep entering a tiger's jaws? Luer's words were rather direct when talking due to concern towards her master. Nanfeng Ruoqing hurriedly pulled Luer. Now was clearly not the time to be saying this. Mo Yuntian was the only person who could save Yi Yuan now. If they offended him too, Yi Yuan was dead for sure. However, Mo Yuntian did not mind it. Instead, he smiled at Luer and said, Miss Luer need not worry. Yi Yuan is Ancestor Lu Yan's successor. The person Master holds the most respect for in this life is Ancestor Lu Yan. Whatever happens, Master will also defend Yi Yuan strongly. Moreover, how the final ruling is to be passed is still up to the sect master. With Mo Yuntian saying this, everyone also felt much more reassured. But the atmosphere was still very stifling. Yi Yuan remained completely focused on impacting the 4th level spirit condensation realm in full force inside the A-grade cultivation room. Although the spirit liquid drops condensed in each minor realm during the spirit condensation realm was the same, the difficulty was different. This was like filling a container with water. At the start, the container was empty, wanting to fill it was naturally very easy. But as more and more water goes in, the difficulty of storing more would increase. The essence energy spirit liquid in the dantian merely looked like a few drops, but it was already in a saturated state. Wanting to break through to the next realm, one had to compress the spirit liquid once more to make space for the spirit liquid condensed in the future. Therefore, the further down spirit condensation realm one went, the difficulty of breakthrough would rise exponentially. In comparison, Yi Yuan's difficulty of breaking through was much greater than the average spirit condensation realm martial artist. Because he condensed the perfect 9 drops of spirit liquid. Compressing 1 spirit liquid drop and compressing 9 spirit liquid drops, the difference in difficulty was not as simple as 9 times. Luckily, the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art was overbearing enough, Yi Yuan's experience was sufficiently abundant, and along with the assistance from the transcendent grade medicinal pill, these challenges were not a problem to Yi Yuan. 4 days after Yi Yuan entered the cultivation room, an essence energy storm formed once again. Chapter 223, The Divine Text Reappears. Chapter 223, The Divine Text Reappears. Dai Zichen was already infinitely close to half-step crystal formation realm. He entered a closed seclusion this time because he planned on consolidating his realm even further so as to break through to half-step crystal formation realm. Currently, Dai Zichen's condition was very good. He felt that he could roughly break through cultivation realms after another 1 or 2 attempts. What's the matter? Why did the essence energy in the cultivation room become weaker? Dai Zichen, who was in a cultivation state the whole time, was suddenly startled awake by this situation which occurred suddenly. Shutting his eyes to sense things, Dai Zichen discovered that the essence energy in his cultivation room was weakening rapidly as if it was being plundered by something. Damn it! Damn it! Right when my training reached its critical point. Why did something happen to the cultivation room? This sort of situation has never happened before. Dai Zichen was very annoyed. His training just now had just reached the critical point, with some signs of an imminent breakthrough. Dai Zichen knew that once these signs appeared a few more times, he should be able to break through successfully. But such an abstruse state was forcefully interrupted. It could be seen just how depressed he was. He could not understand just why this kind of situation would occur in a perfectly fine cultivation room. Under the current situation, Dai Zichen evidently could not continue cultivating anymore. That sort of mysterious state was not something that could be entered every time. Once the state was interrupted, wanting to find it again was as hard as ascending to heaven. Fortunately, people who exited seclusion in advance can refund the unused points. At least it was not wasted. Dai Zichen walked out of his cultivation room dejectedly. When he arrived at the hall, he discovered that this place was already in a mess. What are you doing? I already found the feeling of breaking through just now. Why did the essence energy suddenly disappear? Points is a small matter, but who will compensate for my condition, exclaimed an 8th level spirit condensation realm disciple. Hearing these words, Dai Zichen's mood instantly became much better. Indeed, it was much nicer to have others sharing in the suffering. However, he also felt miserable at the same time. He thought that it was his cultivation room which encountered issues. Looking at it now, it was far from him alone. There were many people shouting and clamoring in the hall. They were clearly complaining about the essence energy which suddenly vanished. Just what on earth happened? This kind of situation had never occurred in the cultivation rooms before. Dai Zichen suddenly cast a glance sideways. His expression could not help changing when he saw a person. He went up to greet. I've seen Senior Apprentice Brother Xin. Why is Senior Apprentice Brother Xin here? Could it be due to the issue of the cultivation room's essence energy vanishing? This person was precisely Xin Lai, who was waiting for Yi Yuan to exit seclusion. However, he did not manage to wait for Yi Yuan to exit seclusion, but he waited until problems arose with the cultivation room's essence energy. Xin Lai replied lightly, No. I'm waiting for somebody here. Although Dai Zichen was not an elite disciple, his status in the sect was still very high. Xin Lai evidently recognized him too. If it were some other person, Xin Lai would not even be inclined to answer. However, his words made Dai Zichen become more doubtful. What kind of person could afford to have Senior Apprentice Brother Xin personally wait at the cultivation rooms? Presently, the disciple on duty was already covered in sweat. He had never encountered this sort of outbreak situation. Everybody, senior apprentice brothers, don't panic. I've already reported the problem here upstairs. Elder Peng is currently rushing over. Ah, Elder Peng, you're finally here. When that disciple on duty saw Elder Peng, he immediately behaved as if he had suffered greatly. Elder Peng saw all the disciples flooding this place until even water could not flow. He frowned and said, "What do you all think you're doing, kicking up such a fuss? All get lost outside for me and wait there. If anyone dares to cause a disturbance, they will be barred from using the cultivation rooms for a month." With Elder Peng blowing his top, everyone immediately lowered their banners and muffled their drums, and scrammed outside meekly. Nobody wished to delay a month of cultivation time. After everyone left, there were only Xin Lai and several top character core disciples left in the hall. They went up to pay respects to Elder Peng. Elder Peng could not help being involuntarily stunned when he saw Xin Lai. But he did not say anything. Instead, he asked the disciple on duty, "What in the world happened? Explain in detail." Replying Elder Peng, 15 minutes ago, the cultivations rooms were all fine. But no idea why, all the essence energy in the cultivation rooms suddenly started to disappear rapidly, like they were being emptied out, the disciple on duty replied. Elder Peng mused for a minute, clearly thinking about the various possibilities for this kind of situation to occur. "I'll go take a look at the spirit gathering formation," Elder Peng said. Elder Peng's name was Peng Liming, a Tier 4 array master in the Tranquil Cloud sect. His array Dao cultivation was very incredible. The spirit gathering formations inside the cultivation rooms was a mid-sized array. It relied on the sect's grand array. The formations in the cultivation rooms would siphon a portion of the heaven and earth essence energy absorbed by the sect's grand array. Then, it will send it to every cultivation room through the array formations. This array formation had someone maintaining it all year round, and there had never been problems that occurred. Today's circumstances were truly quite unexpected. Elder Peng inspected the array formation carefully and said in bewilderment, "There's nothing wrong with the array pivot. The grand array itself is also fine. Could the problems have occurred over at the cultivation rooms?" Elder Peng went to the relevant array formations for controlling the cultivation rooms and inspected it carefully. This inspection immediately revealed that something was wrong. So this is it. All the essence energy are actually heading into one cultivation room. It's just that, who has such great capabilities to actually be able to plunder so much essence energy? Peng Liming became doubtful again. Returning to the hall, Peng Liming asked the disciple on duty, who's using the A-grade cultivation room, number 43. "Ah, it's a disciple called Yi Yuan," the disciple on duty revealed. Not that the disciple on duty was very responsible to remember the cultivation rooms for every disciple, but because he had a very strong impression of Yi Yuan. Hence, he reported it right away. Elder Peng had no special feelings when he said that, but Xin Lai's and Dai Zichen's expression changed. "Oh, that's so. I want to see just what kind of deity this Yi Yuan is, to actually have such capabilities to absorb so much heaven and earth essence energy." A thick curiosity welled up in Peng Liming. Causing such an incident was naturally unintentional on Yi Yuan's part. In reality, he also did not imagine that his breaking through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm would actually need to absorb so much heaven and earth essence energy. The initial breakthrough was very normal and also under Yi Yuan's control. But when he broke through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm and stepped into the middle stage spirit condensation realm, that sort of feeling like the divine soul was rent asunder appeared once again. Every breakthrough in a minor stage, there would also be a minor transformation for the divine soul. It was just that the pain during Yi Yuan's transformation process was far more agonizing compared to ordinary martial artists. However, the torment this time was still far from comparable to when breaking through to the spirit condensation realm. Yi Yuan no longer wished to recall that feeling. As expected, the golden characters in his sea of consciousness emerged once more, like that time when he broke through to the spirit condensation realm. Once the divine text appeared, they began to absorb heaven and earth essence energy frenziedly. Luckily, the cultivation room was pretty capable and could provide essence energy unceasingly. After a long while, the cultivation room finally became peaceful again, and Yi Yuan also successfully broke through to 4th level spirit condensation realm. Chapter 224. Chapter 224, 4th level spirit condensation realm. High rank alchemy master. Examining his soul force, Yi Yuan was overjoyed. Indeed, this kind of soul-rending pain was not all for naught. His current soul force actually broke through to the high-rank alchemy master standard already. Furthermore, Yi Yuan could sense that his soul force seemed to be the teensy bit stronger than ordinary high-rank alchemy masters. The divine text was really unexpectedly powerful. Ever since acquiring these golden characters, Yi Yuan would frequently undergo visualization in his sea of consciousness. But this 1 month plus, there was no progress at all. No wonder his father, Ji Xingyang, said that he only had some superficial knowledge. Too hard. Each character, every stroke, all encompassed the maxim of the great Tao. Even though Yi Yuan once stood at the pinnacle of the martial Tao, it was also difficult to see its entirety. However, these golden characters seemed to have a life of its own. Every time Yi Yuan broke through, they could come out by themselves and assist Yi Yuan's soul transformation. No matter what, this was a good thing for Yi Yuan. The present Yi Yuan was only middle-stage spirit condensation realm, but already had the soul force of a high-rank alchemy master. This was plenty for him to do many things, such as refining Tier 3 medicinal pills. Of course, to Yi Yuan, high-grade Tier 3 medicinal pills were still beyond his power. But low-grade Tier 3 medicinal pills were no longer something challenging to Yi Yuan. Yuan Fei had helped out quite a bit ever since following him. He even fought with a Sea Transformation Realm powerhouse. It was time for some repayment. Already 5 days. The Ouyang family is most likely panicking from waiting, right? I'll go and meet this Ouyang family. Yi Yuan was so confident not because he broke through in spirit condensation realm, but because it stemmed from his tremendous alchemy path strength. Yi Yuan. Dai Zichen, who noticed Yi Yuan first, called out. With his call, the atmosphere in the hall instantly became tense. Everyone here had different thoughts, but they were all waiting quietly for Yi Yuan to exit seclusion. You actually broke through to 4th level spirit condensation realm. Only used 5 days. After Yi Yuan walked out, Dai Zichen's pupils involuntarily constricted as he exclaimed in shock. Isn't entering a retreat to break through realms a very normal thing? What's there to make a fuss about? Peng Liming said crossly. Dai Zichen smiled bitterly and said, Elder Peng doesn't understand. Yi Yuan was only 3rd level spirit condensation realm before entering seclusion. 5 days' time and he broke through 2 realms consecutively. What? What did you say? Breaking through 2 realms consecutively in 5 days? What kind of joke is this? It was now Peng Liming's turn to be alarmed. The spirit condensation realm was not like the essence chi realm. Even the top disciples in the sect would require several months before they could break through a realm. When Dai Zichen said that Yi Yuan broke through 2 realms consecutively in 5 days, Peng Liming instinctively took it that he was making a joke. Xin Lai remained silent by the side, but astonishment flickered across his eyes. This was also his first time seeing Yi Yuan. He was still unaware that he was only at the 2nd level spirit condensation realm before this. Elder Peng, how would I dare to crack such a joke with you? He and I came into contact before he entered seclusion. He was indeed 2nd level spirit condensation realm. That's right. If you don't believe me, ask him. Dai Zichen pointed to the disciple on duty. Seeing Elder Peng's probing gaze, the disciple on duty nodded and said, what senior apprentice brother Dai said is correct. Yi Yuan was indeed 2nd level spirit condensation realm before entering closed seclusion. Hiss. This boy is actually so freakish. Truly remarkable. Yi Yuan, let me ask you, what did you do inside the cultivation room just now? Peng Liming asked. Yi Yuan instinctively sensed that things were not good, but he still answered honestly, this disciple was naturally breaking through cultivation realms inside. Could it be that there are still other things that one can do in 5 days' time? Moreover, the A-grade cultivation rooms are so expensive. Nobody would be willing to waste time doing something else, right? Peng Liming was left speechless. That was right. Breaking through 2 realms consecutively in 5 days, what other things could he be doing inside? How was it possible? In reality, Yi Yuan was truly only breaking through realms. Except, not only did he break through Martial Path realm, he even broke through Divine Soul realm under the aid of the divine texts. This point, he obviously would not tell outsiders. The average divine soul realm breakthrough did not have such a large commotion. Do you know what happened while you were in retreat inside? Peng Liming asked gloomily. Ah, this disciple is unaware. Elder Peng, please clarify. Yi Yuan really did not know what happened. Elder Peng recounted the incident for Yi Yuan, leaving Yi Yuan astounded after hearing it too. He could never have imagined that his breakthrough would actually bring about such a huge influence. Apologies. Because the cultivation method that this disciple is training in is rather special, I require vast amounts of essence energy to support when breaking through. I really did not think that it would end up like this, Yi Yuan apologized. Haha, no worries. For the sect to have a genius disciple like you, it's the sect's fortune. Such a trifling matter is not worth mentioning. However, if you want to break through realms again in the future, you can come and let me know first. I'll help you adjust the spirit gathering formation to avoid affecting the other disciples' training. Elder Peng burst into laughter. This disciple knows. Thank you, Elder Peng. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and gave thanks. Yi Yuan could sense that this Elder Peng was the same type of person as Lu Yan. As long as it was something beneficial to the sect's development, he would spare no effort to do it, even if it cost him his life. Right then, Xin Lai, who was by the sides, finally moved. He slowly walked in front of Yi Yuan. He saluted Elder Peng first and said, Elder Peng, this disciple is here to convey the sect decree to Yi Yuan. Elder Peng's expression changed but did not say anything. Nodding, he withdrew to one side. Xin Lai turned to Yi Yuan and said coldly, Sect decree has arrived. Yi Yuan, receive the decree. Yi Yuan looked at Xin Lai and immediately understood. He rolled his eyes and said, no need to block me here, right? I'm already here in the sect. Could it be that you're afraid I'll run? Xin Lai ignored Yi Yuan's mocking, and he repeated his words. Sect decree has arrived. Yi Yuan, receive the decree. All right. I'll receive it. So cold and frosty, what the fun in being like an ice sculpture? Yi Yuan words made Dai Zichen, who was by the side, sweat heavily. Was this punk fearless due to ignorance, or was he sufficiently rampant? This was the senior apprentice brother Xin Lai hailed as unparalleled sword. He actually dared to speak in this manner. Dai Zichen was already completely speechless. The reason why he helped to shield Yi Yuan was actually that he wanted to have a match with Yi Yuan himself. He did not imagine that he was not even qualified. He was about to meet the sect master right away. Towards Yi Yuan's attitude, Xin Lai remained unperturbed. He just casually fired out a streak of green light. Yi Yuan reached out to receive it, but it was a jade substance token. This was presumably the sect decree. Yi Yuan inserted his divine sense into it and said with a frown, what the hell is Tri-Hall joint hearing? Do you want me to go along with you? Xin Lai nodded and said, that's right. Then let's go. Don't let those old fellows from the pill hall wait until they panic. Finishing, Yi Yuan left with Xin Lai. Dai Zichen was already so shocked that he could not say anything. Tri-Hall joint hearing. What kind of trouble did Yi Yuan cause? Chapter 225, Are you talking about this? Chapter 225, Are you talking about this? A great majestic hall at the main peak of the Spirit Blessing Mountain. Xin Lai led Yi Yuan along and stood in the center of the hall. Sect Master, Yi Yuan has been brought here. Xin Lai finished this sentence and retread. Yi Yuan unwittingly sized up the imposing-looking middle-aged man in the middle of the great hall. He should be the current sect master of the Tranquil Cloud sect, Luo Qingfeng. Luo Qingfeng's person was not equal to his name. His entire being's sharp edge was withdrawn. If not for sitting in the middle of the great hall, he would be like an ordinary person. Which gave people a fleeting and ephemeral sensation. Luo Qingfeng was also sizing up Yi Yuan. He was clearly very interested in this little fellow who feared nothing and no one. This was the first time he saw a youth that could still remain so calm and unworried when facing the Tri-Hall joint hearing. Insolent Yi Yuan. Why haven't you paid respect seeing Lord Sect Master and the various hall heads, said a person sitting before Luo Qingfeng. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulder and said, I wanted to pay respects too, but I've just entered the sect and don't know a single person. How do I pay respects? This lord, do me a favor, how about giving me an introduction? That person was stunned when he heard this, but could not do anything to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan entered closed seclusion right after arriving. He most likely did not even recognize the roads, let alone the sect master and these hall heads. Humph. Indeed sharp-tongued. As a sect disciple, to not even recognize the sect master and various hall heads is already committing a blasphemous offense. The person who spoke was none other than Yi Yuan's old acquaintance, Yao Qian. Yi Yuan snickered and said, mobilizing so many people today, could it be to cross-examine my blasphemous crime? Also, even not recognizing people is a crime. Elder Yao, your ability to list crimes is much stronger than your alchemy and martial art abilities. Yao Qian was just about to explode when another person stepped in, saying, all right. Yi Yuan, everyone here is your senior, don't be unbridled. Why haven't you paid respects to Lord Sect Master yet? Beneath Luo Qingfeng were 3 people sitting side by side. Yi Yuan actually guessed long ago that these were the 3 great hall heads. The person who spoke just now appeared strict, but his intent to shield was already very clear. Furthermore, the other party addressed himself as senior when talking. If his conjectures were right, that should be the incumbent Martial Hall's hall head, Xiao Jian. Yi Yuan naturally would not fail to see what was good for him. He gave a bow towards Luo Qingfeng. I've seen Lord Sect Master. I heard that you went into retreat for 5 days and broke through 2 realms consecutively. Luo Qingfeng asked a question instead. Yi Yuan was brought here by Xian Lai right after exiting seclusion, yet, he actually knew already even though Xian Lai did not report this matter to Luo Qingfeng. It could be seen just how great his control over the sect was. This sort of matter obviously could not be hidden. Yi Yuan answered honestly, yes. Luo Qingfeng nodded and said calmly, not bad. Just 2 words, no joy nor sorrow. Everyone did not know what it meant either. However, quite a few people's faces changed, plainly stunned by this unexpected news. Even Xiao Jian had a trace of delight flash past his face. Unquestionably, just based on this aspect, Yi Yuan would gain points and not lose any. It would be greatly advantageous to the results of the hearing later. What kind of joke is this? Consecutively breaking through 2 realms within 5 days. How's this possible? Since Sect Master already said so, can this matter be fake? This Yi Yuan was actually such a monstrous existence. But, what to do if he really stole the sect's pill formulas? This. Such a genius, isn't killing him too regrettable? Many elders started to debate on the spot. Towards the end of the discussion, they were clearly still very conflicted. Xiao Jian coughed drily, interrupting the crowd's discussion. He continued the introduction. This is the Disciplinary Hall's hall head Ling. This is the Pill Hall's hall head Ouyang. I'm surnamed Xiao, Martial Hall's hall head. Yi Yuan has seen the hall heads. Yi Yuan gave another bow. Enough nonsense. Let the tri-hall joint hearing begin. Yi Yuan, let me ask you, where did you get this true rising spirit pill from? Ouyang Yu asked directly. At his level, he was obviously not very concerned with the struggle for the state of Qin's imperial authority. He was more concerned about where Yi Yuan got his medicinal pill from. The pill formulas were the foundation of the sect's survival. If the pill formulas were to leak out, the impact it would have on the sect would be utterly enormous. This matter, it was not overboard no matter how seriously they took it. Otherwise, they would not have set up such a powerful front. The medicinal pill in Ouyang Yu's hands was the pill which Yi Yuan threw to Yang Hao back then. That fellow directly took it back to the sect. Yi Yuan replied nonchalantly, of course it was refined by me. What a joke. This true rising spirit pill is my tranquil cloud sect pill hall's agglomerated fruit of labor. How would you know how to refine it? Speak. Did you, or your father, or the state of Qin's imperial family collude with members of our sect to steal it? Ouyang Yu looked down from high above, his aura imposing with overwhelming might. If an ordinary disciple were standing here, their legs would have turned into jelly long ago. But Yi Yuan was immune to this tactic. Whether I know how to refine or not, just test and you'll know. Is there a need to make things so complicated? Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Humph. The difficulty of refining the true rising spirit pill is extremely high. Even a middle-rank alchemy master would find it hard to refine. You, a low-rank alchemy master, can refine it. The one who spoke was Ouyang Ming, also Su Yuding's husband. If one were to talk about who wanted to mess Yuan to death the most, it had to be him and Yao Qian. And this tri-hall joint hearing also originated because of the two of them. Yuan lifted the 2-star badge on his chest and said smilingly, "Are you talking about this?" Been too busy recently. Just didn't have the time to take the exam. Finishing, Yuan released his soul force outside. A wave of commotion sounded out inside the Great Hall. This is the soul force of a high-rank alchemy master. This brat is only 4th level spirit condensation realm and already has the soul force of a high-rank alchemy master. Just where did this boy pop out from? His talent truly too astonishing. Yeah. Cultivation speed is so fast, and his natural divine soul is powerful. This is simply a natural-born alchemist. Why did he run into the martial hall? No way. This elderly self must take him in as my apprentice and pass all of my alchemy Dao skills to him. A genius like this, not becoming an alchemist is too wasted. The ones with the most discussions were undoubtedly on the pill hall's side. A powerful divine soul was the prerequisite condition to become an alchemist. Yuan just broke through to middle stage spirit condensation realm and actually already possessed high-rank alchemy master soul force. Such conditions, going to cultivate in the martial path was too wasted. They were unaware that Yuan did not even release all of his soul force. What he released earlier was merely the soul force of a newly broken through high-rank alchemy master. There was still quite a relatively huge gap from his full soul force. Even so, his conditions already moved many pill hall elders. The conditions to become an alchemist was extremely harsh. A good disciple could be encountered but not hoped for. Yuan only displayed the corner of an iceberg and already moved quite a few pill hall elders. Even Ouyang Yu's gaze when looking at Yuan became unrestrainedly scorching. In comparison, a trace of worry flickered past Xiao Jian's eyes. Yuan was his master's successor. How could he enter the pill hall? Furthermore, Yuan's martial talent was absolutely much more formidable than his alchemy talent. Of course, this was only his wishful thinking. Chapter 226, I have a master. Chapter 226, I have a master. Ouyang Ming saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly said, Yuan, don't you change the topic. Even if you can refine the true rising spirit pill, the truth about stealing the pill formulas is still beyond all doubt. Sect Master, the 3 hall heads, and elders, towards a disciple with such misconduct, no matter how much of a genius he is, we mustn't be indulgent. Elder Ouyang's words are reasonable, said the disciplinary hall's hall head Ling Potion suddenly, who previously did not speak the whole time. Ling Potion's voice dragged the imminently out-of-control situation back. As the saying went, like father, like son. In actuality, like teacher, like student, also worked. Xin Li's coldness that pushed people 1,000 miles away was inherited from this imposing master of his. The main topic today was interrogating Yuan. Ling Potion's authority to speak was naturally very high. Regardless of whether or not he had the intent to target Yuan, one sentence from him indeed made Yuan's elaborately constructed atmosphere scatter. As the litigant, Yuan only shot Ling Potion a calm glance and not was surprised by this. Yuan, where did you get the true rising spirit pill from? Confess honestly now, and we can still show leniency when meting out punishment. Otherwise, Ouyang Ming opened his mouth again. In order to improve the pill formula, the pill hall expended enormous amounts of human resources and material resources. If the pill formula which was just developed not long ago was stolen, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the Tranquil Cloud sect. Yuan had a helpless face. These dregs guarded some garbage like it was treasure and even blamed others for stealing their pill formulas. Truly hopeless. If I say that I knew from the start, you all definitely won't believe it, right? Yuan said helplessly. Although it was the truth, those who heard it might not believe it. Indeed, Yao Qian sneered coldly and said, your meaning is that you're a prophet. You were born with the knowledge. What a joke. Yuan, if you keep on being glib and talk aimlessly, there's no point in continuing this hearing. We're giving you the opportunity. That's why we're letting you stand here to speak. Ouyang Ming said coldly. Yi Yuan laughed and said, haha, I saw that the atmosphere was so tense and just wanted to ease it a little. Actually, I have a master. A very incredible master. The kind that is more formidable than you all. Those pill formulas were all taught by him. My alchemy skills were also taught by him. Ha ha ha. Nonsense. More formidable than us. Do you know what realm we're at? You didn't even sketch a draft when telling lies. Ouyang Ming said with a cold snicker. Yi Yuan had a disdainful face as he said, a second-level C transformation realm alchemist with a power level of 5. What are you being cocky in front of me for? Wait until I break through to the crystal formation realm. I can one-shot kill you instantly. Seeing that Ouyang Ming wanted to refute, Yi Yuan added on, don't doubt it. You ask that Elder Yao by your side, and you'll know whether I have the capability or not. In a certain sense, he was even defeated by me. These few sentences from Yi Yuan caused the entire Great Hall to burst into commotion once again. What? Elder Yao was defeated by the spirit condensation realm Yi Yuan. Is this boy talking in his sleep? How is that possible? This brat is blowing his own trumpet. Even though an alchemist's combat abilities aren't strong, Elder Yao is at any rate a C transformation realm expert. How is it possible to lose to Yi Yuan? Not necessarily. Didn't you hear Yi Yuan say earlier that it was only, in a certain sense? It's just we don't know what this certain sense refers to. In the Great Hall, even if Yao Qian's skin was thick, he was also scarlet red right now. Truthfully speaking, if Yi Yuan broke through to the crystal formation realm, he really did not dare to guarantee that he could beat Yi Yuan. That last sword from Yi Yuan left too deep an impression on Yao Qian. A second-level spirit condensation realm martial artist could actually communicate with heaven and earth essence energy to unleash such a peerlessly powerful sword. It was truly inconceivable. After Yao Qian returned to the sect, he obviously would not speak about this sort of disgraceful matter. Now that he was exposed by Yi Yuan in his face, he hated that there was no hole for him to crawl into. Elder Yao, what in the world happened? Elder Yao, this Yi Yuan must be talking bullshit, right? Many people came up to whisper to Yao Qian. Yao Qian was just about to deny it when Xiao Jian said calmly, you all don't need to doubt it. Yi Yuan did not lie. He has this capability. Yi Yuan, he can already communicate with heaven and earth essence energy for his own use. After he breaks through to the crystal formation realm, his strength will surely have a qualitative leap. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Although Xiao Jian did not mention Yao Qian, his words already affirmed Yi Yuan's words from another point. In front of Yi Yuan, these C transformation realm alchemists were indeed only power level of 5 dregs. And the majority of the alchemists here were so. A spirit condensation realm martial artist could communicate with heaven and earth essence energy. Everyone was stunned once again. With Xiao Jian's status, he obviously would not speak carelessly about this sort of matter. Soul force was incomparably powerful and martial talent was peerless. This was simply a genius that even the heaven would be jealous of. Would such a character really do something like stealing pill formulas? The group of elders started to doubt it. This group of people were actually all filled with righteous indignation before coming and were bent on putting Yi Yuan to death. But now, they had no choice but to consider reviewing Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, I wonder what kind of mysterious person your master is. If you have such a powerful master, why enter my tranquil cloud sect then? The sect master Luo Qingfeng, who was silent the entire time, suddenly asked. Yi Yuan gave a puzzled expression and said blankly, Replying sect master, I really don't what kind of person master is. I don't even know his name. Master said to use the knowledge he taught to temper myself in the secular world and compete with other geniuses. Only by emerging from a myriad of living beings can I officially become his disciple. What a joke. Who wouldn't even know his own master's name? The way I see it, this is simply nonsense that you fabricated. Sect master, I think we don't need to interrogate anymore. Yi Yuan is simply full of crap. Just give him the death penalty straight away. Ouyang Ming denounced. Elder Ouyang, in my opinion, it's more suitable for you to be the sect master. How about you come and take my seat? Luo Qingfeng's light words made the entire Great Hall's temperature plummet. Anyone could hear the displeasure sect master Luo had towards Elder Ouyang. Ouyang Ming frequently relied on the Ouyang family's influence in the sect to disregard the other elders. Now, he actually directly interrupted sect master Luo's questioning. His gall was too big. If sect master Luo could even tolerate this, then he might as well not be the sect master. Ouyang Ming's face turned the color of pig's liver and was incredibly embarrassed. Ouyang Ming, you shut your mouth. When was it your turn to talk while the sect master is questioning? How the final ruling will be is the sect master's decision. How can he tolerate you meddling in it? Why haven't you quickly apologized to sect master yet? Ouyang Yu obviously could not sit still anymore and reprimanded him. Ouyang Ming dare not defy Ouyang Yu. He could only rise and give a bow towards Luo Qingfeng, saying, Ouyang Ming was impatient and did not choose my words. I pray sect master do not blame. Luo Qingfeng waved his hands and did not bother with him anymore. He said to Yi Yuan again, your honorable master is an amazing character. It's just I wonder where is he at the present moment. Chapter 227, Challenging the Pill Hall Single-Handedly. Chapter 227, Challenging the Pill Hall Single-Handedly. Master, well he went to roam the world already. Yi Yuan still gave the same old excuse. Although Ouyang Ming was reprimanded by Luo Qingfeng, what he said was not wrong. Who takes someone as their master and not know their master's name? And now, Yi Yuan also said that his master was not around. There was no testimony with the witness gone. In their hearts, there were already many people who felt that Yi Yuan was indeed talking nonsense. Luo Qingfeng narrowed his eyes and said, according to my knowledge, you were still completely nameless a few months back. But within a few months, you emerged all of a sudden. Could it be that your master only taught you for these few months and left to travel the world so coincidentally right after you arrived at the Tranquil Cloud sect? Luo Qingfeng was clearly very clear about Yi Yuan's growing up experiences. Yi Yuan had prepared an excuse long ago. He recounted the lie he contrived to Yihang to Luo Qingfeng again. He actually had motives why he did this. Even though this imaginary teacher of his that he fabricated was somewhat absurd, as long as the sect believed he existed, that would be Yi Yuan's greatest protective charm. The Ouyang family wanting to deal with Yi Yuan would have to weigh whether they have the abilities first or not. An existence who could impart skills in a dream and directly imprint knowledge onto the divine soul was not someone that the puny Tranquil Cloud sect could afford to provoke. Of course, how to make others believe it was also a problem. As expected, when Yi Yuan finished talking, Luo Qingfeng raised his suspicions. It seems like what you've said up till now are all some things which can't be proven. Could it be that you want to use these sort of excuses to prove your innocence? Hearing Luo Qingfeng's questioning, a trace of cold sneer flashed across the corner of Ouyang Ming's mouth. He was very doting on Su Yuding. That was why he shielded the Su family in any way he could and even aided them to usurp the throne. However, what arrived was the outcome of the Su family three brothers' death. When Su Yuding heard this grievous news, she fainted on the spot. It could be seen just how great the impact this incident had on her. Ouyang Ming's heart ached for his beloved wife, so he was naturally unwilling to let Yi Yuan go. That was why he thought of borrowing the help of the Tri-Hall joint hearing to authorize Yi Yuan's death penalty. He knew that Yi Yuan was a peerless genius who made it past the Nine Heavens Road. The sect would definitely nurture this kind of geniuses heavily. The only opportunity to put him to death was the true rising spirit pill that Yi Yuan took out. Presently, seeing that Yi Yuan was at the end of his ropes, Ouyang Ming could not help feeling greatly satisfied. It was very evident that Yi Yuan could not summon that so-called master of his. As long as he could not call him here, he would be unable to convince everyone. The result could only be death. Yi Yuan spread his hands and said helplessly, Master went to roam the world. Either way, he can't be called here. I can't do anything about it if you all don't believe me. Luo Qingfeng did not indicate anything but asked, what's the opinion of the three hall heads? Ouyang Yu sucked in a deep breath and said, Yi Yuan stole the sect pill formulas, and the evidence is conclusive. I recommend sentencing to death. Although he also felt that Yi Yuan was a fine seedling, the suspicion of stealing the pill formulas was naturally greater. Furthermore, Ouyang Ming was Ouyang Yu's nephew. He knew that Ouyang Ming was deeply in love with Su Yuding, so he obviously had to stand on this side. Or else, the Ouyang family would dissolve by themselves. Ling Potion said, "Utter nonsense. I suggest put him to death." Xiao Jian frowned and said, "No way. Not only is Yi Yuan's soul force powerful, but his martial talent is also even hard to encounter in 1,000 years. If such an individual was killed, wouldn't it aggrieve our own people and gladden the enemy?" Xiao Jian. I acknowledge Yi Yuan's talent. But his background is ambiguous, and he has ulterior motives. Keeping such a person, after his strength becomes formidable in the future, wouldn't it be even more dangerous? Ouyang Yu reproved. Humph. Yi Yuan is in possession of the Tsanghua sword. This means that he obtained ancestor Lu Yan's inheritance. Master's discerning eyes are akin to pearls. He definitely won't misjudge people. You people are only relying on a single medicinal pill to decide on Yi Yuan's crime. What proof is there? Xiao Jian insisted on his viewpoint. Yi Yuan and his father are only people of the secular world but took out the true rising spirit pill that our pill hall had just developed. Doesn't this count as proof? Furthermore, he did not just take out the true rising spirit pill. There are another 2 types of medicinal pills. Could it be that the pill formulas that his master taught him just coincidentally happened to be these 3 types? This, Xiao Jian could not think of a better explanation either. It was crystal clear that the present situation was very adverse to Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan were unable to prove that these pill formulas were imparted by his master, he would surely be put to death. Since there are 2 of the 3 hall heads who agreed to sentence Yi Yuan to death, then, Ouyang Ming heard Luo Qingfeng's words and involuntarily felt wild elation in his heart. Hold on. Luo Qingfeng's words were interrupted halfway by Yi Yuan. What else do you have to say? May I be allowed to look at the pill formula? Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan. Stop using this sort of method to delay the time. It's futile. Hasn't the pill formulas been stolen by you already? Don't tell me that you still don't know the true rising spirit pill's pill formula. Ouyang Yu said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Hee, if I can point out the deficiencies in the pill formula that you developed, doesn't that prove that my pill formula wasn't stolen? Yi Yuan, are you doubting our pill hall's standards? Are you trying to challenge my entire pill hall single-handedly? Ouyang Yu's voice turned completely to ice. A puny little alchemy master actually dared to boast so shamelessly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, if Hall Head Ouyang feels this way, then I might as well give it a shot. I can prove to all of you that my master is more formidable than all the people in your pill hall. Wildly arrogant. Ignorant child. Preposterous. When these words from Yi Yuan went out, the great hall was immediately flooded with all kinds of reproaching voices. To challenge the pill hall single-handedly, it was truly rampant without limits in these people's opinions. The pill hall elders present were all quasi-alchemy king level. A brat who might not even be a high-rank alchemy master actually dared to challenge the entire pill hall. It was seriously the biggest joke in the world. Alchemy was an extremely profound study. It was not that when one's soul force reached high-rank alchemy master, they would definitely become a high-rank alchemy master. Haha. How absurd. Why do I have to accept your challenge? If this sort of matter spreads out, wouldn't it make the whole world laugh at my tranquil cloud sect? An alchemy master challenging quasi-alchemy kings. To think that you can come up with this. Ouyang Yu wondered if Yi Yuan's brain was missing a screw. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. I think that you've stayed too long in the southern domain. And think that you're invincible under the heavens already. There's a heaven beyond heaven and men beyond men. You all have most likely already forgotten about this logic. The things that you spent a huge price to develop is actually already outdated stuff. Even so, you're still patting yourselves on the backs and kept these pill formulas like they were treasures. Others take out the same medicinal pill, and you think that they copied you. Truly hilarious to the max. Let me ask all of you. Yi Yuan swept his gaze across those quasi-alchemy kings in the Great Hall and said coldly, which one of you knows what the northern domain is like now? A falling pin could have been heard in the Great Hall. Yi Yuan's words left them dumbfounded. After a long while, Luo Qingfeng suddenly said, Hall Head Ouyang, show him the pill formula. Chapter 228, Attending a Lesson on Alchemy. Chapter 228, Attending a Lesson on Alchemy. Ouyang's expression flickered between joy and distress but did not hand over the pill formula immediately. He did not feel that Yuan could really dig out the flaws of the pill formula. Could a 15-year-old alchemy master be amazing to such an extent? It was just that for the pill formulas that their pill hall collectively researched and developed to be criticized from top to bottom by a little punk, it was seriously shameful. As the pill hall's hall head, Ouyang could not afford to lose this face. He also did not know what kind of hex Luo Qingfeng fell under, to actually agree to such ludicrous request from Yuan. He was naturally unable to comprehend Luo Qingfeng's thoughts. His understanding of Yuan was far from as thorough as Luo Qingfeng's. To be able to execute a move by communicating with heaven and earth essence energy in the spirit condensation realm, no matter how heavily they nurtured him, it would not be excessive. The situation reported by the Martial Hall greatly alarmed Luo Qingfeng. Then, he went on to understand Yuan's growing up process. He discovered that Yuan's transformation could be called a classic counteroffensive. If one were to say that there was no expert behind Yuan, he would not believe it even if you beat him to death. However, this expert had never shown his face before. During this period of time, Luo Qingfeng investigated Yuan from different angles but did not discover any traces of that expert. What did this represent? It meant that this expert had already surpassed his understanding as the Tranquil Cloud sect master. The unknown was the most terrifying, even if he was a master of a sect. For such a mighty figure to be entrenched in the Tranquil Cloud 10 nations, how could Luo Qingfeng as the sect master rest assured? Yuan's reply today had already affirmed his conjectures from another point of view. But then, Yuan said that his master went to roam the world. Although there was no proof in any way, Luo Qingfeng was still very careful about how to deal with Yuan. Presently, Yuan said that he could challenge the entire pill hall single-handedly. It sounded preposterous, but if it were true, wouldn't that prove that Yuan's master really existed? The other party placed his disciple in your sect to temper him, but you killed his disciple. When that mysterious person returned someday, the Tranquil Cloud sect might not be his match even if they mustered up the full might of the sect. As the master of the sect, how could Luo Qingfeng dare to gamble with the entire sect? Hall head Ouyang. Luo Qingfeng urged again when he saw that Ouyang did not move. Yes, sect master. Ouyang hit out a jade slip with a frown. Yuan reached out to take it. Sweeping with his divine sense, he became immersed in his thoughts. How is it, great master Yi? Have you seen anything that is inappropriate? Please, give a pointer or two. Ouyang's words were sarcastic. Anyone could tell that he was really furious. His anger obviously could not be vented out on the sect master, so he had to get back face from Yuan. Yeah, great master Yi's master is probably an alchemy sovereign, right? For an alchemy sovereign's accomplished disciple to give us pointers is a piece of cake. I think that our pill hall might as well just invite great master Yi to be a guest elder. Oh, great master Yi likely would not even want this elder position. Alchemists were all prideful. Yuan's arrogance had already thoroughly infuriated them. Hence, they were all saying things sardonically. They did not believe that an alchemy master brat could give them pointers about anything. Even if Yuan's master was really an alchemy sovereign, the disciple that he taught could not possibly be at a higher level than all of them combined, right? They obviously could not imagine just what level Yuan's alchemy Dao realm had reached. Forget about adding them all up, even if all of their ancestors were added up, it would be hard to reach even 10% or 20% of Yuan. Yuan could not be bothered with these people's sarcasm. After sweeping finish the true rising spirit pill formula, he involuntarily let out a sigh. Don't just sigh, great master Yi. Why don't you talk about whether this true rising spirit pill formula has any flaws or not? Ouyang asked sarcastically. Since you people call me great master, then I'll give you a lesson on alchemy today. Just entered the sect and didn't bring any gifts either. I'll just give this lesson to everyone free of charge, Yuan said with a smile. Conceited and ignorant. Called you a great master and you really think you're one. Giving us a lesson with the likes of you. Yuan ignored him and continued talking. From this pill formula, I can see that everybody's standards are still around there. But, your foundations are not solid enough. When Yuan's voice fell, there were clamoring immediately. Foundation. A teenage baby is talking about foundation with us. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Child, have you memorized your herbal essentials? Using it to talk about foundation with us. Now, I feel that Yuan must be the person who stole the pill formulas. Or else, he would not talk drivel here. The few of us old fellows, even when placed in the entire southern domain, nobody would dare to say that our foundations are not solid, right? Yuan waved his hands and said, "Everybody, don't get agitated. I know that you all are quasi-alchemy kings. There are even some who are high-rank quasi-alchemy kings and would be famed and respected figures when placed in the entire southern domain. But compared to my master, you're indeed far off. Your foundations are also too weak. First, let's talk about this true rising spirit pill's main ingredients. Let's make a comparison." Speaking until here, Yi Yuan looked at Ouyang Yu and asked, "Hallhead Ouyang, there are 3 kinds of main ingredients on your true rising spirit pill formula, namely, profound armored beast's inner core, violet nightweed, and cloud net fruit, correct?" Ouyang Yu's face darkened but did not answer Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not mind either. He continued with a smile, "I'll talk about the 3 kinds of main ingredients in my pill formula. They are respectively, profound armored beast's inner core, violet nightweed, and verdant nether orchid." "Ha ha." He said, "Use verdant nether orchid." It's common knowledge that verdant nether orchid and violet nightweed can't be used together. You don't even know this point and even talk big to us about foundation. Exposed your foundation with 1 sentence. Sect Master, this punk is simply just trying to pass himself off as one of the players in an ensemble, and specially comes to beguile us. Ouyang Ming said with a loud hoot. Ouyang Ming learned to be smart this time and did not say things like directly sentence him to death. Luo Qingfeng could not help looking at Ouyang Yu when he heard that. Ouyang Yu nodded slightly, which naturally affirmed that what Ouyang Ming said was not false. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and lightly spat out a word from his mouth, "Idiot." "What did you say?" Ouyang Ming was furious. "Already grown up, but could it be that you haven't heard of a phrase called, history, books, should be read with reservation? You say that these 2 types of herbs cannot be used together. It should have been stated on that whatever lousy herbal compendium, right? Well, it should be stated on it that after combining the 2 kinds of ingredients, violet nightweed and verdant nether orchid, it would produce a poison which is greatly harmful to martial artists, yes." The crowd collectively turned to stone. The herbal compendium that was revered as a priceless treasure in the endless world became a lousy book in Yi Yuan's mouth. However, what Yi Yuan said was indeed correct. It was written like so in the book. "Humph. Isn't it so?" Ouyang Ming said with a livid face. "So my ass." Yi Yuan directly cussed back and said, "The book written by an alchemy sovereign indeed has great referencing value, but you all have to know that alchemy sovereigns have only just entered the gates in terms of the way of alchemy. The things they comprehended must be correct. Knowledge acquired from books will ultimately be shallow. If you people don't experiment, don't test it out, you'll only be brought astray by others. Worshipping the herbal compendium like it's a holy scripture, you all will never surpass the author of the book." Chapter 229, Betting to Acknowledge as Master. Chapter 229, Betting to Acknowledge as Master. Yi Yuan's words drew blood with a single poke. Those who kept their cool involuntarily fell silent. The herbal compendium had been revered as a holy scripture by the endless world's alchemists. It basically represented the highest level in the endless world. Yet, even those amazing alchemists than them were unable to walk to the end of the profundities of alchemy Tao. Although the herbal compendium's accomplishments were extremely high, to say that everything written on it was correct, that was evidently impossible. But the problem was that the herbal compendium was already enough for them to study their entire lives. How much time did these quasi-alchemy kings have to verify it one by one? Looking at it this way, Yi Yuan's words indeed set people thinking. But there were clearly not many alchemists who were able to think calmly at this time. In their eyes, Yi Yuan was already arrogant to a certain level. Alchemy sovereigns had just entered the gates. Then what did they, these quasi-alchemy kings, count as? Not even having entered the gates. Then following your logic, the violet nightweed and verdant nether orchid can be used together. I want to hear just how you remove the toxin produced between them. Ouyang Yu said with a cold sneer. Yi Yuan smiled and said, when refining medicinal pills that assist the breakthrough to the spirit condensation realm, the most important thing is to help martial artists refine essence energy and protect their dantian. Your pill formula's train of thought is correct. But the effects of the verdant nether orchid are clearly stronger than the cloud net fruit. Why do you want to grasp the shadow instead of the essence? Just because the book says that the verdant nether orchid and violet nightweed cannot be mixed. Yi Yuan swept his gaze around and said loudly, when refining medicinal pills, the main ingredients are naturally very important. But the supplementary ingredients are equally important. Since the verdant nether orchid and violet nightweed will produce a toxin after mixing together, can't you just add a type of ingredient into the supplementary ingredients to not let them produce poison? Yao Qian sneered coldly and said, talk is cheap. If it were ordinary poison, it would obviously be easy to resolve. But the toxin that they produce after mixing together is the tendon-gnawing blood. Although its tier isn't high, it's extremely rare. Even alchemy sovereigns are rendered helpless. If it were so simple, why would Lord Li Su not write it in the book? Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed, saying, after all is said, it's all about the book. You don't have any of your own opinions at all. I really don't know how you people cultivated to the quasi-alchemy king realm. Why don't you say what supplementary material can get rid of this tendon-gnawing blood poison? A poison that even alchemy sovereigns are at a loss on what to do. You, a puny little alchemy master, can resolve it. Yao Qian said with a frosty smile. Why not we make a bet? Yi Yuan derided. Seeing Yi Yuan's confident look, Yao Qian's heart involuntarily jolted. But he thought about it, no matter how monstrous Yi Yuan was, it was also impossible to be more amazing than an alchemy sovereign, right? How do you want to bet? If I can resolve this poison, you kowtow to me 3 times and acknowledge me as your master. If I can't resolve it, I'll give you this small life of mine. Well, I don't think you want me to acknowledge you as my master anyway, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Seeing the smile on Yi Yuan's face, Ouyang Ming felt that something was not quite right. He pulled the corner of Yao Qian's clothes, but Yao Qian ignored him. Fine. Am I scared of you? Yao Qian agreed straight away. In front of the sect master and various hall heads, I think that Elder Yao wouldn't renege on his words. Enough bullshit. Why don't you say what item can resolve this toxin? This old man is still waiting for your life. Yi Yuan nodded and said, fine, I'll make you utterly convinced. Elders, think about it, what common accompanying life form do the violet nightweed and the verdant nether orchid have? Yi Yuan's voice fell, and the group of elders furrowed their brows. Understanding the habits and characteristics of herbs was the essential skill that every alchemist had to do. Those present here were all quasi-alchemy kings. Their basic skills were naturally not lousy to the point where it was hopeless. It was just that their so-called research was far worse compared to Yi Yuan's. The violet nightweed and verdant nether orchid were comparatively rare tier 1 herbs. Their accompanying life forms were mostly some materials that did not enter the rankings. Could it be that these substandard materials could detoxify instead? What kind of joke was this? To talk about the common accompanying life form for these 2 types of herbs, it should be none other than clear joy grass. You're not telling me that the clear joy grass can resolve the toxin of the tendon-gnawing blood, are you? In the end, it was the pill hall's hall head, Ouyang Yu, who said the answer first. Except, he had never heard of the clear joy grass being able to treat poison. The clear joy grass was only an herb which did not make the rankings. It would occasionally be used as the supplementary material for low-grade tier 1 medicinal pills. It was simply unable to appear on the stage. But Yi Yuan was indifferent to it. He smiled and said, Hall head Ouyang is indeed incredible to say out the answer too quickly. That's right, the thing that can treat the toxin of the tendon-gnawing blood is precisely the clear joy grass. Ha, this old man has never heard of the clear joy grass having the effects to detoxify. Truly preposterous. Yi Yuan, you aren't thinking that us, these pill hall elders, are ornamental, right? You even dare to crack this sort of juvenile joke with us. Ouyang Yu burst into laughter and had the feeling of being duped. Yi Yuan said solemnly, I'm not joking around. You guys haven't tested it out. How do you know that the clear joy grass cannot treat poison? Clear joy grass is merely a most common kind of herb, completely unable to get a tier. Its characteristics and usage have long been developed to its limits. Even being the supplementary ingredient for a tier 1 medicinal pill is somewhat forceful. How can this sort of thing possibly treat the toxin of the tendon-gnawing blood? Ouyang Ming countered. Presumptuous and opinionated. You say that it's developed to the limits. That's just what you think. In reality, any pairing with two kinds of ingredients is possible to produce effects that you can't imagine. And how many types have you tested out? Even for Tier 1 ingredients, how many do you truly understand? Yi Yuan said with a cold sneer. Ouyang Yu was just about to refute but saw Luo Qingfeng wave his hand and said, "There's no need to argue. Yes or no, do a test and we will know." Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Haha, sect master is logical. Today, I'll take it as you guys got off cheaply. I'll just go along and refine this true rising spirit pill to let you see what the real true rising spirit pill looks like." Humph. Shameless boasting. Ouyang Ming snorted frostily. At a refining room, pill hall. All of them went to the room. Yi Yuan handed the true rising spirit pill formula to Luo Qingfeng. Luo Qingfeng ordered someone to prepare the ingredients. Yi Yuan's pill formula was naturally higher level than the one developed by the pill hall. But this pill formula was of no importance to Yi Yuan. He was indifferent about giving it to them. TSK, indeed a sect. Much higher level than the Danwu Academy's refining room. Yi Yuan sighed in admiration after entering the refining room. Rubbish. The Danwu Academy is only our sect's outer dojo. How can it compare to the pill hall? The ingredients are prepped, why haven't you hurry up and refine the pill? Yao Qian said. Sigh, I was just expressing my emotions. Elder Yao doesn't need to target everything at me, right? Elder Yao, you're anxious to acknowledge a master, but honestly speaking, I don't really want to accept you as a disciple, Yi Yuan said with a snicker. I hope you can still laugh in a while. Yi Yuan did not squabble. He went to the operation station directly and started to refine the medicinal embryo. Why is he using hands to grab? Doesn't he need to weigh it out? Why do I feel more and more that this Yi Yuan untrustworthy? This brat isn't thinking of bringing everyone to play along with him because he knows he's dead for sure, right? I feel the same way. The clear joy grass being able to treat the toxin of the tendon-gnawing blood. It sounds ludicrous no matter how I listen to it. Once Yi Yuan's hand-grabbing refining method came out, it immediately aroused a wave of confusion. Chapter 230, Compensation. Chapter 230, Compensation. Ouyang Yu looked at Yi Yuan's hand-grabbing refining method and could not help frowning. He already saw the pill formula that Yi Yuan gave him. Other than the cloud net fruit switching to verdant nether orchid and adding in clear joy grass, the other ingredients were basically the same. But the refining method in Yi Yuan's pill formula was very different from the one they researched out. Flame intensity, medicinal embryo, extraction, and such, there were many subtle differences. As the pill hall's hall head, Ouyang Yu's alchemy skill level was naturally beyond doubt. He could instinctively feel that if refined according to Yi Yuan's pill formula, the quality of the medicinal pill would surely go up a level. That was also to say that Yi Yuan's true rising spirit pill formula was much more mature than the one they developed. Of course, the prerequisite was that Yi Yuan could prove that clear joy grass could indeed neutralize the toxin of the tendon-gnawing blood. Ouyang Yu's basic skills were very solid. When refining pills himself, the weight of the herbs he casually grabbed was not far off. However, that was only not far off. He still needed to go through equipment to let the quantity of the herbs be more accurate. The higher the tier of the medicinal pill, the more precise the herb quantity needed to be. He did not dare to use some hand-grabbing refining method. But that did not stop him from watching Yi Yuan use this hand-grabbing refining method. From the herb quantity that Yi Yuan grabbed each time, it should be roughly the same as the quantity noted on the pill formula. But could he guarantee it was that precise? Even for Tier 1 medicinal pills, the more precise, the higher the success rate and quality. Yi Yuan doing it like this should be him not taking this refinement to heart, right? There was no way he could reach the degree of accuracy on the pill formula with just a casual grab. This was too heaven-defying. Anyway, he just had to prove that clear joy grass could neutralize the toxin of the tendon-gnawing blood, and Yi Yuan could be considered to have won. Because Ouyang Yu knew that if it could really resolve the tendon-gnawing blood toxin, Yi Yuan's pill formula was indeed stronger than the true rising spirit pill that they developed. The allegations of stealing would naturally be impossible to determine. Even so, the sturdiness of Yi Yuan's basic skills already surpassed the vast majority of alchemy grandmasters. There were even many Pill Hall elders who were inferior to Yi Yuan. However, Ouyang Yu did not say it. He just quietly watched Yi Yuan extract and refine the medicinal embryo. The refinement process was faster than they thought. The refinement of Tier 1 herbs was less than worthless to Yi Yuan. It naturally would not take up too much time. The medicinal embryo is extracted and refined. Hall head Ouyang, come and inspect if there's toxin or not. Yi Yuan passed the vessel over to Ouyang Yu. Ouyang Yu took the vessel to take a look, but his expression changed. The medicinal embryo that Yi Yuan refined was crystal clear, like it was a dark green crystal ball. Ouyang Yu had never seen anyone who could extract and refine medicinal embryo so exquisitely. It was simply a work of art. Ouyang Yu had refined countless pills but secretly judged that he was unable to do it to such a level. Could it be that there really was a powerful alchemist master behind this Yi Yuan? Otherwise, with Yi Yuan's age, how could he possibly cultivate such impeccable alchemy skills? Hall head Ouyang, don't be in a daze. Quickly use a profound silver needle to inspect whether this medicinal embryo has toxins or not. I still need to refine the medicinal pill. Yi Yuan urged upon seeing the situation. Ouyang Yu awoke and glared fiercely at Yi Yuan. Then, he retrieved a profound silver needle and stabbed it into the medicinal embryo. Similar to mortals using a silver needle to check for poison, alchemists use profound silver needles to check for poison. The profound silver needle in Ouyang Yu's hands was a high-rank magic artifact. It could detect all poison under Tier 4. That naturally included the tendon-gnawing blood toxin. Ouyang Yu pulled out the profound silver needle and his brows knitted together slightly. Are really no toxin? Could it be that the clear joy grass can really resolve the tendon-gnawing blood toxin? No way. The tendon-gnawing blood toxin is renowned for being an incurable poison. The detoxifying method is actually so simple. Although this sort of poison isn't very amazing, it can secretly affect a martial artist's bodily functions without their knowledge, ultimately turning the martial artist into a cripple. This was a poison that nobody could resolve in the endless world for the past few millenniums. It was actually resolved just like this. Seeing the profound silver needle without a single trace, the group of elders could not help exclaiming in shock and sighing. While amid the crowd, Yao Qian's face was currently ashen. The tendon-gnawing blood toxin was resolved, meaning he already lost the bet. Could it be that he, a dignified quasi-alchemy king, actually had to acknowledge an alchemy master as his master? This was simply an unprecedented shame. If this matter were to spread out, how would he establish authority in the Tranquil Cloud sect? Even if those disciples did not dare to say anything in front of him, they would probably gesticulate behind his back, right? Now, this can prove my innocence, right? Yi Yuan said lightly. Ouyang Yu's, Ouyang Ming's, and others' expression changed and were unwilling to follow up. Luo Qingfeng and the others, however, did not understand. He could not help asking, Hall head Ouyang. Ouyang Yu gritted his teeth and nodded, counting as acknowledging Yi Yuan's words. This sort of matter could not be faked. He had no choice but to admit it. Luo Qingfeng also sighed in relief secretly when he heard that and said, since that's the case, Yi Yuan's crime of stealing the pill formula is unfounded. It's just that this medicinal pill is the foundation for my Tranquil Cloud sect. Yi Yuan, you're not allowed to sell it in the secular world. To compensate for the misunderstanding this time, the sect will award you 10,000 points. I hope that you won't resent the sect because of this case. As the master of a sect, these words from Luo Qingfeng were already considered a subtle apology. If it were an ordinary disciple, the trial would just be over. How could the sect master possibly say this kind of words? But Yi Yuan was different. He was too monstrous. The talent that Yi Yuan displayed was overly monstrous. Since it was proven that Yi Yuan did not harbor ill intent, the sect naturally had to nurture with full force and rope him in. Such a genius figure was where the hope of the sect laid. He would naturally be viewed as precious treasure. Yi Yuan obviously had the sense to appreciate the favor. He gave a bow towards Luo Qingfeng and said, Sect Master is also considering the safety of the sect. Why would Yi Yuan bear a grudge? However, dare I ask, Sect Master, whether the bet earlier is counted or not? murmuring. When Yi Yuan's words came out, everyone's gaze looked towards Yao Qian. Yao Qian's old face turned crimson red instantly as he felt pent up. This Luo Qingfeng was also stumped by Yi Yuan. While Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao level somewhat surpassed expectations, to make a quasi-alchemy king acknowledge him as master, Luo Qingfeng felt that it was still somewhat nonsensical. This way, how would Yao Qian dare to meet anyone in the future? Yi Yuan had a surprised look as he said, "Elder Yao, you aren't going to renege, are you?" "Well, I know that asking a quasi-alchemy king to acknowledge me as a master is somewhat hard on you, but from a certain point of view, my alchemy Dao standards have already surpassed yours. Hence, you acknowledging me as master seems to be justifiable." This was naturally Yi Yuan's humble words. His alchemy Dao level was far from just surpassing Yao Qian's from a certain perspective. With Yao Qian's standards, he was not even fit to carry shoes for Yi Yuan. However, looking at this old man who nearly killed him being forced to yield, Yi Yuan had unspeakable delight in his heart. Right then, Xiao Jian suddenly thought of something and whispered a few words by Luo Qingfeng's ears. Luo Qingfeng's eyes lit up, and he said, "Various hall heads, elders, this matter is concluded. What are we still waiting here for? Why haven't you left quickly?" Chapter 231, Price. Chapter 231, Price. Yi Yuan just stared at Yao Qian with a smile. Yao Qian's face was so shock-stricken that it was about to drip water. He stood there motionless, unable to leave. The group of elders' expression was weird as they left the refinement room. Of course, there was sympathy amidst the oddness. "Yi, Elder Ouyang hasn't left yet. Can it be that you want to acknowledge me as your master together with Elder Yao?" Ouyang Ming actually wanted to leave too. But his relation with Yao Qian was intimate. Leaving just like this was not very good. Furthermore, this incident, Yao Qian was also implicated by him. If he left, it would be too disloyal. Ouyang Ming's face repeatedly wavered, not knowing how to follow up. The bet was between Yi Yuan and Yao Qian. Sect Master Luo making. Everyone leave was already considering Yao Qian's face. It was not suitable for others to intervene. "What are you still standing there for, Elder Ouyang? Leave." Luo Qingfeng had not left but shouted at Ouyang Ming instead. Ouyang Ming looked at Yao Qian awkwardly. Yao Qian sucked in deeply and said, "You leave first. I know what to do." This Ouyang Ming more or less felt relief from a tensed heart. But he obviously could not show it on the surface. Ouyang Ming only left while looking back every few steps after Yao Qian nodded his head, and went out with Luo Qingfeng. After everyone exited the refinement room, Yao Qian sneered and said, "Yi Yuan, aren't you scared that your lifespan will be shortened by making a quasi-alchemy king acknowledge you as master?" Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Isn't shortening my lifespan exactly what you hope for? I don't even mind, so why should you?" Yao Qian could not help choking up, his eyes spewing fire. Yi Yuan pretended to be shocked. "Aya, is Elder Yao trying to silence me by killing me? The sect master is right outside. This isn't good. Talk. What terms do you want?" Yao Qian forcefully pressed down the rage in his heart and said somberly. "Ah. What? What terms? I don't understand Elder Yao's meaning." Yi Yuan had a blank look. Yao Qian hated fiercely in his heart. This fellow was clearly pretending to be muddled, but yet, he had to play along with him. "Stop pretending. State your conditions. As long as it's not to acknowledge you as master, any conditions will do. Don't. With a quasi-alchemy king disciple, it would be so glorious if I go outside in the future. Why do I have to put out conditions?" An image involuntarily emerged in Yao Qian's mind. "You don't know Yao Qian? A quasi-alchemy king. That's my disciple. How is it? I'm amazing, aren't I? Poo work." Yao Qian's chest felt stifled, and he felt a metallic taste in his throat. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. If this sort of situation really occurred, he would rather go die. Yi Yuan wanted to mess with him to death. Yao Qian could not imagine just how Yi Yuan could resolve the riddle that nobody could in the thousands of years of the endless world's alchemy world. If not because he knew the prowess of the tendon-gnawing blood toxin, how could Yao Qian dare to make this bet with Yi Yuan? Yet, Yi Yuan really resolved this poison. Even with countless regrets, Yao Qian could not turn back time. The current Yao Qian had already sunk into a dilemma. A single misstep and his reputation would be utterly ruined. "Aya, what's with you, Elder Yao?" "Well, looks like our tranquil cloud sect treats the elders very well. There's too much blood in them that they can casually spit out a mouthful when they have nothing to do. I must work hard and cultivate so that I can get an elder position." Yi Yuan did not hold any sympathy in his heart as he continued to pour salt on his wounds. Yao Qian merely had anger and anxiety inflict his heart. Vomiting a mouthful of blood was not a big deal to a sea transformation realm powerhouse. Furthermore, as a quasi-alchemy king, Yao Qian could replenish the deficit in blood vitality just by casually eating some medicinal pills. Indeed, Yao Qian failed to endure, and another mouthful of blood sprayed out. Yi Yuan wanted to continue talking. Yao Qian could not be bothered with vomiting blood anymore and hastily said, "Yi Yuan, say it. How can I call off this bet?" If he let Yi Yuan continue talking, he would really die today from vomiting blood. A sea transformation realm powerhouse of his generation being angered to death by vomiting blood. This would absolutely shake the entire endless world. Yi Yuan saw that the intensity was just about right. He blinked and said, "Elder Yao really doesn't want to be my disciple. Actually, being my disciple really isn't bad. I won't even let ordinary people be." This was not Yi Yuan boasting. In his previous life, only God knew how many alchemists wanted to go under his tutelage. But Yi Yuan did not accept a single one. Ji Qingyun disliked that teaching disciples wasted far too much time, delaying his researching the alchemy Tao. Yao Qian did not speak and just shook his head decisively. He was already on the verge of collapse. "Sigh, that's such a shame. I can't show off to others in the future," Yi Yuan said regretfully. Quickly say your terms." Now that it had come to this, Yao Qian was already prepared to bleed heavily. "Elder Yao is really generous. You know that sect disciples don't lead a good life. As a pill hall elder, Elder Yao should have quite a lot of points, right?" Yi Yuan inquired with a beam. Yao Qian's heart jolted. "How much do you want?" Yi Yuan reached out 2 fingers. 20,000. Yao Qian's heart eased up. 20,000 points were already quite a number to core disciples. Is Elder Yao dismissing a beggar? 200,000. Yao Qian's eyes went wide. It was truly demanding an exorbitant price. Yi Yuan shook his head again. 2 million. 2 million. Why don't you go rob? Where do I have so many points? Yao Qian was taken aback by Yi Yuan. 2 million was also an astronomical figure to Yao Qian. He only accumulated 1,000,000 plus points back then when he was hoarding for the Purple Center Soul Incantation. Although the elder position was high, expenses were high too. The points he had on hand were only roughly 500,000 or so. 2 million points were 4 times his total net worth. Seeing Yao Qian's expression, Yi Yuan also came to realize that his asking price seemed to be too high. He originally wanted 2 million to give Jiang Yunhe 1.4 million to exchange for the Purple Center Soul Incantation. Then, he would have 600,000 left, which should be enough to use for a long time. It looked like this plan was going to go bust. "How much do you have?" "I only have 300,000. "Like that, huh? Then no talk." Wait. Yao Qian hurriedly said. I can gather up to 1 million. But 2 million are really too much. Even us elders can't possibly have that much. 2 million points, even if I don't use points in the future, I would also need to amass them for 10 years. You can ask the other elders about this, and you'll know whether what I said is true or not. Yi Yuan rubbed his chin and was still quite dissatisfied. But since Yao Qian already said this, it was almost certainly the case. However, he was certain that Yao Qian definitely understated his own points. 1.2 million. No less. He had to pay some price since he wanted to call off the bet. The price was that Yao Qian would have to work for free for others several years after. Yao Qian did not say anything as his expression flickered indecisively. 700,000 points. He basically had to forget about doing other things for the next 5 years. It would essentially all be used to repay the debt. However, to really recover, it would require at least 7 years. But compared to becoming Yi Yuan's disciple, he would rather spend his days in debt. Finally, Yao Qian gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. Deal." Chapter 232, Distributing Wealth. Chapter 232, Distributing Wealth. Senior apprentice brother Mo, quickly think of a plan. Yi Yuan hasn't returned yet. Did something happen to him? Lu'er asked anxiously. Yeah, senior apprentice brother Mo. Among us here, only you have the right to talk. Why don't you go and inquire to see if they did anything to Yi Yuan? Nanfeng Ruoqing also said. The few people were like ants on a hot pan, walking around Mo Yuntian non-stop. But Mo Yuntian also had a helpless face. Not that I don't wish to help junior apprentice brother Yi, but I really don't have the power to speak. The Tri-Hall joint hearing. I must be at the elder position and above to join. Furthermore, it's strictly confidential. It's simply impossible to inquire about the news. Then we just sit here and wait blankly. We have to do something. Nanfeng Jiro also voiced out. Mo Yuntian shook his head and said, the only thing we can do now is to trust Master. With him present, he definitely won't let Yi Yuan suffer. Moreover, Yi Yuan's talent is plain for everyone to see. I believe that the sect master is unlikely to do something that would cripple the sect's prospects. The group discussed for a long time but did not come up with anything. Lu'er could not sit still anymore. No way. I have to go find young master. Finishing, she sprinted out of the door. But right after stepping outside, she just happened to see Yi Yuan, who strolled into the court. Young master was perfectly fine. When Lu'er saw that Yi Yuan was fine, the rock in her heart was finally put down. Young master, they didn't do anything to you, right? Lu'er still asked rather worriedly. Your family's young master is a divine king's reincarnation. What can they do to your family's young master? Yi Yuan cracked a partly true, partly false joke. Either way, nobody would believe him. Will you die if you don't brag? Don't you know how worried Lu'er was for you just now? Nanfeng Jiro also followed out and said exasperatedly. Aren't I am fine? Haha, thanks so much for everyone's concern. Since everyone's here, that also saves me the trip of finding each of you one by one, Yi Yuan said with a chortle. You just came from the Tri-Hall joint hearing. What are you looking for us for? Long Tang asked rather puzzledly. Go in and talk. The few people entered the house and sat down. Senior apprentice brother Mo, senior apprentice sister Nanfeng, junior apprentice brother Long, the three of you take out your identity tokens. I have a large gift I want to give you guys, Yi Yuan said it bluntly. Large gift? Can it be? The people here were sharp-witted people. Hearing that Yi Yuan wanted their identity tokens, they naturally guessed what Yi Yuan wanted to do. But it was precisely so that they were even more skeptical. Wasn't Yi Yuan escorted to the Tri-Hall joint hearing? Why did he bring points back? Doubts were doubts, the three people still took out the identity tokens as asked. Yi Yuan also took out his own identity token and used Soul Force to transfer some points respectively. He originally needed so many points because he planned on giving them to Jiang Yunhe to exchange for the lower half of the Purple Center Soul incantation. But now that there was still a huge chunk of points missing, Yi Yuan obviously needed to think of some other ways of earning points. He knew that it was very challenging for newly accepted sect disciples to stride forward, so he naturally would not be stingy. He distributed some points to Nanfeng Ruoqing and the others. Either way, there was still 200,000 points to be earned. He did not care about this paltry amount. 10,000 points. Yi Yuan, where did you get so many points from? Nanfeng Ruoqing inserted her divine sense into the token and could not help being greatly alarmed. Mine is also 10,000 points. Long Tang said. Junior apprentice brother Yi, isn't this way too much? You just entered the sect. There are still many areas you need to use points in. Although I don't know where your points came from, giving it to us like this, do you have enough left to use? Mo Yuntian asked hesitantly. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, relax, senior apprentice brother Mo, I have plenty of points. Come and look for me again after you use finish. Senior apprentice brother Mo, right now is the crucial period for you. You have many areas where you need points for. These bit of points to express this junior apprentice brother's goodwill. Mo Yuntian was presently at the 6th level crystal formation realm and about to break through to the 7th level crystal formation realm. He naturally could not avoid the cost for stepping into late-stage crystal formation realm. Of course, Yi Yuan was not giving him so many points because of Mo Yuntian's expenses, but because he was indebted to him for saving his life. But this is too much. Mo Yuntian was rather embarrassed. Senior apprentice brother Mo, how many points did Yi Yuan give you? Nanfeng Jiro could not resist asking like a curious baby. 50,000 points. Hiss. What's going on? Yi Yuan, didn't you go to the Tri-Hall joint hearing? Why did you come back with so many points instead? Nanfeng watching sucked in a cold breath. Yi Yuan snickered and recounted today's experience briefly to everyone, making them wide-eyed and dumbfounded. 1.2 million points. Mo Yuntian stayed at the Tranquil Cloud sect for 10 years and did not have so many points even if he added everything up. But Yi Yuan only used 6 days to get these. Mo Yuntian smiled bitterly and said, to think that junior apprentice brother Ye's alchemic talent actually do not pale in the slightest bit to your martial talent. However, you've offended the Ouyang family to the core this time. No matter. Even if I don't offend them, they would also come and offend me. If they dare to come to find trouble with me again, I don't mind getting some more points, Yi Yuan said confidently. Right then, a symbol suddenly appeared in front of Mo Yuntian and started immolating, turning into ash instantly. A barely imperceptible streak of essence energy tunneled into Mo Yuntian's ear. It's the sound transmission talisman that Master sent. He asked me to bring junior apprentice brother Yi to see him, Mo Yuntian said. Hall head Xiao. I'll go with you, Yi Yuan replied. This meeting with Xiao Jian, Yi Yuan absolutely had to go. Seeing Yi Yuan once again, Xiao Jian sighed unceasingly. He initially wanted to exert utmost effort at the Tri-Hall joint hearing to help Yi Yuan out of his predicament. He did not imagine that he did not help much, but Yi Yuan himself slaughtered his way in and out however he liked, ultimately butchering Yao Qian until not even a fragment of armor was left. Although not a lot of time passed, the matter of Yao Qian giving Yi Yuan 1.2 million points was already circulating among the upper echelons. Yao Qian alone naturally did not have so many points. He had to find other people to lend points from. This incident obviously could not be concealed. The first person Yao Qian went to find was unsurprisingly Ouyang Ming. But Ouyang Ming's points on hand was even lesser than Yao Qian. Furthermore, Ouyang Ming obviously could not lend all of his points to him. Yao Qian could only find a few elders with pretty good relations and finally barely managed to gather together 1.2 million points before transferring to Yi Yuan. A bet to exchange for 1.2 million points. In the history of the Tranquil Cloud sect, people dare not say that there would absolutely be no successor to Yi Yuan, but he definitely had no predecessors. Of course, this sort of bet looked simple, but without heaven-defying strength, don't even think about it. One had to know, what Yi Yuan resolved was a puzzle that nobody could in thousands of years in the endless world. Before this, Xiao Jian was truly unaware that Yi Yuan's alchemic talent was actually so heaven-defying. This way, there was nothing odd about him possessing the true rising spirit pill. Yi Yuan Xiao Jian stared at Yi Yuan as he spoke, but swallowed back his words. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and took out the Tsanghua sword from his storage ring and passed it to Xiao Jian. Chapter 233, Not Lacking Money. Chapter 233, Not Lacking Money. Seeing the Tsanghua sword, Xiao Jian's eyes became glued to it as he took it over from Yi Yuan's hands with trembling hands. He lightly caressed the sword body, his eyes already wet. Yi Yuan and Mo Yuntian remained silent and watched Xiao Jian reminiscing Lu Yen quietly. Tsanghua, to think that this parting lasted over 100 years. Xiao Jian said with an emotional sigh. The current Xiao Jian seemed to have already walked out from his reminiscing Lu Yen emotions and recovered back to that martial hall's hall head with intertwining sword intent. He returned Tsanghua back to Yi Yuan and said emotionally, "It looks like Tsanghua has already acknowledged you its master. It followed master for 200 years and virtually became one with master, but it recognized you as its master so quickly. It can be seen that you have an affinity with it." Towards these words, Yi Yuan was still quite contemptuous. Merely an 8 restriction spirit artifact. It was effortless for Yuan to want to subdue it. Furthermore, Yuan fused the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent on the Nine Heavens Road. This had the utmost attraction to the Tsanghua sword. Recognizing a master was naturally not peculiar either. What Lu Yen pursued throughout his life was merely just the Azure Dipper floating zero sword art, while Yuan's sword intent far surpassed that. Yuan smiled and said, "Tsanghua is spiritual. This period of time, it indeed helped me out a lot." Of course, the Tsanghua sword was undoubtedly an excellent helper to the present Yuan. If he did not have the Tsanghua sword, there was no way his Azure Dipper floating zero sword would have such incredible might. Regardless whether it was the 9-sword stance or 1,000 flowing petals, they both required the support of a powerful weapon. And the Tsanghua sword was naturally the most convenient weapon to the spirit condensation realm Yuan. If Yuan did not possess the Tsanghua sword, the power of these two moves would be greatly diminished. "Is Master all right?" Xiao Jian asked rather flusteredly. Yuan smiled and did not answer. Only then did Xiao Jian come around. Yuan went through the Nine Heavens Road, so he obviously had to swear a Heaven Dao oath. How could he possibly answer his question? My question was somewhat impetuous. Back then, Master did not have much lifespan left but suddenly disappeared. I guessed that he could have left for the Nine Heavens Road. Master's life aspiration was to revive the Tranquil Cloud sect, then charge back to the northern domain. For this, he did not mind sacrificing his flesh body to enter the Nine Heavens Road as a divine soul. It was truly a wax torch becoming completely dry. With the heavens' blessings, Master managed to wait until you arrived. I believe that Master must have been overjoyed then. From Xiao Jian's words, Yuan could tell that he truly understood Lu Yen very well. The truth was not far off from his conjectures. In future, when my longevity approaches its limit, I'll definitely follow in Master's footsteps and seek out a successor for the sect. Xiao Jian said decisively. Yuan's heart was moved, but he shook his head and said, "All head Xiao, perhaps you Master and disciple still can meet again someday. Why say something so despondent?" Xiao Jian thought that Yuan was consoling him. He waved his hands and said, "I originally thought that I would never hear news about Master again in this lifetime. I didn't think that he actually let you bring the Tsanghua sword out. Yuan, I know that you're not some small creature that will stay in the pond. I only hope that you'll treat Tsanghua well and be good to my Tranquil Cloud sect." Other than taking a look at the Tsanghua sword, this was probably Xiao Jian's biggest goal. With the performance at the Tri-Hall joint hearing plus the 1,000 flowing petals that Mo Yuntian saw before, Xiao Jian could already tell that Yuan was absolutely not something the tiny Tranquil Cloud sect could retain. Just like Lu Yen, Xiao Jian only hoped that Yuan would remember the Tranquil Cloud sect's nurturing and not forget where he came from. That was all. As for the strength of the sect, it was not the work of a single day. Unless Yuan were willing to pour his entire life's effort into this place, otherwise, it would clearly be impossible to strengthen the Tranquil Cloud sect within a few short decades. Yuan himself said it, entering the sect was only for the experience. His real backing was that unfathomable master. Hearing Xiao Jian said these, Yuan knew that the goal of him pulling out that fictional master of his had already been achieved. The Tranquil Cloud sect was just a stopover on his path to the top. It was impossible for him to halt for too long here. If the sect entrusted all of its hopes on him, then that would be a catastrophic mistake. Yuan did not have so much time. He had to return to the divine realm as soon as possible. Of course, Yuan would do everything he could to help the Tranquil Cloud sect. As for to what degree they could develop to, that would have to depend on the sect's fortune. Rest assured, Hall Head Xiao, I'll always be a part of the Tranquil Cloud sect. Yuan just replied lightly with this sentence. This was already his greatest promise. Haha, good. It's enough to hear this sentence from you. Xiao Jian said with a chuckle. Leaving Xiao Jian's place, Yuan did not return but went to the refining room again. In the Tranquil Cloud sect, elders and above had their own refining rooms, while the refining rooms used by disciples were communal. Same as the cultivation rooms, using the refining rooms always required the expenditure of points. However, when Pill Hall disciples used the refining rooms to craft finished products, they could sell a portion to the sect to exchange for points. Hence, every time pill hall disciples used the refining rooms, they would prepare ample ingredients to refine many medicinal pills in one shot. Of course, the points that could be exchanged for each type of medicinal pill was different. But in comparison, it was much easier for pill hall disciples to obtain points than martial hall disciples. The majority of pill hall disciples had some foundation. Like Nanfeng Ruoqing, an alchemist who was selected to enter the sect, she could directly refine a complete Tier 2 medicinal pill independently. Points would naturally be much easier to earn. "This senior apprentice brother, I want a Tier 3 refining room," Yi Yuan said to the disciple on duty. The disciple on duty shot Yi Yuan a glance and said in surprise, "You're a martial hall disciple, right? Concurrently holding the rank of low-rank alchemy master, what are you using such a high-tier refining room for? I say, Junior, you don't need to squander points in this manner even if you have a lot, right? You'd better use a Tier 2 refining room." Yi Yuan was wearing a martial hall disciple outfit, but a 2-star badge was hanging from his chest. That disciple on duty could obviously see it distinctly. This disciple on duty was a warm-hearted person who tried to advise Yi Yuan enthusiastically. Yi Yuan did not think such a situation would occur. He smiled and said, "Many thanks for senior apprentice brother's concern. But a Tier 2 refining room is really insufficient. It's better you give me a Tier 3 room." Tier 2 medicinal cauldrons simply could not withstand the refinement of Tier 3 medicinal pills, because the intensity of flames that Tier 3 medicinal pills required was much stronger than Tier 2 medicinal pills. Even for a peak Tier 2 medicinal cauldron existence, a single mishap, and the cauldron would blow up. Hence, Yi Yuan wanted a Tier 3 refining room. "Junior apprentice brother is new, right?" Yes. I've only entered the sect for a few days." "No wonder. Junior apprentice brother is likely still unaware of the value of points. Wasting it like this will affect your future cultivation. Senior apprentice brother, I really want to use the Tier 3 refining room." "Sai, I say, why are you so stubborn? Don't tell me that you, a low-rank alchemy master, can refine Tier 3 medicinal pills. One day in a Tier 3 refining room requires 300 points. Even if you have money, you shouldn't spend it like this." Yi Yuan was on the verge of collapsing. But he was truly advising from the bottom of his heart, so he really could not lose his temper. Feeling helpless, Yi Yuan directly fished out his identity token and threw it to the disciple on duty, saying, "Swipe away, senior apprentice brother. I do not lack money." Chapter 234, Tri-Origin Samsara Art. Chapter 234, Tri-Origin Samsara Art. The disciple on duty took Yi Yuan's token to swipe it and laugh at the same time as he said, "Haha, you've just entered the sect for a few days, how many?" The second half of the disciple's words were forcefully stuck in his throat. 1.13,100,000 points. He read it multiple times before confirming that he did not see wrongly. How can there be this much? The disciple on duty's eyes went wide, and his words even became stutters. "Can I enter now? 2 days will do. I'll have to trouble you, senior apprentice brother." Yi Yuan obviously would not explain where these points came from. The disciple on duty helped Yi Yuan swipe 600 points mechanically, then woodenly watched Yi Yuan walk inside. Ever since he entered the sect, he had never seen so many points before. This kind of visual impact was truly overwhelming. 1.1 million points. How many Tier 2 medicinal pills needed to be refined to exchange for that? The disciple on duty could not help doing mental arithmetic. Yi Yuan wanted a Tier 3 refining room naturally to refine Tier 3 medicinal pills. The Tier 3 medicinal pills he could refine now were not many. He could basically only refine low-grade Tier 3 medicinal pills, but this was already enough. The Demon Crystal Pill was only a low-grade Tier 3 medicinal pill. He promised Yuan Fei back then the Demon Crystal Pill, and now, he could already refine it. It was a full 10 months in advance of the time promised back then. The ingredients that the Demon Crystal Pill required were not uncommon. Yuan Fei had them prepared long ago. He was only waiting for Yuan to become an alchemy grandmaster. Yuan formed a seal, and Yuan Fei appeared. Seeing that they were in a refining room, Yuan Fei was rather unsure. "Young master, this is..." "Yuan Fei, this period of time, you went through fire and water with me. I've always borne this in mind. Now, the time to repay you has arrived, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Yuan Fei reacted very swiftly and said delightedly, young master, you mean demon crystal pill? That's right. But young master, you're only. Yuan Fei saw Yi Yuan's realm and could not really continue speaking. How could an alchemy master refine a tier 3 medicinal pill? Only an alchemy master, don't tell me you think I called you out just to mess with you. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Yuan Fei dare not. I originally thought that I would only have high-rank alchemy master soul force at the late-stage spirit condensation realm, that's why I promised you a year's time. But now, I already have the soul force of a high-rank alchemy master, so we obviously don't need to wait for such a long time. Yuan Fei was exuberant when he heard it and said, young master actually has such strength. Yi Yuan nodded and said, naturally. Although it will be somewhat strenuous, refining the demon crystal pill shouldn't be an issue. The strenuous Yi Yuan talked about was actually referring to insufficient essence energy. The consumption of essence energy to alchemists was naturally much greater when refining tier 3 medicinal pills. If Yi Yuan had late-stage spirit condensation realm strength, refining would be much easier. In fact, Yi Yuan's present essence energy could already compare to ordinary late-stage spirit condensation realm, but the expenditure of tier 3 medicinal pills was far from comparable to tier 2 medicinal pills. That was why it was taxing. Listening to Yi Yuan's words, Yuan Fei started to tremble with excitement. He gave up the dignity of an ape king to willingly become Yi Yuan's servant, wasn't it for today? Now that Yi Yuan actually realized the first promise so quickly, how could this not agitate him? Yuan Fei thanks young master. Haha, I know that you still have doubts in your heart. So give thanks after I refine the medicinal pill. Yi Yuan retrieved the ingredients from his storage ring and started to fiddle with it on the operating station. The refinement of tier 3 medicinal pills was not as easy as tier 2 medicinal pills. Otherwise, there would not be so few alchemy grandmasters. Wanting to refine tier 3 medicinal pills, the bare minimum requirement was soul force reaching the degree of alchemy grandmaster. That also meant that only a heaven-defying existence like Yi Yuan could use refinement techniques to compensate for the inadequacy of soul force. But it was not that one could compensate for this kind of inadequacy just by grasping the refining method. Yi Yuan's refining technique had to be trained to the legendary realm before he could accomplish this sort of impossible task. Leaping ranks to refine medicinal pills was much more challenging than crossing ranks to do battle. Many martial artists could leap ranks to battle, but there was likely not a single one who could leap ranks to refine medicinal pills in the endless world. Perhaps there were some alchemy path geniuses with powerful soul force that could cross a minor rank to refine medicinal pills, but it was virtually impossible to cross a major realm to refine medicinal pills. Forget about the endless world, even in the divine realm, those who could leap ranks to refine medicinal pills were scarce and few. The other thing was essence energy. The higher the medicinal pill rank, the greater that expenditure of essence energy. Without the adequate essence energy reserves, it was basically impossible to support the refinement of the medicinal pill to completion. Only refining techniques that had reached the legendary realm could lessen the consumption of essence energy to the greatest extent to complete this kind of virtually impossible thing. Crossing ranks to refine tier 3 medicinal pills was also a humongous challenge to Yi Yuan. For this, he even specially spent 15 minutes to meditate. He only started the preparation work after he completely entered heart-like still water state. Preparing the herbs, extracting and refining the medicinal embryo, Yi Yuan's preparatory work was done very quickly. But this time, Yi Yuan's preparatory work was different from the past. He did not split the herbs into 2 portions. If Nanfeng Ruoqing were present, she would surely be greatly alarmed and asked, could it be that you are not using the yin-yang separation flow technique to refine tier 3 medicinal pill? Yi Yuan really did not plan on using the yin-yang separation flow technique. Arriving in front of the medicinal cauldron, Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath, and abruptly fired out a streak of fire from his finger, enveloping the medicinal embryo. It was precisely the cleansing sandal sacred flame. Yi Yuan pushed the power of the cleansing sandal sacred flame to the limits of tier 2, but it was much better than the refining room's fire seed. The first step, cleansing. The extraction and refinement of medicinal embryo was only a crude refinement. There were still various kinds of residual dregs within the ingredients which must be cleansed completely using flames. The cleansing sandal sacred flame had an innate advantage at this step. Its innate attribute was cleansing. It was precisely so that the cleansing sandal sacred flame was one of the essence fires most adored by alchemists. Yi Yuan's hands danced around like phantoms while that bundle of fire danced along with Yi Yuan's hands. After a few short moments, Yi Yuan's hands split and pressed down. Only to hear a boom, the entire medicinal cauldron ignited instantly. The refinement officially began. Tri-origin samsara art. Begin. Yi Yuan gave a soft cry. The flames in the entire cauldron instantly skyrocketed. At the same time, Yi Yuan's figure also vanished from its original spot, leaving behind an afterimage. Seeing this scene, Yuan Fei's eyes became fixated. Although he did not know alchemy, he was present when Yang was refining pills before, and there was not such a commotion. Similarly, refining Tier 3 medicinal pills, wasn't this commotion too big? With Yuan Fei's visual prowess, he could naturally see Yuan's figure. While Yuan's actions were extremely fast, virtually like going in circles around the medicinal cauldron, Yuan Fei could see clearly that Yuan only paused slightly at 3 points surrounding the medicinal cauldron. And every time he stopped, he would form an extremely profound seal, striking it into the medicinal cauldron using essence energy. Young master's alchemy skills are much stronger than his father's. I really don't dare to believe it. He's only 15 years old, how on earth did he train it? Yuan Fei was blown away. Chapter 235, Dual Breakthroughs. Chapter 235, Dual Breakthroughs. Although Yuan Fei was an outsider in terms of alchemy, he still had a good knowledge of it. Yi Yuan's refining method was not even on the same level as Yi Hang's. Yuan Fei could tell that Yi Yuan only struck out seal at 3 points. The location where he fired out the seals, and his strength, were exactly the same as the previous time. Being able to ensure such outrageously exquisite skills during such high-speed movements, judging with his own abilities, Yuan Fei was certain that he simply could not do it. Even the Tier 3 him could not do it, but Yuan did it. Yuan Fei felt that this sort of refinement technique, without repeatedly tempering over and over again, it was impossible to achieve. The problem was, Yuan was only 15 years old. How did he do it? Furthermore, Yuan's technique flowed freely like water, making him feel relaxed and refreshed in spirit. It was clearly a set of seals, but Yuan Fei felt that it was a kind of art. It was simply inconceivable. Yuan Fei was only a layman. As the saying went, professionals could see the intricacies, while laymen would watch the show. If Nanfeng Ruoqing were here, she would definitely be so shocked that she would scream. Or perhaps, she would enter sudden enlightenment state again and achieve a breakthrough on the alchemy path. Because the tri-origin samsara art that Yi Yuan was using currently was also wielded to the legendary realm. And the tri-origin samsara art was even more ingenious, even more complex, and even harder to train in compared to the yin-yang separation flow technique. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. Tri-origins, congeal, pill formed. Condense for me. Only to see 3 streaks of light converge within the medicinal cauldron at the same time, disappearing after. The initially frenzied refinement also became peaceful currently. Who? Using the tri-origin samsara art now is indeed too early. However, the heart-like still water realm is indeed powerful. I can actually really support it. Yi Yuan flopped onto the ground and sighed with admiration. The same as the previous time he crossed ranks to refine, Yi Yuan was so tired that he was about to collapse. But the difficulty of the refinement this time was incomparable to the previous time. If not for the heart-like still water realm supporting Yi Yuan, he might just have given up halfway. Such complicated seals, such precise technique, such a high-intensity refinement, the exhaustion on the mind was enormous. Yi Yuan's current divine soul realm was not yet sufficient to support him in completing this refinement. It was that heart-like still water heart realm that compensated for this inadequacy. Are you all right, young master? Yuan Fei asked concernedly. If not for him, Yi Yuan would not need to refine the demon crystal pill in advance and did not need to work so hard. Crossing ranks to refine was impressive, but it was not something easy. Yi Yuan waved his hands and said, "No matter, just rest a while and I'll be fine." Finishing, Yi Yuan reached out and beckoned. The medicinal pill flew out from the medicinal cauldron and landed in his hands. My efforts were not wasted. It's actually transcendent grade again. Yuan Fei, you keep it first. In 2 days' time, I'll bring you into the cultivation room. You break through there. Yi Yuan directly threw the medicinal pill to Yuan Fei. He himself fished out a medicinal pill to consume and began to recover his condition. A day later, Yi Yuan brought Yuan Fei into an A-grade cultivation room and started to undergo a breakthrough. Yuan Fei adjusted his condition and directly consumed the transcendent grade demon crystal pill. Very soon, the fluctuations within the cultivation room gradually grew stronger. Yuan Fei was originally peak early stage tier 3. With the transcendent grade demon crystal pill, breaking through was a cinch. The breakthrough process was very smooth. Roughly half a day's time, Yuan Fei advanced to the middle stage tier 3. The first thing Yuan Fei did after breaking through was to give a deep bow to Yi Yuan. Yuan Fei give thanks to young master. Yi Yuan waved his hands and said, "No need to be courteous between us. This is what you deserve." Yuan Fei sighed emotionally and said, "Yuan Fei is ashamed." Back then when I listened to young master's words, Yuan Fei even thought that it was a young man's wild pitch. Thinking back now, following young master was truly the most correct thing that Yuan Fei did in this life. Although Yi Yuan convinced Yuan Fei back then, towards Yi Yuan's rampant words, Yuan Fei only believed half of it. He followed Yi Yuan merely to seek out the trace of hope to break through. In the beginning, the martial talent that Yi Yuan displayed was naturally without question. All the way until Yi Yuan taught Yihang alchemy did Yuan Fei finally rejoice over his choice. To be able to guide an alchemy grandmaster on how to refine medicinal pills, that meant that Yi Yuan at least had the strength that did not lose out to an alchemy grandmaster. As long as his realm reached the mark, he could naturally refine tier 3 medicinal pills. Except, Yuan Fei never could have dreamt that this day would actually arrive so quickly. Seeing Yi Yuan personally refine a tier 3 medicinal pill, Yuan Fei finally knew just how powerful this master he submitted to was. Haha, to recognize an Essence Chi realm martial artist as master, you also needed great resolve. Back then, I already said that you have immense luck. Your accomplishments in this life will definitely not be just tier 4. Widen your horizons more. Tier 5, which is taking form, is the starting point of you demonic beasts. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Hearing these words, Yuan Fei's heart jolted. Honestly speaking, he did not think about tier 5 taking form, even after he followed Yi Yuan. Being able to break through to tier 4 was already the limits of his imaginations. Tier 5 taking form was too hard, way too difficult. One had to know that demonic beasts tier 4 was equivalent to the amalgamation of the human race sea transformation realm and soul sea realm, virtually the distance of 2 major realms. In the endless world, tier 4 was roughly the endpoint for demonic beasts. But hearing the present Yi Yuan, it was just a matter of course. If he heard others say this kind of words in the past, he would definitely give that person a tight slap, then tell them to not reach beyond their means. But now, there was indescribable longing in Yuan Fei's heart. Yuan Fei understands. Thank you very much, young master. Yuan Fei said sincerely. Oh highs, later, I'll refine some medicinal pills for your clansmen. They have already reached the bottleneck of tier 2. As long as their age isn't too old, breaking through to tier 3 shouldn't be an issue, Yi Yuan said. Yuan Fei was overjoyed upon hearing that and said, "Thank you very much, young master." Yi Yuan's heart suddenly jolted. He formed another seal, and white light appeared inside the cultivation room. Haha, you finally woke up, white light, and directly broke through to tier 2. Yi Yuan was first thrilled, followed by astonishment. White light gave a low roar. His tiger head rubbed against Yi Yuan's leg, looking incredibly adorable. Young master, he's thanking you, Yuan Fei suddenly said. Haha, thanks for what? You ate so many medicinal pills in one go, nearly scared me to death back then. Yi Yuan was still somewhat filled with trepidation recalling the scene of how White Light swallowed so many medicinal pills in one go. But White Light's physique was really rather special. Asleep and he actually broke through to tier 2 already. Yuan Fei saw that White Light broke through and was also filled with envy. Thinking back then, I spent a total of 50 years to break through from tier 1 to tier 2. White Light is at most 5 years old and actually broke through to tier 2 already. But looks like only he can keep up with young master's speed. Yi Yuan's heart skipped and asked, Yuan Fei, can you see White Light's origin? Yuan Fei shook his head and said, White Light's origin is bound to be extraordinary. But I don't have it inside my inherited memories. However, the way I see it, the concentration of White Light's White Tiger bloodline is definitely very high. Chapter 236, Trouble Comes. Chapter 236, Trouble Comes. Yi Yuan could obviously see it too. His gaze when looking at White Light flickered uncertainly. White Light wagged its tail like it was showing off. Could it mean that White Light has the potential to become a divine beast? If this world can give birth to divine beasts, does that mean that it can also give birth to deity realm powerhouses? Yi Yuan muttered to himself. White Light gave another low roar. Yi Yuan laughed wryly when he saw the situation and said, "Haha, come on, White Light. Let's affirm our Tao and become deities together." Hearing Yi Yuan's words, White Light's tiger head rubbed against Yi Yuan, appearing very lovingly. It was evident that this little fellow's ambition was not small either. The next day, Yi Yuan arrived at the support star pavilion. Although Yi Yuan's points were enough for him to use for a long time, he still decided to ready enough points required for the Purple Center Soul incantation talking. To earn points, he naturally had to come to the support star pavilion to take on missions. The support star pavilion could be said to be a very crowded place in the sect. It was packed every day, with people coming and going. If sect disciples wanted to continue surviving, they had to take on missions non-stop. This place naturally became somewhere they must visit. Putting aside outer sect disciples, even some extremely powerful core disciples would be frequent visitors here. There was a rich variety of sect missions, but they were divided into 9 levels. Level 1 was the easiest and level 9 was the hardest. Level 3 and below missions were mostly some miscellaneous tasks, such as managing herb gardens, cleaning to ensure hygiene, so on and so forth, these sort of simple things. Of course, these simple missions were also split by difficulty level. The points that could be obtained was different. From level 4 onwards, it would be missions that were relatively more dangerous, or comparatively harder. As expected, the points awarded by these missions were also different according to the difference in level. These sect missions included pill hall missions and martial hall missions. Any disciple could take them on. Naturally, pill hall disciples mostly took on pill hall missions while martial hall disciples took martial hall missions. Crossover mission acceptance was a rare occurrence. Even when crossover, the majority would be pill hall disciples taking martial hall missions. But when martial hall disciples see pill hall missions, they could only stare goggle-eyed. Too many pill hall missions were related to alchemy. The specialization was incredibly strong. Martial hall disciple basically could only look on. There was a great hall in the support star pavilion. In the center of the hall was an extremely large jade wall. This jade wall contained all the missions. Disciples only had to check with their divine sense to see the contents of the missions. Disciples just had to record down the mission's level and number to retrieve the mission jade slip from the disciple on duty. After completing the mission, disciples could rely on the mission jade slips and the designated mission token to collect the rewarded points from the disciple on duty. Yi Yuan inserted his divine sense into the jade wall and started to go through the missions. After slightly checking level 1 missions, Yi Yuan gave up straight away. Doing these sort of missions was purely a waste of time. The points were few and it even delayed cultivation time. Following that, he checked the level 2 and 3 mission and gave up too. He only looked slightly more in detail when he saw the level 4 missions. There were missions issued by the Martial Hall among the level 4 missions and also missions released by the Pill Hall. Many of the missions given by the Martial Hall were to go outside and run errands. There were those that were to hunt down some heinously fiendish individuals. Others were to help secular world countries, etc. There were too many to enumerate. But the vast majority of missions published by the Pill Hall were about alchemy. In such a large sect, the medicinal pill consumption each day was tremendous. If the Pill Hall lacked some medicinal pills, they would put up a mission here to let disciples refine them and reward with points. Yi Yuan swept through the level 4 missions but was ultimately uninterested. 2 little points. A level 4 mission. Those that were lower only had 1,000 points, while those higher ones only had 2,000 points. If Yi Yuan were to do level 4 missions, until which donkey year would he be able to earn 300,000 points? Quickly look, senior apprentice brother Tsing returned. It's true. I heard that what he took on this time was a level 6 mission, to hunt down a first-level crystal formation realm serial rapist. Yeah, I also heard it. It said that this level 6 mission reward was 20,000 points. Looks like he doesn't need to go outside for a very long time. Hey, did you hear? Tseng Cheng's younger brother, Tseng Yu, was counter-robbed by a newbie disciple and went to hide in the cultivation rooms. Now that senior apprentice brother Tseng Cheng came back, it's probably going to be tragic for that newbie disciple. TCH, Tseng Yu is someone who bullies the weak but fears the strong. He should have been taken care of long ago. If not for his brother, he would have been beaten up by others. If you tell me, I say nicely done. Shoo. Softer. Don't let senior apprentice brother Tseng hear it. He's very protective. Yi Yuan's thoughts were interrupted by these two persons' discussion. He looked towards that black-clothed youth who was currently collecting the rewards with some surprise. No wonder that Tseng Yu was so cocky. Turned out that he had such a big brother as his backing. Peak 9th level spirit condensation realm, strength is pretty decent. Reckon that he's probably around the same as senior apprentice brother Zhang Jing, right? Tseng Cheng handed the mission jade slip and a wooden box to the disciple on duty with a haughty look and said, Level 6, number 72 mission completed. Do a check. The disciple on duty had an impressed look as he said, Senior apprentice brother Tseng is really amazing. 9th level spirit condensation realm and able to kill a first level crystal formation realm expert. I reckon that before long, senior apprentice brother Tseng will be able to enter the ranks of elite disciples. A trace of delight flashed across Tseng Cheng's eyes, but he concealed it very well and said with a smile, just a secular world first level crystal formation realm. Not even worth mentioning. Quite a number of seniors have this strength. Haha, senior apprentice brother Tseng is really modest. Half a year ago, you were still taking on level 5 missions, but now, you've already completed a level 6 mission which is ranked closer to the front. This sort of improvement speed is also extremely amazing among the seniors. At this rate, senior apprentice brother Tseng can most likely complete level 7 missions very soon. That is a watershed. The disciple on duty poured out flattery like it was free. Haha, nah, Tseng Cheng could not hide his delight and said with a chuckle. The watershed that the disciple on duty talked about was actually the dividing crest between elite disciples and core disciples. Level 7 and above missions, basically, only elite disciples could complete them. If Tseng Cheng could complete a level 7 mission, it would mean that he already had one foot into the rankings of elite disciples. However, wanting to cross this was far from as simple as imagined. This point was evident just by looking at the difficulty of level 7 missions. But one had to acknowledge that the disciple on duty's words scratched Tseng Cheng's itch. Senior apprentice brother Tseng, the reward has already entered your identity token. You do a check, the disciple on duty said with a flattering smile. TCH, isn't it just completing a level 6 mission? Look how happy you are. At this time, a disharmonious voice sounded out. Tseng Cheng's face changed, and he said frostily, Chiopeng, don't be cynical over here. If you have the capabilities, then you go complete a level 6 mission too for me to see. Chiopeng was also a top character in the Earth Barracks, around the same as Tseng Cheng. These two people had always been at odds, contending bitterly. However, Chiopeng had always been slightly inferior. I came to take on a level 6 mission. You just watched Otto, right? Since you have time to be proud of yourself here, why don't you hurry and go take a look at that precious little brother of yours? Chiopeng said with a beam. Chapter 237, Level 9 Mission. Chapter 237, Level 9 Mission. Tseng Cheng's face fell as he said, What about my brother? Haha, your younger brother kicked a metal plate this time. He went to collect protection fees but got collected instead. Oh, the other party is even a newcomer. I heard that he's only 2nd level spirit condensation realm, TSK, Tseng Yu, that punk is really declining with each day. Chiopeng burst into laughter. After all, there were not many people who witnessed it with their own eyes. Chiopeng also got it from hearsay and felt that Tseng Yu was really too scrubbed to actually lose to a 2nd level spirit condensation realm. They would not feel that Yi Yuan was very amazing but only feel that Tseng Yu was rotten mud which could not even hold up a wall. Tseng Cheng's eyes narrowed. A killing intent was released as he asked in a low voice, What's that punk called? Chiopeng did not mind, however, as he said, How would I know? Why would I concern myself with this kind of small squabbles between unranked nobodies? Wouldn't you know after inquiring from the Earth barracks yourself? Make way, I'm going to receive missions. Finishing, Qiupeng no longer bothered with Tseng Cheng as he swaggered into the Great Hall. This senior apprentice brother, I want to take the level 9 number 3 mission. Yi Yuan came in front of the disciple on duty and said lightly. Oh, sure thing. Level 9 number 3. What? You want level 9 number 3 mission? The disciple on duty did not react to it at the start. After talking halfway, he suddenly exclaimed in shock. This shocked exclamation was too ear-piercing. Everybody was startled by him. Yi Yuan secretly sighed. He knew that this kind of situation would happen. However, low-level missions award too little points. Doing them one at a time was seriously too troublesome. He could only choose high-level missions. Level 9 missions, even elite disciples could not complete them. The level 9 number 3 mission that Yi Yuan picked had already been hanging there for 10 years, but nobody cared to ask about it the entire time. It could be seen that the difficulty had already reached the extent where it made people's hair stand on end. Yes, level 9 number 3. I've to trouble senior apprentice. Brother to give me the mission jade slip. The originally abnormally noisy hall instantly quietened down, leaving only Yi Yuan's voice reverberating. Qiupeng was originally prepared to inquire about missions but turned his head back to look at Yi Yuan at this time. Tseng Cheng, who was originally preparing to leave to settle the scores with Yi Yuan, also turned back currently, staring at Yi Yuan oddly. Cough cough, this junior apprentice brother, did you mistook the mission? Nobody has taken on the level 9 number 3 mission for many years already. Because the difficulty is extremely great, it was hailed as the impossible mission. After being stupefied for a while, the disciple on duty recovered. But his first reaction was that Yi Yuan made a mistake. No mistake. It's level 9 number 3 mission. I'm taking it, Yi Yuan said. Right then, there were many people who also recovered from the shock. Their gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with amusement. The level 9 number 3 mission is famous for being the impossible mission. It's simply impossible to complete. Could it be that this boy chose this mission to gain public favor? Haha, his brain is probably missing screws. This is the mission put up by Grand Elder Skimaple. It's been a whole 5 years since anybody dared to receive it. Yeah. I heard that in the beginning, there were many people who took on this mission. The majority of them were elite disciples. But not a single person among them could complete the mission. Not only that. Grand Elder Skimaple offered a reward of 300,000 points plus a heavenly silkworm flexible armor. Even many elders were moved. But up to this point, this mission has been hanging there the entire time. Such that towards the end, nobody even asked about it. Truly biting off more than he can chew. A low-rank alchemy master, a Martial Hall disciple too, actually dared to take Grand Elder Skymaple's mission. This is purely being bored and looking for a beating. Haha, Grand Elder Skimaple doesn't have a good temper. Let's just wait to see the joke. This level 9 number 3 mission was the Alchemy Path mission published by the Sex Grand Elder, Skimaple. The contents were to fill in the missing bits of a Tier 4 pill formula. To Yi Yuan, he naturally would not receive a level 9 Martial Path mission. That was not much different from seeking death. The so-called level 9 Alchemy Path mission might perhaps be hard to others, but to Yi Yuan, it did not pose much of a difficulty. He did not wish to draw too much attention either, but it was seriously too troublesome to choose those low difficulty missions. He only had to complete this level 9 mission, and he would have sufficient points to exchange for the Purple Center Soul incantation. Hence, Yi Yuan did not bother with drawing attention. Saving trouble was the kingly way. This. Why don't you reconsider, junior apprentice brother? This is a level 9 mission. The disciple on duty felt that there was still a need to remind Yi Yuan. I know it's a level 9 mission. I need points, Yi Yuan said. Fine then. But don't blame me for not warning you. Grand Elder Skymaple's temper isn't good, the disciple on duty said as he took Yi Yuan's identity token and pressed it against the mission jade slip. The mission contents immediately popped up on mission jade slip, level 9 number 3 mission, complete the tier 4 medicinal pill, 7 profound soul driving pill. Reward, 300,000 points and a heavenly silkworm flexible armor. Mission personnel, Yi Yuan. Everyone looked at the mission on the jade wall and looked at Yi Yuan again, their gaze filled with sympathy and pity. But Qiupeng seemed to have other thoughts. Yi Yuan, this name is really familiar. Oh it's him. He went in front of Tseng Cheng and said amusedly, Tseng Cheng, aren't you looking for the person who beat up your younger brother? You know who? Far away on the horizon, yet right before your eyes. While talking, Qiupeng's gaze looked towards Yi Yuan. Tseng Cheng's eyes focused and said icily, my little brother was beaten by this hothead. A Marshall Hall disciple and low-rank alchemy master but accepted a level 9 mission. What was he if not a hothead? Now that he heard that his brother was actually beaten up by such a guy, Tseng Cheng's heart involuntarily agreed with Qiupeng's appraisal. He was really declining with each passing day. If I recall correctly, that new disciple who taught your brother a lesson is called Yi Yuan. Moreover, this boy looks very unfamiliar, isn't that so? Qiupeng said smilingly. Tseng Cheng's face darkened, and he went up to block Yi Yuan. Seeing that Tseng Cheng harbored ill intentions, Yi Yuan could not help frowning. He did not think that Tseng Cheng would knock on his door so quickly. He was interrupted slightly just now before sinking his senses into the jade wall to find missions and did not notice Qiupeng and Tseng Cheng's conversation. But even if he heard it, Yi Yuan would not pay any notice either. Just a 9th-level spirit condensation realm. It would not cause too big a trouble to Yi Yuan. You're the one who beat my little brother and even snatched his points. Who's your brother? Who are you? Yi Yuan pretended that he did not know anything. Towards people looking to find trouble, he had never given any good attitude. Humph, did you beat up a disciple called Tseng Yu a few days ago? He's my younger brother. I'm called Tseng Yu. Oh, that matter, huh? Realization dawned upon Yi Yuan. He said, I did teach a lesson to some guys who didn't have eyes a few days back. But didn't remember their names. Which one is your brother? Seeing Yi Yuan's casual look, Tseng Cheng felt infuriated. Good. Excellent. A 4th-level spirit condensation realm who dares to receive a level 9 mission indeed have the guts. Since your guts are so great, do you dare to accept my points challenge? Chapter 238, you wanted to see it. Chapter 238, you wanted to see it. Points challenge. How many points do you have? Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. When the crowd saw the look of Yi Yuan rushing to his death, they could not help sighing. Tseng Cheng's strength was only a step away from the heaven barracks. Wouldn't he easily capture the 4th-level spirit condensation realm Yi Yuan? But Yi Yuan was completely unaware. Instead, he was very motivated after he heard points, like Tseng Cheng's points were already his. Tseng Cheng was stunned at first, then sneered coldly and said, even if you snatched Tseng Yu's points, the total is around 1,000 points or so, right? Even asking me how many points I have. I'll bet all the points you have. Points challenge was a way of competing permitted by the sect. The challengers would agree on a fixed number of points. The winner would get the other party's points. This sort of challenge did not have a points limit. As long as there were no deaths, anything goes. Tseng Cheng already knew that Yi Yuan had just entered the sect. Even if he stole points from Tseng Yu and the rest, it would be around 1,000 or so. He himself just had to come up with some small change, and that would do. He just did a level 6 mission and earned 20,000 points. Now, his points on hand already approached 30,000. Even within the Earth Barracks, these points were quite a lot already. Except, Tseng Cheng was unaware that his points were just pocket change to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had 1.13 million points on hand. Tseng Cheng's 30,000 points just happened to be a minuscule amount. The matter of Yao Qian compensating Yi Yuan 1.2 million points was only limited to spreading among the sect's upper echelons. It was impossible for these disciples to know. No matter what, the prestige of elders had to be upheld. Other people could laugh at Yao Qian privately, but it was naturally impossible to spill it all out to these disciples. Yi Yuan looked at Tseng Cheng's haughty look and could not resist laughing as he said, bet all of my points. You can't afford it. You tell me how many points you have first outta, if there's 100,000, maybe 80,000, I'll bet with you. If it's too little, then don't bother me. Tsing Yu laughed from extreme anger, seeing that Yi Yuan's tone was so big, and so he said, "What a joke. Even if you threw yourself into the bet, it wouldn't reach 100,000 points. To actually dare be so wildly arrogant." Yi Yuan shot Xingqing a nonchalant glance and said with a sigh, "That means you don't have 100,000 points. Initially wanted to earn some points. Sigh, since you don't have, then there isn't anything to discuss. Go and play in the corner alone. I still have to find Grand Elder Skimmaple to complete the mission." You really take yourself to be some important character, choosing a level 9 mission to posture. Wait until you get taken care of by Grand Elder Skimmaple, I'll watch how you posture. What's that got to do with you? Make way for me if you don't have 100,000 points. A good dog doesn't block the path. Ha ha ha. Did you guys hear that? A newbie brat asked for 100,000 points from the very start. I want to ask, how many points do you have in total? How many points you have, I'll bet with you that amount. Tseng Yu said with a snicker. Very evidently, Yi Yuan's words indeed sounded like a joke when others heard it. Even for elite disciples, their tokens had at most 100,000 points or so. A newcomer who had only entered a sect for a few days actually asked for 10,000 points straight away was indeed quite funny. With Xingqing laughing, many also laughed along. They clearly felt that Yi Yuan was a silly boy who was impractical. Haha, this punk has only entered the sect for several days. I'm afraid that he hasn't even made clear what points are, right? Yeah. I reckon that he doesn't have any concept towards points at all, asking for 100,000 points straight away. Does he think that points are cabbages? Of course points aren't cabbages. I guess that he's treating points like gold and silver in the secular world, asking for 100,000 points easily. Most likely, he's from a wealthy family. Hehe, being so arrogant in front Senior Apprentice Brother Tseng will result in a big loss. Senior Apprentice Brother Tseng just finished a level 6 mission. His strength probably already approaches Heaven Barracks. This boy is going to suffer. Qiupeng by the side also snickered and said, "Tseng Cheng, I really admire your little brother more and more now. To actually be beaten by this kind of punk. Could he have consumed laxatives when he was exchanging blows with this punk?" Xingqing shot a fierce glare at Qiupeng, but he was really unable to do anything about Qiupeng. The two of them bickered often. Xingqing calculated that even if he could suppress Qiupeng, it would be very limited. But Yi Yuan looked at Xingqing with an odd expression and asked, "You really want to know how many points I have?" Nonsense. Don't tell me you really have 100,000 points. I honor my words. I'll bet however much you have. Xingqing said solemnly. Fine then. Look at it yourself. Yi Yuan threw his identity token over with a helpless face. Xingqing reached out to receive the token and said with a cold laugh, "Do you think that the sect is owned by your family? You can have as many points as..." Xingqing's words halted abruptly as if he was being choked by someone. He swallowed hard and used divine sense to inspect it again. His eyes turned into wide circles as he stared at Yi Yuan in disbelief. You wanted to see it. I told you to go play by yourself, but you just had to bet points with me. Those meager points of yours are really not appealing to me. If you can gather 100,000 points, I can give you a chance to bet. While Yi Yuan was talking, he took back the token from Xingqing, who was motionless like a wood carving, and left just like that. After walking a few steps, Yi Yuan suddenly turned back and said, "All right, there are still around 10 days or so before the sex competition. If you're fortunate enough to bump into me, I don't mind gifting you defeat.n free of charge." Finishing, he left without even turning back. Everyone was perplexed. They did not know what happened to make Senior Apprentice Brother Xingqing lose composure like this. Qiupeng was obviously very curious too. He came over and pushed Xingqing. "Hey, what's with you? Did he really have 100,000 points?" Being pushed by Qiupeng, Xingqing was startled awake abruptly. He asked with a blank face, what did you say?" Qiupeng was speechless. "You're at any rate about to enter the Heaven Barracks soon. Why are you such a good-for-nothing? What on earth did you see from his token to be frightened to such an extent? Don't tell me he really had 100,000 points. How's that possible?" Xingqing swallowed hard again, feeling that his mouth was very dry. Yi Yuan's points really petrified him. 1.12 mission points. Only those disciples who were impacting the sea transformation realm or quasi-alchemy king realm would have so many points by spending many years slogging hard at missions to exchange for the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword Art and Purple Center Soul Incantation. It was impossible for other people, even elders, to have so many points. But, how many days did Yi Yuan enter the sect for? Where did his points come from? No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. He really had the capital to be unbridled. His 30,000 points were merely just a fractional amount of his. No wonder he turned his nose down on it. Zheng Qing suddenly recalled the level 9 mission Yi Yuan received. Could it be that he really needed points? Could it be that Yi Yuan could really complete a level 9 mission? Thinking up to here, Zheng Qing could not help shuddering. He waved his hands and said, "Nothing, nothing. I'm going." Finishing, he left behind the unconvinced crowd and left without even turning his head back. Chapter 239, Send Him Packing. Chapter 239, Send Him Packing. A quiet courtyard at the main peak of the Spirit Blessing Mountain. This was the residence of Grand Elder Skimmaple, the Skimmaple Court. Yi Yuan rushed straight for the Skimmaple Court right after leaving the Support Star Pavilion. It looked as if missions for martial artists consumed time and energy, but in reality, alchemy missions similarly consumed time and energy. A refinement mission would often consume large amounts of the Pill Hall disciples' time and energy. Points were not so easy to get. Of course, there were basically negligible dangers for Pill Hall disciples to refine pills. However, the time and energy expended on these alchemy missions were far from what martial missions consumed. Such as this level 9 mission that Yi Yuan took on. Honestly speaking, this mission was far from as simple and relaxed as imagined. Otherwise, it would not have hung there for 10 years. While perfecting incomplete medicinal pills was much easier than developing a type of medicinal pill, the amount of energy involved tended to make people go nuts. Just like the current Skimmaple. Yi Yuan heard an earth-shaking explosion sound coming from the inner court right when he arrived at the Skimmaple court gate. A cauldron exploded. With Yi Yuan's experience, he could distinguish it instantly. Skymapple's face was charred black like he had just crawled out of a coal pile, leaving only 2 white eyeballs blinking there. Opposite him, a youth also looked as if he crawled out from a coal pile. These 2 people just experienced a cauldron explosion. Your father doesn't believe it. 7 profound soul-driving pill, your father will fight it out with you. Wang Jie, prepare the ingredients. Let's refine another furnace of 7 profound soul-driving pills. Skimmaple said shakily to the youth with a black face. Wang Jie was the final disciple that Skimmaple took in. His age was similar to Mo Yuntian's, but he already had a high-rank alchemy grandmaster cultivation. A high-rank alchemy grandmaster was a force that could not be overlooked even when placed within the sect. But in front of Skimmaple, he was only enough to play the role of an assistant. Hearing Skymapple's stubborn temper flare up again, Wang Jie could not help giving a bitter smile as he said, "Master, this is already the 4th cauldron explosion in this month. Shouldn't we tabulate to see if the ingredients used to fill in the gaps are correct? After all, the collection of these Tier 4 ingredients also expended quite a bit of energy." Those striking white eyeballs of Skymapple stared at his disciple as he said sulkily, "Are you the master, or am I the master? I asked you to prepare the ingredients, so just do it. What's with all the bullsh***? I dare to guarantee that the ingredients used to complete it this time is definitely correct. This elderly self has studied the 7 profound soul-driving pill for over a dozen years, and finally, I had a flash of inspiration a year ago and thought of using the extreme light profound gold fruit to complete the pill formula. This time, either I succeed or die." Wang Jie said with an anguished face, "Of course you're the master. I'll go prepare the ingredients, okay." Humph. Feeling wronged. This old man took you in as my last disciple in hopes that you would be different from that bunch of blockheads. Now, it looks like you're not much different from them. I hung the mission there for 10 years, but the things they researched is becoming increasingly out in left field. Really angering old me to death. Skimmaple said furiously. Wang Jie was an honest-looking boy and was also used to getting scolded by Skimmaple, so he naturally did not dare to rebuke. Just as he was leaving to prepare the ingredients, a sound came from outside, informing of a disciple's visit. Informing Grand Elder, there's a disciple outside seeking an interview. He's holding a mission jade slip in his hands, saying that he took the level 9 number 3 mission that you hung in the support star pavilion. Skymapple's eyes lit up. He pulled open the refining room's door but scared that gatekeeping disciple. But Skimaple could not be bothered with so much. He grabbed that disciple's arm and asked, "There's really someone who accepted the mission? Who's the person that came? Reliable or not?" This level 9 mission was still very popular in the beginning, but later on, the disciples and elders discovered that this was an impossible task, so they gradually gave up too. Subsequently, there were lesser and fewer people asking for this mission. All the way until 5 years ago, where nobody touched this mission anymore. Now that he heard somebody took on this mission, he was naturally exuberant. Taking this mission after 5 years meant that there was somebody who overcame this difficult barrier and succeeded in completing the pill formula. How could this not agitate Skimaple? The gatekeeping disciple was grabbed by Skimaple till it hurt, but he did not dare to squeak. Replying, "Grand Elder, the one who came is a young man. Looks like he had just entered the sect recently. I see that he's only 4th level spirit condensation realm and wearing Marshall Hall disciple outfit, but a low-rank alchemy master badge is hanging on his chest." The gatekeeping disciple spilled out everything that he saw. As for whether it was reliable or not, that would be up to the Grand Elder to determine. The way the gatekeeping disciple saw it, it was obviously unreliable. Indeed, with every sentence from the disciple, Skymapple's face would darken a shade. By the time he said the last sentence, Skimaple was already about to storm off. However, his face was currently completely pitch black. No matter how much darker his expression got, it was already impossible to tell. Skimaple suddenly raised his hands and tossed, throwing that gatekeeping disciple out far away. "Do you have a pig's brain? This kind of rookie took the mission, and you also come and report to me? Make him scram back directly. You go back right now and send him packing with a flurry of sticks. Come and bother me again, and I'll demote you to do a year's worth of chores." Skimaple virtually shouted these words at the top of his voice. Finishing, the gatekeeping disciple only heard a bang. The refining room's door was shut again. Yi Yuan was presently looking forward to it, but when he saw the disciple come back with a dirt-covered face, he suddenly had a bad premonition. Indeed, when that gatekeeping disciple saw Yi Yuan, he waved his hands angrily and said, quickly leave, quickly leave. I say, what are you joining in the fun for? You caused me to be scolded by Grand Elder. You also don't size yourself up before daring to accept a level 9 mission. Can you, a low-rank alchemy master, settle a tier 4 medicinal pill? Yi Yuan was dumbfounded and said, this senior apprentice brother, can I trouble you to pass the word again? I can really complete the 7 profound soul-driving pill formula. The gatekeeping disciple was currently down in the dumps, how could he listen? Go, go, go. What are you still being pesky here for? Grand Elder Skimaple told me to send you packing with sticks. I already showed mercy. If you don't leave, I'm really going to be impolite. This gatekeeping disciple was at the 7th level spirit condensation realm and simply did not place Yi Yuan in his sights. At first, he did not get cussed at by Skimaple, so he was still easier to talk to. Now, he did not even wish to respond to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not think that this kind of situation would occur either. He brought along the pill formula but could not even enter the other party's gates. However, he did not stoop to this gatekeeping disciple's level. He gave a flattering smile and said, Senior apprentice brother, as long as you help me pass along a sentence to Grand Elder, he'll definitely meet me. Grand Elder already said not seeing means not seeing. What's there to pass along? If you don't leave, then I'm really not going to be courteous. The gatekeeping disciple's patience also reached its limits. Yi Yuan sighed and clasped his hands, saying, since that's the case, Yi Yuan is going to offend you. Finishing, Yi Yuan displayed the spirit void shattering space, drifting past the gatekeeping disciple's body like a draft of a gentle breeze. By the time the gatekeeping disciple reacted, it was already too late. Yi Yuan was already 1,000 feet away. The gatekeeping disciple was taken aback. If the Grand Elder were to know that somebody barged into the Skimaple court, him doing a year of chores would be set. Thinking up to this point, he swiftly used his movement technique to chase after Yi Yuan. Chapter 240, Bad-Tempered. Chapter 240, Bad-Tempered. 2 figures moved at high speeds in the Skimaple court, one behind the other. But the distance between the two did not shrink from start to finish. Yi Yuan used sound to gauge the location. He knew where the refining room was from that cauldron exploding sound earlier. Before long, Yi Yuan arrived at the place. The gatekeeping disciple also followed tightly. The gatekeeping disciple was panting from exhaustion. Just now, he used all of his skills but was actually unable to reduce the distance between the two of them. Instead, he tired himself out. But he saw that Yi Yuan was composed and actually did not look the slightest bit exhausted. Was this boy really only 4th level spirit condensation realm? Without waiting for him to recover from his astonishment, Yi Yuan gathered up essence energy and shouted loudly, "Grand Elder Skimaple, Disciple Yi Yuan accepted the level 9 number 3 mission, and specially came forth to complete the 7 profound soul-driving pill formula." The voice spread out like rolling thunder. The gatekeeping disciple turned pale from alarm and thought to himself, "I'm finished this time." With a bang, the door opened. Skimaple walked in front of Yi Yuan with a black face. "Didn't I tell you to make him get lost? You actually dare to let him in here?" Skimaple was speaking to the gatekeeping disciple instead. The gatekeeping disciple had immeasurable bitterness in his heart as he said, "Grand Elder, this punk's movement technique is extremely fast." I looked away for a second and he. Humph. You, a 7th level spirit condensation realm, can't even deal with a 4th level spirit condensation realm. What do I want you for? Alright, the two of you can get lost together now. Go and collect punishment yourselves. Finishing, Skimaple turned around and was ready to leave without even bothering to look at Yi Yuan. Evidently, the people getting punishment also included Yi Yuan. He did not feel that a low-rank alchemy master could help him in any way. He was purely here to cause trouble. Yi Yuan's nose twitched, and he said softly, "Extreme light profound gold fruit, clear spirit jade fluid, 9-leaf heavenly fragrance grass. Using extreme light profound gold fruit to fill the void in the pill formula is indeed quite interesting, but..." Yi Yuan listed out all the ingredients that Skimaple used to refine the pill. But he shut his mouth after he talked halfway. Skimaple just took 2 steps when he heard Yi Yuan report the ingredients without a single mistake. He could not help feeling very amazed in his heart. The ingredients were all inside. It absolutely could not be seen from here. Could this brat really have studied the 7 profound soul-driving pill before? Forget about the other ingredients, his mission had already been hanging there for a relatively long time. As long as Yi Yuan inquired diligently, he could get the information. But the extreme light profound gold fruit was something he came up with only in the recent year. Apart from the sect upper echelons and Wang Jie, it was simply impossible for others to know. How did this boy know? Also, he said, "Quite interesting." Quite interesting. There seemed to be an underlying meaning in his words. Skimaple turned around and asked Yi Yuan, "But what?" Yi Yuan smiled. "Nothing. This disciple should go and collect punishment now. Goodbye, Grand Elder." Finishing, Yi Yuan turned around and left. Skymaple's face went black, and he said, "Halt. Io, you, boy, have quite a big temper, to actually put on airs with this seat. This disciple dare not. I was just talking nonsense earlier." "Just pretend you didn't hear it, Grand Elder," Yi Yuan said coolly. "Haha. Nice temperament. If this seat insists on making you say..." Skymaple's face fell. "I'll talk bullshit." At that time, it wouldn't be as simple as a cauldron explosion. Yi Yuan remained very calm and was not frightened by Skymaple's aura. "Oh, even threatening this seat. Haha, this child is interesting. With this seat's level, don't tell me I don't even have this bit of ability to screen it." Hearing Yi Yuan, swords, Skimaple relaxed instead. He had not encountered such a Balza Jr. in many years already. Even Luo Qingfeng did not dare to be so audacious in front of him. In terms of seniority, Skimaple was Luo Qingfeng's martial uncle. But Yi Yuan just said 2 words, "Maybe not." "Oh. Then try talking bullshit and see if I can distinguish the thing that is even more incredible than a cauldron explosion," Skimaple said. "Still the extreme light profound gold fruit, clear spirit jade fluid, 9-leaf heavenly fragrance grass, but lower the quantity of the clear spirit jade fluid to 80%. For the supplementary ingredients, swap the sword tooth grass for the western flower. How do you feel about this formula?" Sky Mapple's eyes lit up. Smacking a fist on his palm, he said excitedly, "Oh yeah, why didn't I think of that? Western flower can better unleash the efficacy of the extreme light profound gold fruit. Wouldn't the success rate be higher like this?" As he was talking, Skimmaple shot Yuan a glance. When he saw the latter's teasing smile on his face, he suddenly understood. "Could it be this won't work?" Skimmaple asked weakly. Yuan chuckled and said, "Grand Elder can give it a shot. But whether you can escape from the refinement room or not, that will be up to your luck." Sky Mapple's face changed, and he immediately shook his head and said, "Impossible. According to what you said, it's clearly much better than the pill formula that I completed. How can problems occur?" Yuan was currently just like a systematic and patient teacher, guiding Skimmaple to think about the pill formula's problem. But Skimmaple thought for a long time and still felt that Yuan's pill formula was better than his own. Or was it that this was the pill formula from the start and Yuan was misleading him? Was he deliberately scaring him? "Haha, consider yourself formidable, boy. You must be bluffing this seat, right? This seat won't fall for it so easily. This is definitely the 7 profound soul-driving pill formula. Not bad, kid. You're indeed someone who is capable. This seat solemnly apologizes to you about the matter earlier. I should not have scorned you because of your identity." This Skimmaple was a forthright person. Joy and anger showed on his face. At present, the pill formula that Yuan said already thoroughly convinced him. He actually did not hesitate to apologize at all. Wang Jie and the gatekeeping disciple by the sides were already dumbfounded. When did Grand Elder Skimmaple become so easy to talk to? The dignified Grand Elder actually apologized to a newcomer disciple. Especially Wang Jie. Although he had a good temper, he suffered no little venting under Sky Mapple's hands these few years. But even Wang Jie had never enjoyed such treatment before. How Skimmaple treated Wang Jie was without question. It could be said that he gave his all to guide him and took great care of him. The only bad thing was that his temper was not good. Wang Jie became a pitiful human sandbag. However, even when Skimmaple blew up for no reason at all, he had never apologized. Yuan looked at the Skimmaple who was laughing gleefully and said with a sigh, "I'm not bluffing, Grand Elder. If you refine the pill according to this pill formula, forget about this refining room, even this stretch of land will most likely become a wasteland." Sky Mapple's laughter stopped abruptly. His expression changed, and he said, "How so?" Grand Elder is only aware of one aspect, but ignorant of the other. While the Western flower can better unleash the efficacy of the extreme light profound gold fruit, when placed in this pill formula, it would clash with another core material, triggering a huge explosion from there. The explosion of a Tier 4 medicinal pill, even with Grand Elder's strength, I'm afraid that you'll also find it hard to retreat unscathed, Yuan explained. Skimmaple suddenly recalled that the pill formula Yuan altered did not seem to be only one area. Apart from the Western flower, there was the clear spirit jade fluid. "You're talking about the clear spirit jade fluid?" Skimmaple probed. Chapter 241, Completing the Pill Formula. Chapter 241, Completing the Pill Formula. Yuan nodded and said, "By reducing the amount of clear spirit jade fluid to 80% and adding in the Western flower plus another kind of supplementary ingredient called bramble mustard tuber, it will produce an extremely terrifyingly huge explosion. This is actually roughly the same logic as creating gunpowder in the secular world." Sky Mapple's complexion involuntarily changed when he heard that. He really had not heard before that these 3 kinds of materials would cause such an effect when mixed together. Even he had not heard this before. How did this boy know? Thinking up to here, Skimmaple could not help feeling fear. If Yuan really bore a grudge and took revenge, then wouldn't this place of his be leveled to the ground? Although what Yuan said was nonsense, this could not be bullshitted through just by saying nonsense. If one were not highly proficient in medicinal knowledge, talking nonsense would not be able to hold water. Regardless of how this boy knew all these, he could not be underestimated. Thinking up to here, Skimmaple promptly put away his contempt and asked seriously, "What's your name?" "This disciple is Yuan." "Yuan, this seat apologizes to you solemnly for the matter just now. Seeing as this seat is already an old man, how about you don't be too particular? Skimmaple already said things to such an extent. Yi Yuan naturally would not nitpick at it again. However, he had a pretty good impression of this skim apple. He could advance and retreat. Not everyone would apologize so solemnly to disciples from the junior generation. It was truly not easy for Skim Apple to be able to do this. Yi Yuan gave a bow to Skim Apple and said, "This disciple dare not. I hope that Grand Elder won't take to heart any offenses just now." Skim Apple chuckled and waved his hands, saying, "Take to heart what? As long as you can complete the 7 profound soul-driving pill, you can even take a piss on top of this seat's head. Come, please enter. Let's talk inside." The pair were just about to take a step when the gatekeeping disciple asked weakly, "Gee, Grand Elder, Skymapple's present mood was excellent. He flicked his sleeves and said, "You've rendered meritorious service and have no blame. Continue staying then. Guard the court gate well and don't let anybody in." The gatekeeping disciple was overjoyed. "Thank you, Grand Elder. Disciple will definitely guard the gate well." In the side hall, Skim Apple and Yi Yuan sat down as host and guest. This was already exceptionally courteous reception to Yi Yuan. In front of Skim Apple, disciples only had the right to stand, not sit. Only hall head level had the qualifications to sit down and talk when they came. Even the elders could not. Behind Skim Apple, Wang Jie kept sizing up Yi Yuan, his gaze filled with curiosity. He had followed Skim Apple for a number of years already and was deeply aware of the difficulty of completing the 7 profound soul-driving pill. Wang Jie knew that there had already been no fewer than several hundred seniors and elders who took on this mission. These hundreds of people were all elites of the Tranquil Cloud sect, but no one could complete the mission. But this young master not over the age of 16 could fill in the pill formula. It was truly miraculous. Yi Yuan sensed Wang Jie's gaze and flashed a smile at him. Wang Jie also flashed one back. "Yi Yuan, what did that but you said earlier mean? Could it be that using the extreme light profound gold fruit to complete the pill formula doesn't work either?" Skim Apple asked again. He was very confident in the extreme light profound gold fruit. It should be said that this was the closest to success he had come to in these over dozen years. But Yi Yuan's words unwittingly make his heart palpitate. Yi Yuan said, "Although the extreme light profound gold fruit has the effects of nourishing the divine soul, it's unsuitable to be mixed together and refined with the 9-leaf heavenly fragrance grass. The extreme light profound gold fruit's attribute is metal, while the 9-leaf heavenly fragrance grass's attribute is wood. Metal and wood inhibit each other. Not only would the effects of the ingredients themselves fail to be unleashed, but it would also weaken instead. Furthermore, it will be tremendously difficult to control the stability of the 3 kinds of core materials during the refining process. If my estimations are right, Grand Elder has probably blown up cauldrons quite a number of times already, right?" Skymapple's old face turned red. Yi Yuan really guessed it correctly. However, he still asked in surprise, "Isn't the extreme light profound gold fruit's attribute is wood? Why is it metal?" The attributes of all things in the world were incomparably complex and were not written on the surface. Unless one were extremely proficient towards medical knowledge, one would tend to find it hard to determine a certain medicinal material's attribute. The higher level the medicinal material, the harder it was to determine the attribute. Because the process of their derivation was extremely complicated. Tier 4 materials were not high nor low level. But to the Tranquil Cloud sect's alchemists, it was absolutely high-level medicinal materials. With their level of understanding, it was very tough to determine Tier 4 materials' attribute. Hence, when Skim Apple was choosing materials, he basically could not take into consideration the materials' attributes. He only relied on his instincts to decide. Hence, the error rate was naturally very high. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not all the things that grow on trees belong to the wood attribute. The reason why the extreme light profound gold fruit is of the metal attribute is that it generally grows on top of ore veins, drawing the metal spiritual chi within to form the fruit. Even though the extreme light profound gold fruit also has some wood attribute characteristics, its primary attribute is metal." Hearing Yi Yuan's analysis, Skim Apple actually had a feeling like he was enlightened all at once. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan again was drastically different from before. Skim Apple was naturally well aware of the extreme light profound gold fruit's origin. It was precisely obtained by sect disciples from an ore vein, not the slightest bit off from Yi Yuan's analysis. Such knowledge, even he, a Grand Elder, felt that he was so far behind to even see the dust ahead. Then how should this pill formula be completed? Skymapple's words already entailed consulting advice. Even he himself was not conscious of it. Yi Yuan obviously would not cherish something of little value just because it was his own knowledge. He opened his mouth and said, "Clear spirit jade fluid is balanced in the 5 elements, so it is a neutral item. The 9-leaf heavenly fragrance grasses attribute is wood, so you naturally have to select a water attribute material to complete the pill formula. Among Tier 4 medicinal materials, the ice heart dew is most suitable." Ah. Why use the ice heart dew? Ice heart dew shouldn't have divine soul nourishing effects, right? Skimmaple had a doubtful face. This past dozen of years, he thought of every material and used them too. The only exception was that he did not think of using the ice heart dew to complete the pill formula. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Clear spirit jade fluid and 9-leaf heavenly fragrance grass are both medicinal herbs that have superb effects when used to nourish the divine soul. Just take the 7 profound soul-driving pill for instance, the divine soul nourishing effects are already ample. But the ice heart dew has the effect of calming the spirit and focusing the mind, and also the effect of stabilizing the divine soul. Moreover, during the refining process, the water attribute ice heart dew even has the usage of improving the wood attribute 9-leaf heavenly fragrance grass. There is nothing more suitable than it for refining the 7 profound soul-driving pill." Once alchemy skills reached a certain level, one's understanding of medicinal pills would also grow increasingly profound. At times, while blindly chasing the medicinal effect of a medicinal pill, it would instead cause an opposite effect. Yi Yuan's understanding of medicinal pills was far from what Skimmaple could compare to. The way Yi Yuan saw it, a medicinal pill was a world. Refining a medicinal pill was creating a world. For a mature world, the most important thing was stability. Then, other things would follow. Many alchemists chased after the effects of medicinal pills blindly. The result of doing this were flaws in the medicinal pills. There would obviously be side effects here and there. A mature type of medicinal pill would definitely not have any side effect. In reality, with Yi Yuan's alchemy skills, he could guide Skimmaple to use the extreme light profound gold fruit to refine out the 7 profound soul-driving pill, but that kind of medicinal pill would clearly have side effects. Hearing Yi Yuan say finish, Skimmaple and Wang Jie behind him sunk into their thoughts. Chapter 242, An Alchemy Emperor's Guidance. Chapter 242, An Alchemy Emperor's Guidance. Skymapple's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Unlike the other elders, he was a genuine alchemy king. A Soul Sea realm powerhouse. His experience was naturally extraordinary. Skimmaple actually felt that the materials he used in the past to complete the pill formula were all trash. Although he had not started refining, Skimmaple already felt that using ice heart dew would certainly work. Because he simply could not find any flaws in this pill formula. Those materials that he found in the past, while he was full of confidence each time, he himself actually knew that there was always that slight area of imperfection. But this time, he felt that this pill formula was absolutely perfect. Skimmaple currently had an impulse to burst into a song and dance. Over a dozen years of racking his brain bitterly, over a dozen years of repeated defeats, over a dozen years of wallowing in despair, he obtained a release at this very instant. If not for wanting to preserve some parts of a Grand Elder's prestige and because he did not wish to lose himself too much in front of Yi Yuan, he would have started dancing around right away. This was not enough to express his emotions. "Wang Jie, you quickly go and ask Ouyang Yu if there is still ice heart dew in the sect. If there isn't, make them gather it at top speed. Remember, it must be at the fastest speed. I must see the ice heart dew within a month." Skimmaple hurriedly instructed. Wang Jie also had an eye-opener today. Yi Yuan's words gave him a feeling of being enlightened. In reality, while Wang Jie had a gentle character, he also had pride that others did not possess. In the Tranquil Cloud sect, he was among those true alchemy path geniuses. Otherwise, he would not have been fancied by Skimmaple and become his disciple. Wang Jie had always thought highly of himself. He felt that his accomplishments on the alchemy path were already absolutely outstanding among people of the same age. But Yi Yuan's words today opened another window for him. Wang Jie only knew today just how unstable his foundation skills were and how shallow his previous understanding of medicinal knowledge was. Hearing Skymapple's orders, Wang Jie said respectfully, "Yes, master." Logically speaking, running errands should be done by Yi Yuan. Ignoring that Wang Jie's seniority was exceedingly high, even with his alchemy grandmaster status, it should not be his turn to run errands. But at this current moment, Wang Jie gladly enjoyed the hardship and felt that it was only natural and right. To the Skimmaple court, Yi Yuan was a distinguished guest. How could they let a distinguished guest run errands? After Wang Jie left, Skimmaple started to consult Yi Yuan like a student on how to refine the 7 profound soul-driving pill. Refining pills were not just the simple act of putting together medicinal herbs. Each type of medicinal herbs, its quantity, flame intensity when refining, and so on, were all extremely particular things. A discrepancy of a hair's breadth could lead to an error of 1,000 miles. Messing up a step could possibly result in the refinement to fail. Alchemists was an exceptionally meticulous occupation. The path they walk was completely different from martial artists. Yet, the more he chatted with Yi Yuan, the more Skimmaple felt his blood run cold. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan also changed once more. If one were to say that the first time he saw Yi Yuan, he was looking at him with a disdainful angle, then after Yi Yuan talked about the Western flower recipe, it became viewing him as equals. But now, Skimmaple was looking up to Yi Yuan. Although they were only chatting about one type of medicinal pill, Yi Yuan's views tended to give Skimmaple a feeling that he could grasp the entire concept by grasping a typical example. Not knowing the reason, just one chat and Skimmaple felt that his alchemy skills improved quite a bit. Many things that Yi Yuan talked about, Skimmaple did not even think about them in the past. Especially when Yi Yuan was talking about the refinement method. Skimmaple frequently had the feeling that medicinal pills could even be refined in such a way. The incomplete pill formula of this 7 profound soul-driving pill was accidentally acquired by forefather Ouyang Tuotian. Even he could not complete it. The missing parts in the pill formula were not just one core material. The refinement method was missing too. Many of Skimmaple's past refinement methods were fumbled out by himself. Cauldron explosions were naturally something to be expected. Yi Yuan, did you research and come up with this pill formula yourself? After a long while, Skimmaple finally asked the suspicion in his heart. This 7 profound soul-driving pill formula was something that even their forefather could not complete. If Yi Yuan could come up with it himself, then this alchemic talent was overly heaven-defying. Yi Yuan obviously would not say that he already knew this pill formula from the start. Of course, even if he did not know, completing it was not something hard. Of course not. Actually, before entering the sect, I already had a master. This pill formula was imparted to me by him. When I was searching for missions in the support star pavilion, I just happened to see the level 9 number 3 mission, so I accepted it, Yi Yuan said with a grin. Skimmaple breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that. It seemed like Yi Yuan's monstrousness was still within the boundaries of understanding. Even so, from Yi Yuan's conversation, it could be seen that his alchemy skill foundation was extremely solid. However, Skimmaple developed an intense curiosity towards such master who could train such an incredible disciple. The way Skimmaple saw it, that person was definitely an existence more amazing than him. He might even be an alchemy sovereign. Yi Yuan recounted the fabricated story again before Skimmaple dismissed that idea of requesting an audience. Skimmaple obviously did not know that while he was unaware, he had already spoken to a former alchemy emperor. Even if Yi Yuan could not refine out high-tier medicinal pills now, his experience and knowledge were simply not on the same level as Skimmaple's. Yi Yuan looked as if he was conversing with Skimmaple, but in reality, it could be counted giving pointers to him. Being able to obtain some pointers from an alchemy emperor was enough for Skimmaple to profit from his entire life. Because it was impossible for Skimmaple to even see Yi Yuan's shadow in this lifetime. In his previous life, there had been countless alchemy ancestors, alchemy saints, even alchemy venerables who sought for Yi Yuan's guidance but did not even have the chance. An alchemy king like Skimmaple did not even have the qualifications to present himself in front of him. Not that Yi Yuan valued his old broomstick, but because he really did not wish to waste time in this area. The reason why Yi Yuan was so generous was actually still because of his promise to Lu Yen last time. Yi Yuan reckoned that Skimmaple should be the Tranquil Cloud sect's greatest expert in the alchemy Dao. For him to have any breakthrough naturally brought enormous benefits to the entire sect. The use of the 7 profound soul-driving pill was to aid the divine soul in breaking through. At Skimmaple's age, he basically already exhausted all of his potentials. Under the circumstances, without the use of external force, he would essentially just stop at his present realm in this lifetime. Skimmaple himself was already clear on this point. That was why he placed all of his energy on the 7 profound soul-driving pill. Whether the power of the sect was strong or not, it had never been about the number of disciples, history, or accumulation. The deciding factor was the sect's most powerful member. A sect that possessed a middle-stage Soul Sea realm martial artist would be stronger than a sect like the Tranquil Cloud sect. Furthermore, it would be overwhelmingly stronger. If they did not have the protection of the sect protecting Grand Array, a middle-stage Soul Sea realm could take on the entire Tranquil Cloud sect by himself. Once martial artists cultivated to a certain realm, human piling tactics would no longer be able to compensate for the gap. The more Skimmaple conversed, the more opportunistic he became. The more he conversed, the greater his thirst for knowledge was. But Yi Yuan controlled the limits very well, conversing with the other party with the attitude of being equals, not letting Skimmaple feel like he was giving pointers. With his master as the backing entity, Yi Yuan's conversation did not appear too unexpected. Before long, Wang Jie barged in very excitedly. Chapter 243, Selling Pill Formula. Chapter 243, Selling Pill Formula. Seeing Wang Jie barge inside directly, Skimmaple frowned and said unhappily, "Already so mature, yet why are you still so brash? Don't you see that Yi Yuan and I are currently conversing?" Unknowingly, Skimmaple already placed Yi Yuan on the same level as him. "Ah, sorry master." Disciple was rash. Wang Jie hurriedly apologized with a salute. Skimmaple waved his hands irritably and asked, "What is it? Why are you making such a fuss?" Wang Jie had an eager face as he said, replying, "Master, just now, I went to find Lord Sect Master. He said that a few days back, some disciples just happened to obtain some ice heart dew. So I brought it back." When Skimmaple heard it, his anger involuntarily turned into joy as he said, "Really? Great. Since all the ingredients are prepared, then let's start refining." He had just learned many things from Yi Yuan and was currently itching to practice his skills. In addition, he obtained the pill formula, so he would naturally be itching to have a go. "Don't be anxious, master. I haven't finished talking yet. There isn't much ice heart dew. According to what Yi Yuan said, it should only be enough for one refinement," Wang Jie said. Skimmaple frowned and said, "So little? How is it possible to succeed in one go?" Wang Jie said, "Ice heart dew is originally extremely scarce. It was only coincidentally obtained this time by an elite disciple out doing missions. He exchanged 10,000 points by handing it to the sect. Even if the sect seeks it out in full force, it would probably be very hard to find within 3 months. As the Grand Elder, how could Skimmaple not know the scarcity of Tier 4 medicinal herbs? However, he yearned for the 7 profound soul-driving pill too deeply. Even if the material was harder to get, he had to obtain it. This was not just to fulfill him alone, but also to fulfill the entire sect. The materials that Skimmaple exhausted these few years were worth upwards of 10 million points when added up. But Luo Qingfeng did not grumble at all. Why? Simply because back then, Ouyang Tuotian founded the present Tranquil Cloud sect with his own strength. The sect's upper echelons all understood the difference between low-rank alchemy king and middle-rank alchemy king. Hearing Wang Jie's words, Skymapple's good mood instantly vanished, and his heart inexplicably became frustrated. Although the 7 profound soul-driving pill was a low Tier 4 medicinal pill, it was really somewhat forceful for Skimmaple. The possibility of succeeding in one go was too low. Once he failed, he would have to wait up to 3 months, maybe even half a year's time. The clear spirit jade fluid and 9-leaf heavenly fragrance grass collected the previous time were already pretty much expended. At most, he could refine once or twice. If the refinement this time failed, he would have to gather these 2 kinds of medicinal herbs again. The clear spirit jade fluid and 9-leaf heavenly fragrance grass were also Tier 3 medicinal herbs. Similarly, they were very rare. Who knew how long he would have to wait to refine again? Thinking up to here, Skymapple's brows knitted together even tighter. Pressure engulfed him like it blotted out the skies and land. For over a dozen years, Skimmaple virtually did not inquire about sect affairs and put his heart and soul on the 7 profound soul-driving pill. But he kept being unable to obtain a breakthrough. Although Luo Qingfeng and the other sect upper echelons did not say anything, the pressure on Skimmaple was also enormous. Otherwise, he would not be so hot-tempered either. Skimmaple only felt that the bottle containing the ice heart weighed 30,000 caddies when he took it over from Wang Jie's hands. He returned to his seat and started to waver. Yi Yuan saw through Skymapple's state of mind and said, "Grand Elder, I have a suggestion. While this can't guarantee that you'll definitely refine the 7 profound soul-driving pill, it should raise the success rate considerably." Skimmaple was currently dejected. When he heard Yi Yuan's words, he nearly jumped up. He stared at Yi Yuan intently and asked, "What method?" "As long as I can refine out the 7 profound soul-driving pill, I'll add in 200,000 more points." These words were simply heavenly melody to Skimmaple. Yi Yuan knew the advantages of points, so he obviously would not reject. In truth, him completing the 7 profound soul-driving pill formula was already considered completing the mission. With just a message from Skimmaple, he could get the reward already. However, he already did it to this extent already. Might as well help him to the end. When Master imparted me the 7 profound soul-driving pill formula, he even told me about another quasi-tier 4 pill formula. This kind of medicinal pill is called soul-driving pill. Master said that the 7 profound soul-driving pill was the upgraded version of the soul-driving pill. The two originated from the same source. The refinement method is also extremely similar. The refinement of the 7 profound soul-driving pill is much more complex than the soul-driving pill, but the essence is pretty much the same. If Grand Elder can use the soul-driving pill to practice and familiarize yourself with the refinement method, refining the 7 profound soul-driving pill after should be much easier, Yi Yuan said. Skimmaple trembled agitatedly when he heard this. Excellent. Truly excellent. There's really such a medicinal pill. Martial path medicinal pills were easy to find, but alchemy path medicinal pills were hard to obtain. There were actually very, very few medicinal pills that affected the divine soul. It was like a single hair from 9 oxen when compared to martial path medicinal pills. Back then, Ouyang Tuotian also coincidentally obtained the incomplete 7 profound soul-driving pill formula. Skimmaple naturally had not heard about the soul-driving pill before. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "How would I dare to deceive Grand Elder? Although the herbs to refine the soul-driving pill are also rare, with the sect's strength, I think there should be some in stock. It should be enough for Grand Elder to use for practice. Quickly tell me the pill formula. I'll let Wang Jie go retrieve the herbs." Skimmaple said impatiently. After he said that, Skimmaple suddenly felt that it was inappropriate. He involuntarily smacked his head and said awkwardly, "Haha, take a look at this old muddlehead. Even if it's a quasi-tier 4 medicinal pill, this pill formula is also a priceless treasure. Yi Yuan, what requests do you have? Just state them. I'll do all I can to recompense you, Is 1 million points enough? Just take it as the sect is buying your pill formula, Will your master mind?" Skimmaple started to worry about personal gains and losses. Pill formulas were always undisclosable secrets to any influence. Especially medicinal pills that raised soul force. They were even more so priceless treasures. While the grade of the soul-driving pill was not as high as the 7 profound soul-driving pill, its value was even greater to the Tranquil Cloud sect instead. Even if Yi Yuan completed the 7 profound soul-driving pill formula, how many people in the Tranquil Cloud sect could afford to enjoy it? There was only Skimmaple, that one alchemy king alone. But the soul-driving pill was different. Quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills had effects on Sea Transformation Realm quasi-alchemy kings. The Tranquil Cloud sect acquiring this pill formula was equivalent to alchemists' realms collectively rising a rank. Such trade was too worthwhile to the Tranquil Cloud sect. If not for being fearful of the master behind Yi Yuan, once Yi Yuan rejected, he might even give birth to the idea of forcefully snatching. 1 million points to buy the soul-driving pill formula was really not considered much. A quasi-tier 4 pill formula was no big deal to Yi Yuan. Since he opened his mouth, he was obviously prepared to give it to Skimmaple. "Master, let me enter the secular world to test myself. He said that everything is up to me." He naturally would not mind. But the soul-driving pill formula is indeed precious, so I'll accept Grand Elder's 1 million points. In the future, when Master asks about it, I can also explain. Yi Yuan obtained many benefits from the sect too. His Azure Dipper floating zero sword art emerged from the Azure Dipper purple yang sword art. There was no harm in treating this pill formula as giving a plum in return for a peach. It was just to not make Skimmaple feel that he was indifferent that he accepted the 1 million points. Chapter 244, Competing Essence Fires. Chapter 244, Competing Essence Fires. Inside Skymapple's refining room was a mess. From yesterday until now, Skimmaple had already refined over a dozen cauldrons of soul-driving pills. In the end, he was an alchemy king. It was still very quick for him to get started on refining quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills. After wasting 4 sets of materials, Skimmaple finally refined the soul-driving pill. Of course, Yi Yuan's pointers could not be understated at all. Refining soul force medicinal pills was different from conventional medicinal pills. If he did not have Yi Yuan's guidance, Skimmaple might not even be able to refine a complete soul-driving pill after wasting 10 portions of materials. After 4 furnaces of medicinal pills, Skimmaple failed once or twice again. After 10 furnaces, he basically no longer failed. Grand Elder is indeed worthy of being an alchemy king. To actually familiarize yourself with the soul-driving pill by using only a dozen oversets of materials. With Grand Elder's present state, the success rate of refining the 7 profound soul-driving pill should be above 60%. Yi Yuan stealthily slipped in a flatter, but Skymapple's face went red. I am a disappointment as an alchemy king. If not for your master's refinement method and him passing on all his experience to you, it's probably unlikely for me to learn it so quickly. Yi Yuan giving pointers by the side was naturally borrowing the name of his fictional master. Yi Yuan smiled and did not give any explanation. Instead, he said, strike while the iron is hot. Grand Elder, consume medicinal pills to recover your strength first. Let's succeed in refining the 7 profound soul-driving pill in one go while the sensation is still there. Initially, Skimmaple was still full of confidence. But when he heard about refining the 7 profound soul-driving pill, he could not help faltering again. Refine it now. But there's only 1 set of materials. Why not familiarize more with the soul-driving pill? Where was there still any majesty of a Grand Elder for Skimmaple now? Rather, he was like a little kid worried about whether or not he could get to eat candy. Whether he could refine or not, Yi Yuan naturally had the best say in this matter. Grand Elder is already very well versed in the soul-driving pill, and you've also passed the period where you experience the greatest increase. Continuing to refine will not bring any notable effect. Rather, you've just finished refining over a dozen cauldrons of soul-driving pill and are currently in a state where your hands are hot and ready to go. Once you rest, I'm afraid that it will be very hard to find this sort of feeling again. Therefore, I feel that it's still better to refine now, Yi Yuan advised. Skimmaple felt at a loss for a while when he heard that. He became determined in spite of himself and said, it's a blade whether I poke my head out or shrink back. Do it. Immediately, Skimmaple swallowed several medicinal pills and began to meditate to adjust himself. If this were before, Skimmaple absolutely would not listen and follow the words of a junior like so. But these 2 days, Yi Yuan already subdued him with his broad and profound knowledge. Even with Yi Yuan pretending to borrow his master's words to say most of the things, that gleam of brilliance revealed within the words could be sensed intensely by Skimmaple. The master was very powerful. The disciple was similarly very formidable. After 4 hours, Skimmaple adjusted his condition to its peak. To have become the Tranquil Cloud Sect Soul Alchemy King, there was no questioning of Skymapple's mind and determination. Since he was already resolved to refine the 7 profound soul-driving pill, Skimmaple would not be timid anymore. Wang Jie already prepared the materials. Yi Yuan took the initiative to take on the role of assistant. Wang Jie became idle instead. Preparation work was similarly very important to refining pills. Not that Yi Yuan looked down on Wang Jie, it was just that with him doing the preparatory work, the success rate would clearly be higher. The preparation work was not limited by realm. Yi Yuan performed it with high proficiency. Yi Yuan's hand-grabbing refinement method astounded these 2 people too. Seeing that virtually perfect medicinal embryo, Skymapple's eyes went wide. Indeed, an outstanding disciple comes from an accomplished master, Skimmaple thought to himself. Placing the medicinal embryo into the medicinal cauldron, a mass of fire floated from Skymapple's palm and lit the medicinal cauldron. Ganwu True Fire. Yi Yuan said the name of the flame. Haha, I didn't think that you would even know the Ganwu True Fire. That's right. Under my nurturing, the Ganwu True Fire is already about to advance to a Tier 4 Essence Fire. Skimmaple said, rather pleased with himself. Grand Elder, better use my Essence Fire. This way, your chances will be greater. Yi Yuan said rather oddly. Oh. You actually have an Essence Fire too. Looks like your fortune really isn't shallow. However, it's still better to use Essence Fires that you nurtured yourself when refining pills. You should know this point, right? This was already Skimmaple taking into consideration Yi Yuan's face. He was somewhat perplexed. It was impossible for Yi Yuan to not even know this bit of general knowledge. Why did he still raise such a request? Could it be that Yi Yuan's Essence Fire was even better than his? How was this possible? He was only at the Spirit Condensation realm. To have a Tier 2 Essence Fire was already considered immensely fortuitous. Yi Yuan did not let him wonder for long. He nodded and said, of course I know that. But the chances should be better by using my Essence Fire to refine. Yi Yuan repeated again as a bundle of flames appeared in his palm too. When Skimmaple saw that bundle of faint yellow flames, he sucked in a cold breath. Wang Jie by the side clearly recognized Yi Yuan's Essence Fire too, his eyes full of envy. Hiss. Cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame. This. How's this possible? Skimmaple stuttered. When this disciple took part in the endless trials at the Danwu Academy, I happened to chance upon some lucky chances, Yi Yuan explained it lightly. Not that Yi Yuan wanted to show off, but because if Skimmaple used a Tier 4 Essence Fire to refine, the success rate would clearly be greater. Yi Yuan knew that Skimmaple had an Essence Fire. He thought that if it were a Tier 4 Essence Fire, then he would not mention this. The result was that Skimmaple's Essence Fire was indeed not Tier 4. If Skimmaple had a Tier 4 Essence Fire, using Yi Yuan's Essence Fire would really be inferior to the one he nurtured himself. But as for Tier 3, the grade was really kind of lousy, let alone comparing to the Cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame which was suited for alchemy. Skimmaple looked at the Cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame within Yi Yuan's palm dimly for a long time before letting out a sigh and saying, comparing people to people is indeed odious. Back then, I risked my old life before I gained the Ganwu True Fire at the Sea Transformation realm. You're only at the Spirit Condensation realm and actually already have the Cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame. This is the paramount dream Essence Fire for alchemists. Finishing, Skimmaple quietly kept away the Ganwu True Fire in his palm. It was evident that he did not plan on taking it out to show his inadequacy. Yi Yuan kept staring at Skimmaple's eyes. If his heart gave birth to greed, then Yi Yuan and the Tranquil Cloud Sect's fate would end here. Fortunately, Skimmaple did not disappoint him. The matter of Yi Yuan possessing the Cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame was actually already known by Yao Qian long ago. It was only a matter of time before it reached Skimmaple's ears. Hence, Yi Yuan had no reservations about taking it out. Tranquil Cloud Sect's rules stated that all the natural treasures obtained by disciples outside belonged to them. Others may not insist on it. If they had no use for it, they could hand it over to the sect to exchange for points. If a sect wantonly seized disciples' lucky chances, it was no different from killing the chicken to retrieve the egg. Then, the sect would not be far from destruction anymore. This disciple also faced near certain death to acquire the Essence Fire. It was just a lucky coincidence. Grand Elder, let's begin. Yi Yuan brushed over it. Skimmaple nodded and calmed his mind. Yi Yuan called out the Cleansing Sandal Flame Lotus's main body and used the main body to light the medicinal cauldron. Skimmaple began to refine the 7 profound soul-driving pill. Chapter 245, Pill Hall Vice Hall Head. Chapter 245, Pill Hall Vice Hall Head. The refinement of the 7 profound soul-driving pill was relatively smooth. Yi Yuan already prepared everything to help Skimmaple refine this medicinal pills. He even threw in the Cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame. If Skimmaple still could not refine it like this, then this alchemy king should just find a piece of tofu to commit suicide with. When Skimmaple held the 7 profound soul-driving pill in his hands, he trembled agitatedly and almost slipped and dropped the pill on the floor. I finally refined the 7 profound soul-driving pill. Truly the heaven is protecting me, Skimmaple. The heaven is protecting my tranquil cloud sect. While Skimmaple was talking, the flesh on his face was quivering. For the past years, all of Skymaple's energy was placed on this medicinal pill, but it was all to no avail. Skimmaple naturally understood at present that if Yuan had not appeared, the 7 profound soul-driving pill definitely could not be refined, and he would also fail to take a single inch forward in this lifetime. Now that the medicinal pill was refined, how could Skimmaple not be agitated? Congratulations, Master. Your long-cherished wish of 13 years is finally fulfilled. Wang Jie's words also carried trembling, and he even seemed to choke up a little. He was clearly also greatly moved. Wang Jie had followed Skimmaple for 5 to 6 years already. These 5 to 6 years, most of his time was spent on the 7 profound soul-driving pill. Only he himself was well aware just how much hardship and scoldings he suffered during this period. Of course, Wang Jie was an understanding person. He knew the misery and pressure in Skymaple's heart. That was why he bore the hardships without any complaints. Now that the 7 profound soul-driving pill had finally been refined, a feeling like the bitterness being followed by the sweet welled up in Wang Jie's heart. He could not resist taking a look at Yuan, his heart filled with awe and veneration. Yes, it was awe and veneration. This sort of feeling, he only had them towards Skimmaple before. For Yuan to have such knowledge and means at such an age, it was truly overwhelmingly heaven-defying. Originally, Wang Jie was still somewhat pleased with himself within the sect. But now, that pride in his heart was grounded until it was badly mauled. This was a genuine genius. Yuan also went forward to congratulate. Congratulations, Grand Elder, to have realized your long-cherished dream. Only now did Skimmaple return to reality from his agitation. Looking at Yuan, he sighed emotionally and said, Yuan, it's entirely due to your credit that this seat could refine the 7 profound soul-driving pill. Yuan beamed and said, the medicinal herbs were prepared by the sect, and the medicinal pill was refined personally by Grand Elder. How can Yuan dare to claim credit? If one really had to talk about credit, it would just be the credit for loaning out the essence fire, haha. Skimmaple did not show anything on the surface, but he secretly approved in his heart. Yuan completely lacked the impulsiveness that a youth should have. When claiming credit, he did not become arrogant. Looking at Yuan's expression, it was as if he did some minor thing that was not even worth mentioning. This was not the breadth of mind that the average youth could have. Skimmaple obviously did not know that this was really just something insignificant to Yuan. Haha, you don't need to be modest, Yuan. Whether you have contributions or not, this seat is very clear about it in my heart. This matter, you bestowed grace upon this elderly self and similarly did a favor to my tranquil cloud sect. This old man will remember it in my heart. Wang Jie, gather all the hall elders and above to the assembly hall. I have a matter to announce. Skimmaple suddenly said to Wang Jie. The assembly hall was the place where Yuan underwent the tri-hall joint hearing. Presently, there was commotion all about inside the hall. It looked rather like a tea house. Elder Son, do you know what matter Grand Elder suddenly summoned us for? Elder Son was also at a loss as he shook his head and said, how do I know? Grand Elder has already not inquired about sect matters for many years and studied the 7 profound soul-driving pill wholeheartedly. Sigh, I say, did he gather us because the 7 profound soul-driving pill is refined? Ha, how is that possible? That 7 profound soul-driving pill, both you and I have studied it. We can't refine it either after testing out so many medicinal herbs. Furthermore, this pill formula was accidentally obtained by Forefather Ouyang back them. Forefather was a high-rank alchemy sovereign. Even he could not complete it, so how could Grand Elder complete it? That's true. But I heard that Grand Elder seemed to have studied another kind of medicinal herb to complete the pill formula recently. He seemed to be very confident. Maybe he really successfully refined it. Another elder could not help laughing as he said, haha, old son, you really don't care what's going on outside your window. I've also heard about the matter you said. But there has already been several cauldron explosions from Grand Elder's place already. Do you think he can refine it? Finishing, Elder Son also looked stunned before immediately smiling bitterly and shaking his head. In truth, these elders were also displeased towards Skimmaple for being obsessed with the 7 profound soul-driving pill. It was just that Skymapple's status in the sect was too high. Plus, the sect master supported him fully. Hence, nobody dared to say anything. One had to know that what Skymaple expended to refine the 7 profound soul-driving pill were all Tier 4 materials. Tier 4 materials were extremely valuable to the Tranquil Cloud sect too. These few years, Skymaple exhausted countless manpower and material resources in order to refine this medicinal pill, but he never succeeded. To say that these elders did not have any complaints at all, that was unrealistic. And it was precisely so that Skymaple wavered previously and did not dare to start the refinement. Just as everyone was confused, Skymaple and Luo Qingfeng walked into the hall while chatting happily. There were even 2 young men following behind them. One was Wang Jie, and the other was Yi Yuan. When the group of elders saw Yi Yuan, they were stunned. How did Yi Yuan get together with Grand Elder after just a few days of not seeing him? Especially Yao Qian. He was originally planning on finding trouble with Yi Yuan but did not imagine that Yi Yuan actually walked close with Grand Elder. If it was an ordinary relationship, then that was still fine. But if Grand Elder took a fancy to him and took him in as a disciple, then it would be even harder for him to take action in the future. Thinking up to here, Yao Qian could not help feeling frustrated in his heart. His incident had already become a joke among the elders, but he could not even vent his anger. Truly aggrieving. He could only pray now that Yi Yuan and Grand Elder did not have too close a relation. The 4 people came to the center of the hall. Skymaple sat in the main seat, Luo Qingfeng sat beside him, while Yi Yuan and Wang Jie stood behind. Today, I called everyone here because I have 2 important matters to announce. The first matter is that from tomorrow onwards, I'll be entering terminal seclusion. When Skymapple's voice fell, Whispered started again. However, Ouyang reacted extremely quickly. He bowed and said, "Martial uncle, can it be?" "Ha ha ha. Ouyang, you little monkey, your reaction is fast." Skymaple started laughing heartily. Except, his address of Ouyang made the elders simmer with laughter. Ouyang had an embarrassed face. Ouyang's position in the sect was extremely high. Only Skymaple dared to call him a little monkey. That's right. I believe everyone knows that this seat has been researching the 7 profound soul-driving pill wholeheartedly over these years. Heaven rewards the faithful. This seat finally got what he wanted today and refined out the 7 profound soul-driving pill. Skymaple was clearly in an excellent mood. When speaking, he was full of energy. Once these words came out, there was congratulations and delighted surprise below. Skymaple beamed happily and accepted everyone's felicitations. After everyone calmed down, he then said, "The second matter this seat is announcing is to appoint Yi Yuan as the Pill Hall's Vice Hall head." Chapter 246, Unexpected. Chapter 246, Unexpected. The entire hall was silent. This appointment from Skymaple came too suddenly. Nobody was mentally prepared, including the sect master, Luo Qingfeng, who was beside him. As the sect's Grand Elder, Skymaple even had the authority to appoint or dismiss the sect master, let alone a vice hall head. Yi Yuan did not have any mental preparation either and was stunned by this nomination for a long while. The silence lasted for roughly 10 breaths of time when finally, somebody voiced out to object. The first person to oppose it was Ling Potion. "Martial uncle, Yi Yuan is just a newcomer disciple. Although he has some talent in the path of alchemy, isn't it rather rash to make him the vice hall head?" Your meaning is that I'm old and worthless and can't discern people clearly," Skymaple said with a frown. These words were rather serious. He was trying to suppress these opposing voices directly. Although Ling Potion had a deadpan face, his expression right now was still rather ugly. Potion dare not. Potion was just dealing with the matter as it stands. Ling Potion clearly had a stubborn temper. At this time, Ouyang also came forward. "Martial uncle, Yi Yuan is only at the 2nd level spirit condensation realm and low-rank alchemy master. What capability does he have to be the vice hall head?" Now that 2 hall heads stood up to refute this, everyone's guts also swelled. One by one, they all stood up to object. Especially Ouyang Ming and Yao Qian, the 2 of them were yelling the happiest. Among these elders, there were actually quite a few who were displeased with Yi Yuan's prior attitude. In their opinion, although Yi Yuan this young man was talented, he was too oblivious to The immensity of heaven and earth and extremely arrogant. What qualifications did he have to be the Vice Hall head? Of course, the most important thing was that Yuan was still too young. His credentials were too shallow. He was simply unworthy of being the Vice Hall head. What should they do in the future if a teenage youth rode above these elders' heads? Did these old fellows who were hundreds of years old have to respectfully call out Vice Hall head when they saw Yuan? Skymapple's good mood was completely ruined by this. He obviously knew that nominating Yuan to be the Vice Hall head was somewhat abrupt, but he knew that Yuan's level was sufficient to take on this position. These few days, he had a lot of exchanges with Yuan. Although Yuan had always maintained a disciple's manners and his words were very restrained, he still inadvertently revealed his erudite knowledge about alchemy Tao. The things that Yuan talked about far surpassed the boundary of alchemy master. It even surpassed the boundary of quasi-alchemy king. He absolutely had the ability to be this Vice Hall head. Skimmaple even had a feeling that Yuan was only unable to refine Tier 3 and quasi-Tier 4 medicinal pills because his cultivation realm was not there yet. If Yuan's realm were sufficient, refining Tier 3 and quasi-Tier 4 medicinal pills would be as easy as flipping his hands. Moreover, Skimmaple had another consideration. Placing a heavy emphasis on Yuan also showed the sex emphasis on him. This definitely had enormous advantages in building a good relationship with that enigmatic master behind Yuan. Yuan's master was bound to be an alchemy sovereign existence. He might even be a high-rank alchemy sovereign like Ouyang Tuotian. Such an existence, even if he just took care of the Tranquil Cloud sect slightly, it could let the sect enjoy tremendous benefits. These fools did not understand anything, all objecting fervently. Skimmaple was furious. Skimmaple slammed a palm on the tea table beside the old-fashioned wooden armchair. The abnormally tenacious and tough profound dipper wood tea table instantly turned into dust. Seeing this scene, everyone was secretly alarmed. Grand Elder apparently really became angry. Skymapple's eyes swept across each person's face. These elders all did not dare to meet his gaze. Good. Very good. All these years, I've been in a half-seclusion state. Looks like after not coming out for too long, nobody is taking this old man seriously anymore. Today, I'm going to make Yuan the Pill Hall Vice Hall head. Anyone else who dares to object will be expelled from the sect. Skimmaple directly used his trump card. Once Skymapple's words came out, everybody was immediately as quiet as cicadas in winter. As a matter of fact, it was really as Skimmaple said. He had not appeared for too long already. Hence, everyone more or less took him lightly in their minds. The blood surged to all of their heads just now. They instinctively felt that letting a spirit condensation realm brat be the Pill Hall's Vice Hall head was truly a mockery. Except, they did not imagine that Grand Elder was actually going to kick them elders outside the walls because of Yuan. At this time, Luo Qingfeng, who remained quiet the whole time, finally stood up. Skimmaple already said his words to such an extent. He could not remain silent any longer. I wonder why Martial Uncle wants to appoint Yuan. Luo Qingfeng asked respectfully. Seeing that it was Luo Qingfeng inquiring, Skymapple's expression eased up slightly as he said solemnly, all of you are aware of the level 9 mission that this seat hung in the support star pavilion, right? Of course, we know. The mission Martial Uncle issued was to complete the 7 profound soul-driving pill, Luo Qingfeng said. Skimmaple nodded and said, in truth, it was all thanks to Yuan completing the pill formula that this seat could refine out the 7 profound soul-driving pill this time. Furthermore, during the refinement process, Yuan even provided huge assistance. Of course, this is not the main point. The most important thing was that I acquired the quasi-tier 4 medicinal pill, the soul-driving pills formula from Yuan on behalf of the sect. That's to say, you people are all the future beneficiaries of this pill formula. So, you people tell me, does Yuan deserve to be the Vice Hall head? Luo Qingfeng's face changed when he heard this. There's actually such a thing. Yuan completed the pill formula. How is this possible? He's only a low-rank alchemy master. Yeah. The thing he took out before was only the true rising spirit pill formula, just a tier 1 medicinal pills, that's all. The 7 profound soul-driving pill is a tier 4 medicinal pill. Could it be that Yuan really has a formidable master? Also, a quasi-tier 4 soul-driving pill. This name sounds a lot like the 7 profound soul-driving pill. Can it be? Can it be that we all have a chance to break through? All the elders were incredibly shocked. A low-rank alchemy master completed a Tier 4 medicinal pill. This was simply inconceivable. At this point, there was no longer anybody who doubted that there really was a powerful master behind Yi Yuan. However, what they minded was not this. What they took notice of was the soul-driving pill. There was nobody who could resist the temptation of breakthrough. Since this is the case, I have no objections. Luo Qingfeng pondered for a long time before saying, I agree as well. Xiao Jian was the first to show his stand. The objections became waves of approval. Yao Qian's face was as ugly as it could get. With a sway of his body, Yi Yuan actually rode above his head. Thinking of how Yi Yuan would boss him around to make him do things in the future, Yao Qian felt just as disgusted as he had just eaten a fly. Yao Qian really wished to yell out, I disagree, but the weight of his words in this situation was too feeble. Furthermore, Skimmaple said that if anyone dared to object again, they would be directly expelled. Yao Qian could only swallow these 2 words back into his stomach and let it fester. The game was set. Skymapple's expression looked much better. Since that's the case, then from today onwards, Yi Yuan will be. Hang on. Skimmaple was talking when Yi Yuan interrupted halfway. What do you want to say, Yi Yuan? Skimmaple asked in puzzlement. Yi Yuan stood up and gave a bow to Skimmaple and Luo Qingfeng. He slowly said, Grand Elder, Sect Master, I can't take this Vice Hall head position. Chapter 247, Exchange. Chapter 247, Exchange. This matter underwent another unexpected change. As the party involved, Yi Yuan actually rejected Grand Elder's appointment. This matter hit one snag after another, leaving the elders at somewhat of a loss on what to do. Yi Yuan, are you worried that you can't control these punks? Don't worry, with me around, none of them will dare to disobey your orders. Skimmaple did not imagine that Yi Yuan could actually voice out his rejection either. But he soon realized what it was that Yi Yuan was worried about. Yi Yuan said, Not this reason. This disciple thanked Grand Elder very much for your great kindness. It's just that this Vice Hall head position, disciple really cannot accept it. Skimmaple asked in surprise, Why is that? This disciple entered the sect to hone the martial path. That's why I entered the martial hall. This disciple's strength is paltry. I originally wanted to compete with the seniors in the martial hall. Once I take on this Vice Hall head position, it wouldn't be appropriate to spar with other seniors about the martial path, Yi Yuan stated a reason that surprised everyone. Your alchemic talent is so peerless. Walking the martial path is truly a waste. Skimmaple sighed emotionally. Alchemists just needed to bother with cultivating essence energy and simply did not need to worry about combat power. But to martial artists, essence energy was only the foundation to unleash combat power. What they had to do was to maximize combat power to the greatest. Skimmaple himself was an alchemist. Seeing that Yi Yuan was so amazing in the alchemy path, he naturally hoped for him to walk the alchemy path. Little did he realize that Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao had already reached the acme of perfection. Thank you, Grand Elder, for your adulation. But at present, to me, the martial path is still more important. I hope that Grand Elder can permit it. Yi Yuan said earnestly. Seeing that Yi Yuan's was bent on this, a trace of helplessness flashed across Skymapple's face. He could only say, since that's the case, then this matter is over. However, I still want to give you the position of nominal elder. In the pill hall, your status is not beneath theirs. Hearing these words, Yao Qian's mood, which just had a turn for the better, returned to its original state. The so-called nominal elder was that they could ignore pill hall work, but enjoy the treatment of an elder. Kind of like only drawing a salary but not doing work. That was also to say that as long as Yi Yuan took on this appointment, he would be on an equal footing with him, Yao Qian. Recalling half a month ago where he was still an envoy planning on fetching Yi Yuan into the sect. At that time, he even said that Yi Yuan might not even be able to maintain the position of core disciple. But after half a month, with a shake of his body, Yi Yuan actually became equal footing as him. There really was the feeling like he was being slapped in the face in public. Quickly reject. Quickly reject, Yao Qian kept on praying in his heart that Yi Yuan would also reject this elder position. Since Grand Elder insists, then all right. I'll accept this nominal elder. However, I hope that the sect will not publicize my status and not give me any special treatment. Let me cultivate with an ordinary disciple identity. The reality was very cruel. Yi Yuan accepted this appointment in the end. Yi Yuan knew that there were many benefits to being an elder. It was only a nominal status anyway, why would he say no? Within the Tranquil Cloud sect, the elders had many responsibilities and also had many privileges. Yi Yuan, as a nominal elder, did not need to carry out responsibilities. He, a spirit condensation realm, could not carry them out even if he wanted to. However, he could enjoy the privileges. Only a fool would not do it. Yi Yuan also guessed some parts of Skymapple's thoughts. That was why he was insistent on not accepting the vice hall head position. Yi Yuan's time was very valuable. He did not wish to waste it on sect affairs. But as for this nominal elder, he had no emotional burdens. Haha, it's good that you agreed. Otherwise, I really would not know how I should thank you. Qing Feng, later, you help Yi Yuan make an elder token. As to the disciples, don't publicize it. Skimaple also let out a sigh in relief seeing that Yi Yuan accepted. Luo Qing Feng replied with a yes, his eyes seemed complicated as he shot Yi Yuan a glance. To promote to become a sect elder at the spirit condensation realm, Yi Yuan was the first person to do so since the establishment of the Tranquil Cloud sect. Luo Qing Feng was also a smart man. He also guessed some parts of Skymapple's intentions, so he did not have any complaints towards this. To a declined sect, they madly yearned to be strong. Skimaple swept a glance over everyone. Seeing that many people's face had unconvinced looks, he sneered coldly in his heart. After this seat enters closed seclusion, Qing Feng will take the stage. You all do well to assist him. If there are any problems related to alchemy, you can communicate and exchange with Elder Yi Yuan. I believe that he won't let you down. Skimaple said calmly. Yi Yuan sweated heavily when he heard that. But he could not explain things at such a time. This old fellow isn't drawing aggro to me, right? It was still fine for the Martial Hall elders, but the thick hostility from those Pill Hall elders was too distinct. Indeed, once Skymapple's words fell, Yi Yuan immediately felt a deep fighting intent. Every one of the elders was filled with righteous indignation. They dared to be angry but dared not voice out. If looks could kill, Yi Yuan would have been killed multiple times over by now. Just a low-rank alchemy master, and the Grand Elder actually used him to compare to the elders. This was such a joke. Furthermore, although Grand Elder said exchange, in truth, everybody heard that it was seek advice. Even if Yi Yuan really completed the 7 profound soul-driving pill formula, it was definitely a blind cat catching a dead rat. He just coincidentally knew this pill formula, that was all. If one were to say that Yi Yuan's level was high, they would not believe it even if they were beaten to death. Yi Yuan had an incredible master behind him, so it was also normal to know how to recite several higher-level pill formulas. But he was only a teenager. How deep could his understanding towards alchemy be? In the Pill Hall's assembly hall, a bunch of elders surrounded Ouyang Yu. Some of their throats were already red from arguing. Hall head, I really can't take this lying down. Old me has immersed myself in the alchemy path for about 150 years. I dare not say that I'm well versed in alchemy, but I can't be beaten by a teenage child, right? Exactly. I have no objections about Grand Elder insisting on letting Yi Yuan be a nominal elder. But to let us go and seek advice from him, isn't it too overboard? Grand Elder is clearly looking down on our Pill Hall. How can he do this? He himself also walked out from the Pill Hall. How can he belittle our Pill Hall like this? Can it be that so many of us quasi-alchemy kings here can't even fight him, a low-rank alchemy master? I want to challenge him. Right, I also want to challenge him. I want to see just whether or not Yi Yuan really has 3 heads and 6 arms. I'll go too. Everyone was clamoring, giving Ouyang Yu a headache. However, these elders' words really hit the spot for him. Although Skimaple did not name him, he clearly included him inside too. Ouyang Yu was the Pill Hall's hall head and also the strongest alchemist in the Pill Hall, an existence that was only a step away from advancing into Alchemy King realm. Of course, this step was a heavenly chasm to him. Such an existence still needed to accept guidance from Yuan, a low-rank alchemy master. What a joke. Ouyang swept a glance over these elders and said with a slight smile, "I didn't hear anything." Finishing, he turned around and left. The group of elders was stunned. Immediately after, they revealed an understanding smile. Chapter 248, Denied Entry. Chapter 248, Denied Entry. Xiaoyun was the fifth seat among the Pill Hall elders. The previous year, he had just broken through to high-rank quasi-alchemy king realm. As the Pill Hall's up and rising force in the prime of his life, his position in the Pill Hall was very high, and he was deemed to be one of the contenders to become the next Pill Hall's hall head. In comparison, although Yao Qian and his like were Pill Hall elders, they were the least important group of people, barely enough to do the role of running errands. Otherwise, he would not have been sent to the state of Qin to be an envoy. His age was old, his cultivation realm was low, and he already exhausted all of his potential and hard to have any breakthrough in this life. As the representative of the newly emerging force, Xiaoyun was one of the most reluctant to accept Yuan taking on the position of nominal elder. In front of Ouyang, Xiaoyun was one of those who argued the fiercest. Ouyang left without saying anything. It was clear that he tacitly approved of them finding Yuan to communicate and exchange. The few elders who made the most noise put their heads together. Finally, Xiaoyun offered to come forward and challenge Yuan. Xiaoyun was one of the celebrity figures among the various Pill Hall elders. Once his profile appeared in the Earth Barracks, immediately there were disciples who recognized him. Disciple Li Ming has seen Elder Xiaoyun, an 8th-level spirit condensation realm disciple said respectfully. Xiaoyun felt a little pleased with himself secretly, but he said authoritatively, "And you came just in time. Yuan is staying here, right?" Li Ming was confused. Yuan. This name is really unfamiliar. Is he a newcomer, N? There seemed to be a novice disciple a few days ago. He beat up senior apprentice brother Tseng's younger brother right after coming. This time, it was Xiaoyun's turn to be stupefied. Fighting with others the moment he came. Indeed a troublemaker. Li Ming saw Xiaoyun frown and instinctively thought that he came to find trouble with Yuan. He hurriedly said, "Yuan is staying at the number 72 courtyard over there. I'll go call him over to pay respects to Elder Xiao right away." The elder already came to find Yuan personally. As a disciple, he naturally had to come out to receive him. Finishing, without even waiting for Xiaoyun's approval, he jogged over to the number 72 courtyard. Xiaoyun originally wanted to stop Li Ming, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. Although Yuan's nominal elder status was already established, it was still tough for the elder's viewpoint to switch over in a short period. In Xiaoyun's subconscious, he still felt that Yuan should come out to meet him. Xiaoyun called for Yuan's courtyard gate to be opened. The one who opened it was Luer. "Miss, I'm finding Yuan." Seeing that it was a beauty who opened the door, Li Ming was very courteous. Luer saw that this person was unfamiliar and instinctively wanted to turn him away. "Young master is currently resting. I wonder what matter this senior apprentice brother have." Li Ming obviously could tell that she was evading and could not help furrowing his brows as he said, "Resting huh, then quickly go and wake Yuan up. Just say that the Pill Hall's 5th seat elder, Xiaoyun, has arrived. Ask him to hurry and welcome him." Li Ming feared that Luer did not know Xiaoyun's weight and added a sentence. "Elder Xiaoyun is a candidate for the next Pill Hall's hall head. His status is extraordinary. You can't slight him." Indeed, Luer's expression changed when she heard that. It had also been some time since she came to the Tranquil Cloud sect. She had a rough understanding of the Tranquil Cloud sect situation. This title of Pill Hall's hall head was absolutely a big shot in the Tranquil Cloud sect, even if he was the future Pill Hall's hall head. Luer did not dare to delay. She immediately went in to report. When Yuan heard that it was some future Pill Hall's hall head, his brows could not help knitting together. Did trouble come to find him so soon? However, wasn't this scale a little large? Everyone was at the elder level. Want him to go to the gate to receive him. This name of future hall head might be useful to others, but it was useless to Yuan. In Yuan's eyes, those Pill Hall elders were all trash, let alone the fact that his identity was already not beneath his. One had to know that Skimaple asked him to be the vice hall head at the start. The other party actually had no concept of importance. Lure, go tell him that this young master is currently busy cultivating. Time doesn't wait for me. I don't have time to go out and receive him, Yuan said calmly after hearing that. Lure was shocked as she said, but, that senior apprentice brother said that this elder's position is very high. Wouldn't this offend people? Yuan rolled his eyes and said, he originally came to find trouble. Even if I go out and welcome him, he will still find trouble. So what's the difference between whether I offend him or not? Lure asked curiously, how does young master know that he came to find trouble? Yuan chuckled and said, your young master knows everything, go on, just repeat it word for word. Yuan did not tell Lure about the matter of him becoming a nominal elder. To Yuan, it was simply not noteworthy. Lure would never defy Yuan's words. Since Yuan said so, he definitely had his reasons. Hence, she returned to the entrance and reported Yuan's words to Li Ming. When Li Ming heard the words, he nearly cried out. Even if he was giving excuses, there was no need to be so obvious, right? Li Ming's eyes went wide as he stared at Lure and confirmed, you really told your young master that it's Elder Xiaoyun who came to find him. Lure felt a little guilty, but she still nodded and said, yes. I already told him. But my young master is really busy with cultivation. Finishing, Lure slammed the door shut with a bang. Li Ming stood there in a daze and did not recover for a long time. Isn't this Yuan too conceited? To actually not even give face to a pill hall elder. Elder Xiaoyun looked like he was finding trouble to begin with, but Yuan is still showing this attitude. He's dead now. No one who opposed the pill hall elders had a good ending. Li Ming thought to himself. Carrying some discontentment, Li Ming returned back to Xiaoyun and reported the encounter earlier. Of course, he even mixed some personal stuff inside. Indeed, Xiaoyun flew into a great rage when he heard that. He rushed over to the number 72 courtyard furiously. Bang, bang, bang. Yuan. Come out for this elder. I know that you are not cultivating. Xiaoyun shouted. Nobody answered. Xiaoyun was so enraged that he was about to explode. His position in the sect was extremely high. Yet, he was actually declined entry when coming to find a Martial Hall core disciple. Due to him shouting extremely loudly just now, it already attracted quite a number of disciples to crowd around. If he could not even get the other party's door to open today, then it would be a tremendous disgrace. Xiaoyun's face was already as black as the bottom of a wok. He said solemnly, I'll count to 3. If you don't open the door, this elder will tear down your courtyard. 1. Xiaoyun waited for several breaths of time. No response. 2. Still no response. This Yuan is too ballsy. That's Elder Xiaoyun. Others can't even wait to suck up to him, yet Yuan actually dared to refuse him entry. Hey, this is the prelude of being chased out. Elder Xiaoyun is a powerful candidate for the next generation Pill Hall's hall head. Is there anyone who can stay in the sect after offending him? Last time, I still thought that this boy was a genius when I saw Yuan beat Xingyu. But looking at it now, this fellow is a hothead. He could have offended anyone, but why did he have to offend Elder Xiaoyun? About to reach the count of 3. Do you guys think that Elder Xiaoyun will drag Yuan out and give him a beating? The surrounding disciples were discussing fervently. Such a rare show truly should not be missed. Xiaoyun had a dark face as he gnashed his teeth and yelled, 3. Still no reaction. Chapter 249, A Jade Slip. Chapter 249, A Jade Slip. Good. Very good. Really treating this elder as heir? I want to see just how you be a turtle after I tear down your house. Xiaoyun gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Finishing, Xiaoyun gathered up a colossal amount of essence energy, forcing the surrounding disciples back as if he was really going to wreck Yuan's house. Watching Xiaoyun gather up such immense essence energy, the crowd could not help being dumbstruck. If this really smashed down, forget about the house, even Yuan would become residue, right? But right then, the door squeaked open. The sound of the door opening was ear-piercing. Everyone could not help looking over in that direction. They initially thought that they could see Yuan's form scrambling over here, but they saw a little green pixie. It was precisely Lu'er. Xiaoyun only put away his skill after he saw the gate finally open. He sneered coldly in his heart. Humph, as expected, he belongs to the family of donkeys. He won't move unless he's hit. Xiaoyun snorted frostily. Lu'er did not say anything. She just beckoned towards Xiaoyun, signaling him to come over and talk. She looked very mysterious. Xiaoyun thought that Lu'er was asking him into the house to talk. Hence, he went forward a few steps and was about to enter the door. He came to let Yuan know what was called heaven beyond heaven, and human beyond human, not let a bunch of disciples watch a show. If he let these disciples know that he came to find Yuan to compete in alchemy, it would only lower his social status. Even if he won, it would not be honorable. The Pill Hall's 5th seat winning a Marshall Hall core disciple. Wasn't this him hitting his own face? Grand Elder had already instructed not to reveal Yuan's Pill Hall Elder identity. Xiaoyun naturally did not dare to poke the bull. Except, when he entered the gate and was just about to walk inside, Lu'er extended her hand to stop him. Xiaoyun's face fell as he asked, "What's the meaning of this?" Lu'er said in a soft voice, "Young master says that he's busy with cultivation currently and doesn't have the time to spar in alchemy skills with others. Elder, please go back. I already came in. Making me go back. Yuan, he." Lu'er interrupted his words and passed him a jade slip, saying, "Young master said to pass this to you, and you'll leave on your own." Xiaoyun reached over to take the jade slip and snickered icily as he said, "Trying to dismiss me with one jade slip. Who does Yuan think he is? A puny little 4th-level spirit condensation realm actually dare to be so arrogant and look down on others to such an extent?" Lu'er said, "Why don't Elder take a look at the jade slip first? Since young master said so, he naturally has some confidence." "Haha, what a joke. Fine, I want to see just how Yuan will use a jade slip to send me away." Xiaoyun was a competitive soul. Lu'er slyly slipped in some goading, and this fellow fell for it. In reality, Lu'er did not know what was inside the jade slip either. It was just that young master said so. He obviously would not fight a battle he had no confidence in. Of course, the more important thing was that Xiaoyun simply did not believe that Yuan could send him along his way using a jade slip. Xiaoyun guessed that there should be a pill formula inside the jade slip. Yuan should be thinking of using a pill formula to bribe him. He took this too lightly. Think it's impressive that you can memorize a few pill formulas? Knowing how to recite pill formulas doesn't equate knowing alchemy skills. Even if Yuan had an incredible master who taught him countless types of pill formulas, he was only a low-rank alchemy master. Today, Xiaoyun came to let Yuan know that he was merely an alchemy master. Xiaoyun sunk his divine sense into the jade slip. The expression on his face involuntarily froze. He immediately frowned, then became dazed. Following that, his eyes lit up. And finally, it was a mesmerized face. Lu'er kept staring at Xiaoyun. Observing how the look on his face changed so richly, on top of curiosity, she felt that young master was really too amazing. At first, when she heard young master say that this elder wanted to find him to spar in alchemy skills, Lu'er was shocked for a long time. In Lu'er's understanding, a quasi-alchemy king was an extremely powerful existence, even more amazing than old master. Such a figure actually came to compete with young master in alchemy skills. However, shock was shock. She still chose to believe in young master. This sort of baseless trust, even she herself did not know why. Anyway, she just believed that young master was the strongest. Even a quasi-alchemy king could not beat him. Of course, her understanding was one thing. Whether or not this jade slip could let a quasi-alchemy king scrim was another matter. When she passed the jade slip to Xiaoyun, Lu'er was still having doubts in her heart. But looking at that expression changing like a conjuring show on Xiaoyun's face, Lu'er knew that this elder would not want to enter. Indeed, young master was the strongest. Under everyone's astonished eyes, Xiaoyun left. When he arrived, his aura was tumultuous, and he nearly tore the house down. But not 5 minutes passed after he entered the house when Elder Xiaoyun walked out of the courtyard with a besotted look like he had acquired some treasure. What's with Elder Xiaoyun? His stance earlier, no matter how you looked at it, it looked like he went to find trouble, right? Why is it like this now? Who do I ask if you ask me? It hasn't been 5 minutes since he entered the courtyard. Even having a conservation wouldn't be so quick, right? Do you feel that this newcomer Yuan is full of mystery, like he is unfathomable? Speaking of which, it really seems to be a slightly so. Did you notice that senior apprentice brother Tseng Ching has already returned for a very long time, but still has not come to find trouble with Yuan? Hee, I heard about that. The two of them really met before. But after senior apprentice brother Tseng Ching took a look at Yuan's identity token, he immediately stood there mindlessly and did not even know that Yuan left. Furthermore, did you know that the last time Yuan went to the support star pavilion, he accepted a level 9 mission? No way. So exaggerated. Then did he complete it? Don't know. Shouldn't be complete, I think. No matter how heaven-defying a 4th level spirit condensation realm, it's also impossible to finish a level 9 mission, right? That's true. After Yuan entered the sect, he stayed in his dwelling and had little outside contact. He only did a few things. But these few things made him appear mysterious in the disciples' eyes. And after Xiaoyun got the jade slip, he directly returned to his own refinement room without even informing other people. The group of elders was still waiting for his news, but it was like he evaporated into thin air. The elders only sent someone to inquire in the Earth Barracks after not getting Xiaoyun's news for a long time. They only knew that Xiaoyun already went there with this inquiry. But he arrived hastily and left swiftly too. They only knew that Xiaoyun returned to his own residence after they continued investigating. But the elders only knew that Xiaoyun directly entered a retreat and was not meeting anyone after the elders went to his place to ask. After going one big circle only to get such news, it really angered everyone until they were tender on the inside with a burnt exterior. This old punk is too irresponsible. Notify us if you're entering seclusion. You made everyone wait for your news. However, while they were dissatisfied, everyone was even more doubtful now. Even if Yuan's level was really extremely high, he could not have made Xiaoyun return in defeat after 5 minutes, right? Just what Chapter 250, one after another. Chapter 250, one after another. At the pill hall. Many elders were gathered together, discussing Xiaoyun's sudden seclusion. You guys tell me, what did Xiaoyun encounter at Yuan's place? Why do I feel that this is more and more abnormal? Logically speaking, the greatest possibility for Xiaoyun's closed seclusion is that he was defeated and felt that he lost face, so he was embarrassed to come and see us. That's why he chose to enter seclusion. But the problem is Xiaoyun did not even spend 5 minutes at Yuan's residence. It's not even enough for them to have a conversation. Yeah. 5 minutes isn't even enough to explain a pill formula clearly. What can they do? This isn't competing in martial arts either. Can Yuan even one-shot defeat him? Elder Xin, you're our big brother. You've got to step up for this matter. Can it be that we, such a large bunch of elders, really have to be defeated by Yuan? Once these words were said, the group of elders looked towards the elderly person sitting at the main seat with his eyes shut to rest his mind. He was the pill hall's 3rd seat, the number 1 person beneath Ouyang Yu and the vice hall head, Xin Yuanshu. Xin Yuanshu was the elder with the highest seniority and the highest realm. He naturally became everyone's pillar at this time. Likewise a high-rank quasi-alchemy king, but Xin Yuanshu's strength was much more powerful than Xiaoyun's. He had already advanced to high-rank quasi-alchemy king for decades. Although he was still not quite at Ouyang Yu's level, he was not far off. About Yuan, an alchemy master becoming a pill hall nominal elder, Xin Yuanshu obviously had quite a few veiled criticisms. Or else he would not have appeared here today. It was just that he had always been respectful towards Grand Elder, so he did not voice out the entire time. Xin Yuanshu naturally looked forward to Xiaoyun challenging Yuan, but did not imagine that he would actually lose. This way, he was naturally pushed out by everyone. Looking at the elders crowding over, Xin Yuanshu's eyes snapped open. Sweeping a glance across everyone, he sighed and said, "Fine then. This old man will take a trip down and have a crack at this Yuan." Xin Yuanshu was already old. Even if he was displeased in his heart, he was unwilling to do this sort of seeking to prevail over others. While Xiao Yun's strength was not on par with him, this fifth seat was absolutely not an undeserved reputation. Originally, he thought that he could capture the enemy easily, but did not think that such a thing would happen. Such a strange situation, it was naturally the safest to invite the hall head to come forward. But this way, there would be no room left to maneuver. Xin Yuanshu has lived in the pill hall all his life and had very deep emotions towards the pill hall. Now that this matter involved the pill hall's honor, he had no other option but to throw his old face away. A 200-plus-year-old man facing a 15-year-old youth. Even if he won, it would be winning unscrupulously. If he lost, then his reputation would truly be lost. If this were before, Xin Yuanshu would never really think of the word lost. But with Xiao Yun's incident as the herald, he did not have too much assurance currently. Just as everyone said, this Yuan was very peculiar. The elders were initially worried that Elder Xin would be unwilling to stand up. Now that they saw him agree, they were naturally beside themselves with joy. Xin Yuanshu was not as arrogant as Xiao Yun. When he arrived at the Earth Barracks, he directly knocked on the number 72 door. After Xiao Yun's service, Yi Yuan's residence was already familiarized by the Pill Hall elders. Before this, these elders truly would not be able to remember what number residence a core disciple was staying in. The one who opened the door was still Luer. She only peeked her small head out and did not have any intention of letting Xin Yuanshu enter. Xin Yuanshu was just about to speak when Luer took the initiative. "May I ask for this elder's name?" Xin Yuanshu was dumbfounded, but he still reported his name. This old man is Xin Yuanshu, the Pill Hall's third seat. I'm. Luer shut the door before Xin Yuanshu even finished talking. Xin Yuanshu was stunned at first before boundless humiliation and anger from embarrassment followed tightly. Indeed, like master, like servant. The master is so insensible, and the maidservant is the same. Who treats guests this way? Even if you, Yi Yuan, are really a Pill Hall elder, I, Xin Yuanshu, am also your senior, right? Xin Yuanshu was just about to blow his top when the door squeaked open again. This time, Luer poked out a small head plus an arm. "Elder Xin, is it? This jade slip is for you. Young master says that you'll leave on your own after reading it." Luer was afraid that Xin Yuanshu would not read it, so she added on, that Elder Xiao Yun previously also left after reading the jade slip. Finishing, the door shut with a bang again, and not a sound could be heard after. Xin Yuanshu held the jade slip in his hand with a stupefied face. He had already overlooked the way Yi Yuan and Luer treated guests and focused his attention on the latter half of Luer's sentence. Xiao Yun actually went into seclusion because of this jade slip. With Yi Yuan's realm, what could the jade slip he carved be? If one were to talk about something Yi Yuan had that Xiao Yun would take a fancy upon, that could only be pill formulas. Yi Yuan knew many pill formulas that the sect did not. This was already common knowledge among the elders. But would Xiao Yun give up the challenge because of a pill formula? Wasn't this taking things too lightly? After thinking for a long while, Xin Yuanshu could not figure it out either. He decided to take a look at the jade slip first. When Xin Yuanshu sunk his divine sense into the jade slip, he immediately understood why Xiao Yun entered closed seclusion. Following that, his expression became as interesting as Xiao Yun's. Elder Xin has already gone for such a long time. Why isn't he back yet? No idea. Could it be that the two of them are locked in a pitched battle? How is that possible? Elder Xin's level is practically reaching hall heads. Isn't trashing Yi Yuan a piece of cake? Then how do you explain why he hasn't returned yet? In the pill hall, two elders fell silent at the same time. Suddenly, they exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, but they chorused together, "Can it be a closed seclusion too?" Hence, they sent somebody to inquire again. The result they obtained was indeed a closed seclusion. The group of elders exchanged glances but did not know what to say. This sort of situation was seriously too abnormal. The pill hall's third seat and fifth seat went to find Yi Yuan to challenge him, but the result was that they entered seclusion bafflingly without even notifying them. What kind of situation was this? Just what kind of hex did Yuan cast to actually let Elder Xin and Elder Shao enter a retreat with even giving us a heads up? They didn't fall under some kind of hex, right? When encountering an inexplicable situation, people would naturally lean towards black magic. The group of elders had nothing to say in response. After a long while, an elder suddenly stood up and said gravely, "I'll go and meet Yuan too. I don't believe that he can make me enter closed seclusion too." Finishing, without waiting for the group to stop him, he directly hastened out of the door. He left threateningly, but the result was that he did not come back either. That elder also directly entered a closed seclusion. The development of this situation was more and more peculiar. The elders felt that this was absolutely preposterous. If it was only one or two, then fine. But wasn't 3 people somewhat unexplainable? But this matter had yet to be concluded. In the following 2 days, there were several more elders who viewed themselves highly and were unwilling to submit that went to challenge Yuan. But their outcomes were all closed seclusions. Chapter 251, Sorcery Yuan. Chapter 251, Sorcery Yuan. The Pill Hall elders all entering closed seclusions caused an uproar in the sect. Did you guys hear? More than 8 elders announced closed seclusions after visiting a Martial Hall core disciple called Yuan's residence. How can we not hear about it? The news about Pill Hall elders frequently entering and exiting the Earth Barracks has already given rise to much debate in the sect. It will be hard to not hear it. Now, they are all saying that the disciple called Yuan is a sorcerer. It's rumored that those 8 elders all went to find trouble with Yuan. But they failed to daunt Yuan. Instead, they chose closed seclusion straight away. What sorcerer? Those elders have incredible powers. They are all late-stage C transformation realm powerhouses. How can they be hexed by a puny little spirit condensation realm martial artist? Can it be that you know some behind-the-scenes stuff? This disciple was clearly also a gossipy person. Hearing the other party, he could not help probing curiously. The other disciple smiled mysteriously and said, "Hee, talking about inside stories, I reckon that other than the parties involved, no one else knows. But I, a genius, discovered something fishy when I went through some careful deducing." The gossipy disciple's eyes lit up. This incident had already become the hottest topic in the sect these past few days. But nobody knew what happened in between, including those Pill Hall elders. Now, someone actually said that he knew the backstory. This was clearly enough to whet people's appetites. Quickly say. What did you find? That disciple smirked smugly and said mysteriously, "Ever since the incident occurred, my initial view was the same as yours, which was Yuan cast some spell. But after thinking about it, that's not right. Those few elders have unparalleled abilities. Even if Yuan's enchantment was heaven-defying, it's also impossible to cross 2 major realms to cast a curse, right?" That gossipy male thought about it and nodded, saying, "That's true. This explanation is unreasonable." Hence, I started to rack my brains to find what these 8 elders have in common. To have made 8 elders enter seclusion at the same time, Yuan definitely prescribed the right medicine for the disease. Then what was this disease? The disciple deliberately beat around the bush as he boasted. The gossipy man was indeed very cooperative. He asked puzzledly, "Yeah, what is the disease? My God, just tell me. Is it fun to whet people's appetite?" I noticed that these 8 elders all issued level 8 missions in the support star pavilion before. What? That's the common area you talked about, ha, are you kidding? You mean that Yuan answered all those level 8 missions? That's how he made all 8 elders enter closed seclusion. Do you feel that it's possible? The gossipy man felt like he was tricked and mocked him. Humph, you can't choose not to believe it. At first, I was also taken aback by this thought of mine. But this was the only possibility that I could think of. So I went to the support star pavilion to inquire, "Hey, then guess what?" This time, the gossipy man was stupefied. He could not help asking, "What? Could it be? Yuan really received all these level 8 missions?" Nah. But the day before Elder Shaoyun went to find Yuan went to the support star pavilion and stayed for an entire afternoon. He did not take on any missions. He just kept looking through missions on the mission Jade Wall non-stop. Just based on this. Just based on that. You have to know that Yi Yuan even took on Grand Elder's level 9 mission previously. If he really completed the level 9 mission, what does a few level 8 missions even count as? But, is this possible? Although I don't believe it either, I seriously can't find a more rational explanation. Sect Master, this Yi Yuan is absolutely a sorcerer. You take a look at the pill hall now. How many elders are left? In front of Luo Qingfeng, Ouyang Yu denounced Yi Yuan as a sorcerer with bitter resentment. Within 2 days, all the elders who went to Yi Yuan's residence all announced closed seclusion. Luo Qingfeng actually felt very uncertain in his heart too. But his expression remained unchanged as he said, Yi Yuan is only a spirit condensation realm martial artist while the elders are all sea transformation realm experts. Furthermore, those few elders are all late-stage sea transformation realm experts. How can Yi Yuan possibly cast any hex on them? Then how does Sect Master explain this incident? If this continues, our pill hall is going to collapse soon. Without those few elders refining quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills, the martial hall elders are unable to cultivate. Sect Master, I suggest restraining Yi Yuan first to make him explain things clearly. Ouyang Yu said furiously. While these words had some threatening intent, what Ouyang Yu said was the truth. These 8 elders were all peak existences in the pill hall. Without them, they could not refine medicinal pills. If they kept staying in seclusion, problems would surface in the sect sooner or later. Luo Qingfeng frowned and said, better wait another 2 days. Yi Yuan is a nominal elder that Martial Uncle Skimaple recommended. Before making clear of the situation, we shouldn't do anything rash. Sect Master. Didn't you notice that Martial Uncle Skimaple is also beguiled by Yi Yuan? He is a puny little spirit condensation realm and low-rank alchemy master, what right does he have to be a nominal elder? Moreover, Martial Uncle Skimaple is currently in closed seclusion too. Don't Sect Master find it strange? This being told of this by Ouyang Yu, Luo Qingfeng's determination appeared to be somewhat wavering. Sect Master. While I don't know what means Yi Yuan used, but don't tell me that you can carry on waiting in such a baffling situation right now. What if Yi Yuan really has ulterior motives towards the sect and we don't do anything? When the time comes, we'll be the tranquil cloud sect sinners. Ouyang Yu pressed on tightly. Luo Qingfeng's eyes glimmered. He nodded and said, all right then. This sect master will question Yi Yuan personally. Just what did he do to the elders? Come, men. Call Yi Yuan over for me. Luo Qingfeng left a trace of leeway in the end. If Yi Yuan were really innocent, then when Grand Elder exits seclusion, it would really not be easy to account. Ha ha. Indeed, it really was like this. Indeed like this. Truly fantastical. For the lucidum bloodgrass to have such miraculous use, it's truly wondrous. I was saying why I keep being unable to refine the spirit wind pill. Turns out that adding the lucidum bloodgrass together with the core ingredients can increase the circulation speed of essence energy. Inside Xiao Yun's refinement room, he laughed madly. He refined the spirit wind pill every time according to the pill formula. But each refinement, the quasi-tier 4 medicinal pill, spirit wind pill, would be low-grade or even worse. Xiao Yun kept being unable to figure out where the problem lied the whole time. It turned out that the pill formula itself was incomplete. He had also tried to improve the pill formula, but it all ended in failure. Left with no other choice, he hung this as a mission in the support star pavilion in hopes that other elders or genius disciples could help to reform the pill formula. But it had not been successful. After Xiao Yun took Yi Yuan's jade slip, it talked about the method to improve the spirit wind pill. He was immediately hooked. Alchemists were all a bunch of madmen. They could research a type of pill formula tirelessly without rest. Xiao Yun was troubled by this pill formula for many years. How would he be in the leisure mood to go bother about other things? Hence, he chose to enter closed seclusion right away to refine the spirit wind pill according to Yi Yuan's method. Sure enough, it was a success. Chapter 252, Sharpening One's Knife. Chapter 252, Sharpening One's Knife. Spirit wind pill was a type of actual combat medicinal pill. Its applicability was very broad. After consuming a spirit wind pill, the martial artist could muster essence energy at an increased rate. When unleashing the same move, a martial artist who consumed a spirit wind pill could save half the time. At a realm like the Sea Transformation realm, saving half the time to unleash a move meant holding an absolute initiative. Your move was already released while others were still accumulating power to unleash their move. Which martial artist did not wish to have such an advantage? If the Tranquil Cloud Sect's Sea Transformation realm martial artists carried such a medicinal pill around with them, their combat power would undoubtedly soar. It was precisely so that Xiaoyun expended such a huge amount of energy on this medicinal pill. But this sort of Tier 4 medicinal pills was really not so easy to refine. The defective products that he refined not only had extremely severe side effects, but the medicinal effects also were not obvious either. Such a medicinal pill was clearly unable to be used for actual battle. Now that he had resolved this difficult problem, Xiaoyun felt reinvigorated, and his spirit refreshed. He decided to properly thank Yuan. As for the matter of finding Yuan to compete, it was long tossed beyond the ninth heaven by him. After exiting seclusion, Xiaoyun ran straight to the Earth Barracks number 72, but he just happened to bump into Yuan leaving with a young man. Yuan, Guobin, where are you guys heading to? Xiaoyun asked with a face full of smiles. Yuan was at a loss. He did not even recognize this person. He only remembered that Xiaoyun seemed to be a pill hall elder. As for his name, he could not recall it. When Guobin saw Xiaoyun, shock was written all over his face. He hurriedly went up to salute. Disciple Guobin has seen Martial Uncle Xiao. Replying Martial Uncle, Sect Master made me call Yuan over to question him. Did Martial Uncle Xiao exit seclusion? Question. Did something happen? Xiaoyun's face fell as he asked. Guobin hesitated for a moment, but still summed up the incident simply. Speaking of which, Xiaoyun was the first person sent to seclusion by Yuan. But when Xiaoyun heard him, he immediately flew into a great rage. Utter nonsense. What sorcerer? Yuan is someone who rendered meritorious service upon the Tranquil Cloud Sect. Aren't I perfectly fine? When did I get hexed? Which bastard talked behind my back? Is this cursing this elder? Come, I'll go along with you to see Sect Master together. He turned to Yuan again and said, Yuan, I'm called Xiaoyun, the Pill Hall's 5th seat elder. Thanks to you, I finally successfully refined the Spirit Wind Pill. When Yuan heard that, he immediately knew who the other party was. Those few level 8 missions were naturally incomparably easy to Yuan. Therefore, he prepared over a dozen copies of Jade Slips. Whoever came, Luer would directly hand the Jade Slip to him after inquiring that person's name. It was also under such a circumstance that after 8 elders announced closed seclusions, nobody came by anymore. Seeing Xiaoyun express thanks, Yuan smiled and said, just a simple matter that's not worth mentioning. Ugh, to you, it's a simple matter. But to me and the sect, it's a huge matter. Originally, when Grand Elder made you a nominal elder, I, Old Xiao, was truthfully speaking unconvinced. But now, I'm sincerely convinced. Come, I'll help you explain to the Sect Master. Finishing, Xiaoyun dragged Yuan and walked off. Guobin by the side was shocked to the absolute limit. Nominal elder. What kind of situation was this? A spirit condensation realm core disciple was actually a pill hall nominal elder. When he came to look for Yuan just now, his attitude was quite arrogant and bossy. Fortunately, Yuan was rather cooperative. Otherwise, he would have made a move. Thinking of how he nearly struck out against a pill hall elder, Guobin could not help breaking out in cold sweat. Offending one's superior, such a crime was not what he could afford to bear. Guobin's status in the sect was even higher than Mo Yuntian and Xin Lai because he was Sect Master Luo Qingfeng's personal disciple. Even with this layer of identity there, if Yuan were bent on pursuing it, he would also land himself in serious trouble. Moreover, Xiaoyun even said just now that Yuan's nominal elder was personally conferred by Grand Elder. Grand Elder was Luo Qingfeng's martial uncle. After just 2 steps, Xiaoyun suddenly thought of something and turned around to say to Guobin, if you heard that just now, then fine. But you're not allowed to spread it around, got it? Guobin nodded mechanically, somewhat spaced out. Not sure if he really heard it or pretended to. When Luo Qingfeng and Ouyang Yu saw Xiaoyun arrive together with Yuan, they were at a loss. Why did you come, Xiaoyun? Ouyang Yu asked in puzzlement. Xiaoyun gave the two a bow and directly said, "Sect Master, Hall Head, you two are mistaken. Yi Yuan did not cast any spells on us but performed deeds of valor for the sect. If you punish Yi Yuan, wouldn't this disappoint the hearts of all the disciples and elders bitterly?" "Deeds of valor? What does that mean?" Luo Qingfeng asked uncertainly. Xiaoyun recounted the process of the incident, leaving the pair staring with their mouth agape. No matter how they racked their brains, they could not figure out just how Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao level would be so high at such a young age. Could it be that he started learning alchemy skills in his mother's womb? If my conjectures are correct, the other elders should be the same as me. Yi Yuan helped them resolve a problem that had troubled them for many years. That's also to say that our Tranquil Cloud Sect's alchemy path strength will take a huge stride forward. You guys tell me, did Yi Yuan perform valorous deeds? Xiaoyun was all worked up. Luo Qingfeng and Ouyang Yu exchanged glances and saw the astonishment in the other party's eyes. "Yi Yuan, why didn't you say earlier that you did something so big? We nearly wronged you." Luo Qingfeng looked at Yi Yuan as he sighed emotionally. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Actually, Grand Elder purposely goaded everyone to find trouble with me on that day. I guessed Grand Elder's intentions, so I also made preparations in advance. These few days, I avoided meeting people not because I want to put on airs in front of the elders, but because I was really training in closed seclusion. The sect's grand competition is about to begin. I had just broken through realms recently and needed to consolidate my cultivation realm. The sect grand competition was about to begin in another 2 or 3 days. Yi Yuan was also itching to give this competition a go. The reason why he entered the sect was in order to have exchanges in martial arts with all kinds of geniuses. This way, he could rise even quicker. Even though Yi Yuan was formerly a Divine King realm powerhouse, his foundation on the martial path was too weak. He basically had no real combat experiences. While the horizons of these sect geniuses were not as high as Yi Yuan's, they naturally had their forte to be called geniuses in the sect. Such a competition was also an extremely good opportunity for Yi Yuan to temper himself. Why would he miss it? In order to deal with Ji Kanglin, Yi Yuan must experience countless bitter fights. How could he be able to temper himself for future battles without going through all these? Through some medicinal pills and cultivation these few days, Yi Yuan already thoroughly consolidated his realm. He was sharpening his knife just to deal with this upcoming grand competition. Luo Qingfeng had a look of realization when he heard that and said, "So that's the case. It was us who wronged you. Just as Elder Xiao said, you performed meritorious deeds for the sect. The sect naturally would not be stingy either. With your abilities, I reckon that you'll turn your nose up at Tier 2 medicinal pills. How about this? The sect will reward you a spirit artifact, a martial technique, and 2 types of medicinal herbs. You go and pick yourself. The points from these level 8 missions will also be awarded to you accordingly." How's that? Towards something good like this, Yi Yuan obviously would not reject it. Hence, he nodded and accepted it. The following 2 days, Yi Yuan continued to make preparations for the sect grand competition while the elders in closed seclusion all exited seclusion one after another. After they exited seclusion, they obviously heard all kinds of rumors and gossips. They all went to find Luo Qingfeng to explain for Yi Yuan. Luo Qingfeng had to expend a great deal of effort before he could explain it clearly. After 2 days, the sect grand competition was about to begin. But Yi Yuan welcomed a guest. Chapter 253, Analysis. Chapter 253, Analysis. A few days ago, he received Yi Yuan's message asking him to make a trip back to the sect, saying that he already collected enough points and could exchange for the lower half of the Purple Center Soul incantation. Receiving this news, the shock in Jiang Yunhe's heart could not be any greater. It was not even a month since Yi Yuan left the state of Qin. He already earned enough points. One had to know that he had already been the dean in the state of Qin for over 10 years before barely scrimping 1 million points. He still lacked 400,000 points. Yi Yuan actually earned 400,000 points using less than a month. He told Yi Yuan that he had 1 million points, so he thought that Yi Yuan only had 400,000. But when Jiang Yunhe met Yi Yuan, and he directly transferred 1.4 million points into his identity token, he stared at Yi Yuan blankly for a long time, unable to say anything. This. It hasn't even been a month since you entered the sect. Where did so many points come from? Jiang Yunhe asked in astonishment. Her extorted a small sum and also did some missions, Yi Yuan explained with a chuckle. Seeing Yi Yuan dismiss it lightly, Jiang Yunhe's heart crumbled. Who did he extort to get so many points? Even elite disciples and them, these external staff members, could not possibly have so many points on them, right? Jiang Yunhe's brain could not quite wrap itself around this. After a long while, he shook his head and said, "No can do. I've already amassed roughly 1 million points these few years. I don't need so much. Just 400,000 will do. I'll transfer the rest back to you. You've just entered the sect and don't know the preciousness of points. Save these points to use for yourself. After Dean Jiang exchanged for the Purple Center Soul incantation, you still have to think of ways to raise your realm. There are still many areas you need to use points for. Keep your points for yourself. Don't worry, Dean Jiang, I have plenty of points. Even cultivating to the sea transformation realm inside the sect is enough," Yi Yuan said. Jiang Yunhe sucked in a cold breath instead. Enough even to cultivate to the sea transformation realm. How many points was that? Those dozen over jade slips that Yi Yuan prepared were all put to use in the end. The worst among these jade slips were level 7 missions. The points from over a dozen missions added up virtually caught to up SkyMapple's level 9 mission. It was close to 300,000 points. In addition to the 1 million points from selling the pill formula and SkyMapple's 500,000 points, Yi Yuan roughly had around 3 million points on hand. Even if he transferred 1.4 million to Jiang Yunhe, he still had 1.6 million points left. Even if he spent every day in an A-grade cultivation room, he could stay for 20 years. If he really did that, would Yi Yuan be limited to the sea transformation realm? Of course, Yi Yuan naturally would not use such a clumsy training method. Sea transformation realm was not as distant as others imagined in Yi Yuan's viewpoint. Yi Yuan would not spend these points like that. He would spend them even more extravagantly. The next few days, Yi Yuan already spent several tens of thousands of points. The vast majority of them were used to exchange for some rarer Tier 2 and Tier 3 medicinal herbs. To Yi Yuan, points were just numbers. The real thing was the most fundamental. When he was at the state of Qin, Tier 3 medicinal herbs were already extremely precious. Even if Yi Yuan had abilities to mount the heavens, he would also be like a clever wife unable to cook without any rice. But there were many precious medicinal herbs in the Tranquil Cloud sect that were simply unseen in the secular world. Yi Yuan could use them to refine many medicinal pills in case of unexpected needs. Towards Yi Yuan's words, Jiang Yunhe remained somewhat suspicious. But after he looked at his identity token, Jiang Yunhe finally accepted Yi Yuan's aid. I originally thought that I have to slog for another few more years in the state of Qin, but I didn't expect happiness to come so quickly. Thank you, Yi Yuan. Jiang Yunhe said sincerely. In the Tranquil Cloud sect, to alchemists, alchemy grandmaster to quasi-alchemy king was an extremely huge threshold. Cross it, and one would be a sect elder and belong to the sect upper echelons. Fail to cross it, they could only fade away into the masses and become outer circle people taking care of the sect. Dean Jiang is too courteous. If not for you asking teacher Huyan to protect me, I'd have already become a dead soul under Suyubai's palm. This minor thing is not worth mentioning, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Since that's the case, I won't give such a cliché reaction. I'll accept this big gift. Alright, tomorrow is the sect grand competition. Yi Yuan, I know that you are extremely strong, but your realm is too low in the end. There are still a few people you have to take note of, Jiang Yunhe suddenly said. Yi Yuan also became interested after hearing that. It had been nearly a month since he came to the Tranquil Cloud sect, but he only had dealings with those Pill Hall elders. He really did not have the time to understand which formidable characters the Martial Hall had. I'm willing to hear the details. Yi Yuan revealed an eager look. Jiang Yunhe nodded and said, in my opinion, although you're in the Earth Barracks now, your strength is already not beneath the Heaven Barracks core disciples. Within the Heaven Barracks, there are several people whose strength is relatively heaven-defying. When you encounter them, you have to be careful. Of course, the reason why they are strong is that their realm is much higher than yours. If you guys were at the same level, I believe that you can instantly defeat them. Jiang Yunhe's judgment of Yi Yuan's strength was actually roughly the same as Mo Yuntian's. The 4th level spirit condensation realm Yi Yuan was most likely not inferior to those elites in the heaven barracks anymore. But when comparing to the pinnacle in the heaven barracks, Jiang Yunhe did not have much confidence. Yi Yuan's current strength was likely no longer inferior to an ordinary crystal formation realm martial artist. However, even Xing Qing could achieve crossing ranks to kill an ordinary crystal formation realm martial artist. The strength of heaven barracks disciples could be imagined. Don't think that Xing Qing was very formidable in the earth barracks. In the heaven barracks, he was trash. Yi Yuan was obviously very clear about his own strength. However, as for how far he could go, he himself did not know how things stood. Dean Jiang flatters me. Just which few are they? There are 3 people you need to pay attention to. The first is Luo Qingfeng. This person is only at the peak of the 9th level spirit condensation realm, but his strength is already firmly in the top 3 of the heaven barracks. Many half-step crystal formation realm heaven barracks disciples are not his match. It could be seen how great his strength is. This person is, as his name implies, Qingfeng or riding wind. He specializes the most in swift attacks. His opponents tend to have difficulties in following his speed. If you match up with him, take care not to clash with him, Jiang Yunhe said. Yi Yuan nodded but did not say anything. He truly had no fear in comparing speed. Jiang Yunhe continued, the second person is a girl, her name is Tang Yuer. She has the extremely rare innate water spirit body. Only 2 years older than you but already a half-step crystal formation realm expert. The speed of her cultivation is number 1 in the Tranquil Cloud sect. Without any accidents, she will probably be able to break through to the crystal formation realm latest by next year. When Jiang Yunhe finished talking, he suddenly felt that something was off and could not resist taking a look at Yi Yuan. To talk about the monstrosity of cultivation speed, most likely, nobody could compare with this person in front of him, right? This was not even a month yet, and this boy broke through 2 realms consecutively again. Jiang Yunhe knew that Yi Yuan only used 3 to 4 months' time to go from 1st level essence chi realm to 4th level spirit condensation realm. No matter how monstrous that Tang Yuer was, she would most likely need 5 years, right? Chapter 254. Chapter 254, there would be no stories without coincidences. Yi Yuan nodded inwardly and remembered Luo Qingfeng's and Tang Yuer's names. For Jiang Yunhe to be so serious about this matter, these 2 people were definitely peak existences in the heaven barracks. Their combat power was likely no longer beneath crystal formation realm experts. The sect grand competition was not a death match. Yi Yuan naturally could not use all of his trump cards. Although his trumps cards were powerful, once they were unleashed, even he had difficulty controlling them. A move like Thousand Flowing Petals, once unleashed, would be to the death. It was truly very monstrous for a spirit condensation realm to be able to mobilize heaven and amp, earth essence energy. But once the move took form, he was also unable to control the power. As for the Tier 4 essence fire, once he released it, it would even instantly burn the other party into nothingness. While Yi Yuan refined the cleansing sandal flame lotus, it was still clearly extremely forceful for him to want to control the might of a Tier 4 essence fire at present. This way, the means Yi Yuan could threaten a late-stage spirit condensation realm with was greatly reduced. Luckily, Yi Yuan's present spirit void shattering space, 1st level, was already trained to the Great Circle realm. His speed was already not beneath a late-stage spirit condensation realm martial artist. Coupled with the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Arts Mortal Chapter 2nd skill, Essence Energy Ignition, he also had the capital to fight. As for win or lose, even he himself dare not guarantee anything. When the time came, it would have to depend on his live performance. Who is the last person? Yi Yuan asked. Jiang Yunhe revealed a grave face and said, you have to be careful of this last person. His name is Tian Yu, Grand Elder Skymapple's grandson. Among the core disciples, he is publicly acknowledged to be the most talented person. Yi Yuan became interested when he heard that and asked, oh, what amazing aspects does this Tian Yu have? Tian Yu had abnormally high powers of comprehension since young. Like you, he also made it past the 9 Heavens Road. Although he did not pass the 9 Heavens Road at the Essence Chi realm like you, he had only broken through to the Spirit Condensation realm not long before. 3 years ago when he passed the Nine Heavens Road, he was only first-level spirit condensation realm. Now that 3 years have passed, he's already a half-step crystal formation realm expert. Barring no accidents, he would surely advance to elite disciple this time. If you encounter him, you must be careful. In Jiang Yunhe's heart, his appraisal of Tianyu was clearly extremely high. If Yi Yuan had not appeared, then Tianyu would be the number one person among the young generation in Jiang Yunhe's heart. Putting Yi Yuan aside, a cultivation speed of 3 minor realms a year was indeed sufficiently outrageous. Furthermore, he even took the crucial step to break through to the crystal formation realm, half-step crystal formation. In the Tranquil Cloud sect, the earlier one passed the Nine Heavens Road, the greater the potential it signified. Mo Yuntian and Xin Lai were the same. And those who cleared the Nine Heavens Road all had extremely formidable combat strength. They could basically sweep across all martial artists of the same level. For Tianyu to be able to clear the Nine Heavens Road at the first-level spirit condensation realm, it could be seen just how monstrous he was. Many thanks for Dean Zhang's tips, Yi Yuan said. Seeing off Jiang Yunhe, Yi Yuan did not choose to enter a closed seclusion. Instead, he took a leisurely stroll around the sect. A great battle was nigh. Embracing Buddha's feet to pray for help at the last minute was clearly useless. Might as well relax and adjust his state of mind. The second day, the curtains for the sect grand competition was finally drawn back. Victory Peak, the battle arena for the sect grand competition. Many platforms were set up on it. At the present moment, thousands of disciples were gathered at the peak. These disciples were all the future hope of the sect. These thousands of disciples were all selected very carefully from the Tranquil Cloud 10 nations, all earth-shaking existences when placed in the secular world. But the vast majority of them could only become an outer sect disciple and fade into the masses in the sect. The number of core disciples was 200 people while the number of elite disciples was only a scanty few 20 people. Elite disciples, core disciples, and outer sect disciples competition sites were separated. And the one that was the focus of all was undoubtedly the elite disciples area. These 20 people represented the highest level among the younger generation. Regardless of whether they were core disciples or outer sect disciples, they obviously would not miss out on watching their matches, hoping to comprehend something from within. However, the grand competition was carried out at the same time. Only by finishing one's match in advance could one have the time to go watch other people's match. It was very clear that due to there being too many outer sect disciples, the arrangement of their schedule was the tightest. Yi Yuan, what number did you draw? Do you know who you're facing in your first match? Nanfeng Ruoqing asked. The Pill Hall had a competition too. But the duration was much longer than the martial halls. Hence, the Nanfeng aunt and niece came to cheer Yi Yuan on. I drew number 52. But my opponent for the first match isn't fixed yet, Yi Yuan said. He did not care who his opponent was. He would rather it was Tianyu. Yi Yuan truly looked down on ordinary 7th or 8th level spirit condensation realm martial artists. That's to say your opponent is number 149. I wonder who number 149 is. Nanfeng Jiro said. The core disciple numbers were fixed at 200 people. The disciples would draw lots to determine the opponent. After drawing lots, number 1 would fight number 200. Number 2 would fight number 199, so on and so forth. Yi Yuan drew number 52. His opponent was naturally number 149. Of course, in order to not let the strongest core disciples meet in advance, which would greatly deplete the later matches adversely, the top 10 in the previous competition automatically became seeded contestant. The strength of these 10 people's opponents was relatively weak. There was basically nothing to watch at the start. Their opponents would basically admit defeat right after coming up. However, special circumstances had naturally occurred in the past competitions before. Such as the rank 11th disciple being unfortunate enough to draw a number after number 190. Then the first match would be exciting. But relatively speaking, such a situation was extremely rare. Yi Yuan drew number 52. The chances of matching with a strong person were not great. Screw it. Deal with it when it comes. Long Tang, what number did you draw? Yi Yuan asked Long Tang, who was beside him. When fighting, core disciples were not divided by heaven or earth barracks. Number 170, Long Tang said. Oh, like Thathu against number 31. It feels like a strong person. Yi Yuan said. Long Tang replied nonchalantly, doesn't matter. Deal with it when it comes. Haha, that's good then. With your strength, charging into the top 50 shouldn't be any problem. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. I hope so. Long Tang was also someone who made it past the Nine Heavens Road. It could be seen how great his perception was. This 1 to 2 months, Long Tang improved extremely quickly. It was just that he did not have the chance to display it. Yi Yuan believed that before long, he would surely stand out conspicuously. All disciples listen up. The sect grand competition is about to begin. Quickly find your platforms according to your numbers. A Martial Hall elder mustered up essence energy to shout loudly. Yi Yuan and Long Tang's eyes met when they heard that and smiled. They each went to their platform. Yi Yuan was number 52, which was also at platform number 52. When he arrived at his platform, the number 149 disciple was already there early. When Yi Yuan saw the other party, he was involuntarily stunned. There would really be no stories without coincidences. Chapter 255, Number 52. Chapter 255, Number 52. Tsengyu looked at Yi Yuan, who was opposite, with a green face. He never imagined that he would encounter this ominous star in the first round. After Tsingqing returned last time, he warned him to absolutely never provoke Yi Yuan again. You got to be kidding. A newbie disciple with over 1 million points on him. Who knew what kind of terrifying background he had? Even ordinary elders did not have so many points, but it was on a spirit condensation realm disciple. This was too peculiar. Listening to his elder brother's words, Tsengyu also knew that Yi Yuan was not someone he could afford to offend. It was just that he never expected he would bump into Yi Yuan so coincidentally in the first round. The sect's grand competition begins now. The Martial Hall elder's voice resounded once more. The grand competition officially began. Fierce fighting sounds rose one after another, instantly enveloping the entire arena. However, some platforms were silent, such as platform number 52. Yi Yuan did move. Neither did Tsengyu. Tsengyu was no fool. Yi Yuan could defeat him at second-level spirit condensation realm, let alone now that he was already fourth-level spirit condensation realm. I concede. Without much hesitation, Tsengyu admitted defeat very decisively. Platform number 52 wins, the elder's voice sounded out again. Every platform had an array installed. The elder could understand the activity on the platforms at the first moment through the array center. The elder's voice was slightly hesitant. He clearly did not think that the first to win would actually be the unknown number 52. Normally, the first platform to win would either be number 1 or number 2, because the difference between both parties was too great. However, the sect grand competition was also hard to come by chance to temper one's self. To be able to seek guidance from the number 1 or 2 ranked core disciple was something that other disciples wished for. Remarkably few people would concede. Tsengyu admitting defeat directly also resulted in Yi Yuan become the first to win among the 100 platforms. Who is on platform number 52? The opponent didn't purposely give up, right? Yeah. In the past grand competitions, it's basically always number 1 who wins first. The gap between senior apprentice brother Tianyu's strength and ours is too far. What the hell is with this number 52 who popped out this time? Who knows? Logically speaking, other than those few sickos in the top 10, the disparity in strength for those behind would not be too ridiculous. Even if they lose, it's impossible to be faster than senior apprentice brother Tianyu, right? Who cares? After this first round is over, we'll naturally know which deity is this number 52. The worst of the Heaven Barracks rank 1 was quasi-elite disciple strength. They were existences like cranes among chickens among the core disciples. Hence, every grand competition, it was basically always number 1 who won first. But a little hiccup happened right from the start today. An unknown number 52 was the first to win. This attracted quite a few curious eyes. Although winning first did not mean anything, this sort of hiccup that subverted the past could still add conversational topics for the grand competition. The disciples started the competition directly after drawing lots, so apart from the first 10 who were predetermined, others did not know who had which number. Platform number 1, Tianyu was just about to attack when he heard the elder's voice. His heart involuntarily jolted. I heard that 2 core disciples who made it through the 9 Heavens Road were brought over recently. One of them succeeded in clearing the challenge with Essence Chi realm cultivation. Could it be that this number 52 is one of them? Tianyu thought to himself. Those who cleared the 9 Heavens Road all knew that one could obtain enormous rewards from there. To challenge the 9 Heavens Road at the Essence Chi realm, the difficulty was far beyond imagination. Even Tianyu himself only dared to challenge it after reaching the spirit condensation realm. Without question, Yi Yuan's emergence gave Tianyu intangible pressure. Now that such a peculiar situation occurred in the grand competition, it really stirred Tianyu's curiosity. Tianyu looked at his opponent opposite him and said coolly, "Sorry, let's end like this." Finishing, only to see a streak of sword beam flashed over. His opponent flew out. The number 200 drawn today was not mediocre. He could not help that the disparity between him and Tianyu was too great. He did not even get a clear look at how Tianyu attacked just now, as if he did not even move before. Such strength was too terrifying. Number 200 struggled to his feet and said respectfully, "Many thanks for senior apprentice brother Tianyu showing mercy. I lost." Tianyu nodded and walked down the platform. Such an opponent simply could not draw his interest. If he were willing, that move just now would have already killed the other party. However, this was the sect grand competition. The other party was only slightly injured. Within the spirit condensation realm, Tianyu was virtually invincible. His opponents had never been spirit condensation realm martial artists. Only those people among the elite disciples were his rivals. And in the not-too-distant future, he would also trample those people underfoot. However, that youth who challenged the 9 Heavens Road at the Essence Chi realm still made him garner some curiosity. Although he did not think that the other party was stronger than him, he could not deny that the other party should not be inferior to him. In reality, Tianyu was also prepared to challenge the 9 Heavens Road at the Essence Chi realm. But at that time, he did not feel very confident, so he gave up. The other party being able to clear the 9 Heavens Road at the Essence Chi realm at best only meant that his luck was slightly better than his. He heard that the state of Qin youth called Yi Yuan was forced to enter the 9 Heavens Road. He must have stimulated his potential in a hopeless situation before he could successfully clear it. Tianyu strolled leisurely to the center of the array formation. He came to find the elder hosting the array formation. "It has been tough on you, Elder Feng." Tianyu gave a bow and said. "Oh, it's Tianyu. How is it tough to serve the sect? You came to ask about that number 52, right?" Elder Feng said with a chortle. Tianyu did not conceal it and nodded slightly. "I thought that you wouldn't pay attention to this sort of minor matter. After all, it's only a matter of moments if you want to beat your opponent." Tianyu smiled and said, "I only want to confirm something." Yi Yuan and Long Tang passed the 9 Heavens Road. While it was not considered confidential information, reports from the secular world dojos were generally straight to the top. Ordinary elders did not know, nor were they interested in knowing this kind of stuff. Tianyu was the Grand Elder's grandson. His identity was extraordinary. This bit of special privilege was naturally there. Elder Feng would not refuse to give him this face either. He was just rather curious that this sort of small thing like number 52 winning would actually draw Tianyu's concern. The way Elder Feng saw it, Tianyu should be going over to the elite disciples' platforms right now. The battle situation over there was very intense. It currently should not have ended yet. Number 52 is called Yi Yuan, a newcomer core disciple. Speaking of which, it's kind of strange. This boy is actually only 4th level spirit condensation realm while his opponent is already at the peak 6th level spirit condensation realm, yet he actually conceded straight away. Elder Feng talked about the situation he understood from the array formation but did not notice that Tianyu's expression became increasingly uglier. It was indeed this Yi Yuan. I didn't think that he broke through to middle stage spirit condensation realm so quickly already. Looks like the benefits he obtained on the 9 Heavens Road was even more than me. As expected, I should have challenged it at the Essence Chi realm. Tianyu sighed quietly to himself. Chapter 256, Future Strongest Powerhouse. Chapter 256, Future Strongest Powerhouse. On the martial path, the earlier and the more heavenly Daos comprehended, the greater one's future accomplishments would naturally be too. All the myriad cultivation methods under the heavens all matched a certain area of understanding towards heavenly Tao. The Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art was an extremely profound sword art. If he could have comprehended it at the essence Qi realm, Tianyu's future accomplishments could possibly be even higher. It was exactly because Tianyu felt the sword intent on the Nine Heavens road that his cultivation, later on, became increasingly faster. Because the heavenly Tao that he comprehended far exceeded his present realm. It allowed his cultivation speed to far surpass ordinary people. Of course, this kind of cultivation speed was not limitless. As the speed he comprehended heavenly Tao decreases with time, and his realm and comprehension of heavenly Tao gradually reached an equilibrium, his cultivation speed would naturally drop too. This was a definite result no matter how much more monstrous Tianyu was. The higher the realm, the more difficult it was to comprehend heavenly Tao. Even those peak geniuses in the divine realm felt times where human effort just won't do, let alone the lower realms. Yi Yuan naturally could not escape this fate either. But the heavenly Tao that he comprehended was not even on the same level as the endless world's martial artists. Hence, he did not need to worry about this problem now. Furthermore, the reason why Yi Yuan was not in a hurry to raise his realm was that he was comprehending and understanding heavenly Tao anew. Ji Qingyun's realm was virtually piled up using medicinal pills. At that time, he did not use any effort to understand heavenly Tao. He knew the how but not the why. Now that Yi Yuan was resolved to step onto the martial path, he obviously would not make this kind of mistake again. Otherwise, with Yi Yuan's heavenly Tao realm, he could return to the pinnacle in just a few years using medicinal pills to pile on the entire way. But that way, he would become a power level 5 trash again. Yi Yuan's improvement speed was already so rapid that it was implausible in other people's eyes, but he himself knew just how slow it was. Yi Yuan was making up for the homework he did not do in his previous life at tortoise speed. Yi Yuan did not imagine that Xingyu conceding straight away would cause a moderate disturbance. He arrived at platform number 31 directly after winning. Since he was unoccupied and had nothing to do, he and the Nanfeng aunt and niece came to watch Long Tang's match together. Right now, Long Tang was currently in the midst of a fierce battle with the other party on the platform. Yi Yuan's opponent was the number 31 Lu Fang, a 7th-level spirit condensation realm martial artist. Among the sect core disciples, a martial artist with such strength should by right crush a newcomer like Long Tang. But the reality was that although he held the initiative, he kept being unable to take down Long Tang. Long Tang was not those genius-type martial artists. Instead, he was a tenacious and perceptive martial artist. Although signs of defeat gradually showed on the platform, he still held onto that last breath and refused to breathe his last. Lu Fang was also rather anxious after not taking him down despite attacking for so long. Yi Yuan's worldview was amazingly high. He understood the situation in the arena with a single glance. Sigh, it doesn't look good for senior apprentice brother Long anymore. This is his first battle after entering the sect. If he were defeated, it would be quite a huge blow to him, right? Nanfeng Jiro clearly also saw through Long Tang's bad situation and said somewhat worriedly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Relax. Long Tang's strength should be greater than this. He's definitely hiding some cards." How do you know? Senior apprentice brother Long wouldn't tell you what trump cards he has, right? Didn't you guys not fight? I'm guessing, Yi Yuan said honestly. TCH, guessing again. You can even guess that others have trump cards. That number 31 is at the 7th level spirit condensation realm. Whatever trump cards senior apprentice brother Long has, it's most likely all used up already. Could it be that he hasn't even used his trumps cards despite fighting up to now? Nanfeng Jiro said somewhat disbelievingly. A very long time had already passed since the match started. It was long past the stage where they probed each other out. Encountering an opponent that was so much stronger than him, it was impossible for Long Tang to not use any trump cards, right? Used is definitely used. But Long Tang definitely won't expose his strength to his foe all at once. Carrying on watching and you'll see. Yi Yuan no longer looked at Nanfeng Jiro but focused on the match in the arena. Back then when Yao Qian warned Yi Yuan at the state of Qin, there was one thing which was right, and that was the strength of sect core disciples were indeed formidable. Long Tang's combat strength was originally very powerful already. Leaping ranks to battle was like having a meal. Now that he made it past the 9 Heavens Road and was in seclusion to comprehend for more than a month, his strength increased by who knew how much. If it was the standard of the state of Qin's Danwu Academy, Long Tang challenging a 7th-level spirit condensation realm as 5th-level spirit condensation realm was something that could be easily accomplished. But now, facing Lu Fang, Long Tang had exhausted virtually all of his moves, but could not gain any advantages. If Long Tang did not have any more moves, defeat was sooner or later. From this, it could be seen just how powerful sect core disciples were. Of course, this was Yi Yuan sensing on behalf of Long Tang. When he was facing his opponent, he really did not feel that the other party was very strong. After all, Yi Yuan was not even in the same world as these so-called geniuses. On the platform, Long Tang was already forced into a corner by Lu Fang. The situation looked very desperate, and there was the danger of losing any time. Haha, what a troublesome newcomer. To actually be able to force me to such an extent. You can be amply proud. After this, go to the loser group. Burning Flame Palm. Seeing as Long Tang's defeat was imminent, Lu Fang decided to take the other party down in one fell swoop. This Burning Flame Palm was a fire attribute superior grade tier 2 martial technique. Its might was incredible. Under a single palm move, a stretch of red actually flooded Long Tang's corner. It could be seen how high the temperature was. The way Lu Fang saw it, Long Tang absolutely only had the outcome of defeat under this palm. But right then, Lu Fang's eyes revealed gaping astonishment. Long Tang shut his eyes and threw a punch forward just like that. A very ordinary punch that seemingly did not have the slightest bit of force. But it was this punch that easily crushed the high temperature created by his burning flame palm. It was this simple punch that broke his defense with unstoppable momentum, smashing onto his chest. Lu Fang flew out backward and became unconscious. After several breaths of time, Elder Feng's voice sounded again, platform number 31, number 170 wins. Yi Yuan looked at this fist from Long Tang and could not help smiling faintly. This fellow's comprehension abilities were truly not an ordinary kind of powerful. Long Tang actually comprehended some superficial knowledge from that finger he used to give pointers to Wu Luochen with. Furthermore, Long Tang successfully converted Yi Yuan's sword intent into his fist intent, and he trudged out a path that belonged to himself. In future, if Long Tang could perfect this fist intent, his accomplishments would surely be extraordinary. However, this kind of self-created fist intent road was not easy to walk. The difficulty was 10 times, even tens of times greater than ordinary people. But once he finished this road, Long Tang would surely be a powerhouse of a region in the future. At least, shattering the void and entering the divine realm should not be an issue. Ah, senior apprentice brother Long actually won under such a circumstance. Really amazing. Nanfeng Jiro exclaimed in shock. Yi Yuan, Long Tang's punch just now, why do I feel that it's kind of like, Nanfeng Ruoqing said uncertainly. Yi Yuan grinned and said, that's right. He indeed learned secretly and created a fist intent that belongs to him. If Long Tang doesn't fall, he could very well be the endless world's strongest powerhouse in the future. Chapter 257, True Intent. Chapter 257, True Intent. When Yi Yuan said this, Nanfeng Ruoqing's and Nanfeng Jiro's hair stood on its ends. What kind of concept was the endless world's strongest powerhouse? With their present realm, it was simply unimaginable. Endless world's strongest powerhouse. You actually dared to say that. Cold laughter came from the side. Yi Yuan looked over only to see a young man with a handsome face like carved jade, around 18 or 19 years old. This person was precisely Tian Yu, who had nothing better to do too. After he left Elder Feng's place, he decided to come and take a look at the other challenger of the 9 Heavens Road, Long Tang. But he did not think that he would hear Yi Yuan talk nonsense right after reaching here. Yi Yuan only smiled and did not give any explanations. Haha, this senior apprentice brother, just take it as a joke. Since Yi Yuan said that, Tian Yu could not really pursue it. To become the endless world's strongest powerhouse was the lifetime aspiration of all martial artists. Yi Yuan's prediction sounded somewhat baffling, but in reality, it did not hurt the important essentials. Tian Yu sized up Yi Yuan. He seemed to feel something and asked, "You're Yi Yuan?" This time, it was Yi Yuan's turn to be stunned. Senior apprentice brother knows me. Looks like my guess was indeed correct. I'm called Tian Yu. You should have heard of me, Tian Yu said coolly. Such words that leaked overbearingness, only a genius like Tian Yu dared to say it. While it was rather wild, this was a fact. Yi Yuan had indeed heard of him before. Yi Yuan's expression became slightly cold. He did not think that this young man in front of him was actually the number one on the core disciples rankings, Tian Yu. So, it's senior apprentice brother Tian Yu. Pardon me, Yi Yuan cupped his fists and greeted. Yesterday, he heard about this Tian Yu's prowess, but he did not expect to encounter him today. Except, why did he come here? Towards Yi Yuan's attitude, Tian Yu was slightly displeased. Normally speaking, when newcomer disciples met him for the first time, the majority would show an enthralled and admiring look. But Yi Yuan did not. This was an exchange of equals. Although he made it past the 9 Heavens Road and his talent was outstanding, he was only 4th level spirit condensation realm after all. Did he think that he could already match him equally? As a newcomer, shouldn't he be more humble? It will be hard for this person to amount to anything. Tian Yu gave Yi Yuan such an appraisal in his heart. Skimmaple always taught Tian Yu to not be self-conceited because of his talent. Otherwise, his future accomplishments would definitely be limited. This was not talking about defects in personality affecting cultivation, but a personality where one acted in undue confidence of their own ability would easily look down on everything. Such a person would also easily suffer setbacks. Some people become braver in the face of setbacks, while extremely few geniuses who was conceited because of their talent would grow up. This was because they could not endure setbacks. While Tian Yu had an air of arrogance, he was never cavalier. When his strength was low, he knew how to respect seniors. Judging others with himself, Tian Yu naturally felt that Yi Yuan was relying on his talent to look down on others. Tian Yu only nodded and did not say much. Instead, he pointed at Long Tang and asked, "You said that he can become the endless world's strongest powerhouse. Why? Just based on that one punch?" I also saw that punch earlier. Although the power was decent, isn't it too ridiculous to say that he can become the endless world's strongest powerhouse based on that? If Yi Yuan said that he could become the endless world's strongest powerhouse, Tian Yu would definitely shrug it off with a laugh, and then leave with a flick of his sleeves. Such a wildly arrogant person was not worth his, Tian Yu's, attention. But Yi Yuan talked about Long Tang earlier and not himself. This made Tian Yu rather curious. Yi Yuan did not think that Tian Yu actually took it for real. He smiled and said, "Does senior apprentice brother Tian Yu really want to know?" Tian Yu said, "Of course. I want to know whether or not you're talking nonsense or can you back your words." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu also trains in the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art, right?" "That's right. You're not saying that my sword intent can't be compared to his fist art, right?" Tian Yu heard the implied meaning behind Yi Yuan's words. However, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "From a certain standpoint, I'm afraid that senior apprentice brother Tian Yu's sword intent really can't match his fist intent." When Yi Yuan said this, not only Tian Yu, even Nanfeng Ruoqing and Nanfeng Jiro felt that it was rather nonsensical. Tian Yu had a profound understanding of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art. How could it possibly not compare to the Long Tang who had just cleared the 9 Heavens Road? Tian Yu did not become angry. Instead, he asked, "From what standpoint?" If what Yi Yuan said was reasonable, he would naturally be able to tell. If it was bullshit, then he had no need to continue chatting. "Senior apprentice brother, ask yourself, how does your sword intent compare to forefather Yu Wuya?" Of course, it is far from comparable. Forefather Yu Wuya was a genius. The sword intent I have comprehended currently is at most 60% of his. Why? You're not going to say that Long Tang can match forefather Yu Wuya, right? Whether he can match or not, I don't know. But in the future, he perhaps has the chance to reach forefather Yu Wuya's height. Don't get anxious, senior apprentice brother, listen to me. Although our predecessors' ways are good, that which belongs to yourself is the strongest. Maybe senior apprentice brother isn't willing to listen to this, but your Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent will never reach forefather Yu Wuya's realm no matter how much you train. Because this sword intent was created by him. On the other hand, for Long Tang, his fist intent has already broken off from the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art, and he found a martial path which belongs to him alone. If he can continuously perfect this path, his future accomplishments would at least be forefather Yu Wuya's height. Yi Yuan paused for a moment before continuing. Long Tang's fist intent already has the elementary form of true intent. Tianyu was still showing a disdainful expression before this. But towards the end, his face was completely solemn. All the way until he heard the two words, true intent. Tianyu stared at Yi Yuan completely dumbstruck. In the entire endless world, the number of martial artists who possessed true intent could be counted on one hand. That martial artists who possessed true intent were all legends. According to Tianyu's knowledge, only those few overwhelmingly powerful existences in the northern domain possessed their own true intent. But now, Yi Yuan was telling him that the plain-looking young man actually possessed true intent. Although it was only the elementary form, it was sufficiently terrifying in the entire southern domain. Nobody could clearly describe what heavenly Tao was, but martial artists could understand the heavenly Tao belonging to them through certain things. True intent was one of those things. The Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent was actually a type of true intent. Falling Flower Floating Zero sword was similarly a type of true intent. Once someone comprehended a true intent to the extremities, shattering the void and ascending to the divine realm was a simple matter. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan said that Long Tang could possibly become the endless world's most powerful person in the future. Although Tianyu was powerful now, he was walking another person's path. If he could not comprehend a true intent belonging to himself, then it was impossible for him to ever surpass Yu Wuya. The true intent that other people comprehended, no matter how profound one's understanding of it was impossible to surpass the predecessor. Learning other people's stuff was actually a type of shortcut. But this kind of shortcut could easily bring one to a dead end. Of course, if one did not learn anything and wanted to comprehend true intent from thin air, it would be impossibly difficult. Unless they were a monstrous person like Yi Yuan who comprehended a type of true intent from watching the scene of falling petals filling the skies. Furthermore, Yi Yuan obviously would not tell Tianyu that the Azure Dipper Floating Zero sword intent from fusing the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent and Falling Flower Floating Zero sword intent was already equipped with the elementary form of a supreme true intent. Chapter 258, Breaking Fantasy. Chapter 258, Breaking Fantasy. A supreme true intent was an even higher level existence than a true intent. Apart from a divine king that was piled up using medicinal pills like Ji Qingyun, virtually every divine king powerhouse had their own supreme true intent. Some divine kings even had more than one type of supreme true intent, such as the Spirit Bristle Divine King. He alone had comprehended 4 kinds of supreme true intent. These 4 kinds of supreme true intent were comprehended from the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang divine art. Hence, when he displayed 9 suns burning heaven, its might was so incredible that it was unimaginable. But the current Yi Yuan had not even comprehended a type of supreme true intent thoroughly. It could be seen just how great the disparity between him and those pinnacle-level divine kings was. However, it was already very incredible for Yi Yuan to be able to comprehend the elementary form of a supreme true intent when he was recultivating the martial path. One had to know that he basically did not comprehend any dogfart supreme true intent in his previous life. Just based on this point, he was no different from the other endless world martial artists. To be able to comprehend a supreme true intent at the essence chi realm was ultimately because of his monstrous perception. On this aspect, Long Tang's comprehension ability was not even on the same level when compared to Yi Yuan. Of course, Tianyu did not even know what supreme true intent was, because nobody in the endless world had ever comprehended a supreme true intent before. Perhaps there were some who comprehended supreme true intent in the divine realm after shattering the void. But those people were no longer in the endless world. Furthermore, the chances of that were so meager that it was negligible. There were numerous lower planes. Every day, countless people ascended to the divine realm. However, there might not even be a single person who could comprehend a supreme true intent among 10 million people. From this, it could be seen how hard to come by supreme true intent was. If not for supreme true intent, how could Yi Yuan mobilize heaven and earth essence energy with spirit condensation realm strength? That was resonance with heavenly Tao. When Tianyu heard Yi Yuan's words, the shock in his heart could not be any greater. How do you know that that is the elementary form of a true intent? Could you have comprehended it too? Tianyu could not resist asking. Yi Yuan replied nonchalantly, of course. Even though he was already prepared, hearing Yi Yuan say it so naturally, Tianyu still felt that it was too incredible. The tiny tranquil cloud sect actually gave birth to two peerless geniuses who possessed the elementary form of a true intent at once. If they could completely comprehend true intent in the future, wouldn't the tranquil cloud sect become the #1 great sect in the endless world? Tianyu instinctively felt that Yi Yuan only comprehended the elementary form of a true intent too. After all, true intent was too difficult to comprehend. With Yi Yuan's age, comprehending the elementary form of a true intent was already very heaven-defying. How could it be possible to comprehend true intent fully? Tianyu obviously did not know that the reason why Long Tang could comprehend the elementary form of a true intent was entirely because of that one finger before Yi Yuan left and not because of the Nine Heavens Road. Think up to here, Tianyu could not help reproaching himself. He had always thought that he was an unrivaled peerless genius and would definitely succeed his grandfather's will in the future, bringing the tranquil cloud sect to rise. But now, the person who comprehended the elementary form of a true intent was actually not him but two disciples who came from the secular world's dojo. Walking my own path, Tianyu muttered to himself, his gaze gradually becoming resolved. He looked at Yi Yuan and said, all right. I look forward to the match with you too. When the time comes, let me see what is called trudging out your own path. That was my wish to begin with, Yi Yuan said with a slight smile. After Tianyu left, Long Tang also came down from the platform. When he saw Yi Yuan, a trace of embarrassment involuntarily showed on Long Tang's face. Although his fist intent was comprehended by him, half of the credit fell onto Yi Yuan's head. Yi Yuan's finger had the intentions of guiding Wu Luochen like a master demonstrating for his disciple, a visual representation. Since Long Tang comprehended a fist intent belonging to himself from there, Yi Yuan could be considered half his master. While he knew that Yi Yuan was very monstrous, Long Tang obviously felt very awkward to treat him as his master. Haha, that fist just now was pretty decent. To be able to comprehend the elementary form of a true intent is your own abilities. Don't have to feel conflicted. Yi Yuan could evidently see Long Tang's awkwardness and brushed over it with a laugh. Long Tang's gaze condensed. That trace of embarrassment vanished, and he exclaimed in shock, elementary form of true intent. You're saying I comprehended true intent. Up till now, Long Tang was still unaware that he had already stepped onto a broad path. But Long Tang could not be blamed for not knowing. It was that there were truly too few martial artists in the endless world who possessed true intent. Moreover, martial artists who possessed true intent mostly cherished their possessions. It was naturally impossible for them to display it in public like Yi Yuan. It was also not strange that Long Tang did not know. However, Long Tang was crystal clear on what comprehending true intent meant to him. Not bad. Although it's still very shallow, that fist earlier indeed has the elementary form of true intent already. Yi Yuan confirmed. Having received a definite answer, Long Tang's entire body twinged as he started trembling with excitement. Just now, Yi Yuan was even saying that you can become the endless world's strongest powerhouse in future. Nanfeng Jiro interjected with a giggle. Long Tang looked at Yi Yuan in surprise. He did not think that his appraisal of himself was actually so high. Then the problem came, if he was the endless world's strongest powerhouse, what about Yi Yuan? Just solely based on that one finger, Long Tang understood the disparity between him and Yi Yuan deeply. If he could even become the endless world's strongest powerhouse, then what heights would Yi Yuan reach? If he had already comprehended the elementary form of true intent, didn't that mean that the finger Yi Yuan demonstrated was the real true intent? Thinking up to here, Long Tang sucked in a cold breath instead. Haha, you guys, look how he's so agitated that he can't even talk. Nanfeng Jiro scoffed. Long Tang blushed, but Yi Yuan smiled and said, comprehending the elementary form of true intent is only the beginning. The future road is still long. One must expend 10 times, 100 times, the effort of ordinary people if they want to create a complete true intent. Long Tang nodded and said, and no matter how tough this road gets, I will walk to the end. Long Tang's martial heart was very firm. Yi Yuan could see this point, so he naturally would not say too much. However, Long Tang was still kind of frustrated in his heart. Other people had to expend 10 times, 100 times, the effort before they could comprehend true intent. What about you? Truly, comparing people is odious. Compare goods and you'll have to toss them. Oh, right, your fist intent should belong to a higher order. Got a name yet? Yi Yuan suddenly asked. Long Tang shook his head blankly. I didn't even know that I comprehended true intent. Why would there be a name? Since that's the case, I'll confer you a name. Yi Yuan said. Logically speaking, one's true intent should be named by themselves. This request from Yi Yuan was rather presumptuous. But Long Tang knew that Yi Yuan was not a rash person. These words surely had a deeper meaning. Thinking about it, Long Tang nodded and said, "That's all I could ask for. Earlier, I saw that your fist intent easily shattered the miniature fire domain that your opponent constructed. Its might is extremely powerful. I think. Just call it Breaking Fantasy." Yi Yuan said smilingly. Breaking Fantasy Fist Intent. Long Tang ruminated on this name. His eyes slowly became clear, and he said joyfully, "Many thanks to Senior Apprentice Brother Yi for bestowing the name. Breaking Fantasy." These two words contained all of his comprehension. It also pointed out the direction he had to walk from today onwards. Chapter 259, Instant Victory. Chapter 259, Instant Victory. In the second round, Yi Yuan's opponent was number 49. Due to Yi Yuan winning the first round, he automatically entered the victors group. The martial artists in the victors group established the position of core disciples. While the disciples who were defeated in the first round must undergo the duel in the losers group. The loser group likewise had to continue competing non-stop, all the way until 5 failures were produced in the final round. They would undergo a match with the top 5 outer sect disciples. The victors continue to retain core disciple status while the losers would automatically be eliminated and become an outer sect disciple. The victors group had to continue competing similarly, all the way until the top 3 were born. The top 3 disciples would carry out a duel with the last 3 among the elite disciples. The victor would advance to elite disciple, and the loser became core disciple. Such a cruel ranking system, no matter how talented you were, you would also not dare to slack off at all. Just ease up slightly, and you would be surpassed by others. Even a loafer-type core disciple like Tseng Yu would also spend large amounts of time to cultivate. Or else there would come a day where they would be eliminated. If Yi Yuan won this round again, he would enter the top 50. Do not look at how there were 200 core disciples. All of those who could win 2 consecutive rounds and enter the top 50 were all formidable people. People who try to fish in muddied waters would basically be eliminated in the second round even if they were lucky enough to pass the first round. Yi Yuan's opponent was called Wang Dong, an 8th-level spirit condensation realm martial artist. The pill barracks Yang Hao was similarly at the 8th-level spirit condensation realm. But his strength was not even worth mentioning when compared to Wang Dong. Wang Dong's strength was in the upper tier in the Earth Barracks. Other than those 9th-level Spirit Condensation Realm and peak 9th-level Spirit Condensation Realm experts, Wang Dong was basically considered the strongest. In the last grand competition, Wang Dong had a crushing defeat in the second round. Now that his strength had another substantial improvement, the goal he set for himself this grand competition was to enter the third round. When he saw the 4th-level Spirit Condensation Realm Yi Yuan opposite, he could not help feeling greatly relieved. This was truly a gift from heaven. You're number 52. Wang Dong suddenly recalled. Wasn't his opponent the number 52 who was the first to win in the first round? Yi Yuan knew what he was thinking about and could not help chuckling and saying, "Of course. Otherwise, why would I be standing here?" Wang Dong could not help being greatly astonished as he said, 4th-level Spirit Condensation Realm strength. How were you the first to pass the first round? To actually be faster than Senior Apprentice Brother Tian Yu. My opponent just happened to have fought with me a few days ago. He knew that he was not my match, so he directly admitted defeat. Yi Yuan did not conceal it and answered honestly. So that's the case. Then your luck is really too good. I reckon that your opponent was one of the weakest few from the human barracks, right? Otherwise, with your strength, it would be very hard to win. Wang Dong involuntarily sighed emotionally. He was sighing that Yi Yuan's luck was good and also that his own luck was good. To be able to meet such an opponent in the second round, wasn't this heaven's will? Wang Dong could. Not help fantasizing that if his luck was slightly better and the opponent he bumped into during the third round was slightly weaker than him, perhaps he could even enter the fourth round. This would be a historic moment in his life. Yi Yuan's name was already widespread among the Pill Hall elders. But among the core disciples, he was not actually all that famous. While there were elders finding him non-stop these few days, Yi Yuan had never shown his face. Hence, there were not many people who really recognized Yi Yuan among the core disciples. Of course, even if Wang Dong knew Yi Yuan, it would not affect his judgment of Yi Yuan's strength. Trash like Tseng Yu, Wang Dong could settle him with one hand. Although this junior apprentice brother's strength was incredible and could cross ranks to battle, he was clearly still a little too unskilled to try to cross 4 minor realms to fight him. How could Yi Yuan not know Wang Dong's little scheme? He did not expose it and just said with a smile, "Yeah. Luck is indeed not bad." The other party was happy that his luck was good. How was Yi Yuan not filled with emotions with his good luck too? There were a number of rounds for this sect grand competition. The opponents at the back would become increasingly stronger. If he directly bumped into an expert, the exhaustion would be huge. Those peak 9th level spirit condensation realm and half-step crystal formation realm opponents were not so easy to defeat. And presently, Yi Yuan's goal was none other than Tian Yu and the other two. Right at this moment, Elder Feng's voice echoed once again, "Round 2 begins now." Yi Yuan and Wang Dong saluted each other. The second round officially began. After saluting, Wang Dong did not move. He stood with his hands behind his back and said generously, "Junior apprentice brother, make a move first. I'm afraid that after I make a move, you won't have the chance anymore." Perhaps he felt somewhat apologetic for coming across such a weak foe. Wang Dong felt that Yi Yuan should attack first. Yi Yuan did not expect Wang Dong to be so generous to pass the initiative to him. He could not help being stupefied as he asked, "You sure?" Wang Dong nodded. "Of course. I, Wang Dong, never go back on my words." Yi Yuan said uncertainly, "Then, I won't be courteous." As his voice fell, Yi Yuan's figure instantly transformed into 9. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. 9 streaks of sword light flew out disorderly and headed straight for Wang Dong. Wang Dong still had the bearing of an expert in the beginning, but when he saw the 9 sword beams blotting out the skies and earth as they flew over, he immediately cried bitterly. If he took the initiative, he could still tussle with Yi Yuan for a while. But how could Wang Dong ward off Yi Yuan's big killing move from a defensive position? One had to know when Yi Yuan was still at the Essence Chi realm back then. He once used this move to force Yuan Fei back. Now that Yi Yuan was already at the 4th level spirit condensation realm, how could the 8th level spirit condensation realm Wang Dong defend against the might of this stance? Wang Dong dodged 3 sword beams and used his weapon to block 2 sword beams before finally being hit by the 6th sword beam. Then, the 7th, 8th, and 9th sword beam opened up wounds on his body like easily breaking a dead branch from a tree. The enormous impact directly sent him flying out of the platform. If not for Yi Yuan showing mercy, he would already be a corpse now. In a twinkle, from the time Yi Yuan struck to Wang Dong flying out, not even a breath of time had passed. Crushing with one blow. Instant victory. Platform number 49, number 52 wins. Elder Feng's voice was the first to sound out again. No way. Who is this number 52? Why is he the first to win again? If the first round was luck, then how do you explain the second round? Just where did this unknown number 52 pop out from? Too peculiar. Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu and senior apprentice sister Yu haven't won yet, and this number 52 won already. Yi Yuan's victory caused another uproar. Tian Yu's expression fell slightly, and the sword in his hands accelerated. After 3 moves, Tian Yu sent his opponent flying. Victory. Tian Yu's foe in the second round was a 9th level spirit condensation realm. His strength was quite good. He forcibly hung on until the 10th blow before being defeated. Compared to Yi Yuan's victory in 1 move, he was naturally much slower. On platform number 2, a graceful silhouette danced along with the wind. But when she heard Elder Feng's voice, her movements clearly lagged for an instant. Immediately after, only to see that lithe figure speed up multiple times. Similarly, after 3 moves, Tang Yu won. Chapter 260, Unexpected Opponent. Chapter 260, Unexpected Opponent. It would be fine if Elder Feng did not call out, but since he did, it became tragic for those disciples who were challenging the top 10. Hearing this voice, the top 10 disciples' combat power soared vertically like they were on stimulants. This was the second round. The opponents faced by the top 10 would not be too strong. Once they erupted, how could ordinary disciples withstand it? With a 1 and 2 count, they were all defeated. On platform number 1 and the adjacent platform number 2, the aloof Tang Yuer took a rare trip over to platform number 1 and started chatting with Tian Yu. Tian Yu, after the first round ended, I think I saw you go and look at the other matches. Tang Yuer had always wanted to surpass Tian Yu and viewed him as her sole rival. Hence, she never called him senior apprentice brother Tian Yu. Tian Yu was currently recuperating with his eyes shut. Seeing that Tang Yuer posed a question, he opened his eyes and looked at her, saying with a faint smile, "Number 52 is an interesting opponent. Perhaps, he will become the greatest dark horse in this grand competition. Junior apprentice sister Yuer, you have to be careful." Honestly speaking, Tian Yu originally still looked down on Yi Yuan a little. But upon hearing that Yi Yuan comprehended the elementary form of true intent, this underestimation was naturally put away. All those who could comprehend the elementary form of true intent were remarkable geniuses. Furthermore, crossing ranks to battle were as easy as eating and drinking after comprehending true intent. He already learned from Elder Feng about Yi Yuan's opponent this round. Although Wang Dong's strength was not much, to be instantly defeated by Yi Yuan also indicated many issues from one side. Yi Yuan truly had the qualifications to sit and debate about Tao with him. Surprise flickered across Tang Yuer's eyes. She had never seen Tian Yu with such fighting intent. Didn't that mean that Tian Yu was very much looking forward to fighting with that mysterious number 52? But, was this possible? Everyone was clear on the strength of these sect disciples long ago. Those who could have emerged would have already emerged. Why would they wait until today? Could this number 52 be new? With Tang Yuer's strength and status, her eyes would forever be fixated on the position of elite disciple only. As for whatever disciple that was new to the sect, she could not even be bothered to follow. She naturally did not know Yi Yuan and Long Tang. Except, how could newcomer disciples possibly be Tian Yu's match? If a new half-step crystal formation realm expert came, it was impossible for her to not hear anything about it, right? Tian Yu did not elaborate on his words, and Tang Yuer remained puzzled. You know this number 52's identity? Who is he? Tang Yu could not help asking curiously. He's called Yi Yuan. As for what kind of person he is, I'm not sure either. But I believe that you and I will know very soon. To be able to defeat Wang Dong instantly, he might be a formidable foe to us. Tian Yu said coolly. Tang Yuer's pretty eye became intent as she revealed an astonishment look. She had also suspected previously whether or not this number 52 was lucky and bumped into rookies. Tang Yuer knew Wang Dong's name as well. His strength was exceptional among the 8th level spirit condensation realms. To be able to instantly kill Wang Dong, he most likely had the strength to clash with her. All right. Go back and rest well. Adjust your condition to its peak. This grand competition will be more interesting than any others in the past. Tian Yu said to Tang Yuer with a faint smile. At the same time, many people were speculating who this number 52 was. Some who were acquainted with Wang Dong went up to him. Wang Dong, I remember that you're number 49. Then was your opponent number 52? Who is this number 52, to actually be the first person to win for 2 consecutive rounds? Wang Dong had a gloomy face as he said, how would I know who he is? Either way, his age is not old, younger than both you and I. Should be a newcomer. But his strength is absolutely formidable. In my opinion, he can at least enter the top 10. That person had an incredulous look when he heard that and said, are you joking? Who can shake the position of the top 10? You aren't finding an excuse for your loss, right? Wang Dong snickered coldly when he heard that and said, watch if you don't believe. Putting aside other things, just based solely on that ultimate move of his, to instantly transform into 9 silhouettes and unleash 9 sword beams, each stronger than the other. Just based on that one move, he can also enter the top 10. That disciple was greatly startled when he heard that and said, no way. So incredible. Can it be a newly emerged half-step crystal formation realm expert? Wang Dong shook his head and said, that's a no. He's only at the 4th level spirit condensation realm. That disciple burst into laughter when he heard that and said, Wang Dong, did he bash your brain? Did you lose to a 4th level spirit condensation realm? And you even say that he can enter the top 10. The corner of Wang Dong's mouth twitched, but he said disdainfully, didn't you lose in the second round too? Since you've nothing to do anyway, follow me to watch that number 52 compete and you'll see. Having said that, that disciple became even more curiously and naturally would not reject. Hence, he went to find Yi Yuan's competition platform together with Wang Dong. The third round was 50 going to 25. If one passed the third round, it would also mean that they could enter the top 25 rankings. Although there were some who were occasionally rather lucky earlier and encountered weaker opponents, after 2 rounds of filtering, the disciples who entered the third round were all rather powerful. Even if there were those with weaker strength who were fortunate enough to pass 2 rounds, the possibility of passing the third round again would be virtually nil. This third round was actually a dividing line. To be able to pass the third round meant that they belonged to the top echelon among the core disciples. While other disciples were no less outstanding, compared to the disciples who passed the third round, the disparity became very obvious. After 2 rounds of filtering, many disciples who were defeated no longer needed to take part in matches anymore. Quite a number of them gathered at some popular platforms to spectate the upcoming matches. And currently, the platform where Yi Yuan was about to start his match was already surrounded by many disciples. This made him somewhat baffled. Yi Yuan thought that the most popular platform should be Tianyu's. Why were there so many people gathered over on his side? Could it be that his opponent was very popular? That was why it attracted everyone to watch. Speaking of which, Yi Yuan's opponent this round was number 14. It should be an extremely powerful foe. Hey, did you guys hear? This number 52 is that newcomer disciple who snatched Sengyu's points right after entering the sect. He's called Yi Yuan. I heard it too. I really did not think that a second-level spirit condensation realm could actually pass 2 consecutive rounds. Furthermore, be the first to win. This fellow is truly perverse. TCH, still second-level spirit condensation realm. He was 4th-level spirit condensation realm long ago. Don't you know yet? After he snatched Sengyu's points, he went to the A-grade cultivation rooms to enter seclusion for 5 days. After he exited, he was 4th-level spirit condensation realm. What? There's really such a thing? Incredible. Truly incredible. I didn't think that such a monster actually entered the sect this time. How are we going to survive? But, even if he broke through to the 4th-level spirit condensation realm, how was it possible to clear 2 rounds consecutively with such strength? Moreover, be the first to win. Weren't we competing earlier? Now, I want to take a good look at what areas this number 52 surpasses others in. Do you know who his opponent this time is? Who? This opponent, number 14, is the number 1 figure in the Earth Barracks, Zhang Jing. Chapter 261, Purple Yang Clear Howl. Chapter 261, Purple Yang Clear Howl. Do not look at how Tsingcheng and Qiupeng caused huge scenes normally. Zhang Jing sat firmly on the top seat of the Earth Barracks the whole time. Zhang Jing was also the disciple who arranged for Yi Yuan to stay in the Earth Barracks on the day he entered the sect. When Yi Yuan saw Zhang Jing on the platform, he was involuntarily dumbstruck. Zhang Jing was similarly stunned when he saw Yi Yuan. The two stared at each other speechlessly. After a while, Zhang Jing looked at Yi Yuan with a bitter smile and said, I really didn't expect the mysterious number 52 to actually be you. What do you mean? When did I become the mysterious number 52? Yi Yuan felt baffled after listening to Zhang Jing's words. Zhang Jing was stupefied and said, You've already become everyone's focal point after 2 rounds of competition. Don't you know that? Look at all those seniors and juniors below the platform. Ugh, I thought that they came here for senior apprentice brother Zhang. Yi Yuan said helplessly. Why would they? In the past competitions, it was always platform number 1 which won first. But you won the previous 2 rounds at virtually the first moment. It was tough for others to not pay attention. Zhang Jing sighed admiringly. Zhang Jing never imagined that this mysterious number 52 was actually Yi Yuan. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was only at the 4th level spirit condensation realm currently. To actually be able to win with ease in the previous 2 rounds, how great was his strength? Even though he was 5 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan, Zhang Jing unknowingly became rather guilty. Thinking back to how he still felt superior in front of Yi Yuan, it was ludicrous thinking about it now. However, Zhang Jing was also a magnanimous person. He felt at ease very quickly. Recalling senior apprentice brother Mo's actions back then, he actually noticed that there were some abnormalities. Most likely, senior apprentice brother Mo already knew at that time that Yi Yuan's strength had possibly already reached the level of heaven barracks, right? Otherwise, why would he hesitate on where to place Yi Yuan? However, didn't that mean that when Yi Yuan was at the 2nd level spirit condensation realm, he was already not his match? This was really something which made people miserable. Listening to Zhang Jing, Yi Yuan came to a realization. So that's the case. I thought that senior apprentice brother Zhang has good relations with people and that they came to watch senior apprentice brother Zhang. Haha, junior apprentice brother Yi is teasing me. How could I have such capabilities? Actually, in past competitions, the place which had the most people gathering around was junior apprentice sister Tang Yuer's platform. But the people below our platform this time is likely going to surpass hers, Zhang Jing also said smilingly. Within sects, the ones who attained first were the masters. Although Zhang Jing was older than Tang Yuer, his strength was much poorer. Hence, he also addressed the other party as senior apprentice sister. Yi Yuan chuckled when he heard that and said, I hope that senior apprentice sister Tang Yuer doesn't blame me for snatching her limelight. While talking, the 3rd round officially began. After both parties saluted, Zhang Jing said, when I saw junior apprentice brother Yi back then, I really misjudged. To think that Junior's strength was actually so formidable. However, I'll do my best later. I hope that junior apprentice brother Yi won't be stingy with guidance. Yi Yuan naturally hoped strongly for this. He smiled and said, I dare not. This younger brother will obviously go all out as well. Please. The pair each gestured to begin as their auras rose abruptly. Purple Yang Clear Howl. The sword in Zhang Jing's hand shuddered violently and gave off waves of low cries. Countless azure sword chi extended out, heading straight for Yi Yuan. Right away, it was an extremely fierce and sharp move. No way. Senior apprentice brother Zhang unleashed the purple Yang Clear Hull right away. Isn't this too ludicrous? Such a fierce and sharp sword chi. Has senior apprentice brother Zhang already trained the purple Yang Clear Howl to the Great Circle realm? The purple Yang Clear Howl is an extremely formidable move in the 2nd layer of the Azure Dipper purple Yang sword art. Senior apprentice brother Zhang actually trained it to the Great Circle realm already without anyone knowing it. Truly worthy of being the top seat of the Earth Barracks. Just based on this move, senior apprentice brother Zhang might squeeze into the top 10 and become a Heaven Barracks disciple. Hee, that's really hard to say. That bunch of sickos in the Heaven Barracks can't be measured using common sense. Senior apprentice brother Zhang is improving, but will they remain stagnant? Now that you mentioned it, you're right. However, can this number 52 receive this purple Yang Clear Howl? This. Probably going to be hard. Number 52 is incredible, but both you and I know the power of this Great Circle realm purple Yang Clear Howl. Most likely, even that perverse bunch in the top 10 would choke on this. This was Yi Yuan's first time facing an Azure Dipper purple Yang sword art sword move face-on. Him directly comprehending the sword intent on the 9 Heavens Road was equivalent to having a thorough understanding of this sword art. He did not need to exchange for the cultivation method in the sect. In reality, the Azure Dipper purple Yang sword art was a set of cultivation methods. It encompassed many martial techniques in it. The Azure Dipper purple Yang sword art that the Tranquil Cloud sect had comprised of a total of 4 layers. Each layer corresponded to a major realm. And several sets of sword martial skills were included in each layer of the cultivation method. This purple Yang Clear Hull was an extremely powerful martial technique in the 2nd layer. The training difficulty was high, and the power was incredible. To have been able to train this martial technique to the Great Circle realm showed Zhang Jing's remarkable strength. Except, it was still somewhat lacking to use this move to deal with Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan's realm was way lower than Zhang Jing's, when talking about comprehension towards the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent, Zhang Jing could not even catch up to Yi Yuan by whipping his horse. That final sword on the Nine Heavens Road was the full comprehension Yi Wuya had towards the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent. Yi Yuan fully comprehending that sword meant that he already stood on the same heights as Yi Wuya in terms of understanding of this sword intent. This Purple Yang clear hull move from Zhang Jing was at most the standards of the first 10% of the last 333 steps on the Nine Heavens Road. The difference with the final sword move was too far. Of course, Zhang Jing's advantage was his cultivation realm. Unleashing a sword move with peak 9th level spirit condensation realm strength, even if it were a trash-like move, the damage to a 4th level spirit condensation realm would also be enormous, let alone the fact that the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art itself was extremely powerful. Now, it was only to see Yi Yuan spinning around and sweep his sword horizontally. What was released was not a single sword beam, but countless beams of sword chi. In the air, beams of azure sword chi clashed with faint yellow sword chi. After each streak of sword chi collided, it would turn into nothing. After several breaths, not a single one of the countless sword chi released by Zhang Jing actually bypassed Yi Yuan's sword chi to reach Yi Yuan. My God. How did he do it? Number 52 only unleashed one sword strike. The Purple Yang clear hull was broken just like this. Too inconceivable. Did you see that? That sword strike from number 52 was not even a technique. It was just a simple slash. But how can that sword strike possibly produce so much sword chi? I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. This number 52 is too perverse. The Purple Yang clear hull is ranked 3rd among all the moves in the second layer, and it was actually broken by him so easily. Chapter 262, Empty Alleys. Chapter 262, Empty Alleys. Purple Lighting Azure Frost. On platform number 1, Tianyu gave a low cry, and his opponent was defeated. The third round, the announcement of number 1 winning was finally the first to sound out. Except, there was already nobody paying heed to such things. Even Tianyu himself was not in the mood to listen to this voice. He walked down the platform directly and headed towards the platform where Yi Yuan and Zhang Jing were facing off. Phoenix Dance Nine Heavens. On platform number 2, Tang Yuer similarly cried out, the red silk in her hands bounded up her foe in a peculiar manner, beating him down easily. The same thing happened to many disciples ranked in the top 10. They all wanted to rush to watch the platform that number 52 was at. Just what kind of god was this mysterious number 52? At this very moment, the competition for elite disciples also reached the white-hot stage. The number of elite disciples was forever fixed like core disciples. Except, there were only 20 elite disciples at all times. These 20 people could be said to be the future hope of the sect. The competition for elite disciples was different from core disciples. Every grand competition, they all fought in revolving battles. 20 people, that was also to say that each person had to experience 19 revolving battles. Whoever won the most matches at the end would be rank 1. And the people in the bottom 3 rankings had to undergo a final match with the top 3 core disciples to determine who stays and who leaves. On platform number 3, a youth dressed in martial outfit unleashed a flurry of fist silhouettes, beating his opponent until he could only ward off the blows and without the slightest strength to retaliate. Only to see him withdraw his fist momentum and give a low cry, boundless tyrant fist. Only to hear a boom, his opponent was sent flying out of the platform. Senior apprentice brother Wujio, your fist art is really becoming more and more powerful. It's simply flawless, the youth who was defeated grumbled. When he was on the platform earlier, that senior apprentice brother Wujio was incomparably tyrannical with an aura that disdained all life. But currently, senior apprentice brother Wujio was meek like the boy next door. The before and after was huge. It was hard for others to believe that they were the same person. This senior apprentice brother Wujio was called T. Wujio, the well-deserved leader of the elite disciples. This person was normally very easy to get along with. He did not put on any airs of a senior. Disciples who did not know him simply could not imagine that he was the leader of the elite disciples. But once the battle began, it was like T. Wujio was possessed by the god of war, going berserk on his opponent until they could not catch their breath. From the start of the grand competition until now, more than half of the matches for the elite disciples had passed. Ti Wujiu was number 1 in terms of battle results with complete victories. In reality, this was like a common occurrence to him. The one who fought with him just now was called Qing Wu. His strength was somewhat lacking among the elite disciples. Now that he lost battles repeatedly today, barring no accidents, he should be one of the bottom 3 placings. Seeing Qing Wu grumbled, Ti Wujiu smiled warmly and said, "How can there be a flawless fist art? It's just that you didn't find them. If it was Senior Apprentice Brother Mo or Senior Apprentice Brother Xin, this fist art of mine would be full of flaws." The corner of Qing Wu's mouth twitched slightly as he said, "They are both personal disciples who entered the sect much earlier than Senior Apprentice Brother Wujiu. In future, Senior Apprentice Brother Wujiu's accomplishments will surely not be beneath theirs. Furthermore, Senior Apprentice Brother Wujiu tread up the Tao of using fist arts. To have such accomplishments is truly hard to come by. Mo Yuntian, Xin Lai, these people were accepted as personal disciples by the hall head. Although they were still disciples in title, they actually did not need to participate in the competition between disciples anymore. What personal disciples had to do was to follow their master to cultivate, and they would frequently be sent out to carry out some missions. And their status in the sect was actually no longer inferior to ordinary elders. Ti Wujiu chuckled and did not continue with this topic. Instead, he laughed and said, "Little Wu, you seem to be slacking off a little recently. You actually lost so many matches this grand competition." Qing Wu had a bitter face when he heard that and said, "Sigh, Senior Apprentice Brother Wujiu, it's really not that I'm slacking, but because all of you improve too quickly. I already can't quite follow your footsteps. I won't talk about that any longer. Senior Apprentice Brother Wujiu, there happens to be some time for us now. Can I trouble you to accompany me to the core disciples area to take a look and scout out the enemy? I want to see to what extent Tianyu that boy has improved." Ti Wujiu had a mild temperament and did not reject. He nodded his head and went with Qing Wu to the core disciples area. What's the matter? Don't tell me it has all ended. Where did all the people go to?" Qing Wu came over to take a look. All the platforms were empty, leaving only one platform full of people beneath it. It actually gave people a feeling of empty alleys. It's rather odd. Who's fighting on that platform? Why would there be so many onlookers? Ti Wujiu was also curious. "Come, let's go over and look too," Qing Wu said. When the two approached, Ti Wujiu's gaze involuntarily turned sharp. On the platform, sword light radiated as sword chi ran wild. A youth who looked very unfamiliar was locked in battle with the Earth Barracks Zhang Jing. The most frightening thing was that the youth was actually only at the 4th level spirit condensation realm. But his attainments in sword art were so great that it simply took people's breath away in amazement. To be able to fight so fiercely as a 4th level spirit condensation realm against a peak 9th level spirit condensation realm showed the might of this youth. When did such a freakish youth appear in the Tranquil Cloud sect? Senior Apprentice Brother Wujiu, quickly look, Tianyu is also there watching the fight. Tang Yuer and Luo Qingfeng too. They are all actually watching this young man's competition. Qing Wu exclaimed in shock like he discovered a new continent. Ti Wujiu nodded and said, "I wonder who this young man is. A 4th level spirit condensation realm actually has such combat strength." The people below the stage were already long mesmerized from watching. Yi Yuan and Zhang Jing already fought for over 100 rounds and had yet to determine the victor. Yi Yuan's understanding towards sword intent made everyone feel utterly ashamed of their inadequacy. No matter how unpredictable the sword moves Zhang Jing unleashed were, Yi Yuan could easily resolve them. However, Zhang Jing's strength was also really very strong. Yi Yuan grasped an opportunity in between to display the 9-sword stance. Except, it was too rushed at that time. The power of the 9-sword stance did not achieve the most ideal outcome. Zhang Jing actually barely dodged the 9 streaks of sword light. After that time, Zhang Jing broke out in cold sweat all over his body. Ever since then, he was abnormally cautious and absolutely did not give Yi Yuan any chance to display the 9-sword stance. Right now, Zhang Jing's powerful performance was displayed in its entirety. Yi Yuan could not find any chance at all. Just like this, both parties sunk into a fierce exchange. All of Zhang Jing's attacks had completely no effect, but he did not give Yi Yuan any chance to attack either. The two people actually fought all the way until now like this. All the matches had already ended, leaving only this match. However, the audience below the stage was not at all irritated. The majority of them cultivated the incomplete Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art and were very sensitive to sword intent. From the start of the battle until now, watching Yi Yuan's unbelievably profound sword intent, the crowd all felt that they reaped no little benefits. Yi Yuan's sword intent originally contained the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent within. Although these disciples felt that it was extremely abstruse, they could more or less perceive some things. Chapter 263, Admitting Defeat. Chapter 263, Admitting Defeat. Tian Yu, is this number 52 using the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art? Why does it look like it seems to be, yet not really so? Tang Yuer's pretty face was full of doubt. Tian Yu's eyes were filled with astoundment at the moment. In terms of understanding towards the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art, he had no equal among the younger generation. Although Ti Wujio was ranked 1 among the elite disciples, what he specialized in was fist techniques, and not the sex foundations, the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art. In terms of this cultivation skill, Tian Yu was number 1 ever since returning from the Nine Heavens Road. It was just that due to cultivation realm limitations, his strength could not compare to elite disciples yet. Except, when he saw Yi Yuan and Zhang Jing's face-off, he actually had a deeply profound sensation. That sort of sensation was as if he was facing that final sword on the Nine Heavens Road. No, it seemed to be even more profound than that sword. Could this be the trudging out your own path that Yi Yuan referred to? Tian Yu shook his head and said, I don't know either. I only know that his understanding of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art has already reached the stage of having it at his fingertips. Since he started fighting with Zhang Jing until now, he did not even use any move, but it is formless winning moves. How is he compared to you? Tang Yuer asked. Tang Yuer was not a sword cultivator and was not very sensitive towards sword intent. Tian Yu smiled bitterly and said, simply no way of comparing. Tang Yuer did not notice Tian Yu's expression and said in relief, that's what I said. How can a 4th level spirit condensation realm possibly be your match? Zhang Jing and he are pretty much evenly matched. There's simply no comparison to you. To a proud child of heaven, their greatest fear was nothing more than being replaced by a newcomer like Yi Yuan who suddenly appeared. Even a great beauty like Tang Yuer was not immune to it. For geniuses like Tian Yu and Tang Yuer, it had only been them surpassing others. Since when were they surpassed by others? Now that a mysterious number 52 suddenly popped out, the impact it had on them was enormous. Instinctively, Tang Yuer did not wish that Yi Yuan could surpass her. Even if she was surpassed, it at least had to be after some time later. Yi Yuan was only at the 4th level spirit condensation realm. Being surpassed by him like this in the first grand competition after he entered the sect was too humiliating. This was not that Tang Yuer was narrow-minded but human nature. Not just her, but Tian Yu, Luo Qingfeng, and the rest actually also had this mentality. Otherwise, why would they think to finish their own match to come over and watch the fight? Tian Yu was stunned, then laughed wryly and said, that's not it. Yi Yuan's comprehension of sword Dao is way stronger than mine. Don't look at how I'm stronger than Zhang Jing. If it were me on that platform right now, the battle situation would not be any better than his. Tang Yuer's eyes went wide as she said disbelievingly, how's that possible? You're clearly way stronger than Zhang Jing. Tang Yuer's meaning was that Yi Yuan and Zhang Jing's strength were roughly the same while Tian Yu was much stronger than Zhang Jing. In that case, Tian Yu's strength was naturally much stronger than Yi Yuan's. Tian Yu shook his head and said, Yi Yuan can fight Zhang Jing to a draw as a 4th level spirit condensation realm. Why do you think that is the case? Tang Yuer thought about it and said, it should be his sword intent, right? Tian Yu nodded and said, I'm stronger than Zhang Jing because my comprehension towards the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art is deeper than his. But Yi Yuan's understanding towards sword intent is way stronger than mine. Regardless of what sword move I use, it will be easily resolved by him. How do I fight like this? Tang Yuer said reluctantly, doesn't that mean that everyone who cultivates the sword Dao in the sect isn't his match? Tian Yu said, at least among the disciples, that's the case. This. How is this possible? Humph, I don't believe it. I must defeat him. Tang Yuer refused to concede defeat. Tianyu chuckled and did not say much. Honestly speaking, Tianyu was also very much looking forward to the clash between Tang Yuer and Yi Yuan. Tang Yuer did not cultivate sword Dao. No matter how strong Yi Yuan's sword intent was, it could not affect Tang Yuer's performance. Tang Yuer had half-step crystal formation realm strength. How should Yi Yuan resolve that? On the platform, Yi Yuan and Zhang Jing's fight had already progressed to a white-hot stage. Zhang Jing suddenly withdrew his sword and stood there, saying to Yi Yuan, "Wait." Yi Yuan similarly stopped and said, "What guidance does senior apprentice brother Zhang have?" Zhang Jing laughed calmly and said, "I didn't think that junior apprentice brother Ye's sword Dao attainments were actually so great." Zhang Jing admits defeat. "Next, I'll unleash my strongest sword. If junior apprentice brother Yi can receive it, then this Zhang will directly concede." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Please go ahead, senior apprentice brother Zhang." Zhang Jing shut his eyes and sucked in a deep breath. He raised the sword in his hand. All of a sudden, purple lightning flashed around Zhang Jing's sword. An extremely powerful aura rippled out. It's purple lightning azure frost. Senior apprentice brother Zhang mastered the purple lightning azure frost, someone below the stage said agitatedly. This is the second strongest move in the second layer. Very few people in the sect can comprehend it. Senior apprentice brother Zhang, having comprehended the purple lightning azure frost, should be charging for the top 10 this time. But, is this move effective against number 52? Collective speechlessness. Yi Yuan's sword art, which lifted the heavy as if it were light, already shook everyone's heart. Such a long fighting duration, Yi Yuan gave everyone a feeling that he could break apart any kind of sword move no matter what. He was undefeatable. Purple lightning azure frost. Zhang Jing gave a low cry. Purple-colored lightning mixed with an azure-colored sword beams shot towards Yi Yuan. But the so-called strongest move in Zhang Jing's mouth really did not pose much of a threat to Yi Yuan. All of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art sword moves were ineffective to Yi Yuan. Unless they were like Mo Yuntian, a martial artist who was a major realm higher than Yi Yuan. That way, they could use absolute strength to crush Yi Yuan. It was only to see Yi Yuan made a stabbing move straight on, receiving this attack directly. Under everyone's stupefied gazes, the violent purple lightning and azure sword chi entered Yi Yuan's sword tip and vanished. The strongest move actually did not even stir a single wave. Zhang Jing was not as dejected as imagined. Instead, he gave a faint smile and said, "I lost." Yi Yuan beamed and said, "Thanks for giving way, senior apprentice brother Zhang." "Not at all. I didn't give way at all. I already unleashed everything I had but could not do anything to you. If our cultivation realms were similar, I reckon that I would also be instantly trounced. I truly did not think that junior apprentice brother Yi was actually so formidable." Zhang Jing said with a rather emotional sigh. Yi Yuan smiled but did not follow up. Yi Yuan would not be wildly arrogant, but would not humble himself unduly either. If their realms were similar, he could easily defeat Zhang Jing instantly. But Yi Yuan naturally would not brag about something like that. "I had many gains during this battle. I'll enter a closed seclusion while the sensation from the battle earlier is still there. Junior apprentice brother Yi, I wish you all the best in your matches at the back. Farewell." Finishing, Zhang Jing left floatingly without even turning his head back. Platform number 13, number 52 win. Elder Feng's voice suddenly sounded, shattering the dead quiet scene. Ti Wujiu looked at the figure on the platform and said to Cheng Wu with a grin, "Looks like there's another interesting opponent in this grand competition." Cheng Wu pulled a bitter face and said, "How is this interesting? Why are there more and more freaks?" Chapter 264, Tao of Calligraphy. Chapter 264, Tao of Calligraphy. Where the hell did this number 52 pop out from? His sword arts are simply at the peak of perfection. Isn't it so? Senior apprentice brother Zhang even used the purple lightning azure frost, but it was completely useless against number 52. I heard that he just ascended from the secular world. How could that land of the mundane possibly give birth to such a freak? I heard that he isn't even 16 years old yet. Even if he gained enlightenment on the Tao in his mother's womb, it's also impossible to reach such an extent, right? Yi Yuan defeating Zhang Jing caused a huge commotion among the sect disciples. Yi Yuan's name was very quickly known by all the disciples. Tseng Cheng also saw the match between Yi Yuan and Zhang Jing. He rejoiced that he did not find trouble with Yi Yuan back then. Otherwise, he would have lost a great amount of face. He only knew now that Yi Yuan teaching his younger brother a lesson did not even count as an appetizer. Yi Yuan's strength could aim for the top 3. Tseng Cheng was similarly a sword cultivator. He was deeply aware of Yi Yuan's sword Dao's prowess. Even if Tian Yu up there, he might not gain any advantages. If not because Tseng Cheng passed the 3rd round, he also wanted to enter seclusion like Zhang Jing did. Tseng Cheng believed that there was quite a number with the same thoughts as him. Among them even included Tian Yu. Yi Yuan did not let any ripples surface on his state of mind because of becoming a celebrity. Because this was not worth mentioning to him. With his aptitude, if he could not even catch people's eyes in a lower realm's tiny sect, then it would be an epic fail. Yi Yuan's opponent in the 4th round was still a sword cultivator disciple. That disciple's strength was much weaker than Zhang Jing's. The result need not be said. Starting from the 4th round all the way until the top 4 elites were born, there would be a disciple who fell every round. After 4 rounds of battle, a day passed by just like that. The battle on the 2nd day was of the utmost importance. The weak disciples were basically all eliminated during the 1st stage. Those remaining were all elites among the disciples. The battles during the 2nd day were all basically the strong facing the strong. Such a competition was naturally 100% worth watching. Yi Yuan's opponent in the 5th round was a top 10 expert, similarly a sword cultivator disciple. In reality, this disciple's strength was roughly the same as Zhang Jing's. His Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art was likewise trained to the Purple Lightning Azure Frost. Originally, Zhang Jing wanted to rely on the Purple Lightning Azure Frost to assail the top 10 this time. But the result was that he was unexpectedly eliminated by Yi Yuan in the 3rd round. The outcome was obviously no surprise. After a bout of struggle, Yi Yuan won once more. Nobody could have imagined that there would actually be a 4th-level spirit condensation realm who entered the top 7 this grand competition. However, there wasn't really anyone who was unconvinced by this result. This was what Yi Yuan won round after round, without the slightest bit of trickery. In between, Yi Yuan defeated several experts whose strengths were sufficient to enter the top 10. Yi Yuan was well deserving of the top 7. After winning another opponent, you can enter the top 4. Initially, I thought that you would shock everyone in one move the next grand competition. I didn't think that you would do it now. Long Tang looked at Yi Yuan as he sighed emotionally. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're not bad too. To pass through 3 rounds consecutively with 5th-level spirit condensation realm. That is already in the top 25. Long Tang showed extraordinary splendor previously in the matches, overcoming all difficulties in succession, and charging all the way to the 4th round before being defeated by Luo Qingfeng. Putting Yi Yuan aside, Long Tang was absolutely the biggest dark horse in this competition. The might of his breaking fantasy fist intent virtually swept across all experts below the 9th-level spirit condensation realm. Of course, Long Tang's luck was still considered decent. Before meeting Luo Qingfeng, he did not really encounter any formidable contestants. Even so, to have walked to this step with 5th-level spirit condensation realm cultivation, it was absolutely sufficiently strong. Long Tang grinned, clearly still very satisfied with this result. But after going through this grand competition, he also finally became conscious of how powerful the breaking fantasy fist intent that he comprehended was. Those disciples at a higher realm than him, although they could not compare to like Zhang Jing's strength, they were absolutely not second-rate. To be able to charge into the 4th round among the core disciples where experts roamed like clouds, it unequivocally meant true ability. Senior apprentice Brother Yi, your opponent next round is Luo Qingfeng. I know that your sword intent is powerful, but you should still be careful when encountering him. I know. There are 4 half-step crystal formation realms in the top 10. But for Luo Qingfeng to be able to beat down 2 half-step crystal formation realms, his strength is clear at a glance. Yi Yuan nodded and said. Yi Yuan was not someone whose eyes were on top of their heads. His mind was very clear. At that time, the half-step crystal formation realm Suyubai could heavily injure Huyen Yong with a single palm until he vomited blood showed the gap between peak 9th-level spirit condensation realm and half-step crystal formation realm. Hu Yong had more potential than Suyubai, and his strength was also greater than ordinary 9th-level spirit condensation realm. Even so, he was still defeated in a single move. Although it was because he wanted to save Yi Yuan back then that Hu Yong had no choice but to clash face-on with Suyubai, this was ample to show how powerful half-step crystal formation realm was. And for Luo Qingfeng to suppress 2 half-step crystal formation realms with peak 9th-level spirit condensation realm cultivation showed just what realm his comprehension towards a certain concept had reached. How was it? The match with him. Disclose a little. Yi Yuan asked with a laugh. Long Tang was somewhat surprised as he said, "Haha, I didn't think that you would actually be concerned about your opponent. I thought that you would not pay attention to this." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Know the enemy and know yourself, and you can win 100 battles. I'm not some deity realm powerhouse. It's impossible to sweep across all adversaries." Long Tang nodded. He knew that Yi Yuan was very strong, but Yi Yuan's realm was still too low in the end. It was still fine against those ordinary opponents, but he would naturally pay heed to opponents who had a much higher cultivation realm than him and who also had a strong concept comprehension. Recalling the match with Luo Qingfeng, a deep dread was reflected in Long Tang's eyes. It was apparent that that match was not some beautiful memory. Strong. Very strong. I didn't even make it past 5 moves. Moreover, he didn't even draw his weapon. Long Tang said with trepidation. Yi Yuan's eyes showed seriousness. He knew Long Tang's strength. To be able to defeat him in 5 moves and not even use his weapon showed just how great Luo Qingfeng's strength was. Then do you know what weapon he uses? Yi Yuan asked. Long Tang nodded and said, I was rather unresigned, so I asked around fellow disciples afterward before finding out that Luo Qingfeng actually uses a judge pen. And the only one who can force him to use the judge pen is Tian Yu. Surprised, Yi Yuan asked, N. Why is that? Even Tang Yuer can't force his weapon out. But Tang Yuer's ranking is above his. Long Tang said, I was also quite surprised when I heard it at first, but I learned from others that Luo Qingfeng once said that he was a scholar. Unless it was a life and death match, he would not use his judge pen to deal with a woman. Oh, this is an interesting person. That's also to say that this Luo Qingfeng is walking the Tao of calligraphy. That's right. It's said that half of his time every day is spent on writing and not cultivation. But Yi Yuan grinned and waved his hands when he heard that and said, writing is also a form of cultivation. The Tao of calligraphy, Tao of sword, and the Tao of fist are all the same, all are a great Tao. When cultivated to the limits, the power is exceedingly formidable. Chapter 265, Strange Fight. Chapter 265, Strange Fight. Among martial artists, the Tao of calligraphy was viewed as a mundane Tao, only a minor Tao, something that scholars in the mundane world practiced. Many martial artists practiced the Tao of calligraphy but failed to have any accomplishments. Many times, years would pass, but the gains would be extremely trivial. As time passed, there were fewer and fewer martial artists who practiced the Tao of calligraphy. But in reality, if one had achievements in the Tao of calligraphy, their strength would be much greater than ordinary martial artists. Among the 10 supreme divine kings in the divine realm, there was a heavenly book divine king. As a matter of fact, his strength was actually not weaker than the spirit bristle divine king. It could be seen just how formidable the power of this Tao of calligraphy was when comprehended to its limits. Except, wanting to step into the gates of the Tao of calligraphy was too hard, way too hard. Furthermore, there were exceedingly few powerhouses of this Tao. The inspirations left behind from cultivation. Methods would naturally be scarce as well. The perception and lucky chances required to comprehend a supreme true intent based on one's own inspiration was way too harsh. From Long Tang's description, it looked like Luo Qingfeng most likely already grasped the basics of the Tao of calligraphy. It was merely unknown to exactly what extent. Now that each of Yi Yuan's battle was everyone's focal point, his match with Luo Qingfeng became the main attraction this round. This match determined who could enter the top 4. If Yi Yuan continued to upset the status quo, then Luo Qingfeng, who initially could have firmly entered the top 3, would be stopped outside the gates of elite disciples. In the previous grand competition, Luo Qingfeng emerged out of nowhere, overcoming all challenges along the way, and charging into the top 3. He even defeated a half-step crystal formation realm expert. But sadly, he lost to the last place of the elite disciples and remained among the core disciples. Now that several months had passed, Luo Qingfeng's strength had made great strides forward again. If not for Yi Yuan this dark horse appearing, Luo Qingfeng was extremely likely to make it into the elite disciples. Whether or not Yi Yuan's strength could shake the top 3 was also everyone's focal point. If Yi Yuan could shake the top 3 Luo Qingfeng with 4th level spirit condensation realm strength, then the degree of his monstrousness was too terrifying. This was Yi Yuan's first time seeing Luo Qingfeng. He was different from his domineering fame. His real person appeared very learned and refined. Luo Qingfeng had a silk headdress resembling a ridged roof on his head and azure-colored long robes. He looked like a Confucian scholar rushing to take the exams and not a peak 9th level spirit condensation realm martial artist. Thinking about it, this kind of disposition was inseparable from him bitterly training calligraphy around the clock. But if anyone were to underestimate him because of this, they would come to regret it. Luo Qingfeng slowly drew his judge pen when he saw Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's gaze sharpened slightly, saying, "I heard that senior apprentice brother Luo doesn't draw your weapon easily. What's with this?" Luo Qingfeng said nonchalantly, "I saw junior apprentice brother Ye's battle. You're very strong." The meaning of his words was that Yi Yuan's might had already reached the extent where he had no choice but to draw his weapon. So that's the case. Then Junior will seek guidance from senior apprentice brother Luo's Tao of calligraphy. Please. Luo Qingfeng nodded and did not say anything redundant. He lifted his hand and pointed with his judge pen. A formless force tore through the air, heading straight for Yi Yuan. This move had a powerful aura and force. It was like the formless force wanted to tear apart space. Senior apprentice brother Luo's force-penetrating paperback. It's a killing move right after coming up. With the heaven and earth as the paper, strength breaking 30,000 caddies. This move from senior apprentice brother Luo is much stronger than the previous grand competition. Yeah. Senior apprentice brother Luo cultivated the Tao of calligraphy. I wonder how Yi Yuan will deal with it. Yi Yuan looked at this force-penetrating paperback and smiled. Only to see him wield his sword, pointing in midair too. Similarly, a streak of force shot out and collided with Luo Qingfeng's force. Evidently, Luo Qingfeng's force was a level stronger. It broke apart Yi Yuan's force, attacking Yi Yuan again. It was just that after being blocked by Yi Yuan's force, the remaining force was of no concern anymore. Seeing this scene, everyone was stupefied, including the Luo Qingfeng who used the force-penetrating paperback. This. What happened just now? Yi Yuan, he actually know the Tao of calligraphy too. Was his move earlier force-penetrating paperback? Why do I have a sort of misconception that Yi Yuan's understanding towards this move is actually above senior apprentice brother Luo's? That's not a misconception. Yi Yuan's force-penetrating paperback is really stronger than senior apprentice brother Luo's. It's just that senior apprentice brother Luo's realm is much higher than his, that's why Yi Yuan move cannot beat Luo Qingfeng's. Doesn't that mean that Yi Yuan is similarly immune to senior apprentice brother Luo's move? Isn't this fellow too heaven-defying? It's fine if his sword Tao realm was high, but his comprehension towards calligraphy Tao is also so perverse. That move earlier, Yi Yuan clearly used the sword as a pen to display force-penetrating paperback. Furthermore, in terms of power, it was actually above Luo Qingfeng. It was just that due to his realm being too low, he lost to Luo Qingfeng. Luo Qingfeng maintained that calm and composed appearance, but the seriousness and confusion in his eyes could not be wiped away. This Imperial Law True Book is something I only managed to have some small gains in after bitterly cultivating for 10 years. I heard that you came from the state of Qin, so you should not have had the chance to see this cultivation method. Why is your move stronger than mine? Yi Yuan did not get to open his mouth when Luo Qingfeng suddenly muttered to himself. Wrong. That wasn't force-penetrating paperback just now. Although it's extremely alike, it's missing a trace of calligraphy Tao rhyme. But why is the power so strong? The more he pondered, the more incomprehensible Luo Qingfeng felt. The comprehension of the Tao of calligraphy was not built in a day. Luo Qingfeng immersed in this Tao for 10 years before he had some minor gains. That was why his strength in this past 2 years suddenly soared. But just how did Yi Yuan execute that move just now? Could it be that he could execute other people's moves with just a glance? And the power would be greater than them. Luo Qingfeng's gaze condensed and said, "Take another move from me." Iron picture silver hook. Luo Qingfeng's judge pen drew a stroke in front of his chest. A sharp and fierce force was released once more. If the force-penetrating paperback earlier was a heavy atmosphere, then this iron picture silver hook would be abnormally sharp. It could attack when advancing and defend when retreating. This Imperial Law True Book was really a powerful cultivation method. Yi Yuan chuckled calmly and mimicked Luo Qingfeng's actions, using the sword as a pen once again. An iron picture silver hook was unleashed again. The same thing happened once more. Luo Qingfeng's attack was weakened after Yi Yuan's move, becoming feeble and powerless, and was easily resolved by Yi Yuan. Luo Qingfeng's gaze revealed solemnness. Previously, everyone wanted to see how the sword Dao freak, Yi Yuan, would react when encountering fellow disciples with other concepts. But nobody could have imagined that the result would actually be like this. Whatever move Luo Qingfeng released, Yi Yuan would actually counterattack with the same move. Such a fighting style was too abnormal. The audience below the stage looked at each other, their eyes revealing deep astonishment. They had participated in many grand competitions before but had never encountered such a strange battle. Regardless of what move you use, the other person would give you a dose of your own medicine. How to fight like this? The main point was that it was fine if Yi Yuan's paying back in one's own coin only looked like the real deal, but his retaliation just had to be incomparably sharp. Chapter 266, Mimicking Concept. Chapter 266, Mimicking Concept. What's going on here? Could Yi Yuan really have cultivated the Imperial Law True Book before? The Imperial Law True Book is extremely hard to train in. The hardships that senior apprentice brother Luo had to suffer to cultivate it to its realm today is something that no one can compare to. But Yi Yuan actually just displayed it so casually. Could Yi Yuan be one of those people who is born with knowledge? Otherwise, with his age, how is it possible to have such accomplishments on Sword Dao and Calligraphy Dao at the same time? The disciples below the stage did not know Calligraphy Dao and thought that Yi Yuan was bent on competing in Calligraphy Dao with Luo Qingfeng. Only Luo Qingfeng on the stage knew that what Yi Yuan executed was not the Dao of calligraphy. But why did it have such great power if it was not the Dao of calligraphy? Luo Qingfeng was also a proud person. Seeing Yi Yuan repeatedly tearing apart his move through replication, a refusal to concede defeat welled up from the bottom of his heart. Pen expressing dragons and snakes. Dragon soar, phoenix dance. Permeating 3 parts wood. One move after another, the powerful force overflowed the platform, causing a colossal upheaval. If not for array formations protecting, the platform would already be destroyed several times over. But opposite Luo Qingfeng, Yi Yuan similarly used his sword to execute the exact same moves Luo Qingfeng did unhurriedly. Blasts of energy collided together and were obliterated. Compared to the match with Zhang Jing yesterday, this match was even more soul-stirring. Yesterday's match, Yi Yuan relied on his impressive sword intent to resolve them one by one. But today's match with Luo Qingfeng, Yi Yuan clearly did not lift heavy like it was light like yesterday. But the exact same move shook people to their core even more. Yi Yuan stood there like a mirror. No matter how Luo Qingfeng used his strength, he could reflect it. Such a battle gave Yi Yuan an added portion of power and awe. Luo Qingfeng was full of elegance but also became a little pissed currently. Each of his moves was stronger than the previous, and also more difficult. He wanted to see whether Yi Yuan could really replicate all of his moves. To be able to defeat a half-step crystal formation realm with peak 9th level spirit condensation realm strength, it could be seen how great Luo Qingfeng's strength was. Towards the end, Luo Qingfeng's moves were so powerful that it made the audience below the stage feel stifled. To think that after a few months, senior apprentice brother Luo's strength already became so formidable. Compared to the last grand competition, it's like his entire being was cast off and reborn anew. Yeah. He was still quite young and tender the previous grand competition. Now, he's already very mature. Furthermore, he did not break through this half a year. Most likely, he can break through to half-step crystal formation realm anytime, right? Isn't that so? At senior apprentice brother Luo's level, they are no longer in a rush to raise cultivation realms. The more concepts they can comprehend in the spirit condensation realm, the greater the benefits in the future. Yeah. I wonder how senior apprentice brother Luo's present strength is like compared to senior apprentice brother Tian Yu's. It seems like he was initially holding it back for a good confrontation with senior apprentice brother Tian Yu. But the result is that he's obstructed by Yi Yuan currently. Speaking of which, this Yi Yuan is really so powerful that it's frightening. If he can break through to the 9th level spirit condensation realm, he can most likely even clash with senior apprentice brother Ti Wujiu, right? I didn't think that such a monster would appear in our sect. No matter what the result of this grand competition is, the next grand competition will be Yi Yuan's world. A genius like Luo Qingfeng, the duration between the grand competitions was enough for him to improve tremendously. For geniuses of their level, what they competed in had always been who improved more. If I improved more than you, that means that I'm more talented. Once improvement speed slowed down, they would naturally be eliminated. Just like the elite disciple Cheng Wu, his strength was very great, but compared to others, his improvement speed was slower, so he obviously became weaker. However, such rapid progress was actually unable to do anything to a 4th level spirit condensation realm newbie. Profound knowledge akin to divine aid. After a tumultuous and violent clash, Luo Qingfeng finally used his greatest trump card. This move was something that Luo Qingfeng comprehended only recently. Originally, this was his ultimate trump card meant to deal with Tian Yu, but it was unexpectedly forced out by Yi Yuan. Once it was executed, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. Powerful formless energy flooded the platform. A moment of carelessness and the outcome would definitely be being sent flying off the platform. But over on the other end, only to see Yi Yuan swing his sword calmly. Profound knowledge akin to divine aid was released in a twinkle. Except, everyone here, including Luo Qingfeng, did not detect that Yi Yuan added a little something extra into this move. Essence energy ignition. It was only to see Yi Yuan's profound knowledge akin to divine aid being executed. The battle situation on the platform became drastically different from before. Yi Yuan's force was like a whirlwind sweeping away scattered clouds, devouring Luo Qingfeng's attack unceasingly. Luo Qingfeng's face changed. He did not think that such a situation would actually occur. Previously, it was always him bombarding wantonly, but this time, Yi Yuan retaliated, catching him completely off guard. The attack after adding essence energy ignition was unbelievably powerful. It was already too late for Luo Qingfeng to want to defend against it. He only saw countless blasts of formless energy besieging him, directly breaking through his protective essence energy and sending him flying. Luo Qingfeng was only hit down the platform and did not suffer major injuries. Yi Yuan had a sense of propriety when attacking and did not ignite too much essence energy. Luo Qingfeng adjusted his posture in midair and landed on the ground lightly. It was dead silent below the stage. Everyone did not know what to say. If this was like the result of Zhang Jing's match, everybody could still barely accept it. The result of this match was really unexpected. The top 3 core disciples represented virtually the highest point in the Tranquil Cloud sect. In the minds of all the core disciples, the only ones who could beat the top 3 people were only the top 3, or core disciples. Others need not even think about it. Because for these 3 people to be able to occupy this position meant that their improvement speed surpassed all others. Once they were shaken off by such a genius, then they would only get cast even further behind. Nobody had ever thought that someone in the top 3 would lose in the hands of a 4th level spirit condensation realm. Just take Luo Qingfeng for example. His strength was sufficient to challenge ordinary 3rd level crystal formation realms. Someone like Su Yulin was not even Luo Qingfeng's match. Doesn't this mean that Yi Yuan's strength could cross an entire major realm to defeat his opponent? This was too inconceivable. Luo Qingfeng sighed lightly and cupped his fists towards Yi Yuan and said, "Many thanks for junior apprentice brother Yi showing mercy." Not at all. Senior apprentice brother Luo being able to walk so far on the Tao of calligraphy, this junior is full of admiration. In fact, this junior won with somewhat unorthodox means, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Luo Qingfeng's face changed slightly, and he could not help voicing the suspicions he had in his heart. Where did junior apprentice brother Ye's moves come from? Could junior apprentice brother Yi really have trained in the Imperial Law True Book before? Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a grin, "Nay. Those moves were all copied after I watched senior apprentice brother Luo's moves. This is called mimicking concept. Chapter 267, Dragon Among Men. Chapter 267, Dragon Among Men. Mimicking concept. What's that? Luo Qingfeng could not help being stupefied. My move looks exactly the same as yours. But in reality, when talking about the contents, it differs in thousands of ways. Those moves of mine were mimicked using sword intent. It appeared right, but is really wrong, Yuan said. This. Concepts can actually be utilized like this. Luo Qingfeng originally felt that something was off, but could not figure it out the whole time. Now that he heard Yuan talk about it, the other party had actually been using sword intent to clash with him the entire time. But even if it was sword intent, wasn't it too alike? No matter how Luo Qingfeng racked his brains, he could not figure out how sword intent could be used to mimic calligraphy intent so skillfully as to be indistinguishable from the original. Luo Qingfeng believed that the audience below the stage could not even see through that what Yuan used was sword intent. Only him, someone who immersed himself in the Tao of calligraphy for so many years, could differentiate that minute trace of difference. Ignoring other things, just how high was Yuan's attainments on the sword Tao? This match was not lost unjustly. Myriad Tao laws, all lead to the same destination. The concepts might be different in endless ways, but they also have many common aspects. Although I have yet to research in depth into the Tao of calligraphy, I've seen before extremely powerful calligraphy Tao experts, so I'm also rather familiar with the Tao of calligraphy. Hence, that's why I can mimic calligraphy Tao with sword Tao, Yuan said. The extremely powerful calligraphy Tao expert that Yuan was talking about was actually the heavenly book Divine King. Except, no matter how big a hole Luo Qingfeng and the rest excavated in their brain, they could not imagine what kind of existence this so-called extremely powerful calligraphy Tao expert was like. Ji Qingyun and his father had exceedingly high status in the divine realm. They were acquainted with most of the Divine King powerhouses. Although the heavenly book Divine King was a more eccentric member of the 10 great supreme Divine Kings, he used to have pretty good relations with Yuan. And Yuan had also witnessed with his own eyes the great battle between the heavenly book Divine King and other Divine Kings. It was truly heaven-startling and caused the gods to weep. Compared to the heavenly book Divine King, this imperial law true book of Luo Qingfeng was simply weak to the max. Yuan originally had tremendously high perception and also comprehended a supreme true intent on sword Tao. In addition to having witnessed the heavenly book Divine King's Tao of calligraphy before, wanting to mimic Luo Qingfeng's moves was not something hard. Yuan's factors were much better than Luo Qingfeng's. If he could not even mimic such a low-level concept, then he would really be too useless. What a fine phrase, myriad Tao laws, all lead to the same destination. Junior apprentice brother's perception is freakishly high. Even though it's just mimicking my concept, if junior apprentice brother Ye's concept isn't extremely high, I'm afraid that it's also impossible to have such a battle result. This Luo is fully convinced of my loss. Finishing, Luo Qingfeng cupped his fists and left. Far away, Xiao Jiang and Mo Yuntian stood with their hands behind their backs. They had just watched the battle between Yuan and Luo Qingfeng. Oh, Yuntian, what you said was right. A monster like Yuan, my tranquil cloud sect might not have the destiny to contain him. About his strength, how do you view it? Xiao Jian suddenly asked. Mo Yuntian said, Junior apprentice brother Ye's sword intent most likely already surpassed mine by far too much. It even if my conjectures are right, junior apprentice brother Ye probably already fully comprehended the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art on the Nine Heavens Road. Xiao Jian turned to look at Mo Yuntian. He said with a chuckle, if he surpassed me, then he surpassed me. What's there to avoid saying? I wonder which rock this boy jumped out from, to actually have such monstrous talent. In the thousands of years since the establishment of my tranquil cloud sect, there have only been a mere 3 individuals who can comprehend the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent in its entirety. This boy is only 15 years old and actually comprehended such a profound sword intent fully. Truly remarkable. Mo Yuntian felt slightly awkward as he said, Junior apprentice brother Yi is a dragon among men. As long as he doesn't plummet, he will surely be able to ascend to the divine realm. In the future. Furthermore, I feel that his talent might even be stronger than forefather Yu Wuya's. Even after he arrives in the divine realm, he can most likely become the powerhouse of a domain. Xiao Jian nodded. He clearly approved of Mo Yuntian's view. To be able to fully comprehend a true intent at the age of 15, such a freak should not have appeared in the endless world. Yuntian, did you discover that Yi Yuan's sword intent seems to have some different aspects? Mo Yuntian was rather surprised. Although he also comprehended much of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent, he was obviously not as sensitive compared to Xiao Jian. If they talked about it, the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent that Tianyu comprehended was even stronger than Mo Yuntian's. Mo Yuntian shook his head. Xiao Jian's gaze turned stern as he said, Yi Yuan's sword intent is not purely Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent. If my conjectures are correct, he even comprehended some other sword intent. Other sword intent? Mo Yuntian had a baffled look. He did not know what this meant. Xiao Jian nodded and said, it's clear that Yi Yuan's sword intent carries the shadow of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent, but there is a trace of nimbleness and elegance within the sword intent. In my opinion, Yi Yuan most likely already comprehended a type of sword intent before challenging the Nine Heavens Road. When he was challenging the Nine Heavens Road, he comprehended the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent too. The most terrifying thing is that he already fused these two types of sword intent into one. Mo Yuntian revealed an astonished look. He knew that Yi Yuan's sword intent was extremely powerful, but he did not think that Yi Yuan's sword intent was already powerful to this sort of extent. As a sword cultivator, Mo Yuntian was deeply aware that fusing concepts was even harder than comprehending two kinds of concepts. Yi Yuan fully comprehending the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art meant mastering a type of true intent. If he merged another kind of concept, then just what realm is he at? Mo Yuntian felt that his mind could not quite wrap itself around it. Xiao Jian shook his head and said, I don't know either. But there is bound to be even higher realms above true intent. Those are realms belonging to the divine realms powerhouses. I wonder what the other sword intent Yi Yuan fused it with is like. If it's also a type of true intent, then that would be terrifying. Limited by own worldview, Xiao Jian did not know what realm was above true intent. He himself did not even fully comprehend a type of true intent. But he knew that there was surely even higher realms above true intent. Otherwise, what did those powerhouses in the divine realm cultivate? Xiao Jian was also not sure what realm fusing two kinds of true intent would reach, because in the endless world, possessing one type of true intent already meant an immensely powerful expert. It was said that there were major powers in the northern domain who fused two types of true intent, but as for what kind of realm those major powers were at, Xiao Jian had completely no clue. In reality, under most circumstances, it was impossible to produce a supreme true intent even by merging two types of true intent. In the divine realm, there were many experts who fused two types of concepts, but very few of them could cultivate to the divine king realm. The reason was that they could not comprehend a supreme true intent. Mo Yuntian sucked in a deep breath and said, this shouldn't be very likely, right? While Yi Yuan's talent is astonishing, to merge two types of true intent at this age. Mo Yuntian felt that this already exceeded his boundary of understanding and instinctively felt that it was impossible. Xiao Jian laughed wryly and said, haha, actually, I also feel that this is not very likely. True intent isn't some cabbage that can be comprehended as you like. Yi Yuan could comprehend the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent primarily is still because he barged into the Nine Heavens Road under coincidence. I reckon that he only added in the nimble and elegance concept that he comprehended before that into the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent. Chapter 268, Battling Tang Yuer. Chapter 268, Battling Tang Yuer. As expected, yet also a complete surprise. Tianyu, Tang Yuer, and Yi Yuan entered the Final Four, while Luo Qingfeng was tragically eliminated, blocked outside the Final Four. It was expected because Tianyu and Tang Yuer entering the Final Four was within reason. But it was a surprise because before this grand competition, nobody would have thought that number 52 could actually charge into the Final Four. The other person who made it into the Final Four was called Sui Liang, precisely the other won the two half-step crystal formation realms. The face-off for the semi-finals was already out. Yi Yuan versus Tang Yuer, and Tianyu versus Sui Liang. There was basically no suspense for Tianyu versus Sui Liang. Tang Yuer and Yi Yuan's match clearly became everyone's focal point. Yi Yuan overcame all the obstacles along the way, and even Luo Qingfeng fell to him. This made the originally lifeless sect grand competition suddenly became lively. Everybody wanted to see what step Yi Yuan could walk to. Although Yi Yuan defeating Luo Qingfeng in the previous battle made everyone's glasses fall off, everybody could sense that Yi Yuan's fight with Luo Qingfeng was not as easy as with Zhang Jing. And Tang Yuer's strength was not because Luo Qingfeng did not use his weapon. Everyone knew that even if Luo Qingfeng used his weapon, the result would also be the same. Hence, Yi Yuan and Tang Yuer's match was even more anticipated than with Tian Yu. Tian Yu used the sword. Whether he could gain any advantages in a battle against Yi Yuan was another matter altogether. But Tang Yuer did not use a sword. If Yi Yuan could even beat Tang Yuer, he would only be a step away from number 1. Yes, at the semi-finals, Tian Yu did not seem too promising instead. Not because he wasn't strong enough, but because he used swords. Tian Yu was strong because of his sword. But facing Yi Yuan, his sword became his greatest shortcoming instead. The semi-finals were about to commence. Yi Yuan and Tang Yuer's platform was already surrounded until not even water could flow through. Quickly look. Isn't that senior apprentice brother Ti Wujiu? There's also senior apprentice brother Cheng Wu and the rest. The elite disciples actually came to watch Yi Yuan's match too. What's so strange about that? The elite disciples' matches have already ended. Senior apprentice brother Ti Wujiu won rank 1 without any contest. And senior apprentice brother Cheng Wu is third from the bottom. He will be competing with our core disciples number 1. Coming to check on his opponent's strength is something very natural. Then why did senior apprentice brother Ti Wujiu come over? With Yi Yuan's degree of monstrousness, he'll most probably cause a threat to senior apprentice brother Ti Wujiu before long. Isn't it very normal for him to come and take a look at his future adversary? I reckon that the number of elite disciples who came to watch the match is not small. The elite disciples' grand competition was already all finished at this time. Ti Wujiu became the number 1 elite disciple uncontestably with the battle result of 19 complete victories. But Cheng Wu ultimately could not shake off the bottom 3 rankings. According to the sect rules, he would have to undergo a final match with the number 1 core disciple to determine who stays and leaves. Hence, it was very crucial to Cheng Wu who obtains rank 1. Senior apprentice brother Wujiu, who do you think can obtain rank 1? Cheng Wu asked rather flusteredly. Ti Wujiu shook his head however and said, it has already been a very long time since the previous grand competition. Tian Yu and Tang Yuer both made significant progress. But as for how much they improved, nobody knows. Moreover, there's even a Yi Yuan who popped out this time. Whose hands the number 1 lands in is really still an unknown. Cheng Wu's eyes lit up as he said with a smile, do you think Yi Yuan can beat both Tang Yuer and Tian Yu? Hey, if he can get number 1, then that would be great. Ti Wujiu shot Cheng Wu a glance and said with a chuckle, I, on the other hand, think that it's best if you don't bump into Yi Yuan. Cheng Wu asked in puzzlement, no way. Although this Yi Yuan is impressive, I, Cheng Wu, can't possibly lose to a 4th level spirit condensation realm, right? Cheng Wu was at the 1st level crystal formation realm. While his strength was near the bottom among the elite disciples, that was only relative to the elite disciples. Towards the vast majority of core disciples, his talent was absolutely those super strong types. Even though Yi Yuan's talent was heaven-defying, Cheng Wu was a major realm higher than him. How could Yi Yuan possibly be his match? This sort of crushing in terms of cultivation realm could not be turned around with talent. Ti Wujiu said, Yi Yuan's might in sword intent realm surpasses everyone's imagination. If my speculations are right, he might have already grasped the Azure Dipper Purple Yang true intent. Even if he has not fully grasped it, it's most likely more or less there already. If you really encounter him, it's best to be careful. Take care not to be careless. Cheng Wu sucked in a cold breath when he heard that. He knew that Yi Yuan's sword intent was very strong, but did not think that it was powerful to such an extent. Even the sect master did not grasp the Azure Dipper Purple Yang true intent. Yi Yuan already grasped it at this age. No wonder he could lift something heavy like it was light when fighting Zhang Jing. Then senior apprentice brother mean that Tian Yu and Tang Yuer are in danger this time. Ti Wujiu shook his head and said, I don't know about that. Tian Yu and Tang Yuer are both people who are outstandingly talented, and their realms are so much higher than Yi Yuan's realm. They naturally have the strength to battle it out. What I want to see now is what method Tianyu will use to fight with Yuan when he's being suppressed in terms of sword Dao. Cheng Wu was speechless. He originally thought that Yuan was a soft persimmon who is easy to knead. Now, it seemed like nobody was a soft persimmon. Cheng Wu was aware of Sui Liang's strength. Without any accidents, the top three would be Tianyu, Tang Yuer, and Yuan. Except, this final ranking was not easy to determine. Tianyu, who seemed to be the most promising at first, had lesser advantages than Tang Yuer now. Cheng Wu felt somewhat in a mess. On the platform, Tang Yuer was dressed in a fiery red fine gauze but appeared lofty and proud. That unparalleled appearance did not lose to the Nanfeng aunt and niece. However, those underestimate her because she was a peerless beauty would definitely suffer a huge loss. In the previous grand competition, Tianyu once suffered a huge loss in Tang Yuer's hands and was nearly defeated. Tang Yuer looked at Yuan, who was opposite, coldly and said, "Yuan, you're indeed very strong. But, you'll stop here." Yuan was stunned when he heard that. He did not think that Tang Yuer would be so overbearing right after coming up. Haha, not only is senior apprentice sister beautiful, but this aura is also so imposing. Yuan said with a laugh. Tang Yuer's face grew colder. Her impression of Yuan became even worse. "Humph, lecher. I'll definitely make a fool out of you later." Tang Yuer's heart was higher than the heavens. Ordinary disciples did not even enter her eyes. Therefore, there were many people who secretly had a crush on her, but not many who confessed their feelings. There was once somebody who was beaten up until he had to lie on the bed for 2 months after confessing to her. Ever since then, everyone could only put their affection and admiration away in their hearts. Yuan calling her beautiful right after coming up naturally made her put him in the same category as lechers. Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Senior apprentice sister is as beautiful as a flower, but won't let others praise you. Isn't it an insult to your beauty?" Tang Yuer flew into a great rage when she heard that. "Humph, indeed a conceited and insolent person. I hope that you can still laugh in a while." Chapter 269, Crossing Swords with Illusions. Chapter 269, Crossing Swords with Illusions. To dare take liberties with senior apprentice sister Yuer like this, Yuan's guts are really fat. He has the strength. He might even be thinking of taking this opportunity to court senior apprentice sister Yuer. Speaking of which, the two of them, their ages and strength are around the same. It's really a perfect match between an able man and a fair maiden. Furthermore, with Yuan's potential, he'll definitely surpass senior apprentice sister Yuer in the future. If they were to become a pair, it would become a story that will be passed down. Bah, is that snotty brat Yuan even good enough for senior apprentice sister Yuer? Haha, you're envying and hating out of jealousy, right? I know that you've had a crush on senior apprentice sister Yuer for a very long time already. Actually, Yuan was just purely praising. He did not think to incur Tang Yuer's wrath. But the way the other disciples saw it, Yuan's words like this were already blatant flirtation. It was just that Yuan's strength stood head and shoulders above all others, so he obviously had the qualifications to pursue Tang Yuer. However, those disciples who had been secretly crushing on Tang Yuer for a long time were naturally very displeased by this. Once the battle began, Tang Yuer's red ribbon shot towards Yuan to tangle him up. Relying on spirit void shattering space, Yuan's speed was no longer beneath late-stage spirit condensation realm martial artists. Seeing the red ribbon snaking over, he easily evaded with a flash. But right then, Yuan only felt his head sink, his entire body becoming sluggish. Divine Soul Mystic Arts. Yuan did not think that Tang Yuer's trump card was actually a Divine Soul Mystic Art. Yuan fell for it as expected. Senior apprentice sister Yuer is the strongest at illusionary arts. In the last grand competition, even senior apprentice brother Tianyu fell for it and nearly lost. Yuan has been enjoying too much success recently. He most likely didn't inquire about senior apprentice sister Yuer's trump card. Under the same realm, virtually nobody can escape from senior apprentice sister Yuer's illusions. Yuan is only at the 4th level spirit condensation realm, only a minor stage lower than Yuer in Divine Soul realm. He's doomed. Senior apprentice sister Yuer was already furious earlier, she'll most definitely be ruthless to Yuan. Even if she doesn't screw with him until he becomes an idiot, he can't escape lying in bed for several days. Haha, if senior apprentice sister Yuer really has vicious intent, perhaps senior apprentice brother Sui Liang still has a possibility for entering the top 3. On the platform, Tang Yuer and Yi Yuan both stopped moving. Yi Yuan's eyes became vacant holes as if his soul was charmed. Tang Yuer closed her eyes however and did not move a muscle too. Yi Yuan only felt his mind sink just now, but his entire person was brought to a different place. In the secular world, Yi Yuan became a wealthy family's scion. A graceful and beautiful body appeared in front of his eyes. The girl in front of him was beautiful to the extreme, but not a trace of clothing was on her. That body which made people nosebleed could make any man go berserk. Yi Yuan looked at the attire he was wearing and back at the nude woman on the other side, and could not help shaking his head and laughing. This Tang Yuer really took him to be an extremely perverted lecher. "Young master, let this servant serve you in bed." The woman's sweet melodious voice rung beside Yi Yuan's ear. A pair of water snake-like jade arms twined around Yi Yuan's neck. It was exceedingly alluring. Yi Yuan was not some sage. In front of a genuine beauty, he would naturally show the reaction that a man should display. Except that Tang Yuer employing illusions in front of Yi Yuan was kind of like playing with a large saber in front of Guan Yu. Illusionary arts were actually an important branch of divine soul mystic arts. Its power was extremely great and could kill people imperceptibly. Illusionary arts were similarly a great Tao. When cultivated to the limits, it could transform the foul and rotten into the rare and ethereal. Powerful illusionary martial artists could kill their foes undetectably and also make the other party fall into an illusionary realm forever, becoming a living corpse. What's more, the other party would be fully aware that they were inside an illusion world but could not escape no matter what. This sort of endless sinking was sometimes scarier than killing the opponent. If the caster did not release the illusion, the other party would never wake from the illusion, just like a samsara cycle, all the way until death. The first time Yi Yuan laid eyes on this woman, he knew what Tang Yuer was trying to do. She wanted to make him immerse himself in the embrace of women inside the illusion and be unable to extricate himself. Once he wallowed in the pleasures of the flesh, the Yi Yuan in the real world would also do some repulsive actions. If that happened, Yi Yuan would become the joke of the entire sect. One had to say that this move by Tang Yuer was certainly quite vicious. If Yi Yuan really succumbed to it, then no matter how talented he was, he would have no face to stay on in the sect after this. Women had always been incomprehensible creatures. Yi Yuan already had a taste of that many times. Although this move by Tang Yuer was really deriding, Yi Yuan did not get too angry. But Yi Yuan was not some clay bodhisattva that could be kneaded however others liked. Yi Yuan decided to prank this Tang Yuer good. It could be considered her punishment. Facing the woman's teasing, Yi Yuan grabbed her arm and threw her ruthlessly to one side, saying with a cold sneer, "That won't be necessary. Tell me who sent you here." Yi Yuan rebuked with a stern countenance, but the woman kept silent like a cicada in winter. She said weakly, "And no one. This servant. This servant only admires young master. That's why. That's why I took the initiative to offer my body. If young master can't trust this servant, then I'm willing to apologize with death." Sniff, sniff. The woman cried pitifully and behaved like she wanted to run into the wall to commit suicide. But Yi Yuan just sneered and said, "Don't pretend to be innocent in front of me. As the successor to the capital's Yi family, what kind of woman have this young master not seen before? How can you pass the test in front of me with your inferior acting? Go and hit. Just ahead." That woman really stopped after hearing that. In the illusion world, Tang Yuer, who was concealed in a covert location, secretly sniggered to herself coldly. Didn't think that this lecher has some capabilities. To actually not fall for it easily. However, you've already taken the place of your identity. Can you still escape from this young lady's palm? The nude woman put away her seductive expression and wore her garments. She said to Yi Yuan with a smile, "Young Master Yi indeed has great powers of concentration. Actually, I'm under the orders of my family's missus to come and probe young Master Yi." Yi Yuan snickered to himself secretly, but looked doubtful on the surface as he asked, "You family's missus is?" "My family's missus is the Tang family's eldest miss. She has long heard that Mr. is the #1 scholar in the capital and has admired you for a long time. It's just that she doesn't know Mr.'s nature, that's why she sent me to test Mr. Having met today, Young master indeed see things as clear as viewing a fire, an extremely wise and far-sighted person. The woman sighed with admiration. When Yuan heard that, his expression eased up slightly, but he still pretended to be peeved as he said, "So, it's the Tang family's eldest miss." This he has also long heard that the Tang family's eldest miss has national beauty and heavenly fragrance, and is even an erudite among women. It's just that your family's missus using this kind of method to test me is really going too far. A fair lady is a gentleman's good mate, but this he is absolutely not those profligate and immoral people. Please return and inform Miss Tang that this he is unable to enjoy her admiration. In secret, Tang Yuer's face changed when she heard that. If Yuan were really impervious to everything, then her illusion would reveal flaws sooner or later, then Yuan would be able to escape. Tang Yuer could not accept such an outcome. Did Xiaoyun experience at Yuan's residence? Chapter 270, Quietly Changing Hands. Chapter 270, Quietly Changing Hands. Humph. Looks like this lecher is definitely lusting after my looks, that's why he is so indifferent to other people. Since that's the case, this young lady will beat him at his own game and play tricks on this lecher. Tang Yuer had absolute faith in her looks and illusion skills. Wasn't it effortless to deal with a young man who was impetuous like Yuan? It was just that thinking about being taken advantage of by Yuan in the illusion world made Tang Yuer feel very disgusted, even though she in the illusion world was not the real her. Please calm your anger, young Master Yi. My family's missus said that if you can remain unperturbed by a woman in your lap, then the final wariness she has towards you would also be gone. In order to offer an apology, Miss Tang has set up a banquet in the VIP building and invited young Master Yi to go there, the servant said serenely. A flicker of delight flashed across Yuan's eyes when he heard that, and this look was naturally caught by Tang Yuer, who was observing in the dark. Humph, indeed playing hard to get. Watch how this young lady plays with you in the palm of my hands. Tang Yuer cackled coldly. I've long heard that Miss Tang is the most beautiful person in the capital, but I didn't think that she was in love with this Yi. Since that's the case, this Yi will proceed there. However, never use this kind of trick to mess with me again. Yuan said. Yuan only felt his eyes blur. 2 days had already passed. In the illusion, the caster could freely switch time and space, but the person who was under the spell would be oblivious and think that it was as a matter of course instead. Except, to Yuan, such an illusion was really too low level. Although the previous life's Ji Qingyun was a trash in the martial Dao, he was in existence at the peak of perfection regarding the attainments on the divine soul. He had every kind of divine soul mystic arts at the tip of his fingers. How could a puny little half-step crystal formation realm martial artist's illusion make him fall for it? Not to mention, Yuan's present divine soul realm was already even stronger than high-rank alchemy king. It was not any weaker compared to Tang Yuer. Under the circumstances where the strength of the divine souls was around the same, Tang Yuer was even less likely to make him fall under the spell. Yuan was only messing with Tang Yuer right now, that was why he pretended to be under the spell. If he was willing, he could leave this illusion at any time and also heavily injure Tang Yuer's divine soul. Inside the VIP building's reserved room, Tang Yuer was wearing a light green fine gauze clothing. Truly beautiful to the extreme. Compared to the Tang Yuer on the platform who was in martial attire, this Tang Yuer had a portion more of delicateness and good-naturedness, and less overbearingness. When Yuan saw Tang Yuer, he also became absent-minded for a split second. When this scene landed in Tang Yuer's eyes, there was naturally a few more parts of disgust. Yuan did not think that Tang Yuer would actually have such a gentle and soft side. He wondered if the Tang Yuer, in reality, would also have such a side. A few days ago, Yuer was somewhat brusque. Today, I've prepared some thin wine to specially make up to young Master Yi. I hope that young Master Yi won't take to heart my prior transgressions and bury the hatchet with Yuer. When the words came out of her mouth, Tang Yuer was filled with the grace of a young lady from an eminent family. Yuan secretly found it funny but was nonchalant on the surface as he said, Miss Yuer is too polite. As a real man, why would this he quibble with a celestial fairy-like miss like Yuer? Tang Yuer raised her wine cup and showed a happy expression as she said, since that's the case, how about Mr. Yi please drink this toast with me? Yuan smiled and downed his cup in one go. After a cup of wine, the pair each with their own wicked plans started to chat like good friends of many years. Yuan started chatting about distant lands randomly, making Tang Yuer yearn for more. Yi Yuan talked from the mundane world to the martial artist world, from the martial Dao to the alchemy Dao. His encyclopedic knowledge and extensiveness of what he had seen and heard before made Tang Yuer unconsciously forget that she was inside an illusion world. Yi Yuan's knowledge and experience were simply not what Tang Yuer could hope to match. Even inside an illusion, that sort of faint feeling from being someone from a higher realm would also leak out unwittingly. Such disposition had absolute lethality towards women. The Tang Yuer who cast the illusion was gradually substituted by Yi Yuan. Illusions were a type of very delicate divine soul mystic arts. Under most circumstances, the caster would be the absolute master of the illusion world. But if they encountered an expert with extremely powerful soul force, the pressure on the caster would be enormous. Take Tang Yuer for example. With her divine soul realm plus the power of an illusionary divine soul mystic art, she could make the other party descend into an illusionary realm when facing ordinary crystal formation realm experts. Of course, the prerequisite was that the other party did not deliberately cultivate their divine soul. Tang Yuer's illusions were very easy to fall for martial artists. But if she faced an alchemy grandmaster, then it would not be so useful. All in all, Tang Yuer's illusions were very powerful and could even let her leap ranks to battle. But Yi Yuan's understanding towards illusions and divine soul was simply not what Tang Yuer could compare to. Having fallen into the illusionary realm for such a long time, it looked to be uninteresting like water, but in reality, it was the struggle between Yi Yuan and Tang Yuer's divine soul. It was just that Yi Yuan intentionally appeared weak in front of his opponent, so Tang Yuer thought that she held the initiative the entire time. But in reality, Yi Yuan had already gotten the initiative unknowingly and also dragged Tang Yuer into the illusion instead. At the current moment, the Tang Yuer in green garment opposite Yi Yuan could be said to be Tang Yuer in the flesh already. It was just that the Tang Yuer who fell to the illusion was completely unaware. What was even more lethal was that Yi Yuan, through the disposition he unintentionally exhibited in addition to his young and handsome appearance, had already deep enthralled Tang Yuer who was opposite him. Because in the illusion, Yi Yuan was still Yi Yuan himself, but Tang Yuer was no longer Tang Yuer. Tang Yuer had already taken the place of her character. She was merely a secular beauty. Facing the young and abstruse Yi Yuan, Tang Yuer had already inadvertently fallen in love. At this very moment, the one controlling the illusion was no longer Tang Yuer but had silently changed to Yi Yuan. In the illusionary world, time flowed like water. Today, the Yi family's young master was taking the Tang family's daughter as his wife. A wedding ceremony was held in the capital, causing a sensation. A perfect match between an able man and a fair lady, everyone was envious. A year later, Tang Yuer gave birth to Yi Yuan's child. Holding her son in her hands, Tang Yuer's face was filled with bliss. This was the crystallization of Yi Yuan and her love. And that very year, Yi Yuan spurred his horse as he wielded his sword, becoming a military official of the empire. 5 years later, Yi Yuan returned victoriously with illustrious achievements in war and was conferred as the youngest general in the empire. Tang Yuer led the people to welcome him several miles outside of the city. Looking at her valiant and heroic husband, she was full of pride. 15 years later, Yi Yuan became a different surnamed prince, holding enormous power in the court. Tang Yuer became a princess consort. For many years, the husband and wife treated each other with respect and affection, helping each other in times of need. After 50 years, Yi Yuan and Tang Yuer propagated for generations and had many children and grandchildren. The Yi family became one of the major families in the empire. After 70 years, the pair leaned into each other while holding hands, their heads completely white, and fell asleep. Just like that, their entire life passed by. While in reality, 2 hours had gone by. Yi Yuan's eyes remained vacant holes as if he was completely dominated by Tang Yuer. While opposite him, Tang Yuer had a blissful face at times, a flushed face at other times, all kinds of expressions varying. The audience below the platform clicked their tongues in surprise. Chapter 271, Big Brother Yi Yuan. Chapter 271, Big Brother Yi Yuan. These two people have already been standing on the platform for over 2 hours. Just who has the advantage right now? I can't figure it out. Yi Yuan had that lifeless expression from the start and seems to be controlled by senior apprentice Sister Yuer. But the victor hasn't been decided until now. The expression on senior apprentice Sister Yuer's face is very rich and looks like she is expending a great deal of effort. I just can't figure out what the hell is going on. A match like this is so boring. We can't even see how they fight. The two of them are just staring at each other, staring for over 2 hours already. A duel with illusions is sometimes even more perilous than a fight between martial artists. With your paltry strength, once you fall under senior apprentice Sister Yuer's illusion, she can turn you into an idiot with a snap. Speaking of which, the highly anticipated battle that everyone was originally looking forward to became utterly boring right now. The two people only made one move from the start till now, then fell into a situation where they just stared at each other. It was fine if they just stared at each other. If Yuan was taken down by Tang Yuer, he should show all sorts of ugly behaviors. Or if Tang Yuer's illusion could not do anything to Yuan and he achieved victory instead. Everyone could accept these two kinds of result. But the pair just had to be in a stalemate the entire time. Furthermore, the two people's conditions were very odd, leaving everyone unaware just who held the advantage until now. Suddenly, Tang Yuer gave a muffled groan on the platform and flopped weakly onto the ground. Yuan's eyes also regained clarity at this time. He clasped his hands at Tang Yuer and said with a smile, "Yuer. Senior, thank you." Yuan deliberately dragged out the intonation in saying Yuer, making it sound weird when one heard it. Tang Yuer's soul force was overly exhausted currently and no longer had the strength to battle again. She lifted her head and looked at the grinning Yuan with shame and rage filling her heart. Just now, inside the illusion world, she actually spent a lifetime with Yuan and even helped to propagate his bloodline. This was simply unprecedented shame and humiliation. After the shame and anger, the hatred in Tang Yuer's heart grew massively. Her gaze when looking at Yuan became filled with killing intent. Even though it was only inside the illusion world, that sort of feeling of her purity being sullied still trailed closely behind like a shadow. Tang Yuer never imagined that this lecher also had such high attainments in terms of illusionary arts. She still could not figure out until now how both parties quietly swapped roles and also how Yuan dragged her inside the board. This kind of method was simply unimaginable. One had to know that this illusion world was set up by Tang Yuer. Yuan actually took over the illusionary realm that she set unknowingly and even brought her inside, making her a target that the other party could freely manipulate as he liked. Tang Yuer gritted her teeth in hatred and wished that she could grind Yuan's bones to dust and scatter them to the wind. Yuan, I'm warning you. If you dare to speak about the matters inside the illusion world, I'll make you wish that you were dead, Tang Yuer transmitted her voice to warn. Yuan replied, "Haha, I have an illness, which is that I can't endure being frightened. Once you frighten me, my mouth will start to run and tell the outside world about anything." Yuer. Senior, you see. Tang Yuer's face changed. You dare threaten me? How would I dare to threaten Yuer? Senior, earlier, it was clearly Yuer. Senior who was threatening me. Yuan deliberately dragged out the intonation of the word Yuer again. Tang Yuer was on the verge of collapse. She said frostily, "Speak. What terms do you want? I'm warning you, don't go too overboard. Something like a toad wishing to eat swan meat, don't even think about it." Yuan beamed and said, I'm not a toad, and you're also not a swan. However, my ears are very soft, why not you call me Big Brother Yuan once and I'll erase this segment of memories. What do you think? Big Brother Yuan was precisely the term that Tang Yuer used to address Yuan inside the illusion world. At that time, the pair were as inseparable as glue and lacquer, closely attached to each other, and were extremely sticky together. But asking Tang Yuer to say it out, in reality, was even worse than killing her. The first impression that Yuan gave her was a lecher. Now that he also did such obscene things inside the illusion world, Tang Yuer wished that she could kill him. How could she possibly call out such a mushy form of address? You. Dream on. Oh, not calling. Then forget it, I couldn't care less either. Later, I'll find a few companions to have a conversation with. I believe that many people are dying to know just what happened on the stage today. You. Fine, I'll call. I'm listening. Be big, be brother. Yuan. Although it was a voice transmission, Tang Yuer's voice was like a mosquito's buzz. Ah. What did you say? I didn't hear it. Tang Yuer was so furious that her lovely body started to tremble, but she had no choice but to call out, "Big brother Yuan." The voice this time was loud. Except, it completely did not sound like it. Yuan grinned and said, "Sigh." Completely lacking that sort of feeling already. Listening to it doesn't give any flavor at all. Consider you pass then. I'll keep my mouth shut. Yuan just had a moment of mischievousness and played a prank on Tang Yuer. They were in the same sect after all, Yuan could not very well go too far, and so to just let it be at that. Yuan obviously knew that Tang Yuer would hate him ever since, but he did not really mind. To others, Tang Yuer's illusions were very powerful. But to Yuan, her illusions did not have any threat at all. Tang Yuer struggled to get up but still felt a little weak in her knees. However, she remained standing there stubbornly and stared at Yuan coldly as she said, "A loss means a loss. What's there to thank?" Finishing, Tang Yuer walked down the platform with some difficulty. The audience looked at the obstinate Tang Yuer and looked at Yuan on the platform again. They gaped at each other speechlessly. Senior apprentice Sister Yuer, who was ever triumphant by relying on illusionary arts, actually lost just like this. It seemed like Yuan was completely fine. Hey, Senior apprentice Sister Yuer's soul force exhaustion is so great. Why does Yuan look completely fine? Even if he won Senior apprentice Sister Yuer, it shouldn't be without expending even a little bit of soul force, right? Yeah, I find it strange too. Yuan clearly fell under the illusion. But other than his eyes becoming vacant during the middle portion, it seems like there was no difference between the start and end at all. Such a situation is seriously too peculiar. Are you daft? I heard that Yuan is even an alchemist. Perhaps his attainments on the divine soul are even more amazing than Senior apprentice Sister Yuer. You're the daft one. I'm also not blind and can see the badge Yuan is wearing. It's just that his badge is only low-rank alchemy master. Even if he broke through to middle-stage spirit condensation realm, his soul force would only be middle-rank alchemy master. Having fought a battle with Senior apprentice Sister Yuer, how is it possible to not have any consumption at all? This Yuan is really leaking with peculiarity. Indeed, Yuan continued the momentum of his consecutive victories and once again, caused an upset in the status quo, defeating a top 3 opponent. Tang Yuer, who had transcendent illusionary arts, lost to Yuan inexplicably just like that. Nobody knew what kind of competition the pair experienced inside the illusion world. Both parties kept their mouth tightly sealed. On the other platform, Tianyu and Sui Liang's match had ended long ago. Without any surprises, Tianyu defeated Sui Liang. The final round, Yuan vs. Tianyu. Chapter 272, Heavenly Sky Sect. Chapter 272, Heavenly Sky Sect. The news about Yuan entering the finals not only caused a huge uproar among the disciples, but the tranquil cloud sect's upper echelons were also visibly stirred. But different from those disciples, these elders all knew that Yuan's accomplishments in the alchemy Dao were tremendously remarkable. To have such stunning achievements in the alchemy Dao and the martial Dao at the same time, was this boy even human? There are times when human strength just won't do. I really have no idea what kind of existence that master behind Yuan is like. To actually raise such a freakish existence like Yuan. No matter what kind of existence he is, that is not an existence that our tranquil cloud sect can afford to provoke. I feel that this master of Yuan is most likely one of the pinnacle few beings in the endless world. That lord is probably going ascend to the divine realm before long, so that's why he was seized with a sudden impulse to find a disciple to inherit his mantle. However, the master initiates the apprentice. But their skill depends on their own efforts. For Yuan to have such startling improvement, it's inseparable from his own bitter hard work, Xiao Jian chimed in. Luo Qingfeng nodded. It was clear that his judgment was roughly the same as Xiao Jian's. Yuan's identity could not be clearer. He was a born and bred state of Qin citizen. Only those strongest few individuals in the endless world had the ability to teach a genius like Yuan. Furthermore, the way this lord taught disciples was different from others. He did not bring Yuan along with him. He just taught him all of his abilities, then let Yuan roam freely. Of course, it could also be that that lord was monitoring Yuan at all times. but an existence that, as long as he did not wish for others to discover him, other people would never find him. What you are said is right. Even a more monstrous talent has to be vied for with one's own efforts. With Yuan's performance in the state of Qin, this child's talent and temperament are excellent. It's no wonder that lord would take fancy to him. However, for him to be able to soar to the skies with one move, the Nine Heavens Road contributed immensely. With Yuan's personality, I think he'll surely remember my tranquil cloud sect with some gratitude, Luo Qingfeng said. Xiao Jian said in agreement, this child is not the slightest bit soft-handed towards enemies, but he uses his life to protect those close to him. As long as we don't do something to chill his heart, when this child prospers in the future, he'll definitely provide some help and guidance. It's just that the Heavenly Sky sect seems to be increasingly restless recently. I also don't know if we can wait until the day Yuan grows up. Mentioning the Heavenly Sky sect, Luo Qingfeng's brows also knitted slightly, his eyes showing deep trepidation. Compared to the boundlessly vast expanse of the northern domain, the southern domain was not considered vast. Although sects stood in great numbers, on the whole, they were managed by 8 great sections. The Tranquil Cloud sect was one of these 8 great sects. It's just that the Tranquil Cloud sect's strength could only rank near the bottom of these 8 great sections. While this Heavenly Sky sect was the sect with the greatest strength among the 8 great sects. Because they were the strongest, they were arrogant. All manners of the Heavenly Sky sect's overbearingness was renowned in the southern domain. Especially in the recent few years, the Heavenly Sky sect's various activities were gradually increasing in frequency. This made the sects with weaker strength like the Tranquil Cloud sect naturally become nervous. As the master of a sect, the pressure on Luo Qingfeng's shoulders was unimaginable by outsiders. With Yuan's monstrous talent, as long as he was given 10 years, breaking through to the Soul Sea realm should not be an issue. At that time, with such a heaven-defying Soul Sea realm powerhouse like Yuan holding the fort, the Tranquil Cloud sect would probably become an upper-ranked force among the great sects with a single bound. Then, they obviously did not need to fear the threat from the Heavenly Sky sect anymore. But the problem was whether or not the Heavenly Sky sect would give Tranquil Cloud sect time to develop peacefully for 10 years. Luo Qingfeng gave a faint sigh and said, the matter on hand is that our Tranquil Cloud sect still needs another Soul Sea realm powerhouse to appear as soon as possible. Or else, we probably can't escape the outcome of being annexed. Xiao Jian also gave a sigh when he heard that. He said helplessly, Soul Sea realm. Talking is easy, but doing it is as hard as ascending to the heavens. Even with Martial Uncle Skymapple's outstanding talent, he only broke through to the Soul Sea realm by a fluke. Back then when our Tranquil Cloud sect migrated over from the northern domain, we were chased down by those fellows until there was no road to heaven and no gate into the earth, resulting in a loss of 2 volumes of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art. Otherwise, what has the present southern domain got to do with the Heavenly Sky sect? One's starting point determines the height. 1,000 years ago, the Tranquil Cloud sect had a great migration, but lost 2 volumes of the Sect Forte cultivation method, resulting in the members today finding that breaking through to the Soul Sea realm was as hard as ascending to heaven. Or else, with the Tranquil Cloud sect's foundations, even if they were chased to the southern domain, it would not be to such an extent where it was so dismal. And although the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art was relatively complete, without the martial Dao cultivation method to raise cultivation realm, one could only look at but not eat what was at the back. Fortunately, the Tranquil Cloud sect's foundations were deep. There were those few geniuses in every generation who could forcibly break through to the Soul Sea realm through comprehending the sword intent on the Nine Heavens Road or by relying on their own perception. Skimaple was one of them. Except, to want to completely comprehend the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent on the Nine Heavens Road was something that was virtually impossible. Cultivation methods and martial techniques were things that were expressed through texts. Comparatively, the clearer and easier it was to understand, the easier it would be to cultivate in as well. But to talk about the completeness of sword intent, one might as well directly comprehend it. When training in cultivation skills, regardless to what extent one trained to, it was impossible to fully comprehend Yu Wuya's true intent. But on the Nine Heavens Road, one could completely grasp this true intent through that final sword. However, this sort of thing could only be understood and not described. Even if Yuan fully comprehended the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent, there was no way for him to describe it. Otherwise, Xiao Jian and Luo Qingfeng would have long kidnapped Yuan and forced him to write out the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art from memory every day. Every generation can only do their best. Among this batch of children, there are really quite a few fine saplings. As long as they mature, our tranquil cloud sect will definitely rise up once again. And what we, these old fellows, have to do is to provide for them an environment that they can grow up in. Luo Qingfeng said. Xiao Jian nodded and said, definitely. Luo Qingfeng's gaze landed on the platform in the distance again and asked, what do you think about the match between Tianyu and Yi Yuan? With the thoughts circling back to the grand competition, Xiao Jian also felt much more relaxed. He smiled and said, Tianyu is absolutely not someone who would let others freely slaughter him. Even if his strongest sword Dao was sealed shut, he will not fold his arms and wait to die. Luo Qingfeng nodded and said, Martial Uncle Skimaple has a fine grandson. The speed of his improvement these 2 years is also something that I feel inferior to. Looks like the things he comprehended on the 9 Heavens road back then was even more than me. Then your meaning is, you favor Tianyu more. When he was young, Luo Qingfeng was the #1 genius in the Tranquil Cloud sect then, around the same as the present Tianyu and Ti Wujiu. But Tianyu's improvement was visible to Luo Qingfeng's eyes. Compared to himself in those days, Luo Qingfeng was somewhat ashamed of his own inferiority. Xiao Jian shook his head and said, no. In contrast, I think Yi Yuan is more promising instead. Oh, why is that so? With my understanding of Tianyu, this child should still have other trump cards. But Xiao Jian smiled and said, very simple. Yi Yuan, this child, cannot be measured using common sense. Part 4 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.